Yo, since when this room gets so dead at times? Where's everybody at? What does everybody do when they're not in here?
Uh, why aren't you
Austin,
just
what's up, brother?
telling me? I asked you.
What up,
Hey,
bro?
hello,
Dude, that's what I ask people all the time. Like, what are you doing with your life if you're not in here? Like, really?
Well, like the people that are usually in here, I mean, assuming they're like on Discord somewhere else, right?
yeah, they're all bickering at worldwide debates right now.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
wouldn't.
it's just another server that's going to probably end up failing, just like they all have.
Yep.
And then everyone will be back here in 5 minutes. You know how it goes.
Yeah, I just always come here. Um, have you guys heard of the issue with the whole ordeal going on with Shiva, the Shiva guy?
I was going to ask
Yeah,
about
he
that.
went up
I
with
was going to bring
against
it up
Flat
yesterday,
Earth,
but
didn't
you guys were pretty in-depth combo about the Bible. But I was going to ask you because I read all your replies on Shiva's accusations, man, his unfounded accusations.
This guy's like got to be a narcissist, right? I mean, so like really only a narcissist would do that. Like expect to just be able to blatantly gaslight everyone while they can read the literal. It's really weird, but yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, and then he's obviously spiraling about it because he just posted on his YouTube, I guess yesterday, on the community portion, like a screenshot saying, Witsit received, got DM'd the details within 48 hours. And he intentionally doesn't show where I reached out to him because it was 4 days later in DMs and 5 days later in email. But anyway, and it's all weird because, Shiva didn't reach out to me about this. So he's acting like I asked all the big flat earthers if they would do it and they're all scared. He didn't ask me anything. I reached out to him once I saw it. And a lot of people were asking me about it. So I reached out to him and said, "Yo, count me in." Once I saw his post, and he had like, "All right, cool, you're on the panel." So I'm like, "All right, cool," because I know
he?
obviously a bunch of contingents would be like, "Look, they're not actually doing science, and they're going to use mathematical models and presuppositions, and it's not actually going to be a scientific method, and it's a trap." And it's like, yeah, I know. That's why I want to go on there. It's the whole thing. They're going to get cooked, but I think he knows that, right? Maybe he just doesn't want me on there for that reason, and it's probably not more complicated than that, to be honest.
Well, I think that Shiva, like I've known Shiva for years now, and he was actually really interesting, like politically alternative, had good ideas, and he was actually really cool with flat earthers and all that in the chat, even bringing it up. He would be like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're doing your own thing and you're fighting for truth as you see it. He was like really intellectually neutral in a very good way. But I think something happened in the last few years where he basically got a hint like, if you do not shame flat earthers, you will not get traction. You will not be able to use internet to get big or something. Because, yeah, I guess recently he changed his position towards flat earthers because he was very amicable towards us, like even just a few years ago. So something must have changed. Very
So,
disappointing.
so I didn't know any of this, right? But I saw today that Mind Chalk had done like a clip covering from the stream he did when he covered like Dave Weissingham talking, Shiva talking. So I put together now that's where this all started. And that'll be the answer to your question. That's where even his sentiment started. So he's talking to Dave. Obviously, when someone comes like very pretentiously and arrogantly to go make fun of a flat earther and then they don't realize what
Yeah,
they're in
smug.
for, they're in over their head, they get embarrassed. And now you've brought in this whole like he's got to vindicate himself thing. So that's what happened, right? Because he offers this idea. Well, we'll get a panel and you'll get your best flat earthers or whatever. And you can tell even in the little clips. I have not watched the debate, but he's like clearly condescending and he's just kind of masking it. So anyway, I think that's where it started. And then this big embarrassing moment for him is when he says, David's showing us some high altitude footage where the sun is creating a localized hotspot, showing that the sun's local, and he interrupts Dave and he's like, "Oh, let's back up. Let's go to base principles. Let's do the
Yeah.
scientific method." Yeah, and then he was wrong about the scientific method. So I think that's why he wants to create this panel and focus it on the scientific method because he's trying to save face and act like he's going to teach everyone else or whatever. So I think that's where it went south. I don't know. But then I saw this is what's so funny about the whole thing. I reached out to him and said, "Yo, count me in." And then He said, "Okay, sounds good." Asked for my email. And then I saw someone send me a screenshot the next day, which was where they were saying, "I challenge you to talk to Witsit about relativity and heliocentrism." And he said, "Tell him to DM me. Sounds good." So I'm like, okay. So I sent him that screenshot. I said, "Yo, someone just sent me this. I'd love to have a conversation as well." And he said, "Okay, cool. Sounds good. I'll be in touch." So he ostensibly agreed with me being on the panel and to doing a stream where we were going to discuss like heliocentrism and relativity, which to me was like mind blowing. There's no way that guy will ever get on a stream with me and talk about relativity and heliocentrism. There's just no way. He get cooked. So
Yeah,
anyway,
especially if you watch Mind Shocks and break down on him, he won't ever do a yeah, he won't ever do one of those again.
yeah, because that topic is like, dude, it's like an academic's worst nightmare. They're way better off trying to do like talk about flat Earth because they can just kind of, although it'll be fallacious, they can kind of confidently use a bunch of these reified models. They can bring up the sun and Antarctica. It's a much safer bet to go with flat Earth publicly. But dude, if one of these academics sit down with me and you know people that have really researched it and talk about relativity, talk about the cosmological crisis and you know all that stuff and like how debunked relativity is, dude, that's gonna be so bad for them. It's like career ending bad, you know, like they will never be able to recuperate from that because
Right.
it's just irredeemable. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
it's
I don't
because
know.
they're supposed to have those conversations as intellectuals based on the premise that they've already won as atheists and cosmologists, right? That they were right. And then, like, oh, there's all these mathematical issues, aren't there? Yeah. It's like, ah, it's so strange that the astrophysicists can't really figure these things out. If you then literally have a flat earther that comes in there and then points out exactly why it didn't work, yeah, then it all completely explodes. So those types of atheist like cosmologist conversation from a heliocentric perspective, they can't indulge an actual critic in that because
Yep.
it's
Yeah,
supposed to be bragging from a winning position and being
exactly.
intellectual about it.
And the implications of heliocentrism being wrong is that there is intelligent design, right? So they lose everything there. This is why I started shifting towards prioritizing the motion part of the conversation. And of course, you have like all the haters saying it's because I'm running away from FE or I was preparing that we were going to see the 24-hour sun running away from. But that has nothing to do with it. I've been saying for years, I think that we should prioritize the motion because, for one, the very shape claim actually requires them claim that we're spinning. Literally, they claim the causal mechanism of the Earth being a sphere is that the Earth is spinning and it
Oh.
coalesces into a sphere. That's like you literally need
Well,
that if you believe in the mainstream model.
it came together like a whirlwind, and then it eventually turned into a spinning ball. That's the idea. But the spinning of it is, of course, because of the celestial sphere actually spinning, right? So they always have to, because that is the mind trick of it. The Earth has to be spinning because the sky is spinning. Always have to do that.
Correct. But like one thing that I've never heard brought up, and I just thought about this the other day, is that they can't even invoke a sphere without rotation, right? Like for example, like the mainstream story, which they agree, they kind of concede this is like one of the weakest theories they have, but is that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth, broke it up into a bunch of pieces, and then conveniently just one of those pieces stuck around, and because of gravity, it started moving around the Earth, and it started rotating,
Yeah.
and then it coalesced into the moon, into a sphere that became the moon, right?
Yeah, the
So like
Thea story.
yeah, so they're claiming that these bodies turned into spheres because over time the rotation coalesces them. And so like if you're claiming that the earth is that ball, you know, in their story, you actually need it to be spinning. So either way though, it's just
Yeah,
like
it's the
there's two
idea of a
different portions of it.
gravitational vortex, right? It's like even the black hole, it's a hole, so it like goes and spins as it goes to the center. So it's like that turbulence uh aerodynamics effect of like even tornadoes forming, right? that is what that principle is based upon. And it's reasonable to think like that if there was such a thing as gravitation to a central point. Then it would probably kind of work like that. Of course.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever gonna get a PhD to debate me about that. I just don't think it's ever gonna happen because I tried to set up the show in the field, and the whole premise is just like that was the name of the song I recorded, and it was like I was gonna talk to experts in their field, and I had plenty of people agreeing to do it. Plenty of people agreeing to do it. But then what happened was I did my first one, and it was that PhD astronomer, and he got cooked. He got cooked. So then what happened was the people that had already agreed, they went back and watched the first episode and then started watching my other stuff, and then they all backed out.
Yeah, of course they did, because they realized how freaking devastating it would be for
Yeah,
their
it's a
Yeah,
bummer.
like
credibility if
It's
they went
it's
ahead.
a bum. It's a bummer that they were able to watch it and you didn't just like withhold it until you got
Yeah.
I know in
like
hindsight I should have. I should have
I
recorded like
know.
10 episodes and then like released them once a week or something. But what can you do? There's no going back. And
Yep.
I have this
Fucking
issue a lot. I have an issue a lot. Like someone will do like what Shiva did. They won't be that familiar with my stuff. Someone will be like, I challenge you to talk to Witsit about whatever. And they'll be like, okay, yeah, no problem. And then they'll like go watch me on MDD or whatever. They'll come back and be like, oh, I can't, I'm not gonna do it. I'm backing out. Because if you think about it, to be fair, they have everything to lose, and I really don't.
Well,
yeah, they
there's
had
one
Rather,
their
way.
assistant.
Hold on, sorry. There's one way to basically avoid that from happening, and that is by having all the material, including those interviews, behind the paywall. That really heightens the threshold for them to find out. They'll be much more inclined to just try it out, because they're not going to pay to actually watch what it's like. It's very unlikely they'll do that.
yeah, maybe so, but then I'm like holding out from everyone else seeing it. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
not
then I'm a
necessarily,
grifter,
but you
they'll
could do a
say.
later release, right? You just put it behind a paywall, and then like after half a year, you give it out and like premiere
That's
it.
true. Yeah, that's an idea. But it's too late now. So
Yeah,
I think
but maybe for the
I had
future.
6 or 7 PhDs. Six
Right.
or seven different PhDs. I had a PhD geologist, another PhD astronomer, a couple PhD astrophysics, did a
God,
PhD in physics. All these people had agreed to dates and everything. And I
can
thought
you
about releasing
imagine
these
having a
emails.
PhD geology, like, and then figuring
I
out?
was just gonna debunk the age of the Earth thing.
It's completely useless. I mean, geology is technically not even science. It's a total waste.
Way to kind of pressure them, release the emails, tag them in it on Twitter or on X or whatever.
I
Maybe
thought
put some
about that.
pressure.
I thought about that. Yeah, I try to like actually have a lot of nobility with stuff like that. Like I wouldn't have released the personal messages with Shiva if he wasn't just like publicly lying about me, right? Like he like forced me to do that. But like normally I don't release private conversations. Um so yeah, I try to like, kind of show some integrity there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
I mean,
mean,
if
you're not
somebody's like
attacking them though,
attacking you
right?
lying, then I mean, you got to
Yeah,
defend yourself.
I get the nobility, characteristic you want to uphold, but I don't think it would be breaking that code. Just putting pressure on the talk. Just you're not attacking them. You're not putting out any embarrassing things. Just stating, hey, what happened? You know, look how many people would love for this combo to go down. Type of thing.
Yeah, I got to figure out a way. And then like I don't want to get into it right now, but like maybe have some issues with MDD. So I'm thinking about creating my own like debate platform and hosting debates where they're actually run correctly, which basically exists like nowhere. And maybe that will help. Like if I'm able to just set up some debates that like have no flat earthers in them too, right? Just like a couple professionals, and then maybe they'd be like, "Oh, well, look, my colleague did this, and it went well." I don't really know. I got to think of some type of way to like put it back in the bottle in a way, you know. Um, Anyway, so I'm trying to. I guess I'm about to stream the next day or two. I'm having to finish that stuff up, and then I was going to cover the Charlie Kirk thing, but I'm going to just pull up his DMs, Shiva's DMs, go through them so we can clip it out, and I'm just going to get everyone to go just like pile in his comment sections. So on YouTube and on X, just pile in there saying like, you're scared to have Witsit on there, have Witsit on there, why are you lying, whatever. To where if enough public pressure happens, because in my opinion, and I have some experience with narcissists, we'll say, people throw that term around a lot, but I think he is a narcissist. So he may not be full blown MPD, but he's got some of the characteristics. The thing is that like if there's any shaming or anything to do with like his public image, that's how you get them to react. That's all they care about. So I think we can still
Yeah,
get him to put me on the panel. I think we need to have somebody that's going to be able to really present the flat Earth measurements and really be able to quickly point out the fallacious presuppositions in whatever they present. I don't know who's on the panel. It's like I know one person that's participating, and he's like, I don't even know who else is on there. So they're not even telling the flat earthers who all else is in there. So I feel like we're getting set up. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I agreed to do it in the first place. Same thing with the final experiment or whatever. I'm like, well, if I don't go, some other flat earthers are still going to go. So it's like I took one for the team, kind of is how it felt, and I feel like I have to do that with this, where at least I can feel like, well, we'll have someone that, in my opinion, accurately represents our position. Of course, everyone won't be happy, right? There'll still be people that say I don't do it good enough. But anyway, so I don't know. I'll have to try to figure it out. I'm just going to try to publicly pressure him and ask everyone to jump in his replies, I guess.
Yeah, when is the deadline that they initially came up with? It was in October or November, right? And then like
So the event's supposed to happen in November, but the deadline was like September, or the one that I saw in the email was like September 18th or something, and or maybe even 20th. I don't know, but he was sending me messages after that. So like, it's just so goofy, bro. I reached out and said, count me in. He said, okay, cool. And then 4 days later, he sends me a list of like, he needs my name, social media, all this stuff that's publicly available. I didn't see that at the time. I had like a death in the family. I had to drive like 6 hours to the funeral, and then I had to drive 11 hours to make another visit right after that. So I was just busy and didn't see it. But anyway, I had already agreed. I go back and look, and he sends that list. It's I guess he's forwarding it from his Heather, so his secretary or something. And then he sends me another message. And it says, "Oh, I had forgotten you already confirmed." So, like in our own messages, he's sitting there acknowledging, like from his secretary, "Oh, never mind. I just sent you that on accident, so I'm sending it to everybody, but I forgot you had already confirmed." And then he jumps on X claiming that I chickened out because I saw that Dave wasn't doing it. I didn't even know anything about if Dave was doing it or not doing it. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know anything about that. So
yeah,
I
I
know.
saw it was such a projection. Me was saying that you weren't responding and you were chickening out, but in reality, he had done nothing even to that deadline, that first deadline that they came up with, and that's why Man of Stone was like calling him out, like, "Hey, what's going on? There are no parameters set, and you have no plans in place." And then so he just like goes full blown opposite and projects like everyone else is not responding and not doing what they need to. It's just
Yeah.
crazy. And
And
then his
by the way,
assistant to call you
why
that,
does he?
it's crazy.
He needs my stuff before. What does it even like? Okay, if I say okay, count me in confirmed, and it doesn't happen till November, the fact he hasn't gotten a written bio from me how is that even relevant? It's in November, so like I agreed. You're going around claiming none of the big flat earthers will do it. They're all scared. You didn't actually even ever reach out to me. I reached out to you and said, count me in. You said, okay, cool, you're in. And even agreed to have another conversation with me and said, I'll be in touch. I'm like, okay, cool. I kept an eye out for the email for that day and kind of into the next day. Didn't email me for 5 days, and I just didn't see it at that point. And then I saw everything at once. My point is like, none of it makes any sense. It seemed clear to me he actually doesn't want me on there. He wants Dave on there. He seems to think that he can trap Dave real well. He doesn't want like me or Alan or Shane. Like, there's certain people he doesn't want on there. And I think that's all it really is, right? It's like he can't publicly say, oh, well, we don't want Witsit on the panel. So he has to just pretend that I backed out. Because think about this. Even on
Because
his
you're a
face,
little bit too astute for him. It's a
yeah,
bit too
exactly.
much.
And if he's saying Witsit chickened out, oh, it's like, okay, here I am publicly saying that I didn't, so problem solved, right? That should be problem solved. Okay, well then never mind. He's on the panel. He didn't chicken out. But he's not doing that. He's just still saying that I'm not on the panel. So it's just also stupid. But anyway, I guess there's the update on the drum. I'm setting up my stream, and then I'm gonna probably do a little video, show the DMs, and trying to get everyone to pressure him because he does have a pretty big platform. And if there are MIT students going to be on this Zoom call presenting it, it does have some potential to kind of go viral in a few ways, you know. So see if I can figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. We all need to get on there, comment. Just flood the comments.
Yeah, because I worked with InfoWars, right? Like I was like, I quoted Harrison Smith asking who he should debate.
Yep.
And I said, everyone so go cool. Tag me. Yeah, and it worked.
So cool to see. They couldn't deny it, you know, because have you read the comments? You were like every other.
Exactly. So, and we should do stuff like that more often, by the way. It's actually like all that showed to me is like, well, we don't really like work together at all. Like, because you could do that on any post. If you ratio a post enough, right? Like if the average person goes to the replies and they see like all these requests for the certain person, then they're just going to be like, wait, are you scared? Why are you ignoring this? We could do that with all kinds of stuff. We could do that with major podcasts.
Patrick Bet David always asks, who should I have on next? Every time I see that, I'll post your name. And then I've seen your name on those replies. But yeah, we need to, that would be a really good podcast to go on.
It would, yeah. But my name's always beside names like Candace Owens and, But yeah, I think if everyone did it at the same time, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I'm coming back here soon. So I guess we'll just see what we can figure out.
I heard Alex Jones came back after 7 years or something. He wasn't allowed to be on YouTube or something like that.
Yeah, I think he got banned again within 24 hours.
Are you serious? For what?
I don't know. They just kicked him and Fuentes off immediately. So they made like a public announcement that said everyone that's been kicked off of YouTube can come back. And then they immediately kicked both of them off in like 24 hours, I think.
I wonder if we could like appeal that somehow.
Yeah, kick those guys off, man. They too much propaganda.
Wow, someone's super free speech.
No, it's not free speech, It's dangerous language these guys talking, my youth. Free speech only police the government, not you and I, really and truly. So
Austin,
it's more complicated than that, actually. Whenever you act as a public square, as a public platform, and you don't have the liability of a publisher, which means you have the liability of what's on your platform, like they enjoy the benefit of not being legally liable as a publisher, right? Which means that they should have to adhere to full free speech allowance. That's how that works. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to selectively choose who's on your platform, which you have the right to do as a private company, you're legally liable for what's posted on there. Obviously, YouTube could never be legally liable for anything that's posted on their platform. That would be insane. So they have the insurance from the government that they aren't legally liable for what's posted on there, as a publisher would normally be, which means that they should have to allow free speech. So they get to basically have the best of both worlds. It's total bullshit. It's like Section 213 or whatever.
No. They're allowed free speech. What I'm saying to you is that they're a private company. And if you don't like what they're saying as a private company, you can shut them off. You know what I mean? That. And you and I are private citizens, so we can express our dissension. We can say, listen, Brother Fuentes, your speech is dangerous. We don't like it. We're going to push back against you. We're not going to kill you. We're just going to let you know that we're going to advocate for YouTube to shut you down. That's all. You know what I'm saying? YouTube.
Did you not listen to anything I said, man? Like, yeah, they're a private company.
He doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't listen. He doesn't respond to points. Just feel free to mute this guy anytime you want. Witsit? It's fine.
I'm just going to repeat it one more time, so everyone knows. Yes, they're a private company, okay? But as a publisher, a private publisher, you're allowed to kick anyone off that you want to, house anyone that you want to, because you're a private publisher. But as a private publisher, you are legally liable, meaning you can be sued for and held accountable for anything that's on your platform as a publisher. YouTube gets to censor people as if they were a publisher, but simultaneously enjoy the benefit of not being legally liable for what's on their platform like a publisher has to do. So they get to enjoy being a public square platform while simultaneously having the benefits of a publisher. That's not the way it works. That's why they had to have a specific section of legislation made to create that exception, because that's not how the law works. So they should
Guarantee he
repeal
wasn't
that and
listening.
allow free speech. Yeah, probably
Brother,
not.
you said everything I said.
Okay. This
Yeah, you
I was
said
gonna
everything
ask
I
if
said.
you ever talked to
That's what
this
I'm
guy
saying,
before.
bro. Whenever,
I
if
said
you
it.
want, you can just.
I said it quickly. You went in circles.
Why do you want
Just
to free
whenever you
Comey,
want.
dude?
Witsit.
Comey needs to go to jail, Robert. Comey's a criminal.
No, man. Comey's good, man. Criminal for what? What did he do?
Comey,
this guy's like
Clapper,
full blown leftist.
A leftist being a leftist is a criminal?
Jay
Oh, this guy's a
Clayton,
leftist.
Jay
This is
Clayton, all these guys need to
stated
go to prison.
ballpark.
Hold on. Being a
Jamaican
leftist
rumpus.
is a criminal? So hold on.
Yeah,
I think
no, it's not criminal. It's just gay.
Yeah, this
yo,
guy's
MAGA
Jamaican
people,
rumpus. I mean,
MAGA people,
he opposes every of our positions. He's
MAGA people,
really good
Yeah,
at
wait.
rumpusing.
what? MAGA people beat police just because they lost an election. Those people, MAGA is your problem, not leftists.
All right, man.
What
Like,
did leftists do?
okay. Cool, man. Yeah, you're probably right.
No, I am right. Come on, no man.
Yeah,
MAGA
you
people,
are. You're right, man.
MAGA people lost an election and they beat
Yeah,
cops.
yeah, for
What did
sure.
leftists do?
This guy
Leftists
killed
say,
the
hey,
VC earlier, bro. We had it cooking in here. I had people
no,
coming in. We
you
had
killed
like
the VC.
15, 20 people. This guy came in and ruined the whole shit, bro. He's
Yeah,
like Jay
Okay, so
Clayton.
yeah, so
that's
hey,
what he does.
hey, fall back
What he
some, bro.
does.
Fall back some.
Jamaican rumpus to wreck the room.
But let me ask him one question, Comey. I'm gonna ask you one. Oh, someone muted. I want to ask him one question. Do you disavow all of the leftists that were celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Yes or no?
Yes, I disavow anybody who's celebrating death to anybody. Yes.
Thank you. There you go.
Brother,
Can I ask you
none of
something
those
with it?
people wear Antifa. Sorry, that was my Robert impersonation.
Can you hear
Witsit?
the peace of mind?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was
Witsit?
getting a board cut. What's up?
I mean, I think I have to disagree a little bit with you with the free speech you said.
Okay.
Because like free speech is basically saying the government isn't allowed to discriminate, to censor you, right? But
Yeah.
a company is allowed. So
Yes, it is.
yeah. So
But did you not hear the nuanced part of that though? Like, yeah, a company is allowed to censor you as a private
Yeah.
company, but they're legally liable for what's on their platform.
not necessarily, right?
Well,
Like
yeah,
if
no, necessarily. It's called publishing laws. It's not like a conversation or anything. It's just like the law.
No, that's
Publishing law.
because the editor is like it's like watching everything. It's moderated. That's why. So that's why they're
Publishing
liable.
laws. Publishing laws. Okay, you can just look it up and read them. There are publisher laws in America. As
Yeah.
a publisher, you're liable for what you publish.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I know,
YouTube is a publisher. So as is Instagram, X, you name it. These platforms are publishing content. But just like New York Times is legally liable for whatever they publish, right? But they're also allowed to fire their writers if they have an opinion they don't like. But they're legally liable for whatever they publish.
Yeah, but
These
that has
other
nothing to do with
publishers,
free speech, though.
dude, you're not listening. So these other publishers, like YouTube, for example, right? They're allowed to kick people off that say things they don't like, but they have to be
Yes.
legally liable, just like the New York Times, for whatever's published. But they have legal protection. They were given an exception. These social media companies were given an exception against publishing laws where they're protected entirely, no questions asked, against the legal liability of publishing law liability. They're given complete exception and protection against that. This is why they had to create a whole new piece of legislation. I think it's like Section 230 or whatever. I remember the exact number. They had to create a whole new piece of legislation for social media companies so that they could enjoy the benefit of censoring like a publisher, but not being legally liable like a publisher. That's the issue. So it's like either they should A, get to censor and be legally liable, or B, get to censor.
I don't think this
It
is
is
about.
Section 230, by the way.
I don't think this is about free speech, though.
Okay, so you don't have a substantive response pending specificity. Did someone confirm it is Section 230?
I know what you're saying, but like the
yeah,
230.
Yep.
I understand what you're saying, but the section isn't like about. I don't think it's about free speech, because free speech is a separate law, which is attributed not to. It's attributed to the government, not to the companies, right?
Okay, no, it's yes. The reason it becomes relevant to these companies is because they are operating as a public square. Okay, so they're operating as
they're not.
Well, the Supreme Court disagrees with you, bro.
Isn't the
Facebook
United
is
States a
operated like a
corporation?
public sphere.
Yes. These companies, there are certain ones that are so big that are used by everyone that they operate as a public square. And this is to their benefit, by the way. They actually wanted that because they don't want to be legally liable. Imagine the nightmare for YouTube if they were legally liable for any video someone posts. They'd be totally screwed. So would Instagram.
It's considered a public square, because if it
okay,
were,
well,
I would
have you
agree.
researched this at all? Have you ever heard of Section
Yes.
230? Yeah, you clearly haven't researched it, bro. Hey, this is why for people on both sides of the aisles, we're calling to repeal Section 230 because the only reason Section 230 exists is because they needed to create an additional new exception to the currently existing laws, and that's because they were screwed. They would have been screwed. They would have been legally liable for whatever's on their platform. So, like anyone that covered Sandy Hook, anyone that covered any of these conspiracies, anyone that I don't know, lied about the stuff during the initial election, right? Anyone that lied about COVID, anyone that did anything, they could be legally liable for those things. Imagine the nightmare of all the medical misinformation, the actual medical misinformation that was pushed through on these platforms during COVID. That's now been proven to be a lie. They'd be legally liable for that stuff. They don't want.
But
they would
it's
never.
not to create a public sphere. It's only to not make them liable for something that is user content. That's the only reason.
And the only way that you can be not legally liable for what's on your platform is if it's treated like a public square.
No, you can just say you're not liable. You can. That's
you
the
can't
law.
just.
It's nothing
you
else.
can just say it. This is the most retarded. This is
yes,
devolved
because
to
that's
a
the
very
law.
stupid.
Oh, sorry, but that's the law. I'm just.
Okay, what law is it?
I've heard about it.
Cite the law. Cite the law.
What
law is it?
You're talking about the Section 230. That it doesn't say that it's.
Oh, you mean the new law that was created to give them publisher rights of censorship, but still protect them from the legal liability that publishers have to typically adhere to?
Yes.
Okay, so you're just
only has to treat
confirming my
user.
point.
Well, it's not the public sphere, because a public sphere is different.
It's a square, a public square.
No, it's a platform. It's a platform with user content, which is it's different.
Dude,
the reason why they had to make this law was
that people that took the vax just became incapable of.
But where does it say it's a public sphere? Like, where does it do they treat it like that? Where do they say it?
Okay. Listen, dude. YouTube is technically not a public square because it is a publishing platform. You're with me so far? So it is technically not a public square.
Repeat the last thing you said. What is not a public square?
YouTube is not technically a public square because it is a private publishing platform.
Yes, it's a private company with a private platform. Yeah, company.
Okay, correct. So private publishing companies have to be legally liable for what they publish.
But they're not a. You said private publishing company. I didn't mean private they're not a publisher. They don't publish.
Why not? What do they do then?
Because they're not a publisher. A publisher has an editor.
How come when you go underneath the video, it says published date?
What do you mean published date?
Oh my God, dude. When you go to a video and it's uploaded, it's published.
Well, it's not published by Facebook. It's published by its user content. It doesn't have a publisher.
Dude. Okay, either you can research it
It's
or
not
not.
moderated.
Listen, it says, I'm going to state a fact. The only reason YouTube is now not considered a publisher is because of Section 230. It's the Communications Decency Act. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act changed it to where they were no longer considered publishers because it was a gray area. They're like these huge tech companies. They're basically serving as public squares, but they're technically private publishers. So they created a new legislation to address it. And what they said was, they get to have the best of both worlds. They'll get to operate as a public square, meaning anyone can say anything and they don't have to be legally liable for anything. Just like if I go on the street and I pull out my microphone and I say something crazy, the city of Tampa isn't legally liable for anything I said. It's just a public square. So they get to operate, they get to have that benefit as if they were a public square. Okay? Because in the world, as a private company, you are legally liable for anything that you say and do. If you defame someone, you can be sued.
They have that in common with the public sphere. They have that in common. But that's the only thing they have in common.
It's not the exactly the same. They have the huge benefit of being a public square, which is that you aren't legally liable. Because in every other scenario in the world, a private company is legally liable for anything they say and do, because that's how our country works. If the New York Times puts out something defamatory about me, I can sue them. Okay, that's it, and that's the way it should be. But the difference is these major big tech companies, that you can't sue them. So something defamatory can be put out about me on YouTube. I can't sue them. Their argument would be like, well, yeah, because we're not really doing it. It's the users doing it. And the argument back would be like, okay, well, you need to make sure the users don't do that then. Okay, that's the way it works. But so because it was considered a gray area and obviously they were complaining, we will go under tomorrow if we're legally liable for everything on our platform. So like, okay.
Yeah, so Facebook wouldn't exist without it, for example.
And of course, by the way, these places donate huge sums of money to people in Congress. Okay, this is why they got such a good deal here. Okay, so they get the benefit of being a public square, meaning that people can say whatever and they can't get sued for it. And then they simultaneously got the benefit of being a publisher where they get to pick and choose what people can say. Okay.
Yeah, so they're not a public sphere because they can censor, right? They are because they're treated like a private company.
Only because of the law that gave them the exception, brother.
I agree. But I listen, Witsit, I don't disagree with you. We could treat it like a public sphere, but we don't. We say it's a private company. So they can create a platform with user content. They can also indiscriminately kick up people. They can censor. They can make their own laws.
I know that they can, but dude, your argument is basically to tell me the current state of affairs.
Yes.
Duh.
I know. I'm just agreeing with you. I agree with you that
I agree
it should be that, but it's not that.
Oh my God!
What the? That's my whole point. My whole point is that Section 230 should be done away with because it isn't right. You shouldn't. If you're going to get to pick and choose arbitrarily, which, by the way, look, YouTube just told everyone they can come back. YouTube rolled back to censorship.
So you want them to treat it like a public sphere?
Can you let me finish talking, please? So YouTube that was censoring stuff about COVID 3 years ago, you can now say those exact same things and not get stuff YouTube. So not only are they just arbitrarily deciding, they're changing their mind, okay? So some people are actually relying on that for their livelihood or whatever. It's just a terrible situation. Now, one could say, but dude, that's a private company. Just like Jimmy Kimmel getting fired. You chose to work there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree with that. I think that should be the case. America would suck if you couldn't do that. But that means you should be liable for whatever's on there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just how it works.
I think it's I kind of agree, but at the same time, the same reason we are in here, and if somebody starts like fucking posting child porn on this server, right? I guess the server owner wouldn't want to be liable for the person posting child porn. So if that's the case, then if you're saying you're liable, then what?
Do you know the law in that case, though? Like, for example, if that happened, as long as the server owner removed it as soon as they knew about it,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
wouldn't be liable
Of
for
course.
anything.
You can't
Okay, it's
leave it
just like
there on
defamation.
purpose.
It's exactly just like defamation. You
Yeah.
can't sue someone for defamation just because they lied. You have to prove that
Yeah.
they knew that they lied, and then once they knew it was a lie, they chose to leave it up. Okay, so then YouTube would be fine. It's just as YouTube sees that people are putting stuff up that would cause them to be legally liable, they could take it down retroactively.
Yeah, yeah.
And they
I
wouldn't get
agree,
sued.
but look at what I'm trying to tell you now is the consequences of doing that, because you couldn't have servers which has it could have a theme, it could have they have a moderation team. You couldn't have that. None of that would exist. You couldn't have any of that. The user content and all that, all those user-based communities that exist on internet would have to fall under that umbrella as well, which would
Okay, but do
be
you not see the
detrimental.
very easy?
It
Do
isn't
you
a
not see the
problem
very
any
easy
longer.
solution? You're making my argument stronger. Like, yeah, I agree. The
Yeah,
current
he is.
situation,
You think that's
yeah.
a
So
good thing?
but yeah, listen. No, the
Well, this
solution is
server
very
couldn't
simple.
exist.
Dude, calm down, my guy. Okay, the solution is very simple. It's just let people say what they want to, as long as it isn't a call to violence. We already have laws about speech, so you just apply the same laws to the content on these platforms. Problem solved. But that's not what they're doing, right? They're arbitrarily censoring with bias.
Also, they
So
have
how
the
do you
technology
solve
to.
when demo comes in the server and start screaming? How do you solve that?
They already have the technology
Can you mute
available
him?
to. Am I heard? They already have
Yeah,
the
I
technology
just had a
available
follow-up
to.
question to him,
Okay,
but
I'll start a sentence a third time then. They already have the technology available to extract patterns of speech and what is in an image. For example, just earlier, I shared a picture from a butchery, which I've never done before over the internet. And the first thing that happens, even though I have a very protective phone that blocks trackers and all kind of stuff, the first picture that came up on my Instagram reel that was posted and supposedly, given to me, was that of an animal that was being butchered. And I never used my Instagram to scroll through these kind of things. But it did immediately give me sort of content to watch that matched what I have shared in a private message to a person. So the thing is, that same technology could easily be applied for example, YouTube. So this argument about, for example, oh, they can upload child pornography, doesn't exist because it will be detected immediately and it could just be automated to delete it or remove it or, create sort of a restriction or impeachment on the account. So not a problem. Same thing with speech. If they can do that with an image, what hinders them from doing it with audio? Well, nothing. We have voice detection fucking running in the background on your phone at all times, picking up what you say. So it wouldn't be a problem to enable software that exists. It's just that it's not enabled by default at all times. So you're not familiar with its existence, but it exists. So there's really no argument. And lastly, I'll be very brief with this one. When Witsit earlier was sharing a fact of what the law is, there's no point in agreement or disagreement because your opinion about something that is a fact doesn't really matter. Like, you're not going to add to or refute or remove something that is a fact. It still stands, it still exists, it still is what it is. And yeah, that's it.
Let me make a couple of more points here. Like what the example you brought up was like child porn, right? That's already illegal, bro. Okay, so child porn's illegal. Now, this was like a big debate in the Supreme Court, was porn in general, and it was considered free speech, right? I don't like that, but whatever. So then, that would be the tricky issue, would actually be you'd have to write some type of exception that, like, okay, but YouTube has the right to ban pornographic material or whatever because people under 18 have access to it. And that would probably already be covered. So they wouldn't even really have to create an exception. But child porn's already illegal. Calls to violence, already illegal. So, and also it's already, you're already liable for defamation. are liable, right? So we already have the laws in place. All that would have to happen is that they just operate as if they're a public square. They have the benefit of a public square. Like if I go grab a microphone and talk on the streets of Tampa, I can say whatever I want. And if I were to make a call to violence, I could be arrested. And if I say that the vaccines very possibly have nanoparticles in them that have EMF sensitivity that could be manipulated and then cause them to swell up and then release whatever's inside of them, Tampa's not liable for anything I say. That's all that should happen. It's like a very simple fix. But the reason that this doesn't exist is the owners of these big tech companies, they have agendas. Okay. Like with the COVID thing, they were all getting a cut on. So it's wild that they've somehow gotten certain people in the population to go around and play their defense attorney, right? Because it doesn't make any sense, bro. If you disagree with something, free speech is if someone that you hate can say something that you hate, and I'll still defend your right to say it, right? So I mean,
Yeah. But like the point, I think the point I tried to make a point until Sinai talked for a while. But my point was that if you have free speech laws apply to places like this, for example, you can't have it's impossible to have a room because you're not allowed to moderate it. That's the problem. So if you want to have a flatter server, and I come in here servers. And I start to talk about, if I start to talk about something else I want to talk about, I can just say, well, it's free speech, buddy. I can say whatever I want to in here.
No. Yes. The servers could still be run individually. And worst case, then the owner of the server would be operated and run, meaning moderated, whatever. That was, why did you interrupt to say that? Okay. So my point is, worst case scenario, right? It's like the owner of the server could be liable for what was said in it. But realistically, it would still fall on Discord, and Discord has the protection of, so the point is that Discord is the one that couldn't censor people, not the individual servers within it. The individual servers within it can have whoever they want in it. The law doesn't apply to the users or the consumers. The law applies to the person that's actually offering the platform, the publisher. There aren't laws against the users of the New York Times. It's just the New York Times. So that's a made-up problem. That's not real. So anyway, it's so obvious what should happen. And by the way, this has been talked about for like 6 or 7 years.
Talking about the positive, but not the negative part of it. I think you're just.
Well, I refuted your 2 negative points. So what else you got? So child porn's already illegal, and the user and consumers aren't actually liable as the publisher itself. So what else you got?
No, the child porn thing is kind of different because it's already illegal, obviously, but they're not responsible for it. But if you want to say it's a public sphere, in the sense that you are allowed to say whatever you want to, and
but child porn's illegal in public too, my guy.
No, but okay, yes, that's true, but that's one part of it. But me saying stuff that's not illegal, but you don't want me to say it because I'm interrupting, whatever. I'm destroying the server, the theme of the server, whatever.
No, you're not. You're destroying yourself. He's refuted everything you said.
Yeah, I just addressed that, man. The consumer could still run their server how they wanted to.
How can then it's not free speech?
Oh my God, the consumer is not the one that is the publisher, dude. And by the way, the companies could for sure say, hey, in fact, we don't want to adhere to that. We don't want to ensure free speech as a public square. They could personally choose, I would rather operate as a private publisher so that we can fully control what is or isn't in our platform. They would have their full right to do that, but they would just also be liable for whatever is on their platform. The reason these companies won't do that, most of them wouldn't do that, is because they just want, like Discord is free. They make their money off of like Nitro, right? Off of upselling. But what, maybe 20% of Discord users have the Nitro. So they need to maximize the quantity of users. It's the same with YouTube. They want to maximize the traffic because of their ad revenue. So these big companies want as many people as possible. That's why they want to operate as a public square, and it's a freemium business model. So they would choose to be the public square as opposed to a private publisher. It would be up to them. They could do whichever one they wanted to.
Well,
And that's the way
YouTube
it should
has
be.
YouTube has an amazing business model. You got places like HBO and Netflix and stuff. These guys are making the content. They got to spend millions of dollars on making content. Like YouTube, just everyone gives it to them for free. They don't have to do anything.
Exactly. And after they've been here for so long, just their catalog alone is priceless. Like what's already on there. Like I can look up 2000, fix the steering wheel on my 2008 Honda CRV and there's a video.
So what you want? Sorry, I'm a little bit confused by what you're proposing. So are you proposing a kind of like a hybrid between publishing and free speech?
No, that's what currently exists. What I am proposing is that Section 230 is repealed entirely, and then each company is allowed to choose that they either operate as a public square, which means that they do not censor anything other than what's already considered unlawful, or they can choose to operate as a private publisher where they can selectively censor based on informational bias, but then they are liable for what they leave up. And which means it would just be like by the way, it would just be like
that's impossible.
Everything. It's not impossible because that's how it has been forever until Section 30, and that's how everything else in the.
When did Section 230 came? I've never heard of like anybody being, if anything, it must have been like one of the cases where the law came in the first place. When did Section 230 come? 1996 it says there.
Free speech has nothing to do with that.
Long before, like that's like the birth of internet.
Wait, do you understand what I'm saying? Sorry, that's good.
So Section 230 came in 1996, so it hasn't operated like this forever.
No, I'm saying everything else.
Listen,
I got a call. I don't know if you heard me. Everything else operates like that. So Section 230 only applies to social media. Section 230 only applies to social. Okay, bro. No, it's not. New York Times is online, dude. It's digital as well. Okay.
Yeah, but that's internet. That's after 1996.
That isn't the point. Dude, you're laughing because you think you're right about something, so you're not even listening.
He thinks he got you. It's a classic got you.
Yeah, so he's not listening.
But you're talking about internet stuff.
Maybe listen. Okay, everything else in the country works like this. Either you're a public square and you cannot censor people based on your bias. You can only censor based on what's illegal, or you're a private publisher. You can censor however you want to. Okay, you could be gay and be like, oh, hey, anyone that doesn't love gay people, I'm going to kick them off. You could do that. You're just legally liable for whatever is said on that platform. It is very simple. None of these huge platforms could ever afford to do that because they let everyone say all kinds of stuff. So they should
that's the model of internet content.
Okay, exactly. So it's just total bullshit. It's just the fact that they're super
powerful. So what
do you
want? Do you want that, or do you want free speech?
It's super powerful, rich people that have donated to Congress that have bought them off to create Section 230, where they get to have the best of both worlds. There is no logical argument against this. You haven't made any type of logical argument.
Sorry, can I respond? I hear what you're saying. Your response is you have two options, right? You either make them a private company under your definition. That would mean that they are liable for the content that is produced on that, right? Then this platform, social media and Discord and all these platforms wouldn't exist, right? It would be impossible for anybody to have a model nobody wants to be liable for that. Or if you are, right, it would be a completely different model where everybody here had to probably pay 10 times the amount that we are paying, or I guess it would definitely not be free to say that. You make it free. In that case, you are not allowed to kick people off the servers. You're not allowed to mute. You're not allowed to moderate because then you'll be violating.
I just debunked that, bro. I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm in Lowe's and I'm getting some wood cut and stuff like that. I'm busy.
How do you debunk that? That would be.
Did you notice how I let you finish and then you interrupt me within 7 seconds? You notice that? You notice the difference here that you're interrupting me every time? Can you maybe listen and then we'll have to have the same conversation 12 times? Okay, you're right. If there was if they decided to operate as a private publisher, they would have to increase the prices. It would collapse and go bankrupt overnight because they their business model I already said this though. Their business model depends upon maximizing the amount of users. That's why they have a freemium business model. They upsell you within
We
the
agree
platform.
there. That's great.
So we agree. We agree. They would never choose. These huge social media companies would never choose to be a private publisher because they'd have to change their whole business model. Okay, cool. So if they acted as a free public square, you keep on saying that the users would be screwed. That isn't true. First of all, the users on Discord can still be sued. If someone in this room says something defamatory against me, I can still sue them for defamation. You realize that, right? So I still have my legal protection against defamation in America against the individual consumers and users on this platform. Okay, so if it operated as a public square where they didn't get to subjectively and arbitrarily censor people based on what they like, during COVID, you couldn't talk about the vaccine. So, okay, if they became a public square, they couldn't do that. The consumers are not going to adhere to the publisher laws, though, because they're just the consumer, they're the user. They don't have to worry about that. It means you could still have your own server and you could still kick people out. You could still mute people. Nothing would have to change with the users. And just like always, if a user comes on here and starts to defame me, I can still sue them. Just like if I'm standing on a public square in the middle of
How can you
Tampa.
kick people out
Listen,
of the
dude,
server?
I'm almost done. If I'm standing on the street in Tampa and I start defaming you, even though I'm in a public square, right? I'm in a public square. You can still sue me.
How come
So
you
if
never sued me?
How can you
threatened to
kick
sue
me
me once
out
a
of the
time.
server and not
who
violate my
said
free
that?
speech?
Who said Rusted? I could sue you. Rusted, I literally could sue you.
You threatened to sue me. I was waiting. I'm waiting for the papers still. Please do.
I could sue you. The only complication with suing people like you is that you have a defense in court to just say you swear you really believed it. Because to actually win the defamation suit, you have to prove that the person knew it was a lie. It's not just about suing someone because it's a lie. You have to prove that they knew it was a lie.
Yeah,
It was
you have to
their
prove
attention that it was a lie.
that you were telling the truth, which you can't do. So that's
No,
why
that's
you're
not.
not
I
going
know
to
that
take
you're.
me to
I
court.
know that you're
Oh my
kind of
God,
slow.
please
I know you're kind of
don't
slow,
do this.
Rusted. Maybe listen really slow. Okay, it isn't about just proving myself to be telling the truth. It's about proving that you knew it was a lie. Do you not understand the difference in those two things? So you can't just sue someone because they lied about you. You have to prove that they knew it was a lie. So your defense could just be like, no, I truly believe the stuff I said. I didn't know it was a lie. And then I wouldn't win the lawsuit, even if I proved without a doubt that you
But
were wrong and
Witsit,
what you said was a lie.
you're talking about stuff that's illegal, right? But I'm talking about stuff that makes a channel, right? The what makes this a channel isn't that I can say stuff that's illegal or not saying stuff that's illegal. What makes this a channel is that it's flat earth based and you have your own moderation, you have your own internal rules. Or talking about if people don't, it could be different, but there are servers and there are rooms that want to have a specific theme and they want to have their own rules. They want to have their own house rules.
They would
How
still
do
be able
you
to do
you
that
can't? Okay, so how can you do that without if you
because
mute or kick somebody, you'll be violating their free speech.
Dude, they're a consumer. It would operate. Here's an analogy for you. It's like a permit. It's like if I go get a permit from the city of Tampa to be a vendor and sell some hot dogs, I can put whatever sign I want on it. I can sell whatever kind of hot dogs I want to. No one can stop me. I don't have to let people do anything. I went and got a permit from the city to have my own little vendor section inside the public square. Okay, so that's the way it would work as a consumer on these platforms. They would operate as a public square, which is actually the government giving them the benefit of technically being a publisher, but not having to adhere to publishing laws because it's unrealistic, right? Because it's operating as a public square. And you really can't even pull these things out. If you just removed X and removed YouTube, we'd be screwed. That's how we largely communicate. So we would allow them to operate as a public square. The consumers would get to operate as private consumers within that public square. So you get to still run everything on, nothing would change. If this change happened tonight, tomorrow, Discord would look exactly the same. The only difference would be we wouldn't be getting kicked off because we say things that the government doesn't like, right? That's all. That's the only thing that would change.
And just to throw in the point that was never spoken about, child pornography has nothing to do with expression or free speech. that is an infringement. It is a crime against the lives of children and their bodies. So you believing that it falls under expression is actually it's a miscategorization.
Mental problem. Sorry.
Please, could you say that repeated that cough that you made with the commentary?
Yeah, I said
please,
that if you
say it
think
again.
that it's someone has the right to spread child pornography as a means of expression, then they have a mental problem.
Yeah, it's called shock theater. This argument. It's really a confusion of what is actually expression and what is exploitation.
Yeah, but the
This
point
is
that
where
this whole conversation was about him, explaining the Section 230, and then there was an endless argument about a very simple point, and it took like 15 minutes or 20 minutes just to make that simple point because of the constant interruptions and the nuh-uhs. It's like crazy. You
Yeah,
can't
but
even talk to people about anything. Like if I was trying to tell people in this server, hey, it's a blue sky with a few clouds today, they'd be like, the sky's not blue. It actually doesn't have a color. You have to actually use the sun to fluoresce the oxygen and the helium and the hydrogen in the air in order to get color out of it. So no, it's like, bro, you guys will argue about anything in here. It's crazy.
No, I think we should really rest it that's child pornography is not about speech. It's rather documentation of abuse and an exploitation against the children. So
I think we could all
it has
agree
nothing
it's
to do
gross,
with free
dude.
speech.
I don't even know if we gotta have this conversation, do we?
Yeah, what's the point in talking
No,
about it,
it's
bro?
super dead. It's super dead. I don't remember how it came up. To be fair to the guy, though, real fast, like he brought up child porn just as like kind of a default example. That probably is the first thing that came to his
You could use
mind as
any
something.
example. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
what
I'm
you
just, yeah, I think you're just like something egregious that we've all heard of someone doing, like dropping pornographic material in a Discord and
I
getting
could just
kicked out.
say
Yeah,
I could
that's
just
why I
say
called it
like
shock theater. That's why I called it shock theater, because he attempts to create an argument through the theater of shock,
no,
which is
it
really
wasn't really my intention.
giving
We could
view
just
to a
pick any
topic that
other example.
supposedly puts people back in their seat and like supposedly gives you a
No,
good
No,
point.
it's not.
There's really no point.
Anyway, by the way, guys, just so you know, like Trump, I mean, obviously we can't trust that guy, but he has historically basically echoed the sentiment that Section 230 is infringement on free speech and that it should be repealed, which of course raises red flags. And I don't know. I mean, I kind of have a prediction that Trump will be like the Trojan horse will come in, act like he is going to stand up for free speech, and then what they'll do is try to say we're going to make the internet itself a public square, and here's a new internet bill of rights or something like that, and like discreetly slip in the fact that now the government is in control entirely of the basically a state sponsored internet. So I think that's maybe where we're going with this whole like tech surveillance thing.
Yo, I never got to hear what your take was. I'm taking a social media cleanse right now, for at least a week. So I've like not really even touched anything. I never got to hear what your take was on the Charlie Kirk thing from like a week ago.
That's beside the point.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I don't think it's relevant at all. Respectfully. But anyway, the point is that you see how like what everyone does though is starts arguing about the 30-6 not making sense. And so then what kind of ends up being taken for granted is that the assassination's real. So this is one of the other reasons that I think it might not be real at all, because we're set up with such fake details that everyone argues about the blatantly retarded official story, that what happens within those arguments is the assumption that there was an assassination. So then everyone's just trying to figure out, well,
who's doing that here?
Who was the
correct?
What direction? Who's doing that here? Are you capable of following arguments? Or are you just desperately sitting in the corner of your room hoping to get a gotcha like your stupid little gay comment?
I know you're mad about me exposing me for.
What was the ad hom? What was the ad hom? What was the ad hom? What was the ad hom?
Pointing out that I'm like sitting in the background, like not listening to me.
Yeah, that's what you did. You jumped in the middle of the conversation a second ago and said, "Would you call that Mr.
I don't want to be. I don't want to talk
bring
about
up
TFE
Antarctica
right now.
because you're such a loser." Then months later, you
bro.
still desperately have to talk about it. And why did you make the comment about Mistgate then?
Okay, we'll talk about fucking Vapegate. Okay, fine. We'll switch it to that. God.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You're a loser. So anyway, So my point is that, like, on a grand scheme here, on the grand like scale, they got everyone arguing about the caliber not making sense, and that's exactly what you would do if the whole thing was fake. I will say though, has anyone seen the still shot that looks like you can see the bullet? Because that part's crazy. It perfectly times up with the shot, and frame by frame, the bullet is caught. And then I've seen someone jump on Grok and ask, like, based on various calibers, even a handgun, when the frame per second of an iPhone, would you be able to see it? And the odds are you would catch the bullet in a couple frames.
Has that ever happened
So
before?
it is definitely possible.
But I mean, if you look at the other videos that were playing, there was so many mosquitoes and like things flying on the air that you catch glimpse of them in there. So it could just be one of those just at the same practical time.
Well, that freaking mosquito is ungodly fast and flying super straight at an angle down toward them.
Well,
There
has
were
anybody ever
there were
done that?
multiple critters just flying around. If you look at any other videos, that is definitely probably the cat, because you'll see them like just one frame, and if you see those videos, so there might have been multiple things. Also, I don't know if you've heard the other theory on the one is the squib, and the other is that the mic blowing up.
Yeah, I heard that the compression is going to be trickier in the mic, but I have heard that. I mean, so like the hologram thing is super interesting, but the issue with the hologram thing is the same with him going in the trap door in general. It's like he was seen throwing the hats out, and then he goes, sits down, and so how's he getting the trap door? And the video I saw about it
We
was like,
don't.
well, maybe the tent had these cloaking sheets, because there are like these invisible looking sheets that you can hold up and you just see right. It looks like you see right through it to whatever the background is. But it's like, what? No, people were walking in and out of the tent. You know what I
Dude,
mean?
there
Like
was
the
guys.
whole
It's
tent
not a
wasn't
tunnel
covered in
anyway.
sheets that were then.
It's not a tunnel. What is it?
No, it's an access panel. It's an access panel.
I think it's like
Okay.
it's like a yeah. It's
So
like
there
you could
couldn't be
fit
a
in it.
tunnel
You could
attached
fit
to
in it
that?
though, right? Like
No, it's
Like,
like an access panel to get like to wiring under the ground and stuff like that.
yeah, but have you been in it? Like, do you
I mean, I
know
guess
that there's
technically.
not? It couldn't be connected to something else. Like, there's
Well,
tons of tunnels all over.
I've seen pictures
that
of
part
it
the
from
country.
overhead. I've seen pictures from it from overhead. It looks just like a normal access panel.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's
a person could fit in there, and I mean, you can't claim that it doesn't attach to something down there, because unless you know and you've been there,
But what?
So
They're,
it was a.
the
So is it
fact is,
explosion
though,
at his neck? Was it a device on his neck that actually penetrated his neck and made the hole?
we don't know, but like I said, the acoustic forensic analysis shows that it did not come from 200 meters away. Like, it couldn't have come from 200 meters away. It should have been a 0.3 of a second delay, and it was only about 1/10 of a second, depending on where around the amphitheater the phone was, because there's a bunch of different cell phones. You can analyze them all. They're all within.
Let me say this though, that
Where
gets
was this kind of
complicated if
what
you
was this kind of
consider.
analysis on TFE when we needed the Ether cause guys to look into this stuff?
Dude, shut the hell up, bro. Come
Dude,
on.
your TFE argument was equivalent
I'm just
to
wondering, like, there was I don't remember him saying,
Dude,
like,
your TFE argument was equivalent to a third grader trying to tie their shoes, dude.
I
You
know,
got
that's
so
what Avron.
thoroughly debunked within a week, and you just kept saying it anyway. Now
I'm
it's
a
been
grown
9 months,
legal
and
wife, and we somehow make babies.
now it's 9 months, and you're still saying it. So, like, that's why we just ignore you. If you want to know,
I'm
that's
just
why.
wondering why that guy, like, he's like so, like,
He
he's so
answered you.
smart, and he didn't like where did he use his brain for the TFE stuff?
Hello, this is there a mod here that can mute Q up, because he's definitely not on point with what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Not on point. You for not being on
I'll mute him next time, so he can cry about how he's being censored because he's such a truther that we can't handle him. But yeah, the point is that actually who you're talking to about being so smart, he was sitting there with me watching my screen as I showed the full 4K 30 hour, and we tried to figure out how to export it while you were sitting over here making up stories schizophrenically in the corner. So can you stop interrupting the conversation? That's the fourth attempt to derail the conversation and go back to your TFE obsession.
Yeah, he got muted and he bounced.
Left.
So it's so gay, dude. So, but because I am about to do a stream on this, so I'm glad we're talking about this, because I'm trying to, on the stream, I'm not going to make any claims other than just to kind of cover everything. So I think it's cool that I haven't until now, because so much stuff keeps coming out. Right now, it's post memorial, all this stuff. So the autopsy thing makes no sense. So because like it's a state law, you have to do an autopsy. It's a law, right? Like if any homicide investigation requires an autopsy. So that
And then
makes
the
no sense. And
shirt,
they
because the
cremated.
shirt blowing up like that before there was even any kind of shot, it's kind of weird. I think Gio sent me
Yeah.
something that there's the pneumatic squibs that use like air squibs and squib FX. They produce air power systems that are safer, reusable, and don't require explosives. So I mean, there's they use CO2 cartridges and shit like that. So
Yeah, because that's what it implies, right? Is like that something inside the shirt went off.
which also broke his necklace.
It did,
And
yes.
make
The
it,
necklace
yeah.
flew off. But this is another thing though. Like it looked like in one of the videos that this like ex-Marine was showing, where he was saying that the bullet came from his right, entered in behind his ear, and then the exit wound is what we saw, which by the way would complicate the time frames as well, right? Like if what you're considering an entrance wound is actually an exit wound, well now it has to travel through his like head down through his neck, which is going to cause a delay right before the exit. But it's like when he goes frame by frame, it looks like a splatter. It's either, I mean, it looks like a splatter comes off of his neck, right? Like I saw a guy like 2 days afterwards trying to claim that was the necklace. But then he's like, wait a minute, it doesn't really make sense. And it doesn't make sense. It almost looks like something. It looks like a wire almost, but it could be like a little splatter of blood pops out to his right.
What I thought it was, I thought it was at first he had an earpiece, but because it looked like something just flying off of his ear. So, but if you search Donk, he has some high quality. If you're gonna make a video, Donk has some high quality video that you could download and see.
Yeah, can you drop it or send it? Because I'm driving.
Sure.
Or I'll try to remember. Yeah, but like it's not an earpiece, right? Because then people zoomed in and all the higher definition frames before that from different angles, and he doesn't have anything on his ear, which doesn't really make sense to have anything on your ear. He normally doesn't have anything on his ear because he just mic'd up for backup audio, and then he's sitting there with the mic listening to the person. He doesn't really need to have headphones on. You know
By
what
the
I'm
way,
saying?
that video that there's different videos. The 4-second one, like the really short one where he's like bleeding out of his neck and it's like super traumatic to watch. That one was manipulated. The other ones that I've seen that I've analyzed were real. So like it's interesting that there's like a mixture of like real and like manipulated video. Like I think that they did like overlays over the real video and like added gore and a bunch of stuff to it because I used deepfake scanners. Like the 4-second super up close, super gory neck fountain video said like it was like 61% likelihood of fake, and then like the far away one, which is like up in the center, kind of off to the left, that zooms in and then sees him get shot. That one said it was 4% likely to be fake, meaning it was real. So
yeah,
like,
my only issue is like so people send me screenshots of like AI detecting if something's fake with pictures from our trip to Antarctica telling me that it was fake. I'm like, okay, I was freaking there, brother. So
I did that.
I don't know how reliable those are. I mean, I don't know.
I did the same thing for the moon landings and for the what's the other ones? The parachutes on the rockets or whatever. Those all came up fake, and it was the same thing dude's saying. Like some of the pictures came up as real, and then the ones with the parachutes came up fake. The ones with the sun from Antarctica came up fake. The squishing sun shot came up as edited. There's, I mean, some of them, that's what they do. They interlay the fake with the real. Like they can't just sell it all fake. They have to mix in, just like Alex Jones, tells you some truth and then mixes in bullshit.
Nothing from
with
Antarctica was fake, man. I was there, so it's just
okay. Well, we're not talking about
TNT,
right?
It.
You brought it up this time.
You brought it up.
I didn't bring that up this time. I've been avoiding
fair
it.
enough. Yeah,
I'd like to believe it. I didn't see any penguins.
It's like, yeah, penguins are only on the coast, man. They would die in there. Are you kidding me? There weren't even insects where we were.
Pretty sure he was joking.
Okay. Yeah, but I can't tell because some of the accusations are so retarded that I would think they're jokes. But anyway, bro, I will say for me, it's on the table that Erica Kirk was a honeypot and that he really died. Like, I'm not saying that he did die for sure, but like it's still on the table for me. I haven't made out like a really coherent storyline as to how it was faked. I never saw him go down the trap door. If it was a hologram, he still would have had to go down the trap door because he threw the hats out before that. And then this whole idea of like cloaking shields around the tent, that's stupid. I watched the videos. People go in and out of the tent. That couldn't be the case. So it would have been really tricky to get him to really come out, throw hats, and then go sit down and become a hologram and get in the trap door without us seeing it. And yeah, it just looked like a typical kind of botched Intel cover up with a patsy. And they have the one guy that claims he did it, so then the fake patsy can get away.
I got one question though. You just said that we didn't see him go in the trap door. There was a table and a bunch of people covering him. How can you even claim that you didn't see it when nobody got a good shot of what happened behind that table?
There's actually a slow motion video that I just posted. I linked it to the original poster. There's a slow motion video that you see him raise his arm, and you also see him when he has no blood in his shirt. But his hand, he moves his hand as well. By the way,
yeah, he's still alive at that point. I saw that video too.
So
I saw a video.
His hand has blood, and the same hand that had blood when he was being dragged out had blood in it as well. So.
And then Candace Owens, take her or leave her, I guess, but she says that the video was shown from the back where they took the camera and then never released the footage. And that guy says he's getting all kinds of death threats and stuff. She knew him, reached out to him. He said he turned it over to the feds immediately. That's why he grabbed it. But she says that they jumped on a Zoom call and he showed her the footage and that from the back, it's not gory at all. You don't see anything. And that the only blood you see is on his hands. But I would say I saw footage where you can clearly see Charlie Kirk, right? There's not people blocking him or anything. Like when he walks over to the table and he's setting up and then sits down to talk to people, like there's not just people blocking him. You can see him. And
no, I'm talking about after the shooting happened. Like after the shooting, there's people everywhere. There's like 10
I'm
people
talking about, I'm talking about if it was a hologram story or if he got in the trap door, he would have to do that before the fake shooting, right? Your theory is that he was there, he like faked the blood and then got in the trap door and then they carried a dummy or something. Is that what you're saying?
Probably. That's what's most likely.
You think he's still alive? Seriously? You think he's still alive?
Yep.
Where do you think he went?
Valhalla, man. Didn't you hear?
Where?
You didn't hear the Valhalla? You didn't hear that dude talk about Valhalla and all the memes?
I would say it's gonna be really hard to put that guy in witness protection though, because he's got I don't know if you can put surgery on those gums. I said it the other day. I'm not even really joking.
That's not his wife though talking either. Look at pictures of his actual wife versus who spoke at his shit. Like that's not the same person.
Well, like, wasn't the guy that supposedly shot him, like the patsy, wasn't he eating at Dairy Queen like 5 hours later or something like that, or 6 hours later?
Yeah. That was during, if you notice the Superman, there was a Superman thing on the wall. That was from, what, a year, 2 years ago?
No. Some Dairy Queens still have that up. It's allowed to promo all the way through September 31st.
It's weird they said Charlie Kirk has bones.
Somebody went to that same Dairy Queen, and it wasn't up.
Yeah, a week later.
They said Charlie Kirk is like Superman, like his bones, and he was.
I posted a video.
Superman thing.
I posted a video of 10 minutes.
I think he's a lizard person.
Damn, Sanic, you heard me trying to get in. You heard me trying to get in. I posted a video about 10 minutes before the actual shot happened. That was posted on UVU Review. And it's pretty much quite def of him having a conversation as he had in. I think it was like 10 minutes before the shot.
Yeah, I sent it to you to Witsit. The full video, high quality.
Have you seen the share going through the table though? That it looks like it's going through the table.
Yeah, that big video.
I just blocked that.
That's motion estimation MPEG artifacts. I said it before on other things. That's for sure. MPEG artifacts.
So you're saying that the motion estimation artifact was that it actually put it. If you put it through the, hold on, I'm talking. Put it going through the actual table, bro.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Don't even argue with him about it.
That's how it works. You're gonna argue with me about something you don't know about.
Yeah, is it quiet in here?
Videos don't have motion estimation.
Xanax, you're trying to waste our
don't
fucking
have
all
time.
this is
motion
compressed
estimation.
video, and when things happen quickly, there is a
Dude, just
lot of
shut up. No
confusion
one
of the motion
cares. We can
estimation
see it
device
go through the fucking
Motion
algorithms in the
estimation
actual
is not a
MPEG
thing.
No one
encoder
cares,
that'll
bro.
cause that problem. On the encoding
Motion
side of things,
estimation is not
Okay,
a
you're
hey,
thing.
going to talk completely over me
can
and
we
not let me
talk
give it
one at a
one.
time?
The only
Zanuck,
person
I'm
here
trying
in
to
the
moderate.
entire
Zanuck, I'm
field
trying to
that
moderate.
knows about
Zanuck, I'm trying to
MPEG, and
moderate.
you're going to shun me out.
Okay, can
Good,
I
good for
moderate?
you.
Can I
Real
moderate? Can
smart.
I moderate? Can I moderate? Can we not interrupt each other, man? Like, look, everyone's all excited to talk or whatever. Can we just like keep it concise and not interrupt each other? That'd be great.
Yeah,
Thank
here's
you.
a good
Somebody
fact.
stop
Motion
lying through his.
estimation doesn't exist.
Yeah, can you
Sorry,
stop
Motion
lying
motion.
through
estimation
his
is a
ass?
integral part and
No, it's
intrinsically.
not.
No one
Doesn't
cares,
exist.
bro.
Oh, it's not. You
Doesn't
know how
exist.
MPEG works? If I
Yeah, I
if I
do.
videotape a ball in the air and it's got a trajectory, do you think every frame is got the
Oh
ball?
Lord,
The
save
data from the
us
ball is
from
look.
this.
Let me explain real quick because I think you have no
So
clue
it
what I'm talking
estimates
about.
what has
No,
to be there.
Let me just you can't help
we
yourself.
don't
Just
want your
I'm the only one here that
misunderstanding.
has worked professionally in the field, and you're just going to shut me down. And you
No,
think you know more. You have
please
done
don't
it.
What
fill
you
this
rode the
room with
You
your
have
coder
a
for it or what?
tongue-proven
misunderstanding.
disease. You should get it
Okay,
looked
I'm gonna
at.
try to
Please don't
moderate
fill
Yeah,
one
your
more. I'm
buddy.
gonna
room
try to
with the
moderate. I'm gonna
false
try to moderate one
misunderstanding.
more time. I'm gonna try to moderate one more time. Zanuck, first of all, this is what you do. I don't know if you're even aware of this. Okay, you're so intense that as soon as you get in a conversation, it derails everything because you're just so high strung, bro. So you're just like it's like you're trying to fit in a million words a minute, and you
Fight
just
me.
start raising your. I'm trying. I'm
You get the
talking
same
right now. I'm
excited.
talking. I'm talking right now. You
You're
start
always
getting
talking.
really loud. You start getting really loud, and you start like talking super fast, and then you start interjecting over
People are
people.
speaking over me
Zanuck, that isn't true because you're interrupting me right now. Okay, so
because
what
you're saying
happens?
things like you do to me. When you say things incorrectly, you're gaslighting me.
Okay, I'm not gaslighting you. You don't seem to
You
know what that
are.
word means. Okay,
I do know what
Zanuck,
it means.
I'm
You're
trying to
telling
help you out.
me
I'm
what
trying
I
to help
am
you
This
and
out.
what
is
I've
called
done, which I haven't done, to make
victimhood
me feel like I've done
manipulation.
it. I haven't done
Now
it.
he's hijacking the
Let me have the
stage.
floor for a
Victimhood
second. See if you can
manipulation.
control
No,
yourself.
dude, you just talked over somebody that was modding, bro. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm literally trying to help the situation here. So
But you're
that's my advice.
gaslighting me. You're lying
Zanuck,
about
stop,
me.
You're
dude.
crying.
Zanuck, I'm gonna
Victimhood
mute you.
manipulation.
Zanuck, if you interrupt me again, I'm gonna mute you. Okay. So I'm just giving you a genuine piece of advice. That's what happens, and then it just starts cascading from there. Okay. So if you want to just act like everyone else in the room and just kind of be more calm and then more concise and not interrupt, then I'll try to mod for you as well and get people not to interrupt you. But last thing I'll say here, do not hijack this conversation talking about how you're such an expert and we all need to get out our notebooks because you're going to teach us and talk down to us and try to lecture us about some BS that we don't want to hear. Okay. So try to keep it concise and try to stop being so loud and intense and interrupting. Okay. And that goes for
Got it.
everyone, I think.
To be
Yeah.
fair, he
So
was the
the
one being
reason. Oh wait. Now
interrupted.
this isn't your time to jump in. It's my turn to respond. So yes, I
She was trying to
appreciate that.
help you.
I know you think you are, all right? You in one way you are helping, because I think moderation is a good thing. But the reason that I will start raising my voice and start speaking
now
more
he starts to
loudly
teach.
is when people like this idiot starts talking over me.
Thanks.
I had a simple point. I said MPEG estimation. He's in background saying it doesn't exist. It does exist. Go look it up. It's common knowledge for anybody in video. Where the MPEG, different from motion JPEG, which actually takes individual frames and like JPEG pictures and strings them together to make video. Very data and data intensive as far as quantity. MPEG doesn't have that quantity issue because it's estimating where it thinks things will be and actually takes the image it's already got and replicates it without increasing the data quantity in that file. So it's very important for MPEG, and it's the reason you can have compression as we do. And as a consequence of that methodology and that algorithm, you can have things that was just talked about where chairs can look like they're going through tables and things because it happens so quickly. The motion estimator doesn't have the amount of information and the predictive analysis to be able to actually replicate where things are going to be. Can't do it actually because it's not doing it actually. It's doing it by predictive algorithms. So that's all I wanted to say. And that is a real thing. And it definitely is the reason for that kind of, not the other kind of things we're saying that we're talking about and discussing, but the table and other things like that are definitely MPEG artifacts.
Hey Zanuck, does it so that's a thing in certain situations, but this is a two-part question. One, doesn't that doesn't that apply way more often to lower frame rate and lower data bandwidth video captures? And two, that wouldn't have anything to do with like people's fingers becoming like spaghetti string long, and then like rings on the fingers, switching fingers and stuff, right?
It can stretch things for sure, because when you talk about it, sees motion and it predicts by whatever information it has on the math, on the physics, the actual acceleration that it's measuring for brief instances. If it doesn't have an information, it would, like for if you move your hand real quickly and stop it, it thinks it might be going longer, so it might stretch your fingers. It might do things like that. It might.
Yeah, but you're talking about motion blur. I'm talking about like a person sitting still, like because if they're sitting there and they're just sitting in a chair, normal motion, moving their hands like in place, wiggling their fingers just while they sit there stationary. It's not going to cause rings to. It's not going to cause rings to like be on the ring finger one moment and then be perfectly on the pinky finger the next moment, or for their fingers to like elongate while they're just sitting still.
Now for the F to disappear, but I think that video might have been faked. I think the video might have been faked to confuse everyone.
I agree with
In
that.
the high,
it's from the 4 second video.
High resolution
Okay, I
video,
didn't
we
respond,
don't
okay.
see a morphing of the ring. We didn't see that in the high quality video.
The ring moved. The ring moved
Alright.
from one finger to the next.
Not in the high
Can you
quality move.
can you
footage
post a
from
video of
the
what you're talking
university.
about? Because I've been looking for that and I didn't see any ring drop. I saw people claiming
Yeah,
a ring drop,
yeah.
but I didn't see a ring drop, and I didn't see
It
the ring move
switches
finger.
fingers. It goes from his ring finger to his pinky finger.
Yes, but can you post what you're talking about and not
I
stills?
put it in
'Cause-
the chat. Yeah.
Thank you,
Does
thank
it
you.
also fall off too?
That's
like
what the claim was, but I don't.
after,
When
I
you
think.
look
It
at
does.
the
Oh, I've seen him
footage,
play with that ring before, and it does have a hinge on it. And he does have. In fact, one conversation he spent like half the conversation trying with while he's holding the microphone to try to get the ring back clasped.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't matter because the high definition shot.
The point I wanted to
of this-
make regarding the MPEG is that yes, not only can it blur things, it can actually move things and create the actual image can be in a different part of the frame, in different part of the field of view, erroneously.
Okay,
because
Zanuck, we
it
heard your
should be
point.
there.
Okay, cool. The cameras can do stuff. Yeah, you say that about all the
No,
fake
not
space
the
stuff
camera.
too. Okay, look. Okay, just consider your point duly noted. Okay, so the point here though is that the high definition footage of the same shot, the same time, there's many other angles that don't show any of those anomalies. The F doesn't disappear, the ring doesn't move around like that. So that would lead me to believe, right, that was faked. And it was interestingly the first video I saw, it was all over the place at the very beginning. So very quickly, how does that even happen? Like right afterwards, they have a video ready, right? They quickly took a video and altered it some way and shoved it out there. So then instead of questioning all the other details, they're saying like, wait, did a bullet come from somewhere else or whatever? Everyone's talking about it was AI. And he wasn't even, that would require him not really even be there. And those 3,000 witnesses aren't real or whatever, because I know someone through someone else that was there because that's the college they're alumni to. And then their like younger cousin goes there and the event was real. So anyway, that's just my opinion. It's like what makes the most sense to make sense of all the angles is that evidence or that video was altered to kind of muddy the water.
Was the HD one showing all that blood?
Which
the
is
same
kind
as the
of
other
weird. Which is kind of weird when that nobody ever heard, talked about the ring until we saw the ring. When I go shift from one thing to the other, one finger to the other, and then all of a sudden they have a new camera, a new angle of him actually playing with the ring in some other event, which nobody ever noticed for some odd reason.
I noticed it.
You've never noticed it until now.
I noticed that he made a big deal out of that.
When we first had the conversation, you said it was also some kind of motion MP frag crap.
That's the reason.
Don't come with that bullshit that you noticed it. And the first thing out of your mouth when we
I didn't notice
conversation, when we first had the conversation, was that it was an artifact. That's what you said that whole time. You did not say it was a hinge.
I didn't notice. I'm admitting to you, I did not notice that.
Okay, so then if you, but you said you just said that you noticed it.
Wait, can I do something real fast? Can I do something real fast? Well, don't let him get you. Don't let him get you worked up. I know, Zanuck. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna speak for the room here. There's maybe a few exceptions. You're kind of becoming very frustrating. Okay, so look, we want you to participate or whatever, but can you try to? What we're trying to do is figure out what's going on and make sense of all the evidence. We really don't need some like defense attorney to let us know how everything's on the up and up. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question for a litmus test. Okay. Are you buying the official story about who they claim the shooter is?
No, I definitely have questions. So I'm on
Okay.
the same page as you guys in that respect. Not everything else. I think you're bringing up a lot of points. I like the way you're scattergunning everything, which is great. We're going to review everything we can get our hands on. I like that. But as far as being gaslit to be saying I've knew this and did that and
Oh,
make
stop making it
issues
about
that,
you,
that's all
bro.
bullshit. The
Stop with
ring
this
can't
narcissistic, everything's about you and you're a victim stuff.
No. I don't look. My ego is strong enough to not have to worry about being put down and taking it personally. I just want
Well,
to
you
have a conversation.
certainly seem to work it in and never. Okay, yeah, I asked you a yes or no question. I asked you a yes or no question. I asked you a yes or no question. I asked you a yes
Who
or
are
no
the
question.
arbiter of everything?
You
Let me just
answered it,
you're
Zanuck.
moderator.
No, Zanuck, I had a point I wanted to make. I just wanted you to say
You
yes
have
or
lots
no.
of points you want to make, but go ahead.
Dude, projection.
No,
So,
you won't let me make a point.
Oh, I just cleared the room for you to make your stupid point about the camera.
Last time you did, I appreciate that, but that's very rare. But go ahead, make your point.
Thank you so much. Okay, so you notice how even Zanuck says he has question and isn't just buying the official narrative. So the reason I asked that question is, don't you guys realize or think that they know that, right? Like, they obviously made the story so stupid that everybody, the people that would typically just say, no, the feds have no reason to lie. They're doing their best to get this guy. And the current administration's Republican, so of course they want to catch the bad guys, right? Even those people are like, this isn't adding up. And it was the same thing with Trump's assassination attempt, right? The official story didn't add up so obviously that everybody was like, wait a minute, the Secret Service had to be in on it. Wait a minute, the feds are obviously complicit with the cover up, right? So you get my point. They clearly want us to think that there's something going on. And to me, that actually makes me step all the way back and be like, okay, this may all be fake. If what they want me to do is argue or talk about the discrepancies and everyone to question the official shooter narrative, then, well, that's a perfect sleight of hand where you're just assuming that there was a real assassination.
Can I
agree. I think that's like a very reasonable point. You don't, if you use the concept of fog of war and you apply it to propaganda and world events that happen and get all over the news like this, you have to really like step back and choose to like disconnect yourself from the events happening, at least for a long period of time. Keep up with stuff, but don't like form any conclusions, because you're right. Like, even the information that you're getting fed, because you are getting fed information by the algorithms and whoever's like releasing the stuff, is like being carefully crafted in order to make you think along certain lines. Anybody who, like, if in this example, anybody who's from the South who has any kind of background hunting or shooting rifles or anything like that, everybody knows that if a man got shot straight on with a 30-06, his neck would get blown out. And when they come on the news and even on Fox News and they're like, "Man of Steel, Charlie Kirk, stopped a bison killer bullet," like a 30-06 has 2,800 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle, like over 7 times more than a 9mm. It would, like, everybody knows that's crazy. You can go to YouTube right now and look up 30-06 videos, and all the comment sections are talking about, well, this definitely didn't shoot Charlie Kirk, like literally, like just random videos from years ago. So everybody knows that. I think he's right.
Watermelons and things, which are a little
I actually
different.
predicted this would happen. About 2 weeks before he got shot, I was on Rig's server saying, what are they going to do about Charlie Kirk? Because it became very obvious to me that this guy's a Fed, and I was realizing that it's too obvious that this guy's a Fed, Charlie Kirk. So they have to do something about it. I literally predicted this.
He's a Fed.
Can you record it and drop it?
Well, I was looking at.
Far back?
Yeah, I don't think Rick's uploaded the VODs, but.
Can I just bring up one thing really quick, just on what that guy was saying, Donk's video that he just posted? The question is that what people keep claiming is the ring fell off of the finger, but all the video footage that I've been able to find is it cuts off right when it happens, so you don't see if the ring falls or not. Like, that video you posted is great and all, except for it cuts off right at the point that, like, people, like, just the people that are claiming that it's falling, they're not posting it actually falling, and they're just showing like a screenshot, but it's not from the actual video. When I look at the video, I don't see anything fall. So if anybody has that, I've still been looking for that.
You do see the finger be at the pinky in this video.
It does look like that. Yeah, it does look like it changes to the pinky. It is also really super grainy and hard to see. So I don't know where this other footage is coming from, where it shows it really clear as day on the other finger, and then showing it dropping while he's not holding onto the microphone. So if that's the case, then what did he grab the microphone again when it changed to the other finger? Like, it's just some of the stuff I'm seeing is not adding up. That's why I'm asking.
The Donk video shows it changed fingers. I'm looking at it right now. The one he posted at 412.
He's just saying it's grainy. It was from the original image. It was from the original video. For some odd reason now that video is now 380p, not 720p. I don't know if it's because it's from older view and they start removing videos. Unless, I don't know if anybody here, you have, Witsit, you should have X. You pay for X, right?
Who, me? I don't have X.
Witsit.
I don't know.
Witsit, you pay for X, right?
Yeah, I was watching the video.
I wonder if you could download a higher quality video or get this video in higher quality.
Yeah, someone send a link.
I'll send you
their link.
I mean, it's not necessarily it is the quality of the video, but it's mostly that it cuts off right when the ring would be dropping, and we would be able to see it dropping. Is where you don't see the video keep playing.
Yeah,
so I'm just trying to
the
look for a longer extended version. Is what I'm looking
right.
for.
The original video though that was posted on X had that the ring coming out with the gore part, right? The whole thing.
Yeah, I never saw anything about the
video,
ring falling off. All I ever saw was the video where the ring switches, and then I thought it switched back, and people were saying it was AI. So I don't know. I don't remember anything about it falling off, but
Yeah.
I was in an Uber, like super busy at the time, so I could be wrong. Right? I don't remember.
Yeah, I
The
just
ring
posted what I
was open back. It was open back, so like it would make sense that it could fly off if you were to jerk your hand away fast enough. But switching fingers magically in like fraction of a second doesn't make sense.
And then going back,
I thought it was a hinge finger, a hinge ring, which opens
because
up.
if you look at the fingers, there's a chance. I know you don't like this answer, but there's a chance when something moves quickly, that object with respect to other flesh and other fingers and things that are certain shapes, MPEG can cause things like that to happen, depending which way it moves.
I gotta be honest, you sound like you work for the feds and you're like a defense attorney. This is just like when we cover NASA
I have a lot of
footage. It's just
experience
like
with these kind of.
unbearable.
I have a lot of experience with these kind of artifacts, and that's something that's similar to. I'm gonna say it's the same, but it's similar to what I've seen before. It may not be the problem. It may be something else, but it is.
Okay, cool. I think Russ has tried to get in a few times.
I just want to finish my thing about the ring. I posted the pictures of the stills, and it shows a ring dropping. I'm trying to find if this is a fake, because the hand's not holding onto the mic at this point, so it could look like it moved fingers if it's in free fall going down, then or coming up to catch
right.
it.
That's after that's why I was asking if it went back. I thought I saw it go back.
Because he doesn't have the microphone in his hand right here either, so obviously he didn't re-grab the microphone. So whatever that thing is dropping, I'm just looking for that. But every footage that I see, it ends before you see anything drop.
No. What happens is he has the mic in his hand. He puts his hand with the mic in it down to rest in his lap, and then he immediately raises the mic back up to answer back to the guy. And this happens in about half a second, right? Like he puts the mic down, picks his hand back up, and when he picks his hand back up, the ring is now on his pinky, and then he gets shot, and then he drops the mic as he gets shot, and his arms fly back, and that's when you see the ring flying off. So that it's like two separate things.
Okay, I guess
so I'm trying to find the things Xanax might be something like Xanax saying maybe right. I mean, has anyone seen anything iffy about the ring in any of the other shots?
Yeah, I see it in every video I have that's able to see it close enough. The ring looks like it's his finger.
So because we could like always try to get the resolution. You know what's up the resolution? There's upscalers now, right? AI upscalers. But what's super annoying is that these are all iPhone cameras or something that was running a live stream, but they had 4K all around this dude. Okay, so where's that footage? We're talking like it's recording in 4K.
Not only all around him, but all the cameras on UV were replaced not like 2 weeks before with 4K cameras.
Or I thought 1080, but yeah, like 200 something, I think. High quality cameras all around campus.
They're still using MPEG though, just MPEG 4 or MPEG 2. So it's still
okay. But is your argument that every one of these shots had the same like anomalous MPEG artifact?
Depending on the angle, but no. I don't think
okay. So please don't say that again.
As a quick comment to what I said before about seeing in other, I did see a picture of or a video of the ring actually not being in the frame or in the scene, and that might have been a whole different situation where he dropped it. But I thought it was in this particular instance where actually it switched fingers, and then the next couple frames later, it's actually gone.
There's only one that you can actually see close enough to really make out in detail, and it's one angle. The other ones you see him wearing a ring, but you don't see the shift because it's not the right angle to see the shift take place.
Right.
But there's different quality copies of this video from the one angle you can see.
I'll go look at it some more, but I mean, it really depends on the motion. Whatever happens, there's a lot going on in that scene, and the MPEG, the encoder, is overwhelmed with other things that's trying to prioritize. It has a priority type of algorithm as well. So sometimes
it's not moving though when it happens.
Things like that, even though the hand moves, sometimes the ring is left out.
We know you zoned out.
Again, unbelievable. Okay, I was just making some general comments.
You're saying unbelievable, but you said the same thing.
Might not be. Sorry, forget it. You know what? Just rude. It's just plain rude.
We all want to forget it, so no problem.
Yeah, it's absurd because like when you see these stills that she's taking, that's not an in-motion shot. He's holding the mic in his hand steady, talking, and it's on his ring finger. He puts it down, picks it back up, and he's holding it steady again, and it's on his pinky finger, and then he gets shot. It's not like this chaotic motion scene where all this crazy stuff's going on. That's not what's going on.
You talked to everyone before, so you couldn't hear what I was saying. So why don't you shut up for a second and let me finish the thought?
I'm sure impact just places the location of objects in stationary frames. Stationary frames.
It's not a still.
Oh my gosh.
What really sucks about this is there not any other mods because I keep like I'm on my phone, so I go trying to look at the video, and then it's like I go look at the video. You're talking over me right now. So and I go look at the video, and then it's like Zan's going crazy, and I gotta come back trying to get ready to mod. And like, can someone help me out with that? I'm trying to figure out this video. Did you send the link? You want me to try to see if it's in 4K?
Yeah, I just posted the link. That's Jesus. This is not in 4K. This is the original. I know this was supposed to be in that it was in 720 before, and you can actually this is where they got the ring finger thing, but now it's in 320 or some shit.
Okay, so I went to that link, and if you like click down on it, if you have premium, it'll say load in 4K. This does not have that.
What was the highest you get it?
It doesn't let you do anything. I'm just downloading. The only option is to download.
Because this is where because I know one of the persons noticed it here was Pure Rigor, and this was from this video where he got it from. And here you can see the ring in the pinky, but after that it gets really blurry. You can't really tell anymore.
Thank you
I
for
wonder if they
posting
had.
stuff. I've been asking for like days, so thanks.
I wonder if they had cameras in the front. 'Cause I know they had like multiple 4K cameras behind him, but surely they have some set up in front, right? Because you repurpose the content for clips and stuff.
Yeah,
So
they had 4K actually looking at him 100%.
yeah, and then they gave all that to the feds. So
Yeah.
What's so weird is these videos that I downloaded all these like from Twitter the day that it happened, like within minutes of seeing them, so before it got wiped. And now they like barely will play. It's so weird. Like it won't play in the Discord client, and then when I try to play it on my video player, it's like not wanting to play. It's like the audio's playing, but the video's not. Super weird.
you know what really sucks about this is clearly at the least trauma-based mind control, and because we're lied to so much, we're having to like investigate it, and we're just watching it over and over in slow motion and just watching the shot over and over. Like it's pretty crazy. Like we're
I know why
super
you watch that. I auto
desensitized.
hooked it within 3 seconds.
Same.
I'll say this, dude. After like the emotional impact on some people within my like local Christian congregation who are deep into this like whole political thing, they will do like whatever Trump is backing us to do or pushing us to do now. Like they're so deep in this psychosis. It's like rallying. That's what I was saying yesterday. It's like rallying populations for something, for some
I
sort
agree.
of event.
I agree. So okay, you said that earlier, bro. So whether it's real or
No one
not,
acknowledged it.
because what's the point? What do we do with it?
I didn't.
Why would I predict that? Why would I predict that? Like, what's the reasoning?
You said because you thought he was a Fed. So what does that help us with
Based
now?
on
How does that help
what?
us now?
Based on what?
His diet.
You literally just said he was obviously a Fed. That's what you said.
All right.
Was he pushing soy?
I guess that's all the analysis we need.
You're the one that keeps interjecting with that. You predicted it, and then you got the other guy dropping the
I
profound
said it
input
twice.
of
It's the only time I talked about
hoaxed it.
Charlie Kirk ever, and I predicted him getting shot. It's not a big deal, though.
That's kind of, that
But
seems
on
like
the internet, like you
pretty
kind of have to
interesting.
have proof or it didn't happen. So if you don't have a recording, like I'm not trying to say it didn't happen. I'm just saying like,
Well, I sent that screenshot, and
Oh, you did? Let me see.
there's
Hold
people
on.
who I talked to about it like a month ago, and they were like, "I do remember you talking about Charlie Kirk and saying that." They're like, "That's weird."
So you got any other predictions? Now is your spotlight. Now is your time
I
to
have
shine.
a lot, yeah. But
Is there
Give us
gonna
one.
be a fake Witsit shooting?
Dude, like, are you gay?
I can't help myself, Witsit. I'm sorry.
Are you
I
gay?
love you. I love you.
I'm just saying, I think you might be gay. But anyway, like I get the whole auto hoax take, right? But like respectfully, even if it is fake, if you just auto hoax everything, right? Like people are telling me I didn't go to Antarctica. So like obviously your
Who's bringing it
opinion
up
may
again now?
I'm making a point.
All right, we're going in. We're going in.
I'm making a point. Right.
Challenge accepted.
Your opinion may hold weight to other people, but you can understand, like in good faith, right? Even if it was hypothetical for you, if I really went and you are swearing up and down I didn't, you can see why. Obviously, I'm just not going to take your auto hoax seriously. Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah. So just even in that hypothetical. So anyway, my point here is like it's like okay, I'm interested in it being fake. Right, because I think that even if it didn't happen, or even if someone else killed him, right, like Israel killed him, whatever, they get the same thing they want out of it, which is trauma-based mind control, and they got everyone up in arms. Everyone puts their differences aside. We have this huge memorial, and like he just said, everyone that was kind of supporting Trump or whatever, they're diehard now. Everyone's like ready to do something. So they definitely accomplished what they wanted. At the least,
They're
which is
gonna
just to
name
get
streets.
everyone's attention.
They're gonna name streets on with his name. They're going to put him on $400 coins on a dollar, silver dollar, is it?
And isn't there a
That's about
holiday
it.
for him now, like a Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day or something?
I believe they're gonna make a holiday for him as well. They're
And
putting
it's
that
not the
in the
day he
Congress.
got shot. It's like a day in May or something. So maybe that date is important, but
So then people have like talk about it for 2 days out of the year from here on out because they just have it on some random
it's
other
like our
day.
it's like our 9/11. It's like
So check
9/11
this
was
out.
traumatizing.
Check this out. So according to what I heard on Unredacted, they're saying that unless the lawyer it's a patsy, that this is a lawyer's dream, because the guy supposedly hasn't confessed yet. Those videos timeline doesn't fit the narrative, and whatever. So he should get out free, right? Now, could it be that now they're probably gonna try to kill this kid, somebody,
Yeah,
and then
or they're trying to get people to react to that. Because did you guys know that the original Patsy that was like conveniently there after also being at 9/11 and Boston
the old
bombing,
dude?
he immediately says that he did it and then kill me or whatever. Did you guys know I heard this, or I haven't fact checked this. I actually heard Rogan say it, so I mean, take it or leave it. Usually, if he says it, it's got some truth to it. I don't know because he's such a big platform. But he said that he was immediately taken up on child porn charges, and he's in jail, so he
Oh
can't
yeah,
be
yeah. I
interviewed.
did hear that. I did hear
Yeah,
that.
so he can't be interviewed. No one can ask him why he was there. He's like in prison now for child porn, which we all know that is like a play they have, which is to just put child porn on your computer and arrest you.
And he looked like he has mental issues, since he did say that he killed him. He's gonna probably unalive himself in the prison.
And if anyone would have child porn, like I would believe that guy would, to be honest. But so that part of it's pretty interesting. So that makes it look like, okay, you let the shooter get away just so you can get the footage of him getting away. Then you say, hey, we got the shooter. And you know what else is also very interesting is we are in a new era of psychological operations where it's like this whole, the resistance gained power outside of the system, and Trump's, different. He's putting all these people together, these Avengers and former Democrats, blah, 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 right? So you have this dude in the FBI, and he's now coming on X, and what they're doing, if you read the post he makes on behalf of the feds, it's like we're looking into, and he names off all these conspiracies, the idea of multiple shooters, the idea of whatever, these discrepancies, da, 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 da. He lists off, and the plane that took off and then turned the transponder off. He put all of that in a post saying that the FBI was looking into it. Everything that what they listed that they were looking into are different conspiracies that were on like TikTok and X and Instagram that people came up with. So they're just actively monitoring what has the internet put together, and then we're going to placate to them and claim we're investigating all those things. When in reality, the Fed should have 10,000 times more information than we do. They should be able to come up with way more than we're coming up with.
Because it's not a real criminal investigation.
Duh, bro. That's my whole point, though, is that we're in a new era. I'll just make the point again, I guess, because you don't listen in good faith. So we're in a new era of psychological operations where now they actively monitor what the internet can put together, and then they come out pretending to be on our team and like as if they're truly listening and looking into all of it. That's never happened before. This is the first time ever that the government has gone to that extent, right? To pretend that they're like on the side of the people. They're
How do
like
you know that?
lifetime.
Or the
Okay, can you give
first
me
party,
can you
the
give me
first
another
party,
example?
the first party they instituted was the against the Democratic Republic was the Freemasonic Party. So they were totally placating the trying to stop Masons with this fake anti-Masonic party, which was led by Freemasons. So they
That had nothing to do with
continuously.
my point at all. That was that was
You,
nothing to do with what I said.
yeah, you don't listen.
What are you talking about?
That had nothing to do with what I just said.
You said the government never goes along with what people's grievances are on the government.
I didn't say that.
Basically,
No, not basically. No.
you're saying specifically the FBI.
No, just specifically, we now live in a new era where online in social media circles, people are starting to investigate things, and we don't believe anything that the official story is. And what the government's now doing is in live time taking the conspiracies that we come up with and
Yes,
reacting to
understood.
them in live time.
Yeah,
That
so
has nothing
what
to
I
do
said
with
was that
what you said.
people's conspiracy theories were before that there was Freemasons in politics, and so they started a anti-Masonic party to act like they were dealing with that. It's the same thing as what you're saying. You're saying the government has never done this stuff.
The government
There's always done this stuff.
never. No, okay. In a very general, broad, vague way, yeah, sure. The government has tried to pretend to adhere to the grievances of people and controlled opposition. What a profound interjection there, bro.
You're saying they never done this. They've always done this. When have they not done this?
Dude, I can't even be in rooms with you.
I
It
know.
just it,
I
it
hear
devolves
you
to
tell people
such a
that. You
low
complain a lot.
IQ
I don't have.
to such low IQ slop, bro,
Is
that
it
it's
low
just like,
IQ? Yeah, you sure?
yes, this is low. This is you're only
I just
objective with
debunked what
your
you said.
you didn't debunk shit. Your only
You
objective is
just
this
granted that
hyper
it
is this
was
hey,
similar to
hey,
what
I'm
you're
about to have
saying,
to
which means that
have to
government
big
does do
bro
this.
you, dude. Okay.
Don't big bro
You
me,
have
bro.
this parasocial hyper obsession with me.
I don't
So
care about you at all. How can
yeah,
I make
yeah.
fun of you so easily if I cared about you?
Are you serious? Have you ever
Yeah.
watched Hey Arnold? You're like Helga, bro.
Oh my god.
You're like Helga, bro.
I
Wait, no,
routinely
I'm
forget that you
supposed to be
exist,
like
bro.
Helga.
Yeah,
I'm
you are
Helga.
more,
You
more
can't
like
give him
Helga.
Helga. I'm
But
Helga.
because he's being so feminine, it's like you kind of
Feminine?
Yes. Okay. Okay. I want to move on now because this is what you want. My point is, what you're doing is every time that any point is made, you want to interject with something that's
I
actually
was
not
countering
in
what you
good
said.
faith. Dude, I can't handle this guy, bro.
I
It's
know.
so stupid. Bruh. You I'm saying, hey guys, do you realize this is the first time we've ever had a supposed administration in office that's actually on our side, and they're actively listening to what we're saying, and then pretending to placate to what we're saying with hyper specificity, with public statements, live time, based on the conspiracies we come up with online. And you said back in the day there was a Freemasonic counterintelligence. That's totally irrelevant, dude. That's totally irrelevant.
You said it was similar to what you're saying.
Okay, cool. You're so right, dude. Thank you. You totally nullified my point. My point totally
Do
doesn't
that.
exist now.
Yeah,
They're
because it's the
doing it
same.
more.
It's the same shit they do over and over. They just do it like on a broader scale because they got fucking Wi-Fi and they're watching our
Yeah,
phones like
they're doing it more
24/7.
now for
It's
sure.
the same
Yeah.
thing. It's just
Oh, so you
faster
made
and
my
more
point.
of it.
Oh, cool. So my point is right.
No,
Alright,
you
cool. So
said
now
they've
we can
never
just.
done this before. I'm
I
just saying
did
that they're doing the
not
same thing
say
better.
that, dude. I said we are now in a new era where the feds are live time responding to all these specific conspiracies we are coming up with.
Yeah, but they also made it look like they tried to make it look like the official story is all BS. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is weird. I'm just saying it's weird. Like, they even acknowledge the plane and the transponder. So, it's in a way, it's advantageous because whatever they put on that list, is actually probably just bullshit. Like, they're not going to claim to be investigating something if it's right. So that plane with the transponder thing, probably just bullshit. Because there was another plane that came and dropped down to like 300 feet altitude, and it's a military spy plane known for releasing like spy drone technology. And then it swoops back around and comes down to 300 feet like 30 minutes later. So then that's where the whole like theory that a drone assassinated him came from, and that, but even if not, there were multiple drones seen and there were no permits or anything publicly accessible of these drones on campus. So at the least, they were surveilling the operation. So like a military spy plane comes in, drops to 300 feet altitude, which is insanely low, right? And it's known to drop off spy technology, and then it comes back 30 minutes later and drops real low and then takes off. So they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna look into this other private jet.
See, and that story for me that started, with the whole people saying, "Oh, there was a drone here," and you see like 3 frames. Doesn't make any sense because the speed that thing is going, it's ridiculous. You will definitely hear that thing going through the air. I mean, there's nothing that I mean, especially a drone. If it's going that fast, I mean, you will definitely hear the
Well, if it's a military drone, I have no idea what you would or wouldn't hear or how
Well, I
fast
mean,
they go.
you look. I even asked Grok a question. I mean, unless they're saying there's nothing. I mean, the speed, according to what it said, if it flew by, it was about 3,500 miles an hour.
Okay, so I will just say this. So the first, I saw the same thing you saw at first. It was early on, someone claiming a drone, and then I just ignored it. But I saw a video a couple days ago that was claiming, like, I don't have time to fact check all these videos. I'm always like doing something while I'm listening or watching, but it was claiming that they had spotted, like, there were multiple spottings at this point, and he showed like 4 or 5. I don't know how true it
Right.
is though.
Right.
But
I think that's probably other video just inserted just for that because
maybe so,
like
maybe so.
because the speed that thing supposedly goes ridiculous. I mean, it's way over freaking. I mean, that's like gunshot speed.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the guy like zoomed in and increases resolution to even get the little shot that you see. I mean, I will say though, I'm sure you've looked into some of the stuff like DARPA has. Like DARPA has like crazy stuff. They have like mosquito size surveillance.
Right. Right.
So I really don't know what all. I mean, if they were doing a full operation, like if they actually assassinated them, or really if they didn't, they probably do. They were definitely keeping eyes on it somehow, right? But so that doesn't even really help us. I mean, other than to say like, oh, the government is in on it somehow, and like that's a foregone conclusion for me anyway. There's no doubt that the
Oh,
government,
100%.
yeah, had foreknowledge, right? So, I mean, this
Yeah,
was all planned.
for them to make it so close to that movie Snake Eyes, it's just you cannot argue it without being a full blown crazy coincidence theorist.
Yeah, and if the date actually isn't the 10th, then it's like someone inserted that to just discredit the rest of it because with or without the date, it's just ridiculous. Just the name and the shot in the neck alone is crazy. Right?
The
Like I wish I
shooter
watched
in
the
the
scene. He
movie,
shot in the neck.
his name was also Taylor.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
shooter.
Tyler the Executioner was like, what was he, the shooter or the boxer? I don't remember, but
Oh, so like the date
Not the
September
shooter, the
10th in
boxer.
that
You're right.
movie is
You're right.
refuted.
yeah, supposedly I haven't seen it. I think she posted it says actually the 19th or something.
Is there any explanation, like mainstream explanation for the guy that jumps over, grabs something off Kirk, and then seemingly hands it to someone else right after the shot happened?
No. The
Yeah.
only rebuttal
So
I've heard. Good.
yeah, the high definition video of that it shows that he didn't hand him nothing at all. It's
All right, that's what I
just
heard.
open hands. Yeah.
That's what I heard. I heard that like with the higher definition, he doesn't actually hand anything. It is just sketchy in and of itself that he slides over the table as if he's going to go help, and then he just runs away.
Runs
Unless
away.
unless that officer said "get out of here" or something.
Yeah,
And
and
what's
his
even more
security
funny,
detail.
the high definition video didn't come out until everybody was questioning that video.
Yeah, that's odd.
So
Yeah.
And
yes,
his
they're
security
holding on to
detail.
footage.
Yeah.
His security detail has to be the worst too. Like,
Yeah,
what
I
kind of
know.
rich person that is this scrutinized and goes to these public events where he could potentially get shot, has such a bad security detail with their combat care under
Supposedly
fire.
supposedly
They
the
just grab
security
him.
guards that
They
he
don't.
had, the security guards that he had was the company's owned by some Jewish military or something.
Yeah, so dude,
Was-
there's a by the way, because you guys have ever heard of Uncensored America? I know like Myron Gaines does some stuff on campuses for Uncensored America, and they host debates and stuff. Like someone reached out to me saying something about me doing that same thing, like going on campuses with Uncensored America, and my first thought was like, dude, there has to be security because I piss people off on the internet. Like I'm not just gonna be a sitting duck where someone just walk up on a gun-free zone and just shoot me, bro. Or I
I
can't even
think Q-Up
feel
would do
care.
that.
And
Yeah, some
so
parasocial psycho.
they would have had to train. They don't even put pressure on it. They just grab him. He's bleeding profusely, supposedly, and they just carry him off. Like the first thing you do is stop the bleeding, no matter, you know what I mean? Like at least put pressure on it. If you don't, it's crazy.
Or go
It's
to
just
the
so crazy.
closest hospital, which was like 3 minutes away, not the 10, 15 minutes away.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking is like the whole blood not being shown when he's being carried. Like the only answer to that would have to be that they were putting pressure on it while they're carrying him. And then when he says we were trying to stop the bleeding, they just continued the process of trying to stop the bleeding. Right. The fact that, because she was presenting that like he said he was trying to stop the bleeding in the car as if they didn't try until then. That realistically, that wouldn't be how that worked. Right. You would have done it immediately, which, like you said, you can't really see them doing that immediately. Like, dude, with the amount of blood that was coming out, dude, the first thing you would have done was just put, even if it was your hand, you would have put it over.
Put it on there. Yeah.
They just
did you
grab
know
them
there
by
was
the
there was
arms
a
and
there was
legs
the
and carry
UV
them up.
there's a UV medical center there as well, right? Right there in UVU. Like there's an actual hospital. Yeah, there's an actual freaking hospital there. And somebody from yeah. And they took him to a different place, like far away. See, it was crazy. Was somebody from Utah told us this the other day on here on Discord.
Dude, they claimed that they got a pulse back once he got to the hospital.
Yep. They supposedly he was in critical condition but had a pulse. Yep.
Well, that's also like, and then the other preacher guy that does a little like grabs his hat. He said that by the time they got to the car, he was already looking right past him. He was already with Jesus. He was gone. So it's like, okay. And then 20 minutes later, they got a pulse back. I don't know, man.
That's true. Huh? I did hear that. Isn't it the same guy that said that he was in critical condition? But that was I swear that was the same guy that said they have a pulse.
Oh, maybe. And I mean, I will say, I mean, with hearing some of the stories I've heard about NDEs and stuff, like pulses can be brought back at like pretty wild times, right? Like, I don't know.
Dude, forget a pulse, bro. 30-06, that's a machine gun sniper bullet, man. You're not going to have a neck. You're not going to have a head after that.
Yeah. But to kind of go on with what I was saying earlier and Piazza was saying, it's such a, why would, like, if they just they made this up, right? So why would they pick 30-06 as the caliber to lie about? And it's like, it's because they want us to know it's not real. Why else would you do that? You don't have to lie about that. You could have said it was 5.56. I mean, you know.
Yeah, you could have said it was a 2.23 or 5.56 or something. Yeah, and it would have made sense with the round. But with a 30-06, the round don't make no sense because that's like you're probably not going to have a head if you get hit in the neck.
You're definitely going to lose like most
your
of
head will be dangling.
Yeah,
your head will be like dangling if at all connected.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that they did that, and the bullet would go right through. And you know, like there are some crazy internal ballistics because our body composition is pretty wild. But it definitely wouldn't have just stopped just under the skin. And that's what they originally said. Then they came back and kind of clarified and said, oh, well, it actually went down, it ricocheted down, and then bounced back up and stopped right by where it entered. What? So they're like, it's like they're just making stuff up, right? Like like originally they claimed the bullet went in and stopped.
Like a 22 would do that. I could see a 22 doing that.
Yeah, I will say though, like I've talked to some people that have lots of shooting experience. They say bullets can do some pretty crazy stuff of all calibers in the body. So I don't know, but the point is, like they said that it just like went in and then stopped right there, and he's the man of steel, and then no one bought that, so they came out and said, oh, it actually ricocheted down and came back up and then stopped right where it entered, because they couldn't go back at that point. They claimed they found the bullet right underneath the wound, and then it's like, okay, I don't. Then you didn't actually find the bullet, right? I mean, so now, but if that was an exit wound, then the bullet would have come out, right? If his neck that we saw was an exit wound, then the bullet would have come out on the ground somewhere. Because they claimed they didn't find the bullet, and then later claimed that it was inside.
All right, so look, I'm gonna post the map right here. Check this out. Of UVU and the hospitals that are close to it. They passed up another hospital to go to the one that actually took them. So the blue mark is is UVU. There's a hospital right down the street, a minute away. And they took them to the one that says Timpanogos, whatever Timpanogos.
Oh, they passed like multiple hospitals.
Yep.
Don't be a conspiracy theorist, man. Those hospitals were out of his network. He had to go there. His
They didn't have
insurance.
insurance. They were checking insurance real quick. No, I think the Erica Kirk thing kind of blows it wide open for me, which is like, I don't trust that person at all. She's a 100% honeypot actress. And I started looking at other stuff. I mean, she's just an actress.
The Illuminati card that you posted blew my mind.
Dude,
I
wasn't
could
that
not.
crazy? Yeah.
Oh my
What,
god!
Illuminati card?
You didn't see about that? I'll post my
Uh-uh.
post. I'll post my post real fast. It's so weird. There's just no way it's a coincidence. It's in live stream text. Who's an actress? Erica Kirk. Like Erica Kirk is acting when she's up there on stage and she's like pretending to wipe tears, but there are no tears. And then I watched another podcast that she does with Charlie Kirk, where she's like pretending to be so enamored by him that she can't do it. You know, she's like, I can't do this. I'm gonna have to be looking at you, just like he's just blowing her away. And then, just like with Candace Owens, the videos of how they met, they tell different stories at different times. Like Erica Kirk and Charlie's stories don't match up how they met. There's a video of him telling his daughter, "This is where I met your mom," and blah blah blah. And then the other story is that she saw him on a pilgrimage to Israel, but they didn't talk there. And then they initially met at the interview for Turning Point. But then the other story is that they met at a restaurant, and like there's just like multiple different stories about where they first met and how they met on record on video from both of them. Like, dude, if you actually fall in love with someone and marry them, you know when you first met them. Like, I'm sorry.
And
It's
then
just like,
and then they're both connected to Trump in some way or another.
yeah. So like she like worked for Trump, and then he put her in the pageants that she owned. She had never been in a pageant before that. He puts her in Miss Universe pageant, and then actually there's a video where she walks on, and then they cut to Trump right after that. You know, like shout out to the owner of the pageant, Mr. Trump, and then they show him, and then he gets involved with Turning Point, and right after that, someone anonymously recommends they hire Erica Kirk. So that was Trump, right? And then Trump goes, so now when you zoom out, it's like, oh, Trump is fully, if he really assassinated, in my opinion, then she's a honeypot for Israel. Trump's obviously fully in bed with Epstein and Israel. And he owns these pageants. He picks certain girls to recruit other younger girls. And that would mean like this testimony of this girl who claims she was raped by Trump multiple times when she was 15 with Epstein or at Epstein's island or whatever, that would all kind of be true. And Trump was put in by Israel this whole time, like since the very beginning. And that would obviously make all the evidence make sense because, you know, he has Israeli and Jewish ties going back to the 80s. So anyway, now it gets very interesting where it's like, because if I watched Charlie for some reason, bro, this guy was saying he knew he was a Fed immediately. I didn't feel that way. So if this guy was like full blown an actor, in my opinion, he was pretty good because the way I looked at it was like he had like a Christian bias towards Israel, so he just kind of wasn't fully intellectually honest about that point because he had a theological bias, but he seemed just like kind of a real person. And if he was set up, it's like, well, yeah, they gave him like a beauty pageant star that pretended to be like just so obsessively in love with him when she first saw him, and she's beautiful. And then they were kind of priming him to be a more powerful political figure. They're like, okay, you know, you're getting up on 30, you got to get a wife and have kids and have family if you're going to run for office. Conveniently, he's just sitting there, and you know, she comes in for an interview, and then he's like, okay, well, I can't hire you because I want to date you. She's acting. The other story is that she told him that you're not going to be my boss because I need you to be my boyfriend. I don't know. My point is, I can see a scenario where he's not in on it and he's being set up, and he's just kind of a useful idiot in a way because he's like so diehard Israeli first, and then and he wants to be in political office, so he's not going to push the envelope too much, right? He's not going to say like crazy conspiratorial things. He's not really a threat to the system. Like Israel would love him. He's like getting the younger generation on their side to be pro-Israel, and then he did start to kind of turn on them. Right, he turned heel on Israel, and then within weeks, donations are pulling out. He's getting threats. He's saying he's getting texts from people he's known for years, calling him an anti-Semite. supposedly he's turning down money. Money's being pulled. Netanyahu's calling him, offering him like 150 mil, but he turns it down. Then Netanyahu asks him to come to Israel, but he turns it down. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Now that, and so if it's all fake, then they intentionally created that whole narrative so we would think that Israel took him out. And to me, that really doesn't make sense, because that would be the way out of left field for them, right? They do everything for Israel. That's actually one of the major hiccups I have for it all being fake, because they could have done the movie. No, because how old would Charlie Kirk have been when that movie came out?
Well, this is a really, really out of left field or really deep conspiracy or theory. All right. What if Israel is trying to fit himself of the what's it called? Not prophet. Man, I'm drawing a blank.
Messiah?
So in the Bible, right? All the countries are supposed to mount up against Israel.
Yeah.
The prophecy.
Ezekiel
What if
38.
what if they're trying to get that to happen, to make that prophecy come true, and then further paint themselves as the true chosen people?
Well, Israel actually wouldn't, from the Jewish perspective, that's not supposed to happen anytime soon. The Messiah needs to come way before that. So I think from like a Jewish
Yeah,
interpretation
that's
of the
good.
Bible, yeah. I mean, maybe for, yeah, like to trick, okay, I can see what you're saying, like to snowman that, to trick the Christians. They could like imitate that prophecy just to maintain Israeli control and convince the Christians they are, in fact, the real chosen people. So yeah, I can see that. Pretty
Wild.
dangerous game to play. Pretty
Right.
dangerous. Well, because if Russia and Iran and all these places converge on Israel, I mean that's gonna be a rough time. And to really fulfill the privacy, America has to turn on them as well. It says all nations.
But if they are the true synagogue of Satan, this is really getting wacky. But if they are the true synagogue of Satan, then they wouldn't worry about those countries coming after them because they have Satan in their back pocket.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, it's crazy because I will say if all these nations turn on Israel to fight them, and then America turns on them, like I'm gonna be I'm gonna be pretty convinced something's going on, personally. So it would work even on like me. I mean, I wouldn't just blindly believe it, but I would be like, this is pretty crazy. If America turns on Israel and all nations converge on them to fight a war kinetically, I'm like, my prophecy bells are gonna go off for sure.
Right. I mean, if you follow the momentum on how things are going, did you hear Trump just? I don't know if this is like completely true, but he was saying that he denounces Israel, um, basically attacking and trying to take over the
West
West
Bank.
Bank.
I did
Yeah.
see that, which is crazy. Yeah.
Right? That's so wild.
It is crazy. But I think that so I think that he does that with Israel, like because he's like, I did talk to Netanyahu, but it doesn't matter, I do it anyway. Like I think that's like they did that with Iran. Remember, he came out and he's like, Israel's like, he's like, neither one of these countries know what the f they're doing. He acted like he was mad at Israel, and then before that, he acted like he was distancing himself from Netanyahu and cutting him off. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, Trump just did the unthinkable. He turned on Israel, and then 2 weeks later, he attacked Iran for Israel and later reveals they had been talking the whole time. So they were just lying, pretending to be at
Yeah,
odds so that no one would know that they were working together to attack Iran. So I don't
that's
know,
true.
that could be it. Because I will say he was given the crown of the Messiah. It wasn't put on his head, but he was given the crown of the Messiah, which is pure silver. It's thousands of years old. It's only supposed to be put on the head of the Messiah. And he was given the plaque from the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance or whatever, and a bunch of Jewish rabbis and stuff. They gave him that plaque, and on it calls Donald Trump the Prince of Peace, from which, and then quotes Isaiah, which is a prophecy about the Messiah. They named the heights after him, the Golan Heights. That it's got like the Trump Heights there. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and recognized it as the official capital, which is like prophetically important. It just goes on and on, right? He was bailed out by Wilbur Ross, which was the lead financier of the Rothschild like banking institute. They gave him like a sweetheart deal when he was totally screwed on the casino and bailed him out for hundreds of millions, and then he never even had to pay it back. He got the Tree of Life Award in like 1988. If you go to Wikipedia and look up Trump and look at all the awards he's won, like almost 50% of them are Jewish awards. On and on, right? He is the one that got the redefining of anti-Semitism that was posted on whitehouse.gov, which was basically just using the exact definition of anti-Semitism that the Holocaust Remembrance Alliance uses, which is basically like any questioning of Israel whatsoever. And he did that immediately upon getting in office. He's talking about anti-Semitic speech laws, hate speech laws. He said that, you know, if there was like an anti-Semitic hate crime, then it should be a death penalty. He's quoted as saying, like, you know, Israel used to run Congress, you know, and they've lost a ton of control. But if I get back in, we'll get it back to the old ways, more control than they've ever had. Just blatantly said that in an interview on Fox. There's just so much evidence that this is why it makes it interesting. If, you know, the prophecy says that the Antichrist actually goes to Israel, goes inside the temple, and some people say the temple is you, because we are told that our body is the temple, right? But he goes inside the temple and then proclaims himself to be God. And this is after 3.5 years after he signs a peace deal with Israel, meaning like the Antichrist actually befriends Israel, signs a peace deal with them, and then betrays them. So who knows? I'm not saying Trump is
Yeah.
the Antichrist. I'm just saying, like, if he was, then like being friends with them and then turning on them is what he would do.
Supposedly they say they're about to have a deal today. He said that with the we gaggled with the press.
Wait, what? He said, oh, like the Middle Eastern peace deal?
Yeah, no, with the Hamas. So he's gonna be. He said it's gonna be my eighth piece. What's it called?
Treaty deal.
My eighth piece deal.
Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna be. They're gonna keep amping him up as like the Prince of Peace.
Don't forget, he's also supposed to appear to receive a deadly headwind.
That's true.
Dude, the
He
first
did
thing
mention
he did
something
when he got
about
in
that
office.
though, about him being
All right.
the president of peace or something.
What's up,
Yo,
Jeremy?
the first thing he did when he got in office was drop a Moab.
Yeah, but you know, the way they present it to the public, they don't know all the details. Like he's presented as the first president where there's no new wars underneath him, and all that. That's why he says peace through strength. So they spin stuff like that, and like the attack on Iran is like an act of peace. You know?
I just say something about the deadly head wound.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, like, I mean, he didn't really appear to suffer a mortal head wound, though.
Well, it
Right.
says
So I
appears. It
see it
doesn't mean
differently.
it does.
But I'm saying it didn't even appear to.
I see it differently. I think it's pretty clear in Daniel that he goes from Babylon, and then Babylon will be murdered or taken over by Medo.
You know, I'm not trying to do a big Bible thing in here right now. We did like 10 hours yesterday.
Yeah, and then the mortal head wound. So Rome's in power, right? The papacy, and it also talks about 42 months, which in prophecy a month is, or a day is like a year. So if you take 42 times it by that many, if you take that many days of 42 months and you turn that into years, it's 1260 years. And the papacy was actually uh, they had power for, or no, they had their power taken away by Napoleon for exactly 1260 years. So I think that's the mortal wound that appeared to be a mortal wound, but then they gained their power back. Sorry,
Yeah, so
it's the opposite. It's the opposite. They were actually given power by the state of Rome, or Rome, and Napoleon came and took it away from them. So they have been dealt what appeared to be a mortal wound, but I think in the end, the papacy and America will, or the world government will come back together. Church and state will be combined, and that will be the beginning of the end.
Word. Yeah, I guess we did take over the room for like 10 hours yesterday, but I will just say quickly in response to that, bro, like, yeah, like some people interpret the beast to be like an empire or to be a Rome and stuff like that, but we do know there's an actual figure, like the son of perdition, the man of lawlessness. There's an actual figure and like an individual. And so if that individual is what the prophecy there is about, the mortal head wound, Sean from Kingdom Context would say, well, it tells us point blank who it is because it says like it's in the Greek ton, Apollyon, and I forgot the other one. But
a bad Hebrew.
Yeah, and that's referencing Nimrod, and which is the man of many names, and also referred to as Apollo, referred to as many other things. And Nimrod, according to one of the texts that were removed from the scriptures, was killed and then decapitated, I believe, by Samuel. But he suffered a mortal head wound, as in once that they killed him, they cut his head off to make sure he was dead. And so he appeared to suffer a mortal head wound, and it says it was the king that was and is to be again. And so it's like the same figure, Nimrod built the Tower of Babel, basically took over the whole world. He was effectively the Antichrist 1.0 in rebellion to Yah. And then like that, he's going to come back, and he appeared to suffer a mortal head wound. So like, how could he come back? But he would still come back even though his head had been cut off. So that's Sean Griffin from Kingdom of Context interpretation, which is pretty interesting. It's a much more literal. It's like, no, he's saying like literally the king was and is coming back, and he suffered a mortal head wound, appeared to, but he's still going to come back, and it's the same guy that was the first time.
Dude,
Yeah, I would need
what's
to look at
fascinating
his
about that?
interpretation again. But what wouldn't make
What's
sense to me
fascinating?
is that if Daniel 7 describes Babylon, he's telling the king Nebuchadnezzar that your kingdom's going to fall, and then that happens, and then you can literally go through it, and he predicts Medo-Persia is going to take over, then Greece, then Rome. It like kind of gets rid of that whole prophecy being fulfilled if you don't then see that the rest of the prophecy is going to happen. And Nimrod was before Babylon, correct?
Well, Nimrod was the king at the Tower of Babel, so that would be the OG Babylon, the one that originated all of it. So the Babylon that came later was basically a daughter of the original one that Nimrod was the king of. And just to add to what Witsit was saying, what's fascinating about this idea of Nimrod basically being the same as Apollo, because it says in Revelation 9 verse 11 that his name in the Greek is Apollyon, and in the Hebrew it's Abaddon. That same character in
All right,
the
man,
Egyptian lore
guys.
is no, real quick.
Hold on a
This is
second.
about other
Hold on,
religions.
real quick. Hold on a second, real quick. I mean, dude, we did it was like 12 hours yesterday. Like, you guys just read me a text or a verse or something. Like, can we not do this today? Or
This is more
if you
about a
want to
cult
do it, I'll
stuff
go to a
than
different
Bible.
VC. I'll go get it. I'll go get a different VC popping if you have to, but like live stream
For
too or
sure, we can
something.
do it later.
This is more about like a cult. I'm just making a point about what the occult believes actually, and connecting it to what Witsit said. It's not really like
Somebody
Bible.
just read a scripture, a verse.
I'm just referencing what Witsit just said. That's all. I was just gonna say that because he mentioned
And
Apollo
then
and Nimrod,
somebody's
and I'm
gonna
saying
reference what you
Osiris.
say. Dude, I know how this goes, bro. Like,
What's are you down to talk about it at a different time?
Yeah, we can talk about it later. I was gonna say like because realistically it will go on very long.
Yeah, like this isn't my first day. Witsit knows this will go forever, right? Like I don't. If you
Well,
guys
we're
want to
talking
do it, I'll
yeah
go get
talking about
BC two
anything.
province.
You'll talk about
Yeah, I
forever.
think I think it's super important. So I'd like to sit down and talk about it sometime.
Yeah, we will, man. We will. And I'm gonna start doing occasional meetups in my Discord as well. So DM me or something now, and we'll set some up.
Cool.
I'm supposed
Yo,
to be
how could
reading some stuff and coming back with and talking with North as well. So,
how do we get in there with it?
right now I have it set up where the only way to get in is to sign up on my like as a member on my Ko-fi thing. But I'm thinking about setting it up where people can get in for free, and then there's just some rooms that are only.
I'm a member in Kofi, but how would I DM you?
How do you DM me? Just DM me on Discord or Telegram.
Cool.
Telegram at Witsit. I got a call. So it's like, is anyone talking right now? Is
Nah.
it quiet right now? Okay. Sometimes my audio goes out.
I have a detail. If you talk about Babylon, I'm here in Germany, and the city Berlin is named called also as nickname, aka Babylon, and the museum here is the Babylon Gate.
Did he just
I
cut
don't
out? Like,
know.
am I tripping? Something going on with my audio? Or?
Have you guys heard the concept of what the occult believes during the swearing in of the president? That essentially, like the belief with the Osiris worshippers and the Masons, they believe there's apparently a ritual that happens at every inauguration where they, during the time where the president puts his hand on the Bible, they believe that the spirit of Osiris comes up through the obelisk, because that's what the obelisk represents, is the phallic of Osiris, and that it enters into the president. And they're waiting for, like, they believe each president is a form of an Osiris, but they're waiting for the Osiris. And so I don't know. I find that interesting relating to all the stuff we were talking about before. And that's all I was saying with the thing. It wasn't about the Bible. It's more like Apollo and Osiris are basically the same character, and the occult believes that spirit is entering in the president at every ceremony, every inauguration.
That's crazy. Yeah, they are the same character for sure. The man of many names. So is Gilgamesh and Apollo. So like,
right. And they
yeah,
found Gilgamesh's body supposedly in 2003.
Which is why we were in the Middle East. Yeah.
Exactly. And so what I'm saying is, like, that's what I find fascinating is that, and they took the U.S. government invades Iraq in 2003, which is, ancient Babylon, takes a bunch of different relics, right, and then they give a lot of them back, but they keep the ones that pertain to resurrection. And so what I'm getting at is, it's like, dude, it's crazy. And so, like, they believe this ritual is happening with the spirit of Osiris, which is AKA Apollo, AKA Abaddon, AKA Shiva, AKA Thor, whatever pantheon you want to call it. The point is, like, yeah, so there's something there, dude. Like, it's occult magic.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
If no one's ever looked into that, they definitely should. They because like that's actually even named in the WikiLeaks of Hillary's emails. She asked about the tomb of Gilgamesh, and they supposedly found it, and then we invade Afghanistan same time, like it's like 2 months later, and then they obviously like the museum got abandoned, and then Intel ran in. There's actually witnesses to it that our like special ops ran in there and grabbed tons of stuff out of the museum, and they returned a lot of the stuff. But like you said, they kept specific things pertaining to resurrection and certain like deities.
Right. And Osiris was the god of resurrection. They believed he was coming back. They believed he's going to come back at some point. And dude, there's like a BBC article today that says, "Oh, look, Gilgamesh wasn't fake, maybe." You know what I mean? And like, you look at the whole, I don't know, each ancient culture. Yeah, dude, it's real. Like, and So yeah, Jeremy, my bad, dude. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to do a whole Bible thing, dude. I was just connecting it to all the occult stuff. But I get it, bro. I'll be quiet now.
Well, they released an article today, you said?
No, it's from 2003, dude. BBC did. And so, like, but it's still up. They haven't taken it down. So basically, the mainstream narrative is that, all these ancient cultures are just making up crazy stuff, when in reality, it's like, I think they were all seeing stuff and they were writing down their perspectives. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no,
they
yeah,
really,
dude, that's for sure. That's for sure.
yeah,
Like,
and right, dude. And so, like, yeah, it's just fascinating to me, dude, because that's the mystery religion that the occult has today, and those are the people that ruled over us.
yep, it's real life history. It's not mythology. And
That's right.
And it goes the same for their cosmological descriptions. And so the implications of that is super crazy. But I really don't get how any truther doesn't get there, because, like, say you got beef with the Bible or whatever, right? You haven't gotten to where you kind of figured out that, in my opinion, the truth is definitely in there, and that's why it's the most attacked thing or whatever. But all that aside, if you start to just look at it, even before you find out about FE, it's like we're told that they were just these primitive people that made up a bunch of mythos, and these were all kind of like religious claims, right? But when you really look into it, wait a minute, they weren't primitive. They knew all kinds of things, right? They knew all kinds of things. They knew about the ether. Everyone did, right? They had like incredibly advanced uh,
Brahmanas,
astronomical
dude.
capabilities, and yeah, exactly, like basically like UFO blueprints and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And obviously just their architecture itself can't really be replicated, and they make all kinds of claims that end up being later proven to be true. Same goes for the scriptures, right? Where they like specifically use the anisotropic stones, which we only figured out how to tell which one of the gems were anisotropic, like in modern time. Which is where basically the stone either gets completely black based on how the light travels through it, quote unquote travels, or it gives you like this incredibly beautiful array of like all the colors. And then the temple, the foundation of the temple described in the scriptures is like coincidentally only the one that would be incredibly beautiful. And we only found this out recently. So my point is, like, there's like 100, 200 examples of stuff like that where we were told these people are stupid, they have no idea what they're talking about, and then we, like, with super advanced technology now, start just now discovering they were right. So my point is, as any truther investigates those things and kind of discovers, like, wait, what they're saying about dinosaurs is BS. Wait, there were giants, right? I mean, and this was like kind of an accepted thing in the 1800s. And if you look up newspaper articles into the early 1900s, the Giants one's a major puzzle piece. When you find out, wait, why did Abraham Lincoln have a quote talking about, we're looking at the same mountains that the eyes of giants gazed upon? So now if there were giants, okay, well, that was one of those claims that they said these people were definitely just making up stories. There weren't actually giants. Well, there were. So then now you're like, wait, so we're just going to pick and choose where they were being literal and where they were being like figurative and hyperbolic or whatever, because you told me that it was all fake. It was all mythos. So now we know that that's not true. So anyway, you get it. So I'm probably preaching to the choir. So when you step back and like, wait, let's just take what they say as if they were just actually taking a record of what they really observed, it gets crazy because, like one of the big ones here in the alien Psyop is going to absorb this. That's why they have to roll out the alien thing at some point, because they're going to have to kind of absorb a lot of these truths. But like, there's this story of like what appeared to be stars in the sky, then coming down to the earth, landing in the ocean, coming up out of the ocean, and then coming and teaching them how to form languages and civilize societies and structures and laws and currencies and all these different type of like ways to grow plants and food and medicines and all this stuff, right? Basically told them all kinds of secrets, and then would leave and say they'd come back to check on their progress but never returned. This story, a variation of that story right there, which is what appeared to be a star, fell down out of the sky into the ocean, came up out of the ocean, and then came on shore and helped them build a civilization. That same story is told like 7 or 8 times, spanned out across the earth, thousands of miles apart, where they should have, according to the mainstream story, no ability to communicate. So
Right.
what's going on? It's like maybe that really happened, bro. Maybe there really were like hybrids. There really were entities. There's some type of sentient entities in the sky. They actually can come down and interact with man, and they worship these things as gods. And they were told that they're coming back. So
Right, dude. It makes you think of the whole panspermia narrative. Like they're working towards something, and this whole cosmology thing isn't for nothing. And so if these dudes come back, you know what I mean? The whole panspermia concept can be like, hey, look, we look like you because we just seeded your DNA here, and you know what I mean. The whole Anunnaki thing is big. And you see people talking about these truths like Graham Hancock. That's what I was into like before I my current understanding of things. But like, yeah, it's there, dude. These cultures that had no way to talk to each other all have the same story, really. Like, according to the mainstream narrative, there's no way they possibly could have communicated with each other. All their pantheon of gods have the same attributes. They all have that pointy fork-looking thing that's actually a vajra. It's like a weapon, you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's crazy. It's like, it's insane. It's not nothing, bro. And I just find it fascinating that I can't go into that one. But yeah, interesting, dude. Something's going to come of it, I think.
yeah, well then now if we just look at what they said and take it seriously, they say that these entities came down, they took women as wives, and these women died in birth, once impregnated, and they gave birth to giants. And that these giants were worshipped as demigods, the sons of gods, that they were super advanced and insatiable and would turn on man and demanded all these things, but that had all kinds of secrets, but that their parents were worshipped as the real gods, and they came and they told mankind all kinds of secrets. And now you have these people saying, oh well, those were actually aliens. And also you have all kinds of stuff being declassified, quote unquote, and they're conditioning us to accept this whole alien narrative. And so now it's like all those civilizations said that they're returning. Like they all say that. They all say that they're coming back, that the gods are coming back. And they all referred to the planets as gods. They did, like these ancient civilizations did not claim that the planets were just pretty lights that were like inanimate objects. They all claimed they were deities. And they're still named after gods today. And like the Enoch interpretation is basically that though, like the stars themselves are also sentient, and that the planets are entities or being sentient beings just like the stars, but they were rebellious. They were the ones that didn't follow their appointed paths. And so they were then punished and basically put at a lower altitude in a lower density and chained up and forced to go to their new paths. So now they're closer, so we can make them out better. We can see them better. And they appear to, do things like retrograde because they're in a different path and they're closer. And if they were just like, say it was an entity that emitted light, right? So they it was like, say, even if it looked like a human, but it emitted light. It was super bright, like a light being or something. If you were super far away from it, what's it going to look like? It's going to look like a ball of light because the light's going to radiate out in every direction. And so I don't know. I find that all very interesting because they still call them gods to this day. So if something insane happened, like one of the planets were no longer in the sky, right? But something like a shooting star comes down to the earth or something. And there's also like a conspiracy that a lot of these like what they claim are craters from like meteorites and stuff, that's actually places that these beings landed, like on some Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan, landing on the ground type of thing. And that's why there's no debris or rocks or anything in them. Now, I know this is pretty crazy. I'm not claiming to know that any of this is true or anything like that, but I do think it's very possibly true. I actually kind of think it is true. So I'll stop rambling.
You think what is true, sir?
That the lights in the skies are sentient.
And so, if you were to assign a probability that the Earth is a globe versus a probability that it's flat, what would that be?
0.0001% globe.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, it would be like an incredibly big one, I guess. Like, I know, it's not a globe, man. Really, the answer is zero. I'm just trying to be intellectually honest and say,
Well, I
you
got a
know, I'm
lot of
not gonna.
money on you turning into a Glover. Come on, man, please.
Well, that will never happen. So,
Do we
oh,
want to discuss Antarctica right now, or is that
no, 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 dude. I sat there.
Yeah.
I sat in here for hours and hours for 2 weeks straight, pulling all nighters, answering everybody's question on repeat, and it still wasn't enough. So,
It's
you
cool,
know,
man. He wasn't doing anything in Antarctica but just talking to us, dude.
what was I supposed to do?
I don't know, science experiment.
Okay,
Moving
give me
around,
one. Give me an idea of one.
walking around the supposed big area you were in.
Walking around.
Yeah, I don't know. Walk around,
I'm
yeah.
supposed to walk around.
Yeah.
That was your big input here.
I think it's a
Okay.
good
Well,
good reason to believe.
my guy. There's like nothing there. It's just like ice and mountains, and it's super bright. And then they don't even let you walk outside of like the approved area. And by the way, you don't really want to because you're not getting anywhere there unless you're on a plane or in a vehicle. It is a mind-blowingly big expanse of ice, dude.
The mountain didn't look very far.
And that's actually one of the things they first told us on the initial tour, which is like, hey, do you see how that mountain looks super, super close? It's actually like, I think 2.3 kilometers. I don't think it's miles. I think it's kilometers away. And none of us believed it. We're like, there's no way. And he's like, yeah, it's just a thing. I forgot he explained why they look closer than they are, but whatever.
Like the Stanley Kubrick moon landing.
Man, I gotta be real with you, man. I gotta be real with you, man. I don't care at like nothing in my body cares that you think it was fake.
I
Nothing
didn't
in
even
me
bring it
cares.
up, bro.
Yeah, but you immediately jumped all over it, ready to go. And every time we're talking about anything, right? Like you had to say the whole, "Oh, would you call that Mysticate?" It's just, it's really stupid, bro. Cube, I asked you this question the last time I was in here, and you were in here. I said, "Dude, have you ever even?" And you couldn't even answer this question. It's like you can't even allow your brain, your mind, to actually even entertain it. And I said, "How would you feel if hypothetically, right, it's the mark of an educated or intelligent mind to entertain things without believing them, right? So, how would you feel, hypothetically, if after everything that you had said and done and how you're acting, still acting, if the actual truth was, I haven't lied about anything to do with Antarctica. And I actually just went there. I actually just saw the sun. I actually got turned on by everybody that was there except for the girl Liz, I guess her name Lisabeth. Everyone else there turned on me and were scheming on me, and I got no sleep, and it was miserable. And then the whole community turned on me, and you know, it wrecked me financially. Just hypothetically, if that's the truth, if the actual truth is that I just went there and saw and reported back the truth, my question for you is, if that was the case, have you ever considered that, or like, how would you feel about your actions if the actual truth is just that I haven't lied about anything?
But you lied directly to me. Remember about Babegate? I was like the first person to talk to you about it.
This is like the fifth time that you've said, and I want everyone to take note. You notice how just like the first time, he can't even engage with my question. Like he can't even answer it. He can't even entertain it.
How would I
So
entertain the
you have
possibility that you didn't
typical
lie about anything when you lied
you have
directly to me
typical
about having not used a
cog.
vape?
Okay, that's a lie. Okay,
It's
post
not
the
a lie.
clip. Post the clip.
I'm
so?
going
Why
to.
did you even lie about the vape
Wait,
in
time
the
out. Shut
first
up.
place,
Shut up.
though? It doesn't really make sense.
I didn't post the clip. Q up.
Bro, I was the one that first said that I thought it was maybe a
Hey,
vape or
post the clip.
it will go on YouTube.
Yeah, so you don't have it. So this is 9 months with you obsessing over it, looking at all kinds of stuff, doing all kinds of presentations. Every time I'm in here, you won't shut up about it. You keep claiming that you were the first one that talked to me and I lied about the vape, but you don't have that clip. You know why you don't have that clip? It doesn't exist. Never once did I claim that I didn't vape. And actually, the first person to add, don't interrupt me, I'm going to mute you. The actual first person that asked me was Geo. The first person that asked me directly, did you have a vape, was Geo. And I said, yes. Okay. And I've explained that the truth is I used to vape. I quit vaping. Okay, so that means I told my wife I quit vaping. I told everyone I quit vaping. I quit vaping. Then I found a vape and started vaping there. I did not want people to know that I was vaping. I did not want to in any way put it on a stream as if I were promoting vaping because it's not good for you. So I wasn't trying to jump on the internet and talk about how I was smoking a vape. So when someone said, "Oh, did you faked your breath?" You were faking your breath. The first claim had nothing to do with the vape. They were claiming I faked my breath with some vaporizer that was stuffed inside my shirt or some bullshit. And I was like, what? No, I didn't fake my breath. When the vape came up, okay, and someone said, did you fake your breath? Or actually, it was always accusatory, right? Why did you fake your breath? Just like the little gamma stuff you're doing right now. Why did you fake your breath with the vape? I said,
Okay,
I
okay, you gotta stop
objectively,
rambling.
no, I don't have to do anything. I said, I objectively did not hit the vape and fake my breath. That is still true to this day, dude. And when I was asked directly if I hit a vape at all or had a vape, I said, yes. Okay, so I never lied about anything, bro. Never, not one time. And then I sat in here. And this is the funniest part of the whole story. You guys act like you're super truthers, and you found out that I hit a vape, but we were in some big scheme to fake my breath and pretend we're in Antarctica. We released the footage that you went through to see me vaping. How retarded can you be? The whole home run that you discovered the truth that I hit a vape is because we released 4K 360 video of 30 consecutive hours of everything that went on there. That's how you saw me hitting a vape. Please enlighten me how that makes any sense. Oh, we were lying and trying to trick you into believing we were in Antarctica, so I had to fake my breath with a vape. Then we turned around and gave you the high definition video to prove that we faked it.
It's a lot of gymnastics, bro. I don't know if I have the energy
Dude,
to
See,
dude,
can't even answer the question. Can't
no
even
one wants to
address it.
hear.
Because
No one
the
wants to
point is
hear.
so
No one wants to hear
sorry.
it anymore, dude. Austin's been out here talking about it forever. We've
Oh
heard
my god, this
everything.
fanboy's
Are
in.
you are you
Yeah, so
kidding
see,
me,
I
dude? No one wants to hear about it anymore. If you
right,
can't
I'm
have the
fine now. I
discernment,
understand.
if you don't have the discernment to tell the difference between someone like MC Toon and Austin, why are you even here? Why do you want to listen to Austin anymore? It's ridiculous. No one wants to hear about it anymore.
Witsit, come in his mouth. Come in his mouth.
See, you're just very immature, bro, to be honest. You're just like immature, and it's kind of like this parasocial thing, man. And I've tried to be super patient with you, bro. So I like to be honest. And the other guy that's on your side right now, that's trying to jump in right now, a known troll. A known troll. You're a known troll. I've talked to you for 3, 4 years in here. I interacted with you in good faith and explained all kinds of stuff about flat Earth, all kinds of stuff about geocentricism. Stayed up for hours, answered all of your questions. Everyone's telling me, "Dude, this guy's a troll. He's being disingenuous." I'm like, "No, I think he might actually come around." And I took time out of my life, which, hey, mind you, bro, I don't get paid to do stuff like that. I have lots of bills. Okay, I
No,
spent
but
hours and hours and hours answering your questions, everything you could think of. And then you just like amnesia, like Men in Black, black pin, pretended it never happened the next day and came in trolling again. So that's who you
but
are,
with
dude.
the, if you're trying to hide the vape from your wife, why would you purposely blow it into the video? The way you blew the smoke, it makes it look like you're trying to say, "Oh, this was my breath."
No, that's not what happened. So if you actually go and watch it, if you watch the 360 footage, what happens is I play like a song or whatever, okay, and say, I'll be right back. I go into the room, I get a drink of some warm water, okay, which is why I originally thought that's why you could see my breath, because the water they give you is hot, because you can always make it cold by just picking up some of the ice off the ground. Okay, so I drink some hot water. I then come back, I hit the vape while the song is playing, and you actually can watch this. This is why I know you guys are not good faith. Okay, you watch me walk back to the laptop. The song is still playing. I hit my vape and then turn my head away from the computer, the opposite direction, and fully exhale to make sure I turn my head away from it to make sure that no one sees the vape. That was the whole intention. I then turn around, get on there, and apparently, right, some of the vape was still left in my lung even after I did a full exhale out. I start talking, and you can kind of see breath, and I'm like surprised, as you can see in the video, and I say, "Oh, what's up now?" And then attempt to take multiple deep breaths after that to see my breath
This is
again,
why I
and
step
then you
back
can't.
too. Austin, this is why I step back, y'all. Like, it's people like this. Like, dude, I went back just to. I thought I knew the truth, but I went back to get every single clip of, and it was Gio who first asked you. You know, you were hesitant because you didn't want to admit, but you were not dishonest. You told the truth. I went back and pulled every single clip of every single question and the important ones, and posted them in a video for everybody to see if you were lying or not. And dude, it's like people still like queue up. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude, man? Like, just listen to yourself, dude. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous, man.
I didn't come out and say that I was vaping until I was asked directly by Gio because I didn't want to say I was vaping. And then when Gio asked me, I'm like, dang, I don't want to say that I was, right? But then I did anyway. And so like it's whatever because it's not the
You were
end of the
honest.
world. Yeah, it's not like I was gonna hide it from my wife forever or hide it from everyone forever or something like I didn't. I told her or whatever. Like I found a vape in a bag and then I hid it. I didn't feel good there, and I was like, fine. And people were smoking cigarettes and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to really do that. So I was like, fine, I'll just hit my vape some. So whatever. Like the point about that whole thing is like it's all so stupid. If you say that I did fake my breath, what's it matter? And because it doesn't, it's inconsequential. And I can understand why people think, oh well, that proves that you're lying and faking stuff, but that doesn't happen. But it's still inconsequential. And the other part of it that's super annoying is that you can go look at the other like 5 streams that were done out there by other people, and the same thing happens. You can't see their breath when they're out in the sunlight, direct sunlight, but when they go over behind the container little room and they're in the shade, you can see their breath.
Here's the thing,
So
Austin. Here's the thing: is when you said, and this is where people are pulling clips. When you said I didn't hit the vape to fake my breath, they took that. I could name a list of names, but I'm not gonna. They took that and made it
Flats.
to try to make it seem like you said that you never hit a vape when you never lied and said that you didn't have a vape. You never said you wasn't vaping. All you said in that one conversation with Platzoid was that you did not hit the vape to fake your breath, and everybody twisted that to make it sound like you lied when all you was doing was fucking being perfectly honest, you know?
think about
And
how low and dishonest that is. These people claiming to be truthers. I respond to a question and I say, I objectively did not hit a vape to fake my breath. And I say it that slow to make a point because I was getting frustrated. I said, I objectively did not hit a vape to fake my breath. And what do? Just like Brian said, they take the I objectively did not hit a vape and cut it out of context and then run around claiming that I lied and said I never hit a vape.
It's old now too. Austin, let me know if I can get a small chance. I don't want to pile on at all. I do want to talk about truth though, if you get a second.
Well, if it can be brief, yeah, because we were talking about something, and this is what always happens. These trolls like derail things, but it's all good. What's up? I don't want to talk about Antarctica anymore. I've talked about it till I'm blue in the face. I've answered every
Yeah,
question
don't
400
do it.
times.
It's just like, thanks, Bob. You know, it's not worth repeating over and over again. It's really not. And let's assume that you and I have no differences for a sec. What about the people that are outwardly involved in what they call the flat earth community that are total liars and have emerged as such? They were our friends. They were people that you and I spent time with. When do you think that, in other words, I've been ostracized for mentioning it. You were part of that. You were aware of it when I tried to correct Globelusters on the fact that they were stagnant and not looking into anything, you know? And so when we bubble up or as flat earthers get into that echo chamber, it's been damaging. It's been a problem. And now you and I are outside of that echo chamber, and people that continually lie. Of course, you're getting accused of it because it's good sport for these idiots. You're right, the trolls. But I've been accused of being a troll. I bet you know I'm not.
I don't think you're
Nah,
a
you ain't a
troll. No.
troll. You got a very unique stance, brother. But you ain't a troll. But I mean, dude, he said it derails the whole conversation. Like what Dan brings up some important points. You know, I don't, you know, maybe not all of them, but some of them are right to the point, dude. Some very important shit that we should be talking about. Not whether he was vaping or not, dude. I listened to that shit for days, and here it is months later, and he's still bringing this shit up instead of talking about the shit we should be talking about. It's just disgusting, dude.
Well, and the guy who did it, QOP, and then Rusted Soul, and then the Slop guy or whatever, or Blop or whatever, right? They notice they'll all come in the room together, or if one of them comes in, the other two will come in a few seconds later, and they all leave the room together. And then whenever QOP will enter, no matter what we're talking about, we were talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Someone made the point that, you know, that's not the way the blood would work. If you actually got shot like that, there would be mist. And then he jumps in to say, would you call that mistgate? Like, no matter what we're talking about, just blatant disrespect for what we're talking about. And then they have people like this. What's his username right now? MBA Truth Seeker. Like, notoriously a troll, never been honest about the conversation about the shape of the earth, piling on with him. And when you asked about the people that have been shown to be liars, right? Like, that was sufficiently vague, right? I don't know specifically what you're talking about or anything, but I will just go ahead and say one of the reasons, there were many reasons that I stepped away, even things that had nothing to do with flat earth, right? But one of the reasons is like this thing where everyone seemed to think that I owed them something. Like everyone seemed to think that if they had a request or they had something that they thought they wanted to see done or something they wanted talked about, that I was supposed to do it. Or that if I ever came into this room, it was expected that I take a line of people, like a queue of people that have questions for me, and then I sit in here for indefinitely answering all their questions, and then come back the next day and do it again. And for years, I did that in good faith to the detriment of like my mental health and to the detriment
Yeah,
of my
right.
financial well-being. And it
That's the
was
main thing is the financial,
never,
dude.
yeah, it
People
was
don't
never
understand.
appreciated.
You're doing all this shit for nothing, dude, and then getting ostracized by the community. And who I meant was I'll just give a few: Level Earth Observer, Flatzoid, Flat Out Truth. A few of them who didn't take the time, and then a couple of them like Level Earth Observer seen the facts that I've spent hours and hours pulling up the what was actually said and posted it for people to make their own decisions, and they just ignored it. And I'm like, oh my god, dude. What
Well, that's
these are
when you
people
know
that
that
I
they're
liked
liars.
and watched and you know I held them in high regard and it's like these people are just ignoring what was said like I didn't even take the time to pull up what was actually said and the truth, and then you're going on and on instead of talking about what should be talked about, man. And I'm starting to repeat myself, but you get the picture, man.
Yeah, and I was actually referring to like Dan's comment about people being liars because he just like said it vaguely. But like just in response to that, my approach to the whole thing, oh, one point to make is that TFE, the observation itself, like it ultimately did deliver a blow to flat Earth. It actually was less the observation; it was much more the reaction to the observation and the trip itself that was the blow. Because what happened was, say,
Yep.
people would make those claims, like what you said, so someone had to deliberately take it out of context. Someone else took a one scene where I'm hitting a vape, and then they cut it to make it look like that's when I walked up to the stream, and then you saw my breath. But it was actually a totally different time. It was hours separated, right? But they cut it out to make it look like it was the same time, like just blatantly deceptive. And then
Yeah,
they
and
cut
then
me. They
Flaxoid, then you pinned him down, and he still, and then he stood behind it. He doubled down and then tripled down, and that's why I made the video. It was really because of
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Flaxoid.
whoa,
But
whoa,
then
whoa, whoa.
then
The problems emerged months before you went. Let's get real about what really happened. Is nobody had a plan for how to describe flat Earth if there was a 24-hour sun.
yes, I
Everything was.
did, Dan. Dan, I already had a fucking model that explained the 24-hour sun. You know,
Do
and
you
that's what
believe
I
it
wanted to
does
do. I
today?
wanted
Do
to
you
work
believe
on
I
that
could use
model. I
it
wanted
today?
everybody
Do you
to acknowledge
believe
it if it's
it
true and work
does
on it, right?
today? Is it something I can use today? Because I don't have anything I could use today to show somebody the flat Earth
Yeah, it's a
because all
different
I have
globe that you can
all
use.
I have is these insane people lying around me. The flat Earth community is disintegrated to nothing.
You have a
There's
scientific
no
model that we
globe.
could use for the globe.
Yeah, there's no globe model that works.
Yo, can I ask? Because I've asked this a couple times in here, and I haven't really got a good explanation. And
I
maybe
asked
I'm
Dave
retarded.
something, man.
It's
Hold on.
obviously wrong. But
I asked Dan
what?
something, bro. Give me a second. Let him answer.
I didn't know you asked me anything, and I certainly wasn't talking to you prior.
Oh, I
You should be
understand
clearer.
that, but I
You
asked
should be
you a
clearer.
question. I asked you a question because you're
Really,
saying we don't have
you're
nothing we
not
can
you're
use.
not a
I didn't
normal
know
dude.
we.
You're
I
kind of
didn't
a
know we.
whiner.
I didn't know we had a working model before the TFE.
Okay, so you're pretending, so for the sake of argument, you know and I know that the AE was something that we all stood in hopes of. In hopes of, not in any other support. It's just in
So
hopes of. It was an idea that there was going to be an ice wall and that the sun moved in a circuit.
There still could be an ice wall.
right, hold on,
But
bro.
there's
So you're saying the
there
AE
isn't
model doesn't
there
work?
isn't any proof of it. There's no one trying it, Brian. There's no one that gives a shit.
Yeah,
And
sure,
you're just saying
fair enough.
so
But
is a dream. You're dreaming.
Hold on, Brian.
yeah,
I
I know.
asked
No, I'm not
hold on,
dreaming because
Brian.
I really
Hold
don't
on,
give a shit
Brian.
if you're
Hold
if you're
on,
not.
Brian. Hold on, Brian. Dan, you're saying the AE model doesn't work?
I'm saying
No,
that
you should say the Gleasons, bro.
our clear way of
Dude.
pointing a concept out via the AE is no longer a valid concept.
You should say Gleasons, bro, because the AE
No,
is not all just stuck with the North Pole as the center, bro. The AE is that and everywhere in between in the center. So you should
right,
say
but
Gleasons when you make that
I'll
statement, Dan.
go with the AE because I mean he was pointing out the AE map. So you're saying the AE map doesn't work? Isn't
The AE
that the
map
globe
is
model
awesome.
squashed
No,
out?
the AE map is awesome, and as honest, and this is what I was trying to get to with Austin. Had we not been bickering so much, him and I, as honest flat earthers, we would have recognized it as a northern projection and the impossibility of it suddenly making an ice wall a reality. It is a
Yeah, listen
northern
to this.
projection of a
If
globe.
you center the AE map, I gotta keep saying something. Stop saying AE, say Gleasons, because Gleasons is the particular AE. Look, if you take an AE map and put it with like by Africa near the prime meridian in the center, you get the two poles. In fact, you get two poles if you put it anywhere except at one of the poles. You get two poles and it
What's the
shifts the continents
relevance of you
around.
pointing that out,
Let me
dude?
finish. Let me finish because I'm
We
not
all
saying
know
that's
that.
exactly how it is, but let me just finish real quick. When you make these claims, say Gleason. Don't quit saying fucking AE because the
Okay.
AE
More,
is not stuck
more.
with the
Right.
North Pole
Okay.
in the
We
center.
get it. We get it.
Is my
More
whole point.
importantly, my dear friend Chris Pontius animated it with a moving sun and moon, animated the AE map, and made it into a quote unquote working model, which he gave to me to show people this is how it might be. And we all, as flat earthers, rallied around that hope.
Okay, you're talking about the one with the North Pole in the middle a long time ago, right?
Anyway, the map rocks, Elbow. It's never been a model.
Dan, can you hear me?
We should have recognized that.
Can anybody hear me?
Yo, so I was
For that
asking.
We
matter?
hear you.
I,
We
I,
hear
I
you,
was.
Brian. I
I know
think
you hear me,
he
dude.
was.
Yo, can I ask somebody real quick? I tried to ask this before. What's wrong with the Joseph Hanvey model? Somebody that's like, scientifically literate. I don't, because I'm not
Here's
deep
why.
into that stuff. But to
This
me, it's
why.
kind of interesting. It seems to. Go ahead.
This
It is interesting, but here's the problem with it. And Geo does a good job of pointing that out. Okay, if we take the Celestial Almanac and we agree that there's a point on the ground that is representative of what's in the sky, okay? So whether you think it's just projections or it doesn't matter. If we can agree that the sun's over my head at a certain time in one spot on Earth, and then so if there's two of us and you're somewhere else and I'm in another place, the sun can't be over both of our heads, okay? It's unless you want to say that the celestial almanac is just all made up, but That's a stretch, man. I guess it's possible, but that's a hell of a stretch. But if it's just if there's a sub point underneath every star and moon, sun, planet that equals a place on Earth, then it can't be. Then there'd have to be multiple points. You see what I'm saying? I'm not doing a very good job of explaining it, but there'd have to be multiple points that we'd have to be under, let's say, Betelgeuse in the south. There'd have to be 3 places that you, or infinite amount of places that you could be and have Betelgeuse overhead if it's a reflection, but it's
In
not.
addition,
Sorry.
in simplicity, mirroring the north does not create new star patterns. So mirroring the north doesn't help you if you have different patterns in the southern stars.
Here's the thing, though.
What? He doesn't mirror the north. What? Like the stars have nothing to do with it. And also I don't agree with Brian's critique here either. It's like the sun, that what you just said requires the assumption that it's an actual position of the sun, and it's not, right? I mean, I thought that this is what I didn't get about it. I thought I had sufficiently explained this on my channel. I guess I mean, maybe assumptive of me to think that like everyone had watched my channel or whatever, but people I know that have watched my stuff were still, I don't understand, right? Like, because the AE map, quote unquote, had many more problems than that, bro. Like, the sun goes a different way in the south.
Dual pole doesn't
This
have that
this was
problem, though.
this was well known for a long time that the sun had to be in a parent
True.
position. That was the only way that that map had any viability. And I feel
Yeah, but
like I've said that for
I agree with
4
that.
years, dude. Okay, so wait up. So the sun, what he does in his demonstration is he takes a light source over top of a dome and moves it, and then out in the corner it creates an apparent light source that goes the opposite direction and does a circle and stays up in a small little circle, stays up for the observer. As you move the camera all along the outside, that follows you, which means no matter where you are. So the critiques of like, well, if you traveled along the outside, you'd all of a sudden see 2 suns. That's not true. That's a failure to grasp the concept of what's
Okay.
being demonstrated, because it is just an apparent position. It follows the camera. It would be the same thing for the star trails. It would be the same thing
You
for
haven't
the
thought this
issue with
through,
the
though,
sun
brother.
looking like it's going the other direction. The sun's in an apparent location.
You haven't thought it all the way through.
Go.
Okay, so if it is that, and I considered that too, man. If it is that, and we're seeing the sun that's in an apparent position, and what if we're all over the Earth and we all go to that sun? We all go to that apparent spot. So, are you claiming that we're all going to be in different spots? I'm just trying to clarify.
Dude,
So
your
I can.
rebuttal is if we all go to the
That's not a rebuttal.
sun.
It's a question.
You're asking me
It's a
what's going to
question.
happen if we all go to the sun. How am I supposed to know
Yeah.
what happens if we all go to the, yeah, if we all go to the sun, we're not going to go to the same place because the sun's apparent for each person.
So you don't believe in the celestial almanac?
I believe that we built a celestial almanac based on the observation of the sun from each person's position,
Yeah, but it says
which
exactly
is
where
just
the sun's
factual.
at all day, every second of every day for years to come and years past.
For who?
For anybody. Like no
Any
matter how
individual
you model
observer.
the Earth, no matter how you model the Earth, if you use a longitude and latitude system, you can make a figure 8 out of it. You could do a circle, an oval, a square, a triangle. But if you use latitude, longitude, it will tell you right where
Okay, cool. Yeah, of
everything's at.
course. Yeah, how did we build the longitude latitude system? What is the longitude latitude system? What is that?
Using the sun. It's not using Polaris, which a lot of people say, misquoting. It's using the sun and using the equator, using the sun's path on the vernal equinox as 0, and then everything positive and negative beyond that.
Okay, actually, we didn't build a longitude and latitude system just based on using the sun. That isn't true, but it doesn't really matter. Like, we used celestial observations and we created a model based on where those observations are observed to be, based on where you are on Earth. So, what we've done is model out what the sky looks like based on where you are on Earth. So, it's cyclical and it's still that way, and it has a predictable cycle. Okay, but how do we somehow jump over to And those are actual positions. They're definitely not actual positions. Even if the Earth's a globe, they're not actual positions. There is all evidence ever says that they're not actual positions, and even the globe says they're not actual positions. So I don't understand how after I go to Antarctica, I come back and all of a sudden flat earthers think the sun is an actual physical object and we're
No,
seeing it
dude, no, no, no,
exactly where
no.
it
I don't
is.
think that. No, I'm saying the spot on the ground underneath the sun is an actual position. I ain't talking about the sun, bro. Come on, man. I'm talking about
The
like there's a
spot on
place
the
underneath
ground
Jupiter. Hold on, hold on, hold
is
on.
based
There's a place
on
underneath Jupiter. Every second of every day, there's a place on Earth that's directly underneath it. And same thing with the sun. Every second of every day, there's a place on Earth that is directly underneath it. There's a place that's like 10 degrees. There's a whole little circle, I guess, around it that's like 10 degrees. I mean, I ain't talking about the actual lights, bro. I can't believe you even think that, dude. Come
Dude,
on, man.
you're the one not understanding what I'm saying. So please stop making comments about how I'm somehow failing to grasp what you're saying because you clearly don't even understand what I'm saying. Okay. And this is super annoying for me because everyone's acting like they're so positive that it's impossible. No, dude, let's just talk about a physical
I ain't
demonstration of
positive of
this.
nothing,
Okay.
bro.
Dude, please stop, dude. If I take a light source, you said I failed to think it out. Okay, and now you're saying I can't believe you'd even say that. Like, okay, well, you're
I
not
didn't say
understanding.
that, dude. I
You're
said I
not
don't think you
understanding it.
fully
You're
thought
not
this through.
understanding. You're not understanding it. So if I take a dome and I take a light source over top of it and I climb inside that dome and I walk around, that sun is going to be, or that light source is going to appear to be somewhere different based on where I move. And then there will be corpuscular rays from that light source. There will be shadows based on the apparent position of that light source. And there will be a light distribution on the ground beneath it based on that apparent position of the light source. All of those things will happen and change based on where the
I agree with
observer
all
is.
that.
Okay, so then there's no
I agree with all
problem
that, dude.
with anything that we see with the sun being in an apparent position. If the sun's in an apparent position relative to the observer, if we get out to the outside based on dome optics, we could have a totally apparent sun. The only
Right,
issue
dude,
that you
dude.
could
Quit
try to
saying apparent sun, Austin. Listen to my concern. Okay, so I'm asking, do you? So you kind of already answered. So I'm talking about the spot on Earth. You think there's multiple spots, actual spots on Earth directly underneath that projections, and you answered the question. So you think that yes, if we all converge to the sun, and we're all in different places in the world, that we'd wind up in different positions, and that's the part I don't think you've thought through. Maybe I'm wrong.
if we
I don't
all
try to
go
be
to the
certain about nothing,
sun,
bro.
if we all go to the sun, what does that
Yeah.
mean?
If we all go, you walk toward the sun. If it's over your head 45 degrees, then walk toward the sun until you're directly underneath it. You think we'll all
Okay,
wind up underneath it in the same
you
spot?
realize that the sun is going to update as you walk towards it. The apparent position is
Yeah, I
going to
do.
alter as you walk towards it.
I do.
Okay.
That doesn't answer the question.
What?
I know we'd
What?
have to
It's
keep moving
basically
to follow it.
there's an actual position of some light source, and then no one on Earth is seeing that. And so then, based on where they are, they're seeing the apparent position. So if we were to all walk towards it and meet up, that would require what? That would require the actual position of the light source.
I'm talking about I know, but I'm talking about the actual position of the ground underneath the apparent position. And I'm still trying to get an answer. I think
I just
so now
answered
you're
that.
saying
If I was in a dome and I put a light source up, the position, the ground position is going to be based on the apparent position of the light source.
so we would all converge to the same point on Earth underneath it. Is that? I swear I'm not trying to be any kind of way. I'm literally trying to figure out what you're saying. So would we or would we not converge to a point on Earth around each other? I understand it's moving. We'd have to kind of angle out as we went. But if we all went and just kept following the sun, would we all wind up in the same spot on the ground underneath it, and then following it, together as a jumbled up dumbass bunch? No, I'm just kidding. But no, that's a genuine question.
You're saying if you paused the sun and it stopped moving, and then everyone on Earth, even the people that couldn't see the sun, then tried to go follow the sun when it wasn't moving anymore, and we all walked towards the sun while it wasn't moving, but we all end up in the same place.
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know. I've never
The
done that.
answer is obviously yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is
Is it?
obviously
Is it?
yes, but But it doesn't make Austin wrong about the apparent position. Like I'm saying, like he's saying with the dome and all that stuff. Like you might walk a type of curved path as far as going toward that light source, but you're still going to converge underneath it. So he could be right, but that's what I meant by I don't think you think this through. I didn't mean that as an insult.
What's the
I swear to God, I
refutation of
didn't.
the
I meant
apparent?
that as
What's
a
the refutation though? What's the refutation of
no. There's no
Envy's
reputation.
model? Oh, okay. What's the refutation of Envy's model then?
Oh yeah. Here's the reputation on that because when y'all seen the sun directly south, I could give a little bit of a reflection, total what you call it, total internal reflection, but I can't give you 180 degrees. In other words, if the sun is directly south and you're in Australia and Australia's behind you, like I don't think you could. I could see you walking toward the sun and having to curve a little bit to the right or the left due to the total internal reflection, but I couldn't see you having to do a total 180 and then walk around. But that's assuming that we're all going to converge at the same spot underneath the sun, which I do believe is true.
Well, when you two said it was obvious, it's not because if the sun out towards the outside is a totally separate apparent position, meaning that there's more than one. If you somehow jumped out to an orthographic view, then the people that are closer to the outside that are going to go follow that one are not going to meet up with the other people because they're
That's a
going under.
possibility.
Right. So, okay. So none of this refutes anything. This is what I haven't understood about the whole situation. Like, I'm not even claiming that that's true. Like, I'm open to some bipolar models. They have
Yeah,
their
me
own
neither, bro.
issues.
Me neither.
The bipolar
That's why I'm
models
trying
have their
to tone
own
it down a little.
issues, though. The bipolar models also have issues. But since when did flat earthers forget the fact that the entire point is that they gave us a model, reified it as if it was reality. We tested the model isn't true, and then suddenly turned into, unless we can come up with a model that we're going to reify and it be accurate, then the globe that's been falsified is true again. Like, how in the world
Exactly.
did that happen?
Yeah, that's a good argument, man. I'm not, and then, like I said,
Can
I
I
had to
just
tone it
ask?
down because I'm not against you, bro. But what I'm saying is that like when I come up with the model before TFE, I might add, go look at the dates on my models and stuff. I was trying to get help modeling. I was getting aggravated that everybody's acting like, no, it's a but the dual pole model does explain all the directions. It does explain the sun circling two different ways. It explains all that shit. There's a couple issues that we would have to work on and stuff, but as far as the TFE, I sent Will Duffy this model, and he's just acting like I never sent it. I've emailed it to him 3 times.
But
I could post the receipts if anybody doubted that. But
have you
he's acting like,
tested it? Are
there
you
still could be an ice
scientifically
fall
tested?
and a continent of Antarctica. Yeah, I'm just saying it's possible.
Hold on, are we talking about a model where the sun is appearing at a different apparent position for every observer? Because that's what you would require astronaut collectively bunched together under it if you walk towards it.
I don't believe that. But
But is
I
that
like
what's
to
being
keep an
talked
open
about here,
mind
though?
for any possibility.
But that is what's being talked about here, though, as a possibility, right? That the sun appears differently for everybody.
I don't, like I said again, I don't believe that, but I try to keep open mind for every possibility. If there was 2 suns, like I don't believe that either. But I like to
Well, you'd need one for every
contemplate
person.
things like that. Sorry.
Gotcha, but even with 2 suns, I mean, this doesn't work. I mean, you'd need one literally for every person. Like, it would have to be some perspective thing on viewing the sun in some weird way. That would need to
Or you
be
need 2
addressed.
poles,
Well, we don't have
Well,
two
not only,
suns.
yeah.
Like, why would there? The
hmm
sun's in apparent position, man. Like, dude, and this is okay. This is what actually, ironically, the other side, which has been falsified, and somehow people make the illogical jump over to somehow their falsified model isn't falsified because we're going to shift the burden of proof and then all of a sudden accept the reification and then demand a replacement of the reification or whatever that nonsense is. But like all that aside, ironically, right? The side that's opposing the claim that there's some type of an apparent position of the sun and relative to dome optics has to actually claim that there's mind-blowing repetitive coincidences in terms of if I take a light source with a dome all the phenomena happens, meaning like if I take a light source and I move it over the dome, I can perfectly replicate a sunset even though the light never sets. Like if you move a light source away from a dome, what happens is it, even though it's going in a circle at maintaining the same height above the dome, it looks like it arcs up from the bottom. So it's coming up as a sunrise, then arcs
Wait.
over top. I'm talking, dude. It arcs over top of you, does a giant arc, and then starts to go down and disappear bottom up, just like a sunset, even though the light itself just went in a circle at the same height. And we're supposed to believe that that's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that exactly what would happen over top of a flat Earth with dome optics just so happens to perfectly be replicated with a local light source and a dome.
It
That's just a coincidence.
absolutely does not. You're talking about the dome experiments with the flashlights and different light sources. It never maps
No, I'm
even
not talking about
closely,
that.
remotely
What are
to
you
what's
talking
in.
about?
So
I'm
what are
not
you
talking
talking
about that.
about?
Oh, so
You're not
you
talking
were
about
wrong.
light
So you were
source,
so you were so you were
light
wrong.
sources on domes? No,
I'm
that's what
not
we're
talking.
talking
No,
about. How
no, no.
light
I'm not talking.
interacts.
I'm not talking about the ones that you're talking about. The little gifts that you're talking about. No, I've turned my camera on in this room and shown it 10 times. And guess what happens? Every time I do it, all these really confident Globers that are so sure it doesn't work, they jump out of the room. All of a sudden, they go on mute because I show that
No, I've
it's an
seen.
objective
I mean,
fact. It's an objective fact that if you have a dome with a light source outside of it and you move it in a circle over top of it, okay? So I don't think you're understanding. As in the dome represents the limitation of our vision. Okay, the physicality, the actuality of it, the dome and the analogy would be the physical medium that we see through. And we have a limit to our vision. Unlike stupid fairy tale globe land where we can see infinitely far and perfectly straight lines and we're Superman or whatever. In reality, where we can't see forever, okay, we have a equidistant limit to our vision. It basically creates a dome, which is how we've had to model the sky. Even the globe did that. That's how we made the globe, actually. So if I take a little dome representing that equidistant limit, okay? Not a dome over the whole flat Earth. There could be a dome over the flat Earth, and then this within it, where I'm talking about a dome. Take one of those little dome glasses, or like a clear plastic dome, okay, that's empty. Put it on top of an AE map, and then take the light source and you start moving in a circle over the AE map, meaning the dome is much smaller than the full map. Okay, as the light source goes over top of it, what happens is within the dome, it starts to rise up just like a sunrise, even though it starts to rise up and then arc up to the middle, and then it arcs back down along the curvature of the dome, even though the light source actually just maintained the same height and went in a circle the whole time. It didn't arc anywhere, but within that dome, it arcs up like a sunrise, comes up to overhead, then arcs back down and starts to disappear bottom up with a perfect horizontal cutoff, just like we see on Earth. And it creates sun pillars. It creates all the solar effects, sun pillars, solar pillars that can't even be explained within the mainstream globe interpretation. You can replicate all of that using a dome. So objectively, if this globe model is true, then you have to believe that that is just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence
okay.
that the dome perfectly replicates it.
So if this dome is created by a max render distance, essentially, as you're talking about, you would have a curved horizon as well.
If you look out, like say if you look out over the ocean, right, it does indeed look like there's a giant circle around you. This is how reality in fact does render.
I know that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the edges of the ocean. Literally, would have to curve for you to have a max distance in all directions, right? So it would look
No.
like a curved horizon.
Why?
Oh,
No.
really? So if
Oh yeah,
so,
why?
if you stand and look straight and you see, let's say the max render distance is 1 kilometer. Obviously, it's way more. Let's say 1 kilometer for simplicity. If you turn right from that point, that is going to be closer to you. You're not going to be able to map a flat horizon doing this. So it wouldn't only be a dome overhead. You would also necessarily understand that the ground you're standing on would be a max render distance of a circle. So it would be looking just like a sphere curving at the edges due to curvature.
Okay, first of all, like no, because you're on a flat ground, so the bottom is flat. Okay, so it would curve as in like start to curve around you in theory, right? It would curve from like the point directly in front of you, and it would curve out and back around you. Okay, which is what we see, which is what it looks like the horizon does, like if you go out to the ocean. And then what would happen, you're getting closer and closer to that limit of how far you can see. You begin to lose information and resolution. It would start to get really blurry. And the horizon, the vanishing point, as in the ground and the sky, would appear to start to merge together, and it would get real fuzzy, and you're not going to actually be able to perfectly resolve all the way to the distant, the limit of the vision. That is also exactly what we see in every observation of the horizon ever. There is always a gradient, a fuzzy gradient where it blurs together. What a coincidence. It's another
I
coincidence.
understand that part. But what I'm saying is your maximal sphere, let's say the ground weren't there, you would map out like a sphere of vision, essentially is what you're saying. If you take a slice of that sphere, that would be the maximum viewing distance horizontally for you. If you stand around and rotate, that will be formed a circle, right? It would be a cut of that whole sphere viewing thing that you have going on. So it literally would have to
I don't know why
curve
you
at the
keep saying
edges.
sphere. I don't know why you keep saying sphere, right? Because it's a dome.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if you could see through the ground, you're saying there's a
Okay.
maximum viewing distance.
If you could
You
see
would
through the
create a
ground. Yeah.
sphere. Yeah, if you looked at every direction, you would like map out a sphere that you're standing inside of that's kind of hollow, right? Of
It
a
would be a
max render
dome. I
distance.
mean, yeah, it would be a
Yeah,
hemisphere.
yeah, sure, but
Like
under you would also be a dome,
the
right?
azimuthal grid that we use to create stellarium, that's what you would get. You would take your
Okay,
azimuth,
but
and then you would have your well, this is how the world works. You would take your azimuth, you would have your horizon, you would measure angles from the horizon up to the azimuth, you would do that 360 degrees, and you would get a dome.
yes, and if you did the same thing opposite angles underground, it would form a double dome, and you'd have something resembling a
But we,
sphere.
we can't
And if
we
you
don't go underground and see through the earth in reality.
no,
So
all I'm saying is when you're standing on the ground, you have a
Mhm.
slice of that dome being the bottom of the dome. That would necessarily have to be a circle you're standing on. Your entire
Yeah.
horizon would be the edge of a circle. Therefore, it would have to curve just like you would expect curvature on a
Okay,
globe
can
when
you
you look at
still
the
man my
horizon.
no, okay, first of all, no. There would only be left to right curvature forming a circle around you. On a globe, there should be curvature looking straight out. There should be a mountain in front of me. Okay, so no, it's
Well,
not
okay, so we agreed.
curvature just like a globe. It's completely different, actually. It's only one half of the curvature you would see on the globe, which would be
I know.
left to right,
I know, I'm saying that
which
it's
is
the
what we
same
see.
apparent viewing perspective. You admit that there's a curve, there's a circle in your model that you're standing on that you can maximally see in all directions. It's not the same
Correct.
curvature, I understand, but
Okay, so you misspoke. Okay.
that will look to your eyes as if it's curving down when you look. If you look straight forwards, the left and right of your vision should be a closer point on that circle edge, and that will look like it's
Yes,
curving
if
down. A lot of flat earthers agree to this already.
only if you could see all the way to the edge of the limit, which I already addressed this. So I think you're actually just not listening. Maybe I'm saying too many things, you know. If you could in theory, if you took out the atmo, yes. If you looked straight ahead, the place 1 foot to the right of the center and 1 foot to the left of the center would technically be closer to you, which is what you're saying. Yes,
Yeah.
but you'd have to actually see to the actual edge. Okay. The issue is that we have an atmo. So we have an actual limit to our vision, and then we have a medium within it. Okay. That's why sometimes we can see further than we can on other days. And this is where you're going to actually get the loss of information at a faster rate than the natural optical limits. And so again, this is what I'm trying to explain, and this is what's so beautiful about being a quote unquote flat earther. What I am is I reject the globe model. It's been falsified earther. Okay, and so now I get to just be honest. I just get to have good faith. I can just look at everything. What I did was just go look at a little dome, and objectively, this has to just be a coincidence if the Earth's a globe. If you take a dome and you take a light source and you move it over top of say an AE map with a little dome on side of it, and that dome represents the individual observer in the middle and their little azimuthal grid of vision, their little personal bubble. Okay, if you take the light source and you move in a circle over top of that whole map, what happens inside that bubble is the light source, as it gets closer, appears to rise up from the edge of that dome, and then it arches overhead then it comes back down and disappears bottom up, just like a sunset. So if the Earth's a globe, it is just a coincidence that the sun does exactly what it would do on a flat Earth if you had a dome limit to your vision.
But you're
Yeah,
adding
but here's
another
the thing:
layer of
with a dual,
explanation
hold on,
upon observation.
with a dual pole, we need a very little of that internal reflection. We do need a little bit, but everything else works perfect. We just need a little bit of internal reflection to slightly arc some of the past, like on the edges and stuff, man.
So your response is no with something else we can do it? Like, okay, so if your model's correct and this isn't what's going on, then again, it would just have to be a coincidence. So my point here, the concession that should have already happened is, if you believe it's a globe, yes, it's a coincidence. Okay, and what we're going to say is, I don't think it is a coincidence, and that's my actual opinion. And if my opinion changes, if I'm convinced of Brian's dual pole model, cool, because I don't have to have a model, I don't have to reify them, and that's the very thing that was such a detriment to us in the first place. That's how we got deceived in the first place, right? And then when you say, and when the other guy says it looks just like a globe, or it would be similar curvature to a globe, somewhat similar with, you need to be specific about that point, but there is some truth to that point when said properly, and that actually is our point, which is they claim that our vision is perfectly straight lines, right? They claim that it is plane trig, that we've seen in plane geometry, that everything is perfectly straight, right? But that is actually not how we see. And so they claim that the Earth itself is curving, but our vision is straight. Flip that around, and the Earth itself is straight, and our vision curves. Now you can see how if you made the improper assumption that our vision was straight and plane geometry, you could then model out what we're seeing in actual curved visual space, right? Assuming it to be not curved, you could then model out a globe, and it's going to perfectly match observation, because that's how the globe was made. The globe was literally made from said observations. So of course it's going to perfectly match, and it's always going to match. And in fact, so much so, you could extrapolate it out to build the whole model, and people would call that a prediction. And then it would still match, because our vision is going to be the same everywhere we go. It's going to be curved visual space everywhere we go, and the overall geometry of the Earth is going to be a plane everywhere we go. So that's actually our position. And there's a whole bunch of repetitive coincidences that seem to stack up, such as the fact that when I look at the actual 69 miles per degree claim and actually look at the manuals that they use for cell nav, they say do not use any of the measurements within like 9 to 10 degrees towards the horizon. Don't use any of the measurements close to your azimuth. Wait, why can't we use measurements close to our azimuth? Because they claim the measurements close to the horizon is just because it's refraction. And that, okay, well, isn't the less refraction straight up? So there's no refraction straight up, right? That's the least amount of refraction. So that means that the measurement close to the azimuth should be the most accurate. But it's not. They say do not use the measurements close to azimuth. Do not use the measurements close to the horizon, because they won't be accurate. They won't match 69 miles per degree. Well, what do you know? If we have curved visual space, we would expect it to be logarithmic, right? So we would actually expect the ratio, the ostensibly linear relationship that the globe claims to be actual and consistent all throughout, that ostensible linear relationship would be a little bit above the horizon to a little bit within the azimuth. And as you got outside of that, it would become a lot more logarithmic, and that ratio would no longer hold true. What do you know? I go look at the Cell Nav Almanac, and it's exactly what it says. That's exactly what it says. But that's probably just another coincidence. So there's like 30 of those.
Understand like what happened, and that's not really that uncommon of a potential one. Like someone will process their own deep sexual abuse, and
because I show that
No,
it's an objective fact. It's an objective fact that if you have a dome with a light source outside of it and you move it in a circle over top of it, okay? So I don't think you're understanding. As in, the dome represents the limitation of our vision. Okay, the physicality, the actuality of it, the dome and the analogy would be the physical medium that we see through. And we have a limit to our vision. Unlike stupid fairy tale globe land, where we can see infinitely far and perfectly straight lines and we're Superman or whatever. In reality, where we can't see forever, okay, we have a equidistant limit to our vision, it basically creates a dome, which is how we've had to model the sky. Even the globe did that. That's how we made the globe, actually. So if I take a little dome representing that equidistant limit, okay, not a dome over the whole flat Earth. There could be a dome over the flat Earth, and then this within it, where I'm talking about a dome. Take one of those little dome glasses, or like a clear plastic dome, okay, that's empty. Put it on top of an AE map, and then take the light source and you start moving in a circle over the AE map, meaning the dome is much smaller than the full map. Okay, as the light source goes over top of it, what happens is within the dome, it starts to rise up, just like a sunrise. Even though it starts to rise up and then arc up to the middle, and then it arcs back down along the curvature of the dome, even though the light source actually just maintained the same height and went in a circle the whole time. It didn't arc anywhere, but within that dome, it arcs up like a sunrise, comes up to overhead, then arcs back down and starts to disappear bottom up with a perfect horizontal cutoff, just like we see on Earth. And it creates sun pillars. It creates all the solar effects, sun pillars, solar pillars that can't even be explained within the mainstream globe interpretation. You can replicate all of that using a dome. So objectively, if this globe model is true, then you have to believe that that is just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence
Okay.
that the dome perfectly replicates it.
So if this dome is created by a max render distance, essentially, as you're talking about, you would have a curved horizon as well?
If you look out, like say if you look out over the ocean, right, it does indeed look like there's a giant circle around you. This is how reality in fact does render.
I know, that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the edges of the ocean literally would have to curve for you to have a max distance in all directions, right? So it would look
No.
like a curved horizon.
Why?
Oh,
No.
really? So if
Oh yeah,
so
why?
if you stand and look straight and you see, let's say the max render distance is 1 kilometer. Obviously, it's way more. Let's say 1 kilometer for simplicity. If you turn right from that point, that is going to be closer to you. You're not going to be able to map a flat horizon doing this. So it wouldn't only be a dome overhead. You would also necessarily understand that the ground you're standing on would be a max render distance of a circle. So it would be looking just like a sphere curving at the edges due to curvature.
Okay, first of all, like no, because you're on a flat ground, so the bottom is flat. Okay, so it would curve as in like start to curve around you in theory, right? It would curve from like the point directly in front of you, and it would curve out and back around you. Okay, which is what we see, which is what it looks like the horizon does. Like if you go out to the ocean, and then what would happen, you're getting closer and closer to that limit of how far you can see. You begin to lose information and resolution. It would start to get really blurry, and the horizon, the vanishing point, as in the ground and the sky, would appear to start to merge together, and it would get real fuzzy, and you're not going to actually be able to perfectly resolve all the way to the limit of the vision. That is also exactly what we see in every observation of the horizon ever. There is always a gradient, a fuzzy gradient where it blurs together. What a coincidence. It's another
I
coincidence.
understand that part. But what I'm saying is your maximal sphere, let's say the ground weren't there, you would map out like a sphere of vision, essentially is what you're saying. If you take a slice of that sphere, that would be the maximum viewing distance horizontally for you. If you stand around and rotate, that will be formed a circle, right? It would be a cut of that whole sphere viewing thing that you have going on. So it literally would have to
I don't know why
curve
you
at the
keep saying
edges.
sphere. I don't know why you keep saying sphere, right? Because it's a dome.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if you could see through the ground, you're saying there's a
Okay.
maximum viewing distance.
If you could
You
see
would
through the
create a
ground. Yeah.
sphere. Yeah, if you looked at every direction, you would like map out a sphere that you're standing inside of that's kind of hollow, right? Of
It
a
would be a
max render
dome. I
distance.
mean, yeah, it would be a
Yeah,
hemisphere.
yeah, sure, but yeah, but
Like
under you would also be a dome,
the
right?
azimuthal grid that we use to create stellarium, that's what you would get. You would take your
Okay,
azimuth,
but
and then you would have your well, this is how the world works. You would take your azimuth, you would have your horizon, you would measure angles from the horizon up to the azimuth, you would do that 360 degrees, and you would get a dome.
yes, and if you did the same thing, opposite angles, underground, it would form a double dome, and you'd have something resembling a
But we,
sphere.
we can't
And if
we
you
don't go underground and see through the earth in
no,
reality.
no,
So
all I'm saying is when you're standing on the ground, You have a slice of that dome being the bottom of the dome that would necessarily have to be a circle you're standing on. Your entire
Yeah.
horizon would be the edge of a circle, therefore it would have to curve just like you would expect curvature on a
Okay,
globe
can
when
you
you look at
still
the
man my
horizon.
no, okay, first of all, no. There would only be left to right curvature forming a circle around you. On a globe, there should be curvature looking straight out. There should be a mountain in front of me. Okay, so no, it's
Well,
not
okay, so we agree.
curvature just like a globe. It's completely different, actually. It's only one half of the curvature you would see on the globe, which would be
I know,
left to right,
I'm saying that
which
it's
is
the
what we
same
see.
apparent viewing perspective. You admit that there's a curve, there's a circle in your model that you're standing on that you can maximally see in all directions. It's not the same
Correct.
curvature, I understand, but
Okay,
that
so you
will
misspoke.
look to
Okay.
your eyes. That will look to your eyes as if it's curving down when you look. If you look straight forwards, the left and right of your vision should be a closer point on that circle edge, and that will look like it's
Yes,
curving
if
down. A lot of
only
flat
if
earthers
you
agree
could
to this
see
already.
only if you could see all the way to the edge of the limit, which I already addressed this. So I think you're actually just not listening. Maybe I'm saying too many things, you know. If you could in theory, if you took out the atmo, yes. If you looked straight ahead, the place 1 foot to the right of the center and 1 foot to the left of the center would technically be closer to you, which is what you're saying. Yes,
Yeah.
but you'd have to actually see to the actual edge. Okay. The issue is that we have an atmo. So we have an actual limit to our vision, and then we have a medium within it. Okay. That's why sometimes we can see further than we can on other days. And this is where you're going to actually get the loss of information at a faster rate than the natural optical limits. And so again, this is what I'm trying to explain, and this is what's so beautiful about being a quote unquote flat earther. What I am is I reject the globe model. It's been falsified, earther. Okay, and so now I get to just be honest. I just get to have good faith. I can just look at everything. What I did was just go look at a little dome, and objectively, this has to just be a coincidence if the Earth's a globe. If you take a dome and you take a light source and you move it over top of say an AE map with a little dome on side of it, and that dome represents the individual observer in the middle and their little azimuthal grid of vision, their little personal bubble. Okay, if you take the light source and you move in a circle over top of that whole map, what happens inside that bubble is the light source, as it gets closer, appears to rise up from the edge of that dome, and then it arches overhead. Then it comes back down and disappears bottom up, just like a sunset. So if the Earth's a globe, it is just a coincidence that the sun does exactly what it would do on a flat Earth if you had a dome limit to your vision.
But you're
Yeah,
adding
but here's
another
the thing:
layer of
with a dual,
explanation
hold on,
upon observation.
with a dual pole, we need a very little of that internal reflection. We do need a little bit, but everything else works perfect. We just need a little bit of internal reflection to slightly arc some of the past, like on the edges and stuff, man.
So your
We
response
got
is no with something else we can do it? Like, okay, so if your model's correct and this isn't what's going on, then again, it would just have to be a coincidence. So my point here, the concession that should have already happened is if you believe it's a globe, yes, it's a coincidence. Okay, and what we're going to say is, I don't think it is a coincidence, and that's my actual opinion. And if my opinion changes, if I'm convinced of Brian's dual pole model, cool, because I don't have to have a model, I don't have to reify them, and that's the very thing that was such a detriment to us in the first place. That's how we got deceived in the first place, right? And then when you say, and when the other guy says it looks just like a globe, or it would be similar curvature to a globe, somewhat similar with you need to be specific about that point, but there is some truth to that point when said properly. And that actually is our point, which is they claim that our vision is perfectly straight lines, right? They claim that it is plane trig, that we've seen in plane geometry, that everything is perfectly straight, right? But that is actually not how we see. And so they claim that the Earth itself is curving, but our vision is straight. Flip that around, and the Earth itself is straight, and our vision curves. Now you can see how if you made the improper assumption that our vision was straight in plane geometry, you could then model out what we're seeing in actual curved visual space. right? Assuming it to be not curved, you could then model out a globe, and it's going to perfectly match observation because that's how the globe was made. The globe was literally made from said observations. So, of course, it's going to perfectly match, and it's always going to match. And in fact, so much so, you could extrapolate it out to build the whole model, and people would call that a prediction, and then it would still match because our vision is going to be the same everywhere we go. It's going to be curved visual space everywhere we go, and the overall geometry of the Earth is going to be a plane everywhere we go. So that's actually our position. And there's a whole bunch of repetitive coincidences that seem to stack up, such as the fact that when I look at the actual 69 miles per degree claim and actually look at the manuals that they use for cell nav, they say do not use any of the measurements within like 9 to 10 degrees towards the horizon. Don't use any of the measurements close to your azimuth. Wait, why can't we use measurements close to our azimuth? Because they claim the measurements close to the horizon is just because it's refraction. And that, okay, well, isn't the less refraction straight up? So there's no refraction straight up, right? That's the least amount of refraction. So that means that the measurement close to the azimuth should be the most accurate. But it's not. They say do not use the measurements close to azimuth. Do not use the measurements close to the horizon because they won't be accurate. They won't match 69 miles per degree. Well, what do you know? If we have curved visual space, we would expect it to be logarithmic, right? So we would actually expect the ratio, the ostensibly linear relationship that the globe claims to be actual and consistent all throughout, that ostensible linear relationship would be a little bit above the horizon to a little bit within the azimuth. And as you got outside of that, it would become a lot more logarithmic, and that ratio would no longer hold true. What do you know? I go look at the Cell Nav Almanac, and it's exactly what it says. That's exactly what it says. That's probably just another coincidence. So there's like 30 of those coincidences that happen in real life that perfectly match the prediction of a curved visual space with a limit. Okay, so that's my position. So if I'm going to go try to understand what the sun's doing, I'm not going to toss that out, right? Because it's like it's explained so many things so far. So if there is an alternative explanation, which again I'm open to it, because I'm not in a religion. I don't have to believe anything as if I know it's true. That's what
It's a
I'm
crazy
free.
leap, though.
What's the leap?
Like to rather believe the fundamental ground state is for vision to be in a curved space.
Well, no, the evidence suggests that, right? So like what's crazy to me is to believe that we see in perfect straight lines infinitely with no limits. Okay?
No,
And that's
vision doesn't have a side of the eyes receive things, and the things can move in a path before they get into us. Vision isn't a thing that extends outwards.
okay, that's a cool claim, right? But when we model out vision, we use lines that extend out from our eyes. Right, that's how we do it, and then we use a
Describe how
specific
things move
equation
to
for
them.
perspective. No, that's your model. You believe that we're getting, I'm guessing, pelted in the eye with little light paintballs or whatever. I don't believe that. That's stupid. It
No,
can be
no, that's not
that
what
can
I
that,
believe, but okay.
that can get easily falsified. Photons are stupid, but outside of that, it doesn't even matter. The point is like when we're modeling out. Because by the way, that's all this is. So when you're making this like tedious, distinction here where it's like, oh, well, no, what actually is happening? Okay, yeah, we're talking about models because the Globers love models, and apparently now they've shifted the burden to where we need to replicate and replace their model or something. Like, okay, let's go back to the model worlds, and I'm going to falsify the globe model. And the way the globe model works is they take our eyes and they draw straight lines out from them, and they extend them infinitely forever. And you have to do that. You have to do that because I don't know if
Well,
you're
you can
aware.
have absorption, but
I don't know if you're aware of how the globe was made, right? But the way the globe was made was, hey, let's see the way the stars change as we move around. Okay, now we're going to create a geometric claim based on the way the sky looks. And so they're like, okay, so these stars, in order to do that, we're gonna have to claim that the reason the stars say drop as we get further away is not because of perspective. Even though perspective causes everything else in existence to do that same thing, just like a plane flying overhead, it looks like it's going up as it gets closer, looks like it's going down as it gets further away. Just like a boat that sails out on the ocean looks like it's going up. right? So what we see is if something's above us, it looks like it's going up as it gets closer and down as it goes further away. If it's below us, it looks like it's going up as it goes further away. And it look right. Like that's what we see. That's how perspective works. It makes things start to
Well, it's
converge.
opposite. It's the opposite of those, but yeah.
No. If I look at a plane and a plane's flying towards me, as it gets closer, it looks like it's going up until it's overhead,
Oh
and then
yeah, it
as it
does.
flies
Yeah,
away, it looks like it's
literally
going down.
in a 2D view. Yeah, in a 2D view.
Well,
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
no, just in how we actually see it. Like if you just walk in your backyard and you watch a plane fly towards you, it's going to look like it's angled up. Right? That's just how we see the world. So my point is that's what perspective does. And both sides all agree that's just perspective. The plane's actually maintaining the same altitude the whole time. It's not actually angled up. It's not actually angled down. It's just a perspective trick, right? Okay, so we agree that that's what perspective does. The globe says, yes, that's what perspective does in all scenarios except for the stars. When it comes to the sky, perspective doesn't do that. And yeah, when we get further away, the stars look like they go down. The same thing perspective normally does. But this time, it's actually not because of perspective. It's actually because we are physically changing our orientation as we traverse the earth. And we're tilting, and it's making the stars look like they're changing position just because we're physically changing. The actual physical geometry of the earth is causing us to tilt and make the stars look like they're dropping down, similar to how they would if it was perspective. And so if we're going to make that claim, now we have to say we're seeing the actual position of the stars. Okay, so if we're going to make that claim, we're going to draw a straight line out to the stars and we're seeing their actual position, and we're tilting on a globe as we walk across the globe, and it's making that actual position change, right? The angle changes. Okay, so in order to see those stars, we're going to have to say that they're super far away, because if they weren't super far away, we know perspective would make them change. But we're claiming perspective is not altering the position. It's just the physical geometry of Earth. So now we have to claim the stars are super far away. In fact, we're just going to assume that they're infinitely far away. We're going to treat them all as the same distance, and they're all infinitely far away. So then we have to figure out, wait a minute, how could I see something from infinitely far away, though? The only way, even in theory, that I could see these stars from infinitely far away is if there was
Nobody says that.
nothing. No, this is the mainstream position, dude.
No, it is
Nobody says
absolutely
infinitely
not. We have
far.
known
That's not a
Oh, really?
distance.
distances.
Oh, really? You guys didn't know
We
that to do the
listen.
math,
Yeah.
to do the celestial math, you have to treat the stars as infinite distances? You didn't know that? I'm glad
No,
I could teach you guys something.
we don't. No, you can trace lines back to that if you want. Nobody says stars are infinitely far away. We have an observable
Straw
limit in the
man.
universe
Straw man.
from
Yes,
any perspective.
yes, it is.
No, that is not a straw man.
I didn't say that they actually
And
say they're
also,
infinitely far
what?
away. I said that when they
Well,
do
hold
the
on.
math, they treat them as infinitely far away. That's a fact.
Well, it depends on
So,
what type of math you're talking about. But why is it when you're on
the
the
kind of
What
math that
math
we're
doesn't?
currently talking about.
the north? Well, hold on. Just I want to address one point because the north celestial pole, the sky rotates counterclockwise, and the southern it's clockwise. And if you follow it, you walk all the way across and across the equator line, it'll map
Red
perfectly.
herring
You're
That's why it's
moody.
fallacy.
still the
Red
same
herring
direction.
fallacy, dude.
How can
So,
you
and
Dude,
explain that?
red
they
You
always
herring.
go
don't.
east to west. They always go east to west. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's a red herring anyway. It's a red herring. You know, the first time when you were saying, you jumped in so confidently saying that I was lying and I was wrong, and that doesn't actually happen with the dome optics, and I proved it did. What did you do? You use a red herring and you change the subject to the
No.
horizon.
You said
To the horizon.
Atmos.
You changed the subject to the horizon. Now that we're talking about the stars, when I was building and I was on the last point about to make the conclusion, it was getting really uncomfortable for you. So you jumped in and you deflected with another red herring. We're not talking about star rotation right now. What we're talking about is the star changing the angle as we move along the earth. So I'm telling you how your belief was created. Okay, so we're saying, okay, even though perspective normally makes things drop, we're going to say that it doesn't do that in this case. It's actually the physical geometry of the earth because we're on a sphere. So we're tilting and it's changing. Okay, cool. Well, in order for that to happen, we're going to need the stars to be super far away, because if they weren't super far away, then perspective would cause them to change as well. And that's really going to complicate math
I
and
see.
complicate our model. So we're going to have to say they're super far away. Okay, well, if they're super far away, now we have the question of how could we see something that was that far away? The only way in
So you're
theory that we can I please make the point? The only
sorry,
way
go
in
on.
theory, the only way in theory that we could see something that far away is if there was practically nothing in between us and them. That is
I
literally
understand.
how we came up with the claim that space was a near perfect vacuum. We did not go there and make some measurements. No, no, no. We just said out of necessity for our mathematical models, we need there to be basically nothing there. So really
I
soak that in.
understand.
Okay. Okay, so how lucky they were to have guessed that, right? Just like how lucky Democritus was to magically know that everything was comprised of little atoms and there was a big bang where everything came from nothing as a Greek philosopher thousands of years ago. How lucky they were
That's
to
not
just
really what
basically
they
have
say.
guessed
That's a straw man.
of
Yeah, that's
Democritus.
not.
Yeah, they didn't get lucky. They deduced it. That's deductive logic.
Really, what was his logical reasoning for that?
You just explain the math.
The math?
It's a lot of logical deduction from the mathematical findings.
Democritus had nothing to do with math. He was a
No, the math you
philosopher.
were just talking about. I'm not
Okay.
I'm not following you to your other sort of
So you took the conclusion of the
making
point about
fun of the other.
Democritus, and
I'm going
then
back to
just
the
wait.
point that you've been on for the last 10 minutes about the math. That led them to deduce that there must not be anything interfering with the light.
You mean the
Which
presupposition?
turned out to be true when we went up into high altitudes that the
Oh, so you mean
atmosphere
you
diminishes.
you mean the presupposition, right? So, and this is the point that, and you guys are going to start doing this again. I'm just going to say if there's like repetitive like derailment, then I'm going to tap out. Because the point here being was that he's saying he rejected the idea that visual space could be curved. And I pointed out, no, actually, I reject the claim that it's perfectly straight. And then he tried to deny the mainstream accepted claims about vision. And now we've gotten to where he's reluctantly accepted them. So now we're back on the same page where we're actually properly identifying what the model claims, which is that we see in perfectly straight lines infinitely. That's the only reason that point even came up, was I had to clarify what you denied, even though it's your
Oh, my bad.
belief.
I've only been
Yeah,
here the last 10 minutes. I didn't get the
no,
part
you're
about
good.
visual space
You're good.
being
Yeah.
curved.
So okay. So now we are going to say, okay, is that actually true though? In theory, could that have been true? In theory, could they have just gotten lucky with, because we just laid it out. It was just a sequence of presuppositions. And actually the ontological premise behind it was that the sphere is the perfect shape, right? There were Platonists and then there was Neoplatonists. The sphere is the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must be like that. And it looks like the moon could be a sphere, so the Earth's probably a sphere because it's the perfect shape. That's why they actually proposed it, including Aristotle. And then he only proposed some test after that, such as if I can't see the boat forever as it goes away from me, then it must be going over a ball, right? Okay, and we now know that's stupid. If you had a telescope, he would have been like, wait, I can see the boat again. So anyway, the point here is, like, the question is, do we actually see in perfectly straight lines? And I would say very blatantly we don't. Because if I see in perfectly straight lines, that's plane geometry. So if I look out at railroad tracks, if I see railroad tracks are parallel to each other, they are perfectly straight and parallel to each other. So if that's plane geometry, right? We will use plane geometry to build the railroad tracks. They're parallel to each other. One of the primary postulates of plane geometry, which is very easy, we would all agree, is that parallel straight lines will never intersect. They could go on infinitely. They'll never intersect because they're straight and they're parallel, which is a primary postulate of plane geometry. So, okay, if we see in plane geometry, which is the mainstream claim, and we're looking at these railroad tracks that are parallel straight lines, that means we should see them just go off into the distance and never intersect or go towards each other. They're just parallel. But what do we actually see? We see the railroad tracks look like they converge towards each other, and then they get all bundled up in the distance as if they're converging, and we lose information. So we see the railroad tracks look like they go towards each other, even though they're actually parallel. So that means that there's a
Talking about
separation between, almost done with conclusion here. That means there's a distinct separation between the actual physical reality of what the railroad tracks actually are, and then how our minds perceive them with our vision. Our vision is not the same as the physical reality. There's a distinction there, right? We can all agree. The railroad tracks aren't actually converging.
Could I stop you real quick? I don't want
perspicular
to.
rays are pretty easy to explain.
It seems like you just conflated converging toward each other with intersecting with each other. Can you disambiguate that for me? Because converging toward and intersecting are different. So we don't
Not
ever
really.
see them intersect with each other. We just see them get, closer as far as like, the
Right, because we
angle.
always lose information before that.
Right.
But
So the
like,
angle gets smaller and smaller towards zero, but it never gets to zero. We never see that.
okay, okay, but the logical conclusion there is if two lines are intersecting towards each other, if they continued on, they would have to intersect at some point
Wrong. Why?
because they can't infinitely converge towards each other and never intersect.
That is so
Can't an
incorrect.
angle
Dude, it's
always be
Euclid's
divided?
It's Euclid's. I could tell
Wait a
you
minute.
why. I could tell you why.
Wait.
It's Euclid's parallel. It's Euclid's parallel postulate. That's why.
Let me tell you why.
Correct.
You correct me if I'm wrong
You
on
know what
this.
that is?
Can't the angle, right? If the angle is 5 degrees, can't it diminish to 4 and then 3, then 2, and then 1, and then half, and then 0.25, and then 0.125, and then
I
it
mean,
can always be
Sure.
divided
Sure.
smaller and smaller. So it could be a smaller and smaller decimal, but that's always going to be above 0.
Your resolution rate of your eye. Think about that.
You know what
It's not
Euclid's
always
parallel?
Yeah. So the point is, you'll never
You know what
see them
Euclid's parallel
converge. You'll just
postulate
see them
is?
get closer.
All right.
Well,
Look,
they don't
man,
have to. They don't have to intersect.
Okay,
They
but
could
it's
just
like you're arguing
converge. The
against
fact
the
that they're
thing Witsit said
converging
when
is
it's like you're arguing against the thing Witsit said. All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure for a second there. It sounded like you guys couldn't. But I don't know why you're trying to argue against the thing Witsit said. Obviously, that's the triangle axiom or the parallel postulate. Like they would obviously intersect. Like it sounded like you were like trying to like argue that, and you didn't understand why they would intersect. So looking at like the
No, you're
Euclid a little bit.
you're breaking up a little bit, and I was asking Witsit why he's conflating getting closer with crossing. Those aren't
Well,
the same
Jeremy
thing.
just answered you, which is what I said earlier. It's a primary postulate of Euclid, the Euclidean geometry, the plane geometry that's being invoked, right? A primary postulate of that is that parallel lines can never intersect. And if they converge at any angle, they will eventually intersect.
But
If
we
you just
know that
keep
they're parallel
on
lines and they're not actually intersecting. What we're seeing is
correct,
an
correct.
effective
It's just
visual
an illusion.
perspective.
It's just an illusion. Correct. That's my whole point. It's just
That's
an
Witsit's
illusion.
point.
But the point you're making is that what we witness is them getting a smaller angle, right?
No,
Over
the point
distance.
I'm making is simple.
The angular size decreases, but we don't ever see it get to 0.
It doesn't matter, okay? Because what we're seeing isn't actually happening anyway, which is the whole point. The whole point is that in actual physical reality, they're just parallel. But for some reason, we don't see them that way. We see them appear to converge towards each other, which means it's an illusion, which means the way that we visualize and see the world is not in plane geometry. It cannot be, because a primary postulate of plane geometry is that parallel lines do not converge. Okay,
Okay, but
so
here's the difference when we're talking about the sun or anything astrological. With the railroad tracks, we never see the angular size get to 0. But with the sun, we do. We see it go out. We lose the light. That's 0.
you don't seem to understand the point,
He
right?
doesn't know
So
he's never read Euclid or
Listen,
anything. He doesn't know about the
no,
parallel
but this is
postulate
easy
or
though. This
anything you're
is easy.
talking about. So I don't know why you would even keep going on with this, but
you say
If
it's easy,
you
but I've
have
talked to a
somebody
PhD
extend, hold on.
mathematician professor who seems to not be able to rebut it. So please enlighten us. I've been waiting for like 3 years.
If you have somebody extending these
What?
railroad tracks infinitely far,
Appeal to
and you have
Euclid, appeal
somebody
to
else
PhDs.
walking along
No,
Explain.
I
with
didn't
them
appeal
with
to
a
anybody.
camera,
Can you not hear? Wait, time out.
The
Time
other
out.
guy
Can you not
did.
hear?
then you'll see
Can
it's
you
just
not?
a
Can you not
smaller
hear the
angle.
other guy talking? Big Tech. The Big Tech. This is who I've been talking to for a while. I want to wrap up our combo. I don't care if you jump in. Obviously, free room. I want to hear the other guy's response to this though, because it seems
Okay.
like the point's getting lost on him. I don't think he gets the points.
Go ahead then. No problem. I'll pull back.
We're talking about me.
Yeah, man. Could you still, man? What's
Yeah.
the
So
why are we
yeah.
even talking about
So
this? Could you
we're
still,
talking
man?
about. Well, we're talking about perpendicular rays here, but if you have somebody extending this railroad track infinitely far, and you have the perspective of them getting closer, you expect the cone to intersect. If you have somebody else walking along with a camera infinitely far, you will see it's just a smaller and smaller angle over time. You will be able to verify that it's just a tighter cone
You're
the whole
making
way
my
down.
point stronger, so that wasn't a good point. So here, let me ask you this question. If I had built 2 railroad tracks, but I actually tipped them in at the smallest angle imaginable, but I tipped them in to converge towards each other, and then I built the world's longest railroad track, what's eventually going to happen?
The point is they're never moving
Answer
closer
my
to each
question,
other.
dude. What's eventually going to happen?
Yeah, but you're assuming they're getting closer. They're not.
Wait, why can't you answer my question, bro? What's eventually going to happen?
Well, okay, if they're getting closer all the time, you can still have a smaller and smaller distance, just like you can have infinite of halfway points between a meter, right?
It's called a
What's
vanishing
eventually
point
going
and a
to happen?
resolution limit.
What's
In a
eventually going to
microscope
happen?
or a telescope, there's a resolving
Nothing.
power. The
If you
distance that you
half the
can resolve two
distance,
objects. In the
if you half
distance,
the
objects
distance
will
every
appear
time,
to. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I would just
just
love for
saying,
this
if you
guy to
half the
actually answer the
distance,
question. Can we not build this guy? Hey, man. If I built two railroad tracks, but instead of being parallel, they were actually tipped in towards each other, and then I build the world's longest railroad track, what's eventually going to happen?
oh, yeah, they're gonna form a cross.
Thank you. Right. They're going to intersect. So now we don't see that when we look at the railroad tracks because it's just an illusion. It's just an
Yes.
optical effect. So what we have now definitively and objectively established is that we do not see the world in plane geometry.
That's true.
Well, if it's a curved, now we can imagine not just a straight line, right? I mean, you're appealing to perspective in a way that it never crosses because you expect the distance to get. This is what you would expect in that geometry, though.
And what geometry?
Like you could do it in planar. I mean, when you say visually curved lines, I mean this is what we started on, right?
I didn't say
You
that.
understand that the ice.
I never said that.
Well, I mean, you said it was kind of like that, right? Like a visually
No.
curved space.
Okay. Yeah.
You did.
Visual. Yeah. Curved space. Curved visual space. Yeah.
So what do you mean by a visual space? Like, is that a particular medium?
Yeah.
Just like
The
fisheye
space.
lens,
The space in which we see things.
like a fisheye lens. Do you know how that affects how things appear? I think that's what he's arguing. But y'all also say the photons curve in the atmosphere.
I mean, you said
It's almost similar. It's
photons
almost
were
similar to that.
bullshit. I mean, you believe in like
First of all, she
electromagnetic
said
radiation and stuff, right?
they say. She said they say. Why are you desperately deflecting to light? One of the most profound conversations known to man.
I
You're
just
opening.
remembered you
Not her. I mean,
talking about
you're
photons.
opening up a can that's like a 3 hour conversation. It's like well known. That's like the most perplexing, profound topic known to man. I have my take on it, but that's not what we're talking. Can we get to the conclusion here? Here, I'll just wrap this up with my conclusion. Okay, so we established how your model was created, and it makes the assumption that we see in perfectly straight lines, plane geometry. When we actually look out at the world, that isn't the case. I used a very simple example of railroad tracks. People always bumble around and they try to claim that they wouldn't intersect, and they try to say, "Oh, but here's an equation for it." Yeah, we actually have to transfer. We can't use plane geometry. We actually have to fix it to try to make perspective work because we don't see in plane geometry. But we don't even have to do that. We can just look at like modern times robotics. Like the visual optics of modern robotics is so sensitive that it has to be super accurate. And they use the assumption of plane geometry, and they started being wrong. Their depth perception was off. Their rendering of distances was off. So they actually had to start to correct it. And what did they do to correct it? They used curved visual space. And when they started to make corrections of curved visual space with the robotics, they started becoming more accurate. So actually the assumption that we see in straight lines literally cost the company millions of dollars in robotics, and they had to fix it. And there are tons of papers about this over the years. It's been like this kind of elephant in the room topic. And it's not like sexy. Who wants to write their thesis on visual space? Who wants to talk about that? When people, perspective largely, it's like, well, there's only a few scenarios that you even need to use it. It's like art class and something like robotics, or like really sophisticated military technology for target acquirement or something, right? It's not something that's like, it's not like a popular subject in college. Okay, so it's kind of flown under the radar because there's not an easy fix to it. Because if we're going to switch over to curved visual space, it's going to throw a wrench in everything. It has major implications. How we map the sky out is the one we're talking about. Okay, it's going to change how we map the sky. If we're using mathematical models that assume the stars are at infinite distances, which is what we do, and now we're going to claim that we're going to adhere to the fact that we see in curved visual space, we're going to have to change a lot of stuff. right? And that's just not anything anyone's ever going to do in the mainstream. But that's not our problem here because we don't care about that. So do you see the issue though? So like now if we wrap it up right, like the way this whole conversation started was someone talking about the sun and the 24-hour sun and then curved visual space and blah blah blah. And I told you, well, if the Earth is a globe, then it would have to just be a pretty major coincidence that if I take a little down and I move a light source over it, as the light source gets closer, it comes up like a sunrise. Even though the light source stays at the same height over top of me, it looks like it's arcing up, and then it gets overhead, and then it arcs down, and then it disappears bottom up, just like a sunset. So that would be a huge coincidence. And like, if I was a glober, I would have to say, yeah, whatever, dude, it's a coincidence. So the fact that globers don't do that, that they have to fight everything, is super gay to me. Like at this point, when I'm coming back this time, I'm not really gonna do that anymore. I'm not gonna like have these like bad faith. Either just say, yeah, that would have to be a coincidence. Okay, that's weird. I've never seen it. Show me, but yeah, that would be a coincidence. Don't argue with me for an hour about the fact that that's just the case. It's just stupid.
I guess I would wrap it up by saying, I guess you could model the same thing from different perspective using domes, but we would also add the fact on that the energy output that we measure from the sun is the exact same we would expect the fission of a mass that size to do over a total area, and that would also explain the distance to all the other stars and explain most of the phenomena on the different celestial pole rotations of the sky, and it just pretty much just fits the overall model
Okay,
and
I think that's
ties
a
into
pretty.
the
That's
rest of physics.
I will take that as a decently intellectually honest comment. So you did slip in the concession of the dome optics. I'll take it. I would obviously disagree with your claim about the energy output of the sun perfectly matching. Like, no, we built the model of the sun around it. If you actually look at whenever they try to verify the distance to the sun in modern times, they try to shoot radar radio waves to the sun. Right, like some globers, like because they listen to Mattoon, which is their first mistake, and he lists this as one of his first evidences of that verify the distance to the sun. What he doesn't tell you is that it was attempted in the '60s like 5 times, and it never worked, and that's why it's never been done since then. But they
Isn't
claim
the
they were
sun a black body?
I
exactly
think they use
exactly.
triangulation with other planets, though, right? That's the main thing.
That's one of the claims, but they claim that in theory you should be able to shoot radio waves, but like he said, it's claimed to be a black body, which then they
Yeah.
say is just theoretical. But and black bodies absorb all light. You can't bounce radio waves off of a black body, but they claim that they did. And then what happened was it didn't work. It didn't match the predictions. It didn't match the distances. The signals were so, and I say it didn't work as if they actually bounced something off of it. That's not what happened. They just had such erratic signatures of EMF that they couldn't even isolate what they thought they sent out there. And then they made a bunch of calculative assumptions and corrections and then tried to say, well, we think if we pretend that this one is the one that we sent, it's relatively close and there's some stuff we still got to figure out. And then people like McToon
No,
put that
but
as a proof on his website.
but that's not possible, though. No, you can't take that seriously. Like you can't bounce something off of the sun, right? I don't think that's.
I mean, that's what a lot of people believe that they did. So. Well, yeah.
That
So
sounds pretty
I don't
dumb
know.
to me,
And
but
dude, have you seen this though? This is like, I mean, we're on different ends of the spectrum, right? Like it's always been like this. Someone that's like really in defense of the globe mode, it's just different. Like the way I view it is, I'm in a much more free position. I don't even care. Like people thought I was going to come back super defeated from Antarctica. I couldn't care less, dude. I thought it was cool. I was just tired. I don't care. I don't care about the AE model. I don't care about stuff like that. I don't have like a devotion to like this religious devotion to some like rigid dogma of a model. I think that's super gay, and that's what I broke out of. But I will just tell you, so we're able to kind of look at stuff I think with less bias. A lot of flat earthers do have lots of bias, and they do reify the model, whatever. But a lot of us don't. And so, like, here's an example of where a Cobra will just fight against this, desperately looking for excuses. But when there's high altitude footage and you can see the sun, and the sun creates a local hotspot underneath it. So how does that work? If it's not a local light source, how can I send a balloon up 120,000 feet, see the sun, and then all around the outside of the picture, it's darker. As you get to the sun, it's brighter, and there's a concentrated little localized hotspot underneath the sun on the clouds.
But the next person from his perspective will also see that hot spot in a different place. It's not there. Whoop-de-doo.
What do you mean
It's
by
not
hot
there.
spot? I mean, it pretty much lights up. I mean, the more you stand under it, the more light, right?
No. When you send a high altitude balloon up, you can look at the sun, and directly underneath the sun, there's a little circle hot spot. There's like a circular light. It's called a hot spot. It's like if you shine a
Can
light,
I
you take
Oh,
a
you mean like
marble.
that?
Yeah.
can I
It
quote
sounds
you
like
when you
Dan's
came
trying to
back?
say that's
Can I
relative, like it's
Austin? Can I
relative
quote
to the
you
observer.
when you said a couple of months ago? I never said it was a place. I never said it was a thing.
Okay.
Are you
Focusing
saying
on
it's
Witsit is
relative
not
to
going
the
to help us
observer,
get
Dan? Is that
further.
what you're trying to say?
I'm just trying to get Austin's perspective. I was still waiting for the skip test and what we should do with the bullshitters and what we should do with flat Earth, what direction we could or might want to take
All right.
it.
Well,
I don't hear any of that.
let's say you get doxxed and receive 45 death threats, and then have 7 bank accounts hacked, and then be kicked off of 2 banks. Let's say you go through that, and then come back to hear people on Discord talking about, why haven't you done all the stuff I think that you should do for me for free? And you're a Mason, by the way.
You don't think I've been through all that? You don't
No,
think
I
that's
don't.
been documented
I
since
don't think that Chase Bank.
2019? I've
I
been through
don't
the
think
same
that Chase
bullshit.
Bank has kicked
Were
you
you
out of
any
your
help
bank.
when it was happening to me? Were
I
you
don't
any
think you've
help
been
when it
kicked out
was
of a bank.
happening to me?
I
Were
don't think
you
you've been
any
kicked out of a
help
bank.
when it was happening to
Relax.
me?
No, Dan, you've never been kicked out of a bank for calling out Jewish supremacy. You've never been kicked out of banking institutions. That's
Right,
not
because
true.
I would never publicly say the shit you say.
Oh, I
So
don't know what you would
aside
or
from
wouldn't do.
attacking racism,
That's
aside from
crazy,
me
bro.
You'd never say
defending
facts.
Judaism,
You'd never say
I just
facts.
want to know if you really said or feel it's. I never said it was a place. I never said it was a thing because that's how I quote you now.
Nobody cares what you think, Dan. You're
Oh,
fucking
that's
you're a
funny. But
liar.
you chiming
Everybody
in
knows it. Just be
defeats
quiet.
that statement.
No, just
See,
shut up,
you
dude. Put it
chiming
on
in
mute.
defeats that statement. You
Hey guys, real quick. Just hold on. I just muted you guys to keep the combo. I'll unmute you in 1 second. Andy, you're kind of just creating drama, more drama than is needed. Witsit, do you want to answer that? Because Dan did just ask you that. Like, because you were saying the hotspot under, and I think he's trying to say that implies that the sun is in a place, and then he's maybe thinking you had said something. Do you want to respond to that?
I don't know. Is that what you're talking about, Dan? I never said it's a place or a thing in reference to the sun.
No, it was in reference to the Earth. But thank you,
Okay.
Gio, for saving me. That was nice of you.
Dude, Dan,
Yeah,
you
that was
just
good.
showed your cards that you had a super bad faith intention, and then it all came out at the end, and you have some big gripe that I didn't do the skip test yet, and I didn't do all the stuff that you expected me to do, and you were
It
waiting on
wasn't
me to
a
do.
big gripe. It was I asked you what we could do together going forward. See, you just twisted that like a fucking dick. Now, don't say anything about being gay or Jewish. You twisted that right now. I absolutely recorded just within 2 minutes ago, asked you what we could do together going forward. Ha
I
ha,
know that.
ha ha, ha ha.
No, you're proving my point, which is that you came in here pretending to want to be all buddy, and then at the end of that, right
No,
there,
asking what
notice how
we
I
can
didn't. Notice how I'm
do
not
going
screaming or
forward.
Hold up,
interrupting you.
dude. Just don't interrupt.
I
Just hold
absolutely
on,
an
dude.
hour ago
Harp,
said
chill,
everything
bro.
between
Harp,
us in the
chill.
past, right? I said let's not hold anything. The fact that you pulled anything or that you pulled a Jew thing or any of that, nobody's even going there. I said let's assume we have no differences. And now a minute ago I said let's go forward, and you twisted it. So your ability to be twisted makes you just as full of shit as the rest of
All
them,
right, this
and
is
that's a
it.
bummer. I'm
Okay,
bummed.
notice
Okay,
how
Saw
I'm not.
me.
Dan,
Fine,
are
hold
you?
on. Okay, hold on. I think Dan finished his point. Out of respect, Dan, I'm going to temporarily mute you because you've interrupted Witsit 3 times in a row. I'll unmute you if he wants to go back and forth, but I am temporarily muting you so he can respond if he wants to engage. Go ahead, Witsit.
Yeah, like you're screaming at me and interrupting. So I never said anything to you about being a Jew. So please don't say that lie again. That's a lie. I never said anything to you about being a Jew. I didn't even know you were Jewish. Okay, that's a lie. I didn't know you were gay. I guess you're gay. I didn't know that. Don't care. Okay. So anyway, the point I'm making is that you came in here and I received you in good faith, actually on the heels of being attacked by the same 3 trolls that always attack me when I come in here. Blob, Rusted Soul, which she was actually being somewhat cool today, and QOP or whatever, right? Bringing up the Antarctica thing, no matter what we're talking about. It was really just mainly QOP. Okay. That started that conversation. right? Then you came in and you were like, hey, man, despite all of our beefs, let's pretend we don't have beef for a second. I was cool with you. I didn't say, but right here at the end of this, you jumped in and you very clearly started going down this talking point that you've done with me many times, as if you have a gripe with me because I didn't hold the whole community in check. I didn't do all the things that I was supposed to do, that I came back and did something wrong with the trip. And what I said to you, and you're talking about when we come back, you were expecting me to do all these things. I didn't do them. My response to you was like, okay, well, let's see you be doxxed, receive lots of death threats. My point here is that's what happened to me after the trips. The reason that I stepped away was tons of stuff happened to me, including being kicked out of 2 banks and having 7 accounts hacked, 2 debit cards in one day. My point is that dude, I was stepping away. Whatever happened with that trip, whether it was flat earthers that did it, it was other people that did it, I don't know. My whole life got attacked and crumbled. So yes, I didn't prioritize, oh man, there are people in Discord who have a list of questions that they feel I need to answer. That was my responsibility. It wasn't even a personal attack. So like, yeah, that's my response to you, bro. It's like, okay, I stepped away. I stepped away because, honestly, I feel like I took tons of sacrifices to go on that trip. It cost me a lot of money that I didn't have. It cost me tons of money after that. And then all I did was all that happened, everyone turned on me and acted like I was some Masonic shill or something. So yeah, I stepped away. I didn't prioritize the skip test, man. Okay, so that's what happened.
I didn't turn
All right.
from you, bro.
All right, so hold on. We were on a bunch of other topics. Dan did bring this up. I mean, Dan, obviously I'll unmute you to respond. He needed to be uninterrupted. So I don't know if this is where the convo is going. I will unmute Dan, though. Obviously, let him say his piece since a lot was said there, and then we'll decide where we go from there. But let's just not have drama. I will do temporary little mutes. We're not shutting anyone down or censoring anyone. But if there's chaos and multiple talking, since we want to keep it good right now, clean audio, and there's a lot of people in here, and that means when anyone can open their mic, it gets wild. Go ahead, Dan. You've got the floor if you want to respond to that. I don't know if this is what we're shifting to, but Witsit obviously engaged with it. We were talking about like the sun position and stuff, but it's all right. Just go ahead, Dan. You got it.
No, I don't want to go on and on. I just want to say that I certainly talked about going forward. I certainly would like to talk about what happened with FE Core. I'd certainly like to talk about what successes we had. I'd love to talk to you about the mathematical equation that may account for that. But of course, we're going to talk instead about speculation about vaping or stuff, whatever. I just want to say I'd like to talk about real stuff if you ever have time. Now, I've confronted you face to face about that when I met you. I said, how come you're not available? How come you blocked me? He said, well, I didn't block you. He said, well, you showed me on your DM, here you are. I go, but you don't respond. So I was sorry what happened with Nathan. I was sorry about the client tour. I was sorry that you were in shock back then. So don't talk about TFE as being the problem. You were in shock back then. You went out as a lone nut. I've been trying to work with you or anyone else since. And for you to twist it today isn't fair. It isn't okay. And you're not going to get away with it. Okay? You're being called out. Don't twist shit. When I clearly said, what can we do together?
All right, man. Sounds good. You didn't call me out for anything. Every time you come in here, you have like a big story about some personal gripe I have with you, and from my perspective, I don't even ever know what you're talking about. So it's like that's actually my.
I'm done. Thank you, Gio.
All right, sounds good, man. So what happened was earlier we were talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination, which I did find to be a fascinating conversation because that was going to be my comeback stream. All right, so we were talking about that, and what happens is people found out that I'm in here. Like I'm gonna have to use some voice changer and some like other account or something.
No, Austin, it's good to hear you back, dude. I'm glad you're all right. I actually wanted to get Big Tech's a take on that too, because I'm sure he's interested. I like his commentary as well. If you're you might Big Tech anyway.
Well, I'm still here. My take on what? On the
Charlie Kirk situation.
Yeah, can we go back to the non-Euclidean thing after that?
Yeah,
I'll give my Charlie Kirk take.
No. I mean, we can come back around. It's up to you. But I'd like to get your take at some point.
Yeah, sure. Well, look, I love all the theories. I've looked at them all. I find them fascinating. I think they're fun. I'm typically sort of an auto hoaxer. I assume that there's a possibility of a cover up and an alternative narrative, especially when there's a large sort of like world shifting event. I assume the possibility of a false flag or setup or a covert operation or whatever. So I've looked at all the possible angles. I've maybe just like the rest of you guys, I'm just letting you know I've seen probably all you guys have seen, right? I've done streams about it and I find it all fascinating and I like it. Yet, what to me, what's kind of clogging me up from being able to buy into those as much as I would like to is there's one frame that's from Charlie Kirk's right side. You know, you're probably familiar with the camera angle. It's like a handheld video to the right and behind him. And it was brought to my attention that you can see it appears in the first couple frames post impact, right? So he's going from sitting there, he's chilling, and then immediately when you can see that something's happening, there's an impact seeming to happen on the video. What you can see in the first frames, it seems like the back of Charlie's body. Like, so at the top of his, I guess it would be his thoracic spine below the cervical, like where the back and the neck meet, right? You know, that lump at the top of your back below your neck, right in that area right there. If you examine those first couple frames of that video from that angle, you can see it seems that Charlie's back it's like a balloon instantly expands in his back. He becomes Quasimodo for a couple frames. So he develops this giant hump in his back, and his shirt stretches out. And it's like a car's airbag went off instantly, it's just like boom. And when that was brought to my attention, after I was being very skeptical of the narrative of the rooftop shooter with the 30-06 and all this stuff, I was thinking the whole time, there's no way Charlie's neck caught a high-powered supersonic round out of a hunting rifle like that. I thought, of course, his neck meat wouldn't stop that. It would pass straight through his neck. And since there's no blood spatter out the backside, there seems to be no, exit wound. It's really hard for me to believe that a high-powered supersonic rifle wouldn't penetrate his neck flesh. And then, they come out with this tweet of like, he's the man of steel and he caught the bullet with the spine. That even sounded very sus to me. Like, what's with all of this language if he's like a hero who saved everyone with his steel skeleton or something? I'm like, what are they trying to pull here? But then it's brought to my attention, if you can see in that first couple frames, it actually looks exactly like I would expect it to look if he did in fact receive a bullet through the neck that lodged into the upper part of his spine, like at the top of his back, bottom of the neck, right there where it comes together. If that did take place, like they're saying, it would look just like that actually. And so when I saw that, and so the story now does line up, so it seems like some sort of miracle. I mean, I don't know you can call it a miracle or whatever, but it's the way that the shot went down, it seems like it went through his artery right there in his neck, resulting in the gushing blood. And then if it was caught by his spine, you would see something just like what we see in the video. And that really sort of like made me turn around on being willing to go along with so many, palm pistols and above him to the right on the other roof and multiple shooters and tunnels. And there's a million things. Yeah, I've seen them all and I like them. But then when I saw that one, and if you want, I could share that. I have like a clip of those couple frames that I'm referencing if you guys want to take a look at it. But when I saw those, it made me more willing to accept the main narrative of at least where the bullet came from and maybe even what kind of bullet it was. Like, so the idea that it was a 30-06 from that roof, I'm pretty open to believing that now that I saw that point. I don't know who fired it. I don't know if it was that kid they're pinning it on. Who knows?
Where the blood supposedly came from.
Oh wait, wasn't the official claim not that it got lodged in his spine though? Like, didn't they come out and say that it was like right underneath where it went in? And then they came out and corrected it and said, "Oh well, it ricocheted down and then ricocheted back up and stopped like close to where it entered." That's what I thought.
And they said that they pulled it out. They pulled it out of the skin.
Yeah. So when we say they, what we have, I think what you're referring to, right, is Charlie's producer. So this is a media person who put out a tweet, and I don't trust that guy, right? I'm not going off of that guy's word. And I don't trust any individual personally, but so what I'm receiving from, the amalgamated tale, right, is that the bullet came from that way. It went in through his neck here and it stopped inside of his body, which I could even just deduce like, all right, if it was coming at that trajectory, where it would have hit is the top of his spine. That seems really possible. And then what I see in the video is that part of his spine ballooning out.
Oh, I get it. So that'd just be,
I'm not
then it
taking
would be
that
weird
guy's
that
word for it. Yeah. I
it'd be
think
weird
that guy
that they're
probably
giving like a weird take then. All right.
Yeah, that
Why
guy's
would they be-
telling me that he talked to the doctor and the doctor told him that it was under the skin. I don't care what that guy says. You know, that guy's just telling,
Yeah,
he's
because
saying what he thinks looks good in a tweet.
the Feds originally said that they're still looking for the bullet. Then it turned into they found the bullet. He's the man of steel. And then people pushed back on it, and it turned into, well, it ricocheted and went back up to where it was entered. And I don't really know, right? Because
Yeah, I just heard I heard tale that there wasn't even an autopsy, that he was just pronounced dead.
well,
No,
that's the other problem. That's the other problem because the
So I
Utah
think
state
this-
law is that there has to be an autopsy anytime there's a homicide investigation.
You can't autopsy someone who isn't dead, can you? Well, not very easily.
So that's what they're saying is like the reason there's no autopsy is because it was fake. I don't really know, but has everyone seen the most recent?
I
Has
think
everyone seen the most
my understanding
recent
of that is
theory?
that when they find a dead body, an autopsy has to be done. But since they brought him to the hospital, when they received him, I mean, even the guys who put him in the car, he was alive with them, and then they brought him to the hospital. So it's not when you discover a dead body, you have to do an autopsy. That's what I heard.
No, I think the
That's
law
not
is
exactly what happened.
anytime there's a homicide investigation.
I want to say something after you, man.
Yeah, can I go after you, Dicelo?
Yeah, of course, man. I was just gonna say real quick, if that bullet hit Charlie from the front, like they claim, he would have did a backflip, dude. He wouldn't have fell forward. He would have did a fucking backflip. Anyhow, go ahead, man.
Well, okay, if Beast is next, but I want to say just to Big Tech, you said at one point like an airbag, like the way the shirt puffed up in the back. You know there's something called a pneumatic squib. Are you familiar with pneumatic squibs? Which deploy with a detonator and it's like an air system. And there can be a blood pack that can be connected to that as well. Now, I know that the idea that it's completely staged like that the whole thing was like completely faked in that way, there's a lot of implications that brings in. But the way the shirt puffs up and all that, anyways, I just wanted to comment on that
It looks
briefly.
like he got uppercut.
Can I say my
pretty
piece,
mu-
please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let Beast go.
Yeah, I think I asked next. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have a huge archive of all the different Kirk videos that popped up on that day, and I have them all saved. If you guys want them when I get home, I'll share them with you. On top of that, you have to also, take into consideration that 3 out of the 5 angles that we get of his shooting is there's been a lot of weird fakery inside of it. Specifically, like the blood pouring out of his neck, and it's hitting his white shirt, and it's not actually staining the white shirt. The ring going up down from his ring finger down to his pinky. Then you got the F on the freedom part where it disappears for a frame. People say that that's just the shirt folding in. Sure, whatever. But then you got the angle from the right side of him where the guys are running towards him around this like little box thing, and the guy puts up a chair, and the chair falls right through the table. Like it literally just goes right through, like as if it wasn't there.
Yeah.
So,
Can
and then you got
give a comment on that one?
Sure, but just real quick, I'm almost done. But you can go next, yeah. Then you got to take into consideration that you guys already said, right? There's no autopsy report, and the fact that it's a crime scene, and they started to pack up all the stuff right after that happened. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like it's supposed to be a crime scene.
And they
Anyway, go ahead.
concreting over the whole grass
Especially
patch
after
now.
15 minutes after the incident, there were supposedly FBI units in the ground there.
All right, let's let Big Tech respond.
Yeah, I saw that AI video, and I agree with you. I think that frame is AI generated, but a good explanation for that I heard, and I can't, but what could explain that in sort of a common sense way is that what you have there is they weren't filming in slow-mo. They're filming in the normal speed rate, and whatever that camera was, it could have been a low-end smartphone. Some of them are filming at like 24 FPS or something like that. When you try to slow that video down, you sort of have a choppy footage, right? When you try to go frame by frame, it's a little choppy, and anybody could do these AI interpolation slow-mos, right? So what they'll do is they'll take something with 10 frames and turn it into 20 frames, and basically the AI is guessing what would go in between each frame in order to create the illusion of slow motion. So what would have taken place there is that in the first and last real frames, the chair moves from one place to another, and then the AI is guessing where it would have been in the middle, And that's what they've done in that one clip that we're all looking at. They did an AI slow motion interpolation. So what we're seeing is an AI generated frame, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the original video would have been AI or that it was a fake, hoaxed video. It's just we're seeing an AI generated frame in order to create the slow motion effect so that we can look at it in slow mo.
You could see it in normal motion though too, and then
Yeah.
also different angles. You see the chair acting the same way. So
But besides that, right, you got to also take into consideration that he claims to be a man, that believes in Christ, right? He has faith in Christ. He's very serious about it. So the fact that he would fake his own death is totally antithetical to his belief. You know what I mean? That's the one thing it's hard to chew on.
So, yeah, but people can fake being a Christian, right? Like, so I will say that, like, what Gio brought up is like, so the two things, like the most recent theory I heard, which is that the actual lapel or something within his shirt hooked to it, so maybe the lapel itself actually shot around, and that we did actually see the exit, is actually pretty interesting for me. And then this idea that that like it's a known device that fakes blood, it actually explodes out just like that, which would create the entire impact, right? Like it would make it look like there was an impact. It would actually be pretty overwhelming. I will say the part of me that's crazy about if it's totally faked is how well he acted. I mean, he actually just like went limp basically, and then like laid over, faking with the whole impact. I mean, it would be pretty crazy if he faked that, and that's why I looked into the hologram I did, and that thing that the dude immediately took down in the middle was a hologram projection. But it's like, well, that doesn't really make a ton of sense. He came out and actually tossed the hats to everyone, right? And then if he sat down and was being holographically projected, he had to get back in that trap door without anyone seeing him. And then we have footage that he didn't do that. So I don't know. That's my take. My take right now is at the top of the list is that there was a round that came from his right, and it entered in the back behind his ear, exited out the front right there, and he actually got assassinated. And that has all the implications of, obviously the feds are working with, like, say, Mossad covering up Erica Kirk is a honeypot, all that. This was all kind of set up and staged. And then two is that it was just all fake, and they put that thing that Gio's talking about that basically explodes almost like an airbag, and then it creates that impact, and then the fake blood comes out, or the lapel shot him. So I don't know, anything but the 30-06 from the roof straight up.
So
30 seconds, cool, no problem.
Well, I'll go over it with you right now. This non-Euclidean thing. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Oh, do you understand my question? Do you know what my question was going to be? Because I understand geometry, but yeah, I was just wondering why he's saying that we see in non-Euclidean. We don't see in Euclidean geometry. I want to understand what's the relevance of saying that.
Hold on, man. Let him finish. Can you let this guy finish, please? I'm going to answer you. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, because we're seeing in binocular vision in 3D. And so seeing and doing math are different. In geometry is mathematics, and Euclidean is two-dimensional on a plane. So why is it relevant to mention that we don't see in Euclidean geometry? I mean, it sort of seems obvious.
Because whether people like it or not, they bring it into their argument.
I thought I was going to answer. You go ahead, though.
Sorry, no, my
I
bad.
really want to ask Witsit, but then this other, it's like, let's do one, maybe two, if we're waiting for Witsit, but not three.
Okay, it's because you're trying to map things out using Euclidean geometry, using the stars, how we see, but we're not seeing in Euclidean geometry like the railroad tracks. First of all, we don't see in 3D. We could debate that, but you see the railroad tracks; they look like they're converging. Parallel lines don't converge. The railroad tracks are parallel. If we saw in Euclidean geometry, you would see the railroad tracks not converging because they're parallel.
Yeah, you would just see them going on.
He conceded that. So his question is, why does that matter? It seems obvious.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's if Witsit's here, hold on. Let's just let Witsit.
Now is where we bring up the water level.
Hold on, Rob. Hold on. You guys, please, everyone, keep your mics muted. We're gonna because Big Tech only has a few minutes. Let's let Witsit and Big Tech go back and forth since they were planning on that.
Thank you. Cool.
Yeah, so the answer is just the way that we made the globe model was with the assumption that the visual space is Euclidean. That's actually how we modeled it out. So you actually, it requires the assumption that visual space is Euclidean to form the globe model from the celestial observations, like the stars.
Can you reference me to what you're talking about when you say that the assumption was made that the visual space is Euclidean? What does visual space mean? And like,
Just, I mean, you could just say
I feel like we're
perspective.
getting ambiguous.
You could just say perspective, like
So are you
just the
saying
way
that
that
the
we see.
people? So are you saying that when they mapped the globe out, they didn't realize that we don't see that we see in a
Euclidean.
perspective? Yeah, you're
Yeah,
saying they
it
didn't
seems
realize
wild,
that?
right? Seems pretty wild. Yeah, they didn't apparently because they built the entire model under the assumption that we see in perfectly straight lines infinitely. And to explain the
So you're
concept, it's
saying we
like
don't see in straight lines?
no, we don't see in perfectly straight lines infinitely, meaning like once there's like off in the distance, things begin to compress and curve. And same reason why off in the distance, the railroad tracks no longer appear to be straight because we can use real planar geometry to actually map out that, the area on the ground that we're going to now build a railroad track and measure it and build it and everything. If it's engineering, we use real plane geometry, but then like we covered earlier, obviously we see it differently than it actually is. But for the globe to work in the way it was made, is you zoom out, like and envision an orthographic view, you see the whole globe. And now imagine putting little stick figures all alongside of it, right? It's like they say the reason that the stars look like they drop down as we move away from them is because we're tilted back away from them, basically. Right, because our angle that we're standing on the globe, because the globe is curving on the ground, our angle is changing in relation to the stars, and that's why their angles are changing. It's because we're physically tilting, basically, in relation to them. So you have to draw straight lines from our eyes to the stars to make that assumption.
So what other type of line would we draw? Like a curved
You,
line?
Yeah, well, you as you drew a straight line out, if you actually accurately mapped out the visual space, as you draw your line out closer and closer to the edge of whatever you're seeing, it's going to all begin to curve and compress and converge together. You can draw a straight line out, but it's just that once it actually starts to get off into the distance, it doesn't just keep going straight forever. It actually starts to all curve. And I would say if you get above it, it's going to kind of look like it's curving down. If you get below it, it could look like it's maybe curving like up to an extent. It's curved visual space. And actually, the specifics of the visual space is actually very complex. So they basically tell us it's like a caveman could do it, just draw straight lines, and everything is perfectly straight. And a railroad track debunks them, and it's not
Yeah, but
maybe
wait a
the
minute.
preferable answer. The answer is that it's actually very complex. Like there are many papers and many professors that have written about it, trying to explain it, and they kind of all end up saying the same thing. Like this is like my best shot at it, but academia is ignoring it because of the complexity.
But a decreasing angle between the railroad tracks due to my perspective, there's still no curve there. It's still straight lines inward, but it's just a decreasing angle, right? But they don't
Right, but
curve.
what causes it to do that? The curve would be a giant circle around you where you have like a limit to your vision. It's a giant circle that basically creates a hemisphere over top you. So the curve would be like from your feet. If you went out as far as you could see, it's like you drew a giant circle and you stood in the middle of a dome. As you go up from the ground, it's going to start to curve and arc over your head. That's where the curvature is. So what's going to happen is all the information is going to start to curve and compress and converge in at the edge of that dome. They say the line just goes straight forever. There is no convergence. There is no, and real life just disproves that.
Interesting. All right. So that's why I was asking. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what you're proposing here. And so I'm trying to understand this concept of curved visual space. It's a little,
It is admittedly
not familiar, right?
a very unfamiliar subject. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up. So I really want to because if
There are
I
some
can't form
visuals.
an internal critique of your position if I don't understand it. So when you brought it up, I realized I don't really understand what you're trying to
I think I'd
express
have to
here.
send you stuff to look at. Yeah, I'd have to send you like visuals help. I don't know if I have them on my phone. Let me see if there's anyone in here. Shane has them. Shane can drop
Let me
maybe
try to
some
say it
visuals.
back to you, and you tell me if I got it right or.
Shane dropped one in
there's something
the
else to
text
add.
chat. He dropped one of them.
Oh, nice. How'd I know?
So you're saying at distance, the information compresses to a degree where we just sort of like lose the ability to see beyond certain distances. It's sort of like a limit to our vision that is essentially sort of maybe like spherical or half spherical, hemispherical, whatever you want, around the perceiver. So at a certain distance out, the information becomes just it can't render or something. Like, am I saying it right? It sort of like compresses too much to be distinguishable from other shapes or something.
Yeah, yeah. All the information is lost because it begins to like compress and converge in the distance.
Do you guys know why
And
that is?
the robotics proved that. So.
Like why it's
what,
like
what
that?
robotics proved it?
It's just robotics in general, like little robots that basically the specific paper I'm talking about is like little robots that were used to just reach out and pick up objects. It was like for basically factory production or something like that. They move around, they pick up stuff. They have to be able to know exactly where the object is in the distance to know where to go to get it and to reach out and exactly where to place it. And it's like hyper, like the distances and the depths have to be exactly accurate, and they had to actually alter the visual space calculations of the robot, I guess you could say, to actually be accurate. When they just assumed it was all Euclidean, it was wrong.
Yeah, I'd like to check that out too.
Yeah, do you know what corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays are?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he knows who you are. Yeah, he definitely knows what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, no, corpuscular rays. Yeah, so what I thought is that this is just due to like optics, right? We have a limit to the degree to which our eyes, can focus to certain, what would you say, resolutions, right? At distances.
Well,
So
that's where I
we have a
was gonna go.
lens.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a lens. So if we pulled out a longer lens that could do more finely focus, all of a sudden that stuff that we're saying is lost comes back. So
You
why
can
would
bring
that
it back in, exactly, because you're changing the angular size. Like we only have a certain angular size in our eyeball, so you can only see so far. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So that's why we build more and more powerful telescopes, and it informs us better at things that about things that
You
seem to be
can.
further away.
You change your angular resolution limit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we'd actually expect to see drop over distance with the temperature gradients over the surface.
So the point is, like, what we would perceive with our eyeballs, those railroad tracks converged and they touched, but now you pull out a longer lens and you find out, there's still space between them. They didn't actually touch. So
That's just like
No, you would just extend. No, you're just extending.
The same thing with a microscope.
You're just extending. They're still going to converge in the distance, no matter how good your lens is.
But
your lenses are just going to allow you to see farther down.
Okay, so like the resolving power of the
They're still going to converge in the distance, no matter your lens. Sorry, Taylor.
can still be resolved. And like whenever you get higher powered lenses, you zoom in more and you have better resolving power. But even like with our eye, as things go further away, the perspective causes them to converge with one another. And so our eye has a certain, people have different, people have better vision than others, but your resolving power will only be so far. You're not going to be able to distinguish, two needles from one another that are right next to each other, like, half a mile away. You just can't resolve it. And so everything will basically appear to converge based on perspective, and it'll be hard to resolve two objects. Also, I just want to mention the principles of refraction. If you just input the temperature gradient, you'll see that you're expected to have drop over distance near the surface of the Earth. And I've, measured my own temperature gradients and just put them in basic refractive calculations, and you'll see, greater heat causes less density, which will cause the light to bend up, which will make things appear shorter over distance. This is predicted and expected and repeatable.
All right. So my point was that we know that the tracks don't touch, right? If we laid them ourselves, if we lay out tracks for 1,000 miles and the distance that we can see is a few and they appear to converge, but then we pull out a longer lens and we see, they didn't actually converge. So they've gone, the angle, right? The angular size between the distance of the rails shrinks, but it never actually gets to zero. Right, it's just always going to get infinitely closer. It's just going to be infinitely divisible space. You can always chop it in half and half and half.
Sure, because it's always you're always going to lose resolution before it would ever intersect in theory, because it's actually just an illusion. When you pull out your telescope or whatever, like you're going to see further. You're still going to see them appear to converge until it gets to the limit, and then it all gets blurry and you can't see it. You can't make it out. It just blurs all in together.
So what do you suppose
No
is
matter
so
the lens.
so right? So I often
Sorry,
hear the railroad tracks thing brought
no
up.
matter the lens.
You're chopping up. So I usually hear the railroad track thing and the perspective. We all understand, like the plane is over your head, and then as it further away, it gets lower in your view, and then we'll say, like, I'll see Flat Earth Dave's video of like, look at this thing moving. It's not going down; it's going level, but it appears to go down. We're talking about the sun. So at what point does the sun converge with the horizon? Like, why does it disappear when the
Yeah,
space
so like
between the
that's
railroad tracks never disappears?
yeah. So I
What
was
is
talking about
the
this earlier.
sun? You know what it
Bro,
is?
come on, bro. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like so like I was talking about this earlier. If you take a big flat Earth map and like the typical one everyone uses or whatever, and you take a little dome and put it there representing like our visual limits, like our azimuthal grid of vision is what we call it, right? But azimuthal grid is the term for it. Anyway, it's just like a little dome. So if you put that there on a flat Earth map, a little one to kind of represent that. If I take a light source and I move it in a giant circle over top the whole map, even though the dome is little bitty, right? What you're going to see is as the light approaches, it's going to rise up. It's going to look just like a sunrise, and then it's going to start to arc up over your head, and then it's going to arc down, and then it's going to disappear bottom up until it's gone, just like the sunset, even though the actual light source was just doing a circle at the same altitude, the same height the whole time. Because inside that little dome, you see your own little apparent position of the sun or of the light source, and it appears to arc even though it's not, and it appears to disappear bottom up even though it's just getting further away. And it perfectly replicates a sunset, a horizontal cutoff bottom up, and then it just slowly disappears bottom up until it's gone. So, which is pretty crazy. When I did it, I was actually in this room and I started freaking out. I shared my camera and showed everybody.
The question is, how do you differentiate between your eyes, right, perspective and optics versus it's the ground beneath you curving away, dropping over distance, right?
Yeah, if you can get to the point where they can kind of like honestly acknowledge that they're like this interchangeable thing, which is
Right.
that
And
either we
that's why
see in curved visual space and the ground is flat, or we see in perfectly Euclidean visual space and the ground is curved. But if you
false
can
dichotomy,
acknowledge
right?
that those are interchangeable, then you have to find some type of way to determine the difference between the two, which one's actually true.
Exactly.
That's why we don't. That's why we don't experience in one sense exclusively. It's the combination of the senses and the reasoning within us, from the creator, of course, that allows us to exist in this world. Because if we just went on what our eyes did, then like, why can't I pick up the thing that's a million miles away from me that I can see it? It doesn't. That's not how it works. So it's a combination of all the senses and your ability to interpret them to allow you to operate. Because otherwise, how are you going to do things like throw a ball at something, or like throw a spear at a moving animal? You can't do that
Or you
just
can
based
even
on your
just
eyes alone.
you can even just close one eye at a time and watch things move. Like your thumb will move, right, to determine your dominant eye. Like I bring up the railroad tracks because they're super simple and everyone's seen it. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about like really long distance observations, high altitude, long distance observations, and trying to make sense of what we're seeing in the distance. I bring up the railroad tracks because everyone knows what they are, right? And it's a very simple, clear demonstration that the way we see the world is not what the world actually is, like provably so.
Yeah, and you only have to bring that up because of the way that they're like assuming things into their models. So you have to use visual examples, simple ones like that, to deconstruct the folly in their presentation.
Yeah, pretty much the I guess cognitus maybe. No, we just all were conditioned to view the world a certain way, right? So people never even thought about it. That's why most people push back against the railroad track because it sounds way too simple and obvious to be true.
I like this question right here. Name one globe argument that's not affirming the consequent.
How about just stop at name one globe?
No, but seriously, you can't see forever, right? And with the cameras
You're not
that
designed.
they're using, with the telescopes and stuff that they're using, just because you can see further and the angular size of the lens or whatever inside the telescope changes, that also doesn't mean that the telescope can see forever either, or whatever they're using. Not necessarily.
Well, you don't see any distance. All you do is receive light, whatever that means. We don't get into that rabbit hole, right? But it's just the stimulation of nerves, or the imprint or the reception or sensing of light waves or particles or whatever light is. So it's just the reception of light, and then the interpretation of that. We call that seeing, right? So does light go forever?
Yeah.
Then you can see forever, depending on your receptacle for the light. That's the question.
No,
we don't know.
no, that would be erroneous.
That would be
The last-
crazy to think
the
that
last
Maybe in a
anything can
statement-
vacuum,
go
but that's
forever.
the
it's
last
not a
statement you
vacuum.
made would be erroneous.
I kind of agree.
Why would it be erroneous? If light can travel
Re-
forever, then
In
you
a
could potentially
vacuum.
see forever.
Yeah, no, but I'll unpack it
No,
because
no,
you're right.
time out. Nothing can go forever. Okay, can we just please
But
throw that out?
but
Like,
even
that doesn't
if you
exist.
allow Witsit, even if you allow
How have you confirmed
the
that?
first part of the statement, right? The second part doesn't follow because he's assuming that the second part is bound by the first part. It demonstrates
That's true, but you have to assume the first part to even bound it together.
understand.
I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it demonstrates that he doesn't understand, or at least in his statement, that he doesn't understand how vision works.
I think that's called something what you just said. So I find
Can you explain why? What I'm saying, vision means receiving light and then interpreting it. We call that seeing.
Yeah, but
Right?
even if
Or
that was the totality of what vision is, doesn't mean that if light can go forever, that the vision that you have can go forever. It doesn't follow, and your own experience tells you that it doesn't follow.
You're stating that, but you're not demonstrating it. So if I'm
We
able
just
to,
did. We just did that.
No, I mean let me retort. So if I'm able to receive light, and light is able to move with an unlimited distance, we call that forever. There's no limit to how far it can travel, and then I'm able to receive that light, then I'm seeing at no limit. We call that forever.
Right, but then you have to go into your receiving of light. What's the boundaries of that? Because it's not unbounded; it's obviously bounded. Your experience tells you that.
Bounded
So
by what?
therefore, even if light were to do as you described it, your vision is within the bounds of its design or its function. Or if you want to remove you as an example, use a camera. Camera has its limitations. Limitations of the resources made, the design, the application. So even if the thing that the camera was receiving was infinite in the way you describe it, etc., that camera can only do what it's designed to do. It's bounded.
Yeah, it's
No,
always
but
going
in
to
the
be limited.
but in the idea of photons traveling, he's just saying like imagine like a baseball coming from outer space. That baseball could be coming from 800 trillion miles away or whatever, and as long as the baseball gets to your eye, he's just saying. Yeah.
If I have a glove and there's no limit to how far you can throw, then I can catch a ball thrown from forever.
Yeah, but that's why I
Yeah.
jumped in to just point out that like the word forever here is just doesn't exist. Like
It's conceptual. It just means boundlessly.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. To live in the globe land, we always have to live in just conceptual, like infinity, forever. Like none of those things exist. Like there is no forever, there is no infinity, there is no nothing.
Can you prove that? Can you demonstrate that?
Can you prove it exists since you're invoking it as a positive thing? Positive
Imagine a
invoking it as a
bounded being.
concept
Imagine a
and
bounded
it's a
being trying to
possibility.
prove unbounded.
Well, that's how I can prove.
That's impossible.
That's how I can disprove it as it's merely a
It's
concept.
a proof
right?
of it's a the
No, but
problem
you're
with the
saying
whole
it's
thing being
impossible.
that light can go forever and it's unlimited is that's proving a negative. You're essentially saying that I know that there's no limit to the light, there's nothing out there, which means you would have had to gone to infinity and back to have checked that there's nothing to stop the light.
Well, why are y'all trying to turn a conceptual idea into something literal and to where we can't even talk about it?
Because it's the building blocks of a literal claim in context. That's the problem. Is like you guys want us to grant you unrealistic things as if true so that you can say it's just conceptual and then make a real life claim based on it.
All right, let me ask you another. Look, here's the problem with what I think is the problem with what you're doing here. Like if I say that every number can be divided in half, and then you say, well, have you checked every number forever? It's like, I don't have to do that. It's just like,
I wouldn't do that. I would say
Yeah, but
yes,
you
correct.
can actually make a proof to do that and have like an inductive proof basically to prove that's the case. With the
Also,
case
what
of
argument?
with the case of light, you do not have inductive proof of light. Like this is math and physics are different, bro. The way you
Right,
go
but
about proving things in math and discovering things in physics is different.
you're going about a concept, right? And you're saying, all right, I got this concept. I should be able to, you should grant me the ability to apply this to reality. And then you provide an example of a concept that you can't apply to reality, right? So if you say, okay, you can divide every number in half, infinite amounts of division, but you can actually snap your fingers, you could touch your hands together, like things like that happen in reality. So we know there's a problem with the concept when you try to apply it to reality, but you act like there's not going to be a problem.
Very succinctly said is that math is abstract intrinsically, so yeah, it's not relevant. Like and this is the thing though, as it pertains to our discussion anyway, man. Like, it doesn't matter because like the evidence is that we can't see forever. We can't see forever on the Earth. We can't see forever at high altitudes. You're actually just not only just begging the question, but it's special pleading. You're claiming it's the one exception to a universal principle of us not being able to see forever, and that perspective always applies to anything we see. And you're saying, except for this scenario, when it comes to the stars, perspective does not apply and does not change the position of the stars, and we can see forever. And then some like super veteran globe zealot will jump in and say, that's not true. Perspective does apply. It's just so far away that it basically doesn't. Okay, so you're not applying perspective for the one time in the entire universe, and we're supposed to believe that there's forever and like can travel forever for the one time in the entire universe, and that we can see infinitely far for the one time ever in the entire universe. So it's called special pleading. So it's
So
like
how would
stuff
you
is
apply
shifting the
it?
burden.
How would you apply it to a star observation? How would you apply perspective to that observation?
I would say, look, the position of the stars are changing when I get further away from them, and that's how perspective works.
The
So,
difference is
like,
he
perspective always
doesn't
works.
draw. He's not drawing conclusions that don't follow. He's just going to speak to what he can see, the bounds of what he can see and relate to. But what you guys
how do
do
you
is
confirm that you're getting further away from them?
You take it loosely. Then you conclude there's diamonds falling in some distant planet.
Because you
Obviously,
can travel.
I'm taking the piss
Yeah,
slightly, but that's how far you guys go.
You
but
can
how do
walk.
you
You can
confirm that
walk
you're
on the
getting
Earth.
further?
Yeah.
You can travel on the Earth. Yeah, that's what.
There's a
Yeah, but how do
ground
you know where?
position.
But you'd have to know where the stars are in order to say that you've gotten further from.
You just
No,
have to know
just
the
an
direction
angle.
that they are. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just an angle, bro. Like, it's just a GP.
Yeah, it's just an angle.
But here's the thing, Big Tech. Like,
Yeah, so the
can you
angle of
do?
observation is changing, but you haven't confirmed that you've increased distance from the source.
Well, that's what happens in all other scenarios on Earth and in reality. So
Yeah, but the stars aren't
Yeah,
on
I
Earth,
agree.
and we don't know what they are or where they are.
there you go. Back to the special pleading.
That's to the.
Thanks
We
for
don't.
This is the one time where we don't have the understanding of reality that we normally would.
I mean, can you make any other measurements except locally? Anyway, Big Tech. Like any measurements whatsoever on Earth.
You mean like you can make indirect measurements? Is that non-local or is that local?
What's an indirect measurement? What do you mean?
That's a qualification that disqualifies it. It's not a measurement.
No. Let's see. What's a good example of indirect measurement?
A
We do this all the
laser
time.
across a lake bed.
That's still local.
It's like it's where you like observe related value and then deduce the actual value of a thing that you can't see. You can measure something like
you mean
can measure the
calculate? Assume?
Yeah, a calculation's an indirect measurement, exactly.
No, that the calculation's a calculation.
Like I can measure, like I can. Well, it's also, you can call it an indirect measurement. Like you can measure, you can figure out, you can measure. Yeah, you can take them. You can take the measure of a tree by the length of its shadow, for example.
No, that's
right, but you still would need to
Why would
measure
you
the
do
length
that?
of the
Like,
shadow.
Yeah, you're still measuring it
I don't
locally.
want to leave my house. I just want to I want to gain all the information without.
Well, local is relative. I mean, like I can look from miles away with binoculars at the length of the shadow angularly. I can deduce the length of the shadow, and then from that measure the tree. I know how tall it is. That's all indirect, non-local measurement. I don't know what you mean by local anymore.
Yeah, but the only way you confirm that that's even correct is if you actually go and measure the tree. Otherwise, all you've got is the assumption that you've done all the calculations correctly.
Right. And
well, how about this?
That's see how so
yeah. So I can go confirm that I did measure it, and then I confirmed the measurement.
Right now, how do you do that with the stars, dude? Come on, how is this not? How is this logic and this reasoning not hitting you in the head?
Yeah, so we're doing measurements, awaiting confirmation. We're still measuring.
I mean,
no, you're assuming that you can be confirmed, and it's going to confirm in the affirmative. It's silly.
Yeah, that's fine.
So back to the ethically simple question about.
Fallacy. You can't measure the whole shadow of the Earth either.
I mentioned before that I got to go, and I actually do. I have 2 more minutes, but before I go, I bet it's time for you to tell me. I heard somebody asking a good question earlier. Are there any globe proofs that aren't affirming the consequent, right, or arguments? Are there any flat Earth arguments that are not affirming the consequent?
What a good answer. A question.
Yes.
I'm gonna write them down. If you got even one.
All right, I'm just gonna tap Beast in because I'm doing something.
Back to measurements.
All right. What's the argument that does not affirm the consequent for the flat Earth?
The only measure of level. The only measure of level is it being horizontal.
Dang, Beast! I just alley ooped you, bro. I just what does Alan call it? Pre-dunked. I just pre-dunked you, bro.
I don't even see him. Is he here?
He was here 30 seconds ago. I thought. Anyway,
So I'm gonna write out the argument. What's the
I
argument?
mean, yeah, if Earth is a globe, right, distant mountain peak should block stars at angles predicted by globe math, and if Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by plane trig. There you go.
Wait, so the argument is if I like that. I think that did affirm the consequence. So which one does not affirm the consequence?
It literally proposes a mutually exclusive measurement with mutually exclusive predictive math based on our observation that you can conclude.
Also,
So
I feel like
presenting
what
a
you're saying is
dichotomy?
easy to do. So that's another one. That's another good point.
Hey, Big Tech, are you familiar with the celestial theodolite? Have you heard that phrase or term at all?
Yeah, I've done a little bit on that, but I just want to make sure. Like I said, I now have like 90 seconds left. What's the argument? I want to write it down. Is there a sentence I can write down so I can think about it later? Yep. The argument
I'll
that
put
does
it in
not
chat.
affirm
There
the
you go.
consequent.
yeah, Alan just said it. I mean,
Posted
Shane
it.
just said it.
Screenshot it.
Screenshot it. Where are you putting it in the?
I
side
gave you
chat?
an affirming the consequent.
Live screen text 1.
Okay. Text 1.
Yeah, level is
Affirming
always
the
horizontal.
consequent would.
Don't type
What's that?
while he's trying to take a picture.
I said level is always horizontal. I was just repeating your thing.
Oh, that was one. That was a flat Earth argument without affirming the consequent. Level.
Well,
The
Now
only
what's it?
measurement of
The
level.
definition of
The only measurement of
is
level is.
boundaries.
What's up?
Definitions are meaningless.
It ain't about a definition. It's not a definitional thing. No, it's a real life thing.
No.
Yeah, the thing
About
is,
the application, right, Jeremy?
Rob, it doesn't have anything to do with the water level. Settle down.
So I'm reading the argument. If the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted
Just
by
let me know
flat
when I talk
geometry.
about the water level.
Yep, like plane trig, right? Just
Yeah.
like arctan rise over run.
If the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat Earth geometry with no curvature corrections needed. That does affirm the concept. So since they don't, you're saying it must be flat.
Well, this doesn't actually include the observation. This is
If the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat Earth geometry. They do block it, therefore Earth's flat.
You could just
If you think
word
you-
it different and say that peaks blocks the angles of stars that matches with flat Earth.
Proving.
Yeah, I think
Affirming
the
the
misunderstanding
consequent
If
is
the Earth's
most
flat
affirming
would
ones.
match, it matches, therefore Earth's flat. That's affirming the consequent.
No,
It doesn't say
And what
it
about
matches,
it's not
therefore Earth's
affirming the
flat.
consequence.
What
Before
you're
your
talking about
time
is
is
most
up.
stolen.
Hold up, you guys. Let's let Gally get in there because you were trying to get in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if it says if the Earth is flat, peaks should block stars at angles predicted by flat geometry with no curvature corrections needed, there is no not P or not Q. So how are you saying that that's affirming the consequent?
If the Earth is flat, peaks should block. They do block, therefore Earth's flat.
If the Earth is flat, P, peaks should do a thing, Q.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's the conclusion that's affirming
Q,
the
therefore
consequent?
P.
That's not an
Q,
affirming
therefore
the
P?
consequent. That's just a normal proof. That's just
No,
a
no,
normal.
he's mistaking affirmation for confirmation.
It's not Q, therefore P. Shane didn't say peaks do this thing, therefore P.
No, he is saying that. So if Earth is flat, P, then Q, we should see this with the peaks blocking the stars.
If P, therefore then Q, right?
It only presents the
Therefore-
options. It doesn't present the conclusion.
The
It's only
structure
the
is
Yeah, there's
if
no
P, then Q.
conclusion
Q is
here.
Q, therefore P. So
If
we're seeing Q is true, but Q doesn't
if
prove
P
P.
then Q, therefore P is an argument, not a fallacy, bro. I don't like if you think that's a fallacy, there's something wrong here.
The argument is presented, and then Earth confirms one of the options, and the option is that it confirms that it's flat. It's got nothing to do with affirmation.
The structure of the fallacy is if P then Q,
No, no.
Q is true, therefore P.
You're
Right,
displaying
right. You see, okay, so you see if
ignorance.
P, right? You see if P, and then you also see Q, right?
Right.
Where do you see Q, therefore P in that sentence?
Well, if you're not saying that, then this is not an argument.
Good point. It's also
So
not
I'm asking,
affirming
where's the
consequent
argument? Where's the flat Earth argument that's not affirming the consequence? So this is not an argument. This is just
Isn't it
observation.
that everything is leveled? Isn't the argument that everything's measured flat and that buildings and cities are built flat?
Big Tech, let me explain the difference to you here. You don't seem to get it. Okay, so like the fallacious form is if P then Q, Q is true, therefore P is true. Okay,
Right.
modus ponens, okay, is if P then Q, P is true, therefore Q is true.
Right.
Okay, that's the logically coherent one. So these are different things. You have the fallacious form, affirming the consequent, if P then Q, Q is true, therefore P is true. And you have the logical form, which is if P then Q, P is true, therefore Q is true.
Okay.
Over
So if the Earth is flat, you're saying the flatness of the Earth is what's causing that visual phenomenon that you're witnessing, but you're still starting with a statement that the Earth's flat. But I'm looking for proof. Like, where's the argument that the Earth's flat? This is if you're presenting this to me as an argument, then you're doing if P then Q, Q equals Q proves P. So you're using
No,
Q
P would
as
be
proof of
water.
P.
P would be water at rest.
What?
That would be a P, like level.
No.
All right. So
Okay, I actually do
perform this
not have.
argument for me.
It sounds like more than one person in the room doesn't know the difference, actually, and I do not have time to explain it right now. You're gonna have to give me like 5 minutes to come back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try and hang this up.
All right. Well, I
I
got.
mean, I
No, I get it.
have an argument that
You can make it quick. I'm going to write it down.
Mine
All right.
wasn't
What is
either.
it?
And we want to hear big text before you leave.
Well, you can just go. I'd send it.
Yeah, just sayonara.
All right. Well, mine would be the same form. If the Earth was a globe, the sun would disappear into the ocean at night. Sun disappears into the ocean at night. Therefore, it's a globe. Same exact form as you're using.
Flat.
Yeah, the difference is, right? The difference is that the one that's confirmed is not globe.
I'm just using the exact same form that I was presented.
This would be the answer to the other one. Is there an argument? But the real question should be: is there an argument confirmed? Right, not an argument postulated.
Yes, yeah. So the logically proper way to say it is to falsify Q. So like if P then Q, Q is false, therefore P is not true. That's the proper way. It's a falsification as opposed to just confirming the consequent. That's a difference.
Yeah, wait. Witsit
Okay,
got
I'm
it
gonna keep
right.
getting distracted, so I'm just gonna. I'll be right back.
Right, exactly. So this is
Witsit got it right.
So this is a falsification of globe, but it's not an argument that proves flat.
Okay, so if the measurements perfectly match flat Earth and directly falsify the globe, if surface of the Earth's not curving, what is it?
The state of being
it doesn't
curved
prove
is called flat.
And it
No,
fits
all
plain
you've
Quite
string.
literally defined. Like if you're not curved, you're therefore flat.
Well, what you're saying is that so you have observations that don't align with what you would expect on globe theory, Therefore, you have a flat Earth.
Well, what the globe theory would literally require. Yeah.
Right. So what you're
Do you
doing is
understand that
debunking
the
globe, but not
curvature?
proving flat.
I want to say something. Do you understand that curvature, like by definition, the absence of curvature is flatness? Like, so
Yeah, but
if
you
you
haven't
don't
proved
have
curvature.
curvature, what do you have?
What you've done is, to your satisfaction, debunked a particular theory about the globe and its math, but you haven't debunked the
Yeah,
curvature.
what
If
you
you're
just proved is
measuring
that the surface
curvature,
is curving.
What you're
if you're
saying is that
measuring
if it
curvature and you
was,
have zero curvature, what do you have? You
you're
have
actually not
something that's
measuring
flat.
curvature. What you're doing is witnessing stars and making a indirect measurement, like we were talking about before.
No.
Okay, man.
Okay, well,
brother.
you're the one. You're the one who said indirect measurements count.
Yeah, I'm cool
So,
with it.
given your paradigm of indirect measurements counting, if we are measuring the absence of curvature, what are we measuring?
Well, we're not confirming it, right? Just the same as with the stars.
If we are measuring the absence of curvature, what are we measuring? What is equivalent to the absence of curvature, sir?
We're not measuring absence of curvature. I just deny that. That's not what we're measuring.
You went to measure curvature and you didn't measure any. What are you measuring then?
You're failing to confirm what you expected.
Okay, so if you fail to measure curvature, what is the
Yeah.
state of the thing if it's not curved?
What's its thing? Absence of proof is not proof
Yeah,
of absence.
falsification's independent of replacement, bro.
Not
listen,
in this
man.
case. Not in this
Yeah,
case. Because
we don't have
I
to.
literally overran my time. Please don't say I'm running. I stayed longer than I said I could. I literally
Hold on, Noah. Just chill for a second. Can we let Witsit say his last piece if he wanted to? Because he's trying to get.
Yeah, and then I'm out. I'm literally a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's simple. It's simple. What you said is true. Falsification is independent of replacement, but that
Not in
doesn't
this
matter.
case.
No,
Not
no,
in this
it doesn't.
case.
It just doesn't
Not in
matter.
this-
No, dude, stop interrupting me, dude. Okay, yes, in this case, it's still independent of each other. But the point is that if the surface of the Earth's not curving, then what is it? Okay, so the answer is that it's flat. So that means it is independent of replacing it. I mean, you can falsify something without replacing it, but this has a necessary implication, right? So those are different things. The statement is still true, and it doesn't get you out of the problem.
Because curvature is bound to flatness, because otherwise it has no meaning. It's curving in relation to flatness or horizontal or whatever. That's the only way you can even derive the mathematics from it.
Correct.
You
Yeah.
need you need the foundation. So it
literally
doesn't
about to
apply
dip.
to your.
Can somebody send me some? Show me what you're talking about with the peaks blocking the light or something like. You have like a experiment or something. Maybe I'm not familiar. with it. I wanna look at it.
Shane,
We'll have
Shane
to
or
put a
somebody can
video.
send it to you.
Yeah,
Shane,
We'll have to put a
send me
video
DM it to me or
together on
whatever.
that. I don't
Nice
know if
talking to you
they've
guys.
done
I
any.
literally got to go. I'll see you later.
All right.
Okay, guys. Okay, we learned something. Okay, can I let me explain this for a second. I'm gonna put it. Okay. Just make sure I did say it, but just so everyone understands. Okay, the fallacious form of presenting the evidence is if P, then Q. P is true, therefore Q must be true. That's fallacious. That's affirming the consequent. Because P could be true, but Q doesn't have to be true. Like if Bigfoot exists, if the Bigfoot mailman exists, then he'll deliver my mail every Friday, and I'll have mail in my mailbox. I go check my mailbox and find some mail on Friday. Therefore, Bigfoot mailman is true, right? But it's not. Someone else could deliver my mail. That's stupid. But the fallacious or the logically valid form is if P then Q. Q is false. Therefore, P is false. If there is the Bigfoot mailman and he delivers mail every Friday, there's no mail in my mailbox. Therefore, there is not a Bigfoot mailman delivering mail every Friday. Okay, so
I got one.
it's if P then Q. Q is false. Therefore, P is false. That's the proper form.
I think I got one. Can I run it by you? So if the globe, if the Earth is a globe, then it should be expanding outward because we measure an upward acceleration. Right? Yeah. So it'd be expanding
Anyways,
outward.
Like I tried to say earlier, dude, if you have a logical binary, i.e., straightness or curvature, one being false logically necessitates the other is true. So saying falsification is independent of what an explanation or whatever, that may be the case for open-ended questions, but for binary questions and binary logic, you are wrong. You're incorrect. If
No,
something can either be,
let me
if
help
something can either,
definition.
if something can either be A or B, and you have proven that it is not A, it must necessarily be B.
Okay, it doesn't matter how much of an attitude you say it with, you don't become correct. Okay, so try to address my rebuttal, Noah. They are still independent of each other, meaning establishment of the falsification exists on its own. It may have necessary implications. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist on its own. That's why the word independent was used. Okay, because it exists on its own.
Not
And that's
independent
because
of straightness is not independent of curvature. Straightness is the state of zero curvature. So not having one necessitates you have the other by the properties of what the word
I
means.
literally just said that, dude. I literally just said necessary implication.
Yeah, necessary implication, i.e., binary logic, i.e., falsification does give you an explanation in a binary logic.
No. Try and keep up. Falsification is independent of replacement. So if they say the Earth's a globe with these dimensions and it's this size, so it's curving at this rate, and now we're going to do our test that falsifies that claim, that falsification is independent of me now replacing that claim, which would be what? The Earth is flat with these dimensions. Right. So the falsification is independent of replacing the previous argument. It exists on its own. You can take the next step and say, okay, well, if the surface of the Earth's not curving, then what is it? That's the necessary implication is if the surface isn't curving, that it's flat. Cool. That's cool. Right. That's the next step. That's the follow-up logical step.
And then you can make
a necessary implication means that it is an explanation. So you're basically saying I have an explanation due to my falsification, but it's not that. You're double speaking.
No, I'm saying that the falsification exists on its own. You don't have to replace it to falsify it. You're flipping it backwards and then telling me that I have to accept the replacement to falsify. It's like you don't even understand the statement.
You're the one who said necessary implication.
Okay,
so you must necessarily.
I'll do it one more time, and then
implication must necessarily be that it's flat.
Okay, I'm gonna say it one more time.
I'm not teaching you anything. I'm exposing you.
Yeah, you're totally exposing me, Noah. Totally exposing me.
100%. Maybe not to these guys, but to someone.
Well, maybe you just need to write it down or something.
No, I got it written down.
Falsification is independent of replacement, meaning you can falsify something without having to replace it. If a falsification necessitates another part of a binary, that's cool. That fact is independent of the other true statement, which is you can
necessary and independent.
You had to interrupt me because you're just not able to actually debate me. And if you were able to actually debate me, you wouldn't have to constantly interrupt me and then just repeat yourself without acknowledging and engaging with my point.
I have been acknowledging and engaging your points. That's
okay. Still man my argument.
You're a liar. Yeah,
still man my argument.
You're saying Yeah, you're saying one, you falsified something, and it necessarily implied something. That implication being an explanation, i.e., the necessary implication. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, you didn't still.
100%.
That's 100% a still.
No, you're so arrogant that you're just repeating your conclusion when you're supposed to be still manning mine.
You were a gaslighter.
Try again, my guys. Try to still man mine. Go ahead, go.
I just did, buddy.
No, you started saying
your conclusion. An exact repetition.
You started saying your
conclusion. I did not start saying my conclusion. That shows that you weren't listening.
Okay, still man what I just said, Noah.
You said falsification is independent of a replacement, and then you said you can falsify something, and then it necessarily implies something else. That thing that's being implied is the explanation. So you're
Like I said,
simultaneously saying that you have a replacement explanation while saying you don't have a replacement explanation. That is double speak. The double speak
do
can be
not jump in at
clarified.
the end of what he says,
The
please.
double speak can be clarified because there are certain cases where falsification does necessarily give you a new explanation. Yes, because in a binary situation, one
Don't
or
jump in when he finishes, please.
Yeah, and actually, just Noah, since you did interrupt before, dude, I'm gonna temporarily mute you just so he can speak beforehand. Sorry, I'll unmute you in a second, but just so he can speak uninterrupted, because it's. Go ahead.
Okay. So, like I said earlier, you actually didn't just still man my position. You did the same thing twice in a row. You just couldn't help but stride into your explanation. Effectively, by the end of it, straw manning what I said. You did the opposite of still manning it. So I'll say it again. You can falsify something without replacing it. That does not mean that sometimes when you falsify something, it necessitates a specific replacement. That can also be true, but the statement that falsifying something, you can falsify something without replacing it, is a factual statement. Regardless of the fact that sometimes when you falsify things, it necessitates another truth. That doesn't change the factual nature of the statement that you can falsify something without replacing it. My God.
Yeah,
can't falsify something without
Yeah,
replacing
but
it.
for this,
No,
Hold
but
on, let Noah
so
respond.
I'm temp muted, but I
Yeah,
can't
no,
talk.
I unmuted you. You're to respond. Jeremy, I'm about to mute him if he interrupts. Go ahead.
Okay, so no one ever said falsification without replacement is an impossibility. I only said that it is an impossibility in a logically binary question. Because in a logically binary question, falsifying one side by definition means verifying the other side. And in your explanation, you give something called a necessary implication. A necessary implication, by definition, is when you have now a replacement for the thing that you falsified. So you're double speaking. You're saying, I don't need a replacement. But then when it comes to binary cases, you actually are saying that you have a necessary implication. That is a replacement, sir. So you're
Oh my
saying,
God!
quite
Pause.
frankly, you're
You
saying
notice where you said.
I don't need a replacement, but I do have, and I get a replacement. That's
Oh,
what
there
you're
you
saying.
go.
You're
There you
double
go. You
speaking.
just debunked yourself. You said you're effectively saying I don't need one, but in this specific scenario, I do have one. And then you pretended that I was double speaking. Let's run it back. You said you're saying you don't need one, but in this case, I do have one, and then claimed I was double speaking. That's not double speak, Mister Smart Guy. That's still both can be true. I don't need
But so you
one,
agree with
but
my
I can.
original statement now?
I don't need one, but I can have one. But the statement still remains true that I can falsify something without replacing it.
You moved the goalposts,
Oh,
buddy. Because now
dude, dude.
now
Okay, now I'm disengaging
you're
because you're
repeating
super
my
bad faith
original
and
statement.
dishonest. It's all recorded. You've been exposed.
No, it's not. That was my original statement. My
No,
original
you're trying
statement
to
was
say
that
that
only in
you.
the
Get over it, man. Let's move
Sorry.
on.
You're trying to say that you exposed him, but then what he's saying it can be true as well.
Oh, he just
He's
shifted
the
over
one
to
saying what I
basically
said was
saying
he
what I
said I
said.
was incorrect. He was said I was incorrect about my original statement, and then now his final statement matches my original statement.
No, you claimed I double spoke by then saying something that wasn't double speak.
He always does that. He likes to
No, you
fight with
double spoke
the
multiple
anger
times, actually.
problems. He's a child.
It's
No,
all good,
you're a
man. Yeah,
child. This is
you're
the reason we're
giggling,
talking about.
manifesting, and you have your sidekick also
Yeah, I'll
saying
just
worthless
repeat it.
shit in the side ground.
You said I was double speaking, and then when you went to quote what I was saying, what you said wasn't double speak, right? Because you can say, yeah, you can falsify something and you don't need a replacement, but in this case, you have one. Okay, cool. That's not double speak. Just
Yeah,
because
in
you
those
have one,
cases, you need a replacement.
shut up.
just because you have one doesn't mean you need one. And no, in those cases you don't.
In those cases, you do. You call it a necessary
Stop it.
implication.
See, this is why people like you can't debate, because every time the other person's going to make the conclusion that you're getting afraid of, you impulsively have to cut it off. This is what Globers do. So please stop interrupting me. I don't interrupt you, dude.
I'm gonna do it again. Temporarily mute Noah. Go ahead.
Okay, and this is getting redundant, right? But yeah, you're saying like, okay, you can falsify something and you don't need a replacement, but in this situation, you do have one. So now you've changed your argument again and said, no, in this case, you do need one. No, you don't. You don't need anything. You can falsify a positive claim and walk away. You don't even have to state the necessary implication out loud. Even if it's a necessary implication, the falsification itself is in and of itself something that exists by itself. Okay, so I don't need to replace something to falsify it. There are certain times, such as this one, right, where if I falsify something, something else is necessarily true, but I didn't need that necessary truth to falsify the other thing. Okay, the falsification exists on its own. Any follow-up is independent of that. This is a very simple concept, and you desperately want to go down swinging, but I know you understand it now.
And you could then test the binary thing as well. You could try to falsify that on a separate occasion. But go ahead, Noah, if you want to respond. The only reason I'm muting you is because you interrupted. Just don't do that, and then we won't do it.
Yeah, but he goes on long diatribes where he's insulting and gaslighting the whole time. It's like, okay, so if I gaslight and insult, then I'm somehow excused. But if I make poignant interjections that just destroys what he was saying, I can't do that. It seems a little unfair. But anyways,
honestly,
he said necessary implication. He said necessary implication,
let me
not me.
Hold on, dude. If there's little bits of like slight, I don't know. The interruptions are the biggest problem.
With every sentence?
I don't know.
It's not little bits. It's every sentence, right?
Dude, you're the one that's talking shit every time you speak, and you're interrupting, talking over me. I haven't done that to you I haven't interrupted you one time.
You've been talking shit every time your mic is opened and you've addressed me.
All right,
because you said you started the bad vibes by claiming that I was double speaking and I got exposed. You did that. So then I just matched.
No, the double speaking came in later. The double speaking came in later when you actually did starting double speaking. Yeah.
You claim you exposed me. You started the vibes. Now you want to cry.
No. You started insulting me and double speaking.
What was the insult?
I'm exposing you.
What was the insult?
I mean, you were talking to me like a baby. That's insulting. That was the first thing. Before anything else.
Like a baby.
It's all recorded. It's all recorded.
I did the thing that you always do. I did the thing that you always do. Yeah, it is always recorded. Your whole career, you talk to people like that, bro. And it's weird that you would try to gaslight the room into thinking you don't do that when you just did.
All right, let's get back on something real.
We turned away from you being disrespectful to, it's because you always do it to other
you
people.
were clearly the disrespectful one the whole time.
No. The whole room knows that you did this.
You're not going to gaslight me, bro. You can gaslight everyone else. Weak minds, feeble minds. You're not going to gaslight me.
See how he makes comments like weak minds, feeble minds? You're the one doing it.
Yeah, because you come in here, you constantly gaslight people. You insult and gaslight them. And then you think you're going to do it to me too.
You're leaking gas all over the place. Of course you're going to get caught.
All right, can we just stop? I get all the personal stuff. Hold on. The personal stuff happens.
He started it.
I was modding for the interruptions because the thing is we are here to hear the perspectives and to learn from what's being said. So when there's interruptions, it's just like a bigger foul than little slights. If there's major insults, that's a separate thing. Just go ahead, Noah. Let's just. I said the only.
But mine were at the most interjections.
Just
like
don't
one or two words.
Dude, just say your piece, Noah. Just get to the topic if you remember what you're going to say. Otherwise,
yeah, his necessary implication is where the double speak comes in, because that is basically the replacement. A necessary implication is a replacement. So the thing he states in the beginning, I don't disagree with, except in certain cases, specifically binary cases.
Noah.
Okay, I'm only going to say it one more time. I want to just make sure that there's no way you don't understand it, right? It's like there can be a necessary,
bro.
There can be a necessary. See what you're doing right now.
Me.
You're trying to censor me and interrupt me right now.
You're trying to imply like I haven't listened before. You said I'm going to repeat myself. I haven't written down what you've said. And then you say that's not what I said. I have it written down in front of
You're
me
doing it
on
right now. You're
paper.
trying to make sure I don't get to speak. I guarantee
That's
you
not
that
what it is. You're just
there it
lying,
is
bro.
again. There it is again. You're interrupting me again. I guarantee you, if you actually asked everyone in this room and
Meta
polled them
talk.
who's interrupting, you're trying to do it again. You can't control yourself, dude.
I'm not
So I'm gonna
saying
do it.
I'm not. I'm not claiming
Okay.
I'm not interrupting you.
You
I
notice,
fully know that's what I'm doing.
well, really, 45 seconds ago, you claimed that you never did, and it was maybe an interjection at most.
I said interjection. Yeah, it is more of an interjection. It's not really an interruption.
Actually, when you keep talking and don't let the other person get back in, it's an interruption.
Yeah, I do let you get in. Every time I go back on mute.
You're being modded for. That's the very
Okay.
thing you're being modded for. So just
Come on,
calm down.
just
I think you have a point. Yeah, let him make
Okay.
his, and then.
Yeah. So, okay, but
Go ahead with.
So the point is pretty simple, right? Which is, and I've already said this 3 times, which is, yes, there can be a necessary implication, a binary truth, meaning if one thing's not true, the other thing is necessarily true. In this case, I agree that is the case. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it? If you falsify the curvature, is something. Specifically, you're falsifying a certain rate of curvature, at this point. So you're falsifying a certain globe model, specifically, if you want to get real technical. But if the surface is not curving, it's flat. That's a binary truth. I agree with that. But I don't need to bring in that replacement truth to falsify the initial claim. I do not need to do it, even though it might be a necessary truth, meaning it's the necessary implication. That must be true. I don't need that truth to falsify the other initial claim. I falsified the initial claim that is curving because I measured it. It didn't match the curvature prediction. Okay, that's it. That's all that I did. I just falsified it. I falsified it. I don't need to replace it to falsify it.
Okay, I
That is
think he's
not
going back.
You logically have replaced
Oh,
it.
you're still here.
Because logically, if there's
Yeah,
only
but
2
logic
options and you
is
falsify
silent,
the
right?
other,
Logic
and I'm going to
is
use your own words written down here on a piece of paper. And by
No,
necessary implications, you have proven the other is true and have replaced the original statement. You've replaced logically.
No, there
Sure,
is a
but you didn't
linguistic
need
distinction.
to.
Elisha, hold
You
on,
would
guys.
need to if you're logical.
No, you
You would
don't
need to
need
if you're
to.
following to. You would need to if you're following logic. If
No,
you're
you don't
saying this is
need.
an
Oh my
illogical
God, this is
situation,
so.
then you wouldn't need to.
No, you don't need to
Witsit is
falsify it,
agreeing
dude.
with
It's
the logical outcome. He's just saying you don't need it to disprove.
You don't
the
need to
like,
be
there's
logical.
no. There's a you follow a certain path of logic. So the first part, he's saying you don't need the second part to prove the first part. That's all he's saying. He's
correct.
agreeing
No,
with you.
Noah.
He's agreeing with you.
Noah,
There's
do
no
you have to
Okay, so the
express?
two
I didn't hear a
Noah, do you
disagreement.
I
have
guess
to
let me say it like
express
this. Let me
logic?
say it like this. You can stop after the first step. You can stop. So they say it's like A and then B is the flatness part, right? That's the necessary implication. You can do the A, the falsifying the curvature part. Then you can just stop right there. Or you can, of course, take the next step, which is B, which is going to be, okay, well, then it's flat. You don't need to go to B to disprove A. That's the point. And the reason that
Yeah, you
that
do
statement was
logically.
said, okay, then I'm done. He's just not, he's just bad faith.
It's
You
not
do
a logic
logically. Yeah,
issue.
you
He's
need
just
to logically.
he's
If you want to
yeah, he's just
discard logic, then
highlighting.
you can say no. You can say, oh no, that
No.
doesn't mean this. If you want to discard logic, but logically,
But-
if it's binary, if it's A or B, and it's not A, it must be B. If you're going to adhere to logic,
not
if you're not going to
disagreeing
adhere
with
to
that.
logic, do
I'm
whatever
not
you want.
disagreeing with that. Yeah.
But
He
what
didn't
about a
disagree with
Okay, so
that.
zigzag
I'm going to
line
stay
where it's
within the
not
realm of
curving?
logic. You can exit logic and
Is
talk
it
about what happens
straight?
in non-logical land. I don't mind.
No one in here is doing that. You're
Yeah.
just trying not to be a
Hey,
sore
you're
loser.
saying, yeah, you are.
Okay, this has
Okay,
went on for
cool.
way too long.
Sounds good. Sounds good. We'll let everyone else decide, I guess.
Okay, I was just saying, if I was a glober, what I would respond to that is like, okay, what about a line that's zigzagging? It's not necessarily straight, but it's not curving. Just be
That's a
careful, like
series of
line.
lines that are straight. That's a
That
series
is,
of straight
yeah,
lines. It's not one line.
true. But you
And
know,
it's not curving. So nevertheless, like if the surface of the Earth's not curving, then because by the way, if it's zigzagging, you can measure that too, though. Right? So,
it was
but,
just
yeah.
kind of.
I mean, Witsit, I wasn't here for the whole conversation. But yeah, like you just agreed with him. So what was the whole fucking? What was the point of this
so
thing?
what happened? What happened was it's just how it started, right? So someone asked, "Can anyone present a globe argument that's not affirming the consequent?" And then I said, I just tossed the ball away because I was trying to hang this up. and someone actually didn't perfectly present the argument. And so then I felt like I had to jump in and explain the difference in like the logical and illogical form, right? And that the fallacy is if P then Q, if P is true, therefore Q is true, which is fallacious. But then the logical form is if P then Q, Q is false, therefore P is false, right? Like the logically consistent form or valid form is the falsification form. And so then it started to get rearranged to a more proper denotation of it, which was the falsification of the curvature claim. And then he's like, okay, well, he's trying, the Glober in here was trying to fight that meant that, you know, the earth was flat. And I said, if the surface of the earth's not curving, then what is it? So then Noah later jumped in and said, oh, so, you know, yeah, so falsification isn't independent of replacement, and kept trying to interject saying, except in this case, which turned into this conversation where he's saying falsification isn't independent of replacement. And that's what started the whole like derailment conversation that you heard, which is like, it's like I'm agreeing with his conclusion. It's like my argument as well, right? Which is if it's not curving, it's flat. Duh. I've been saying that for 5 years, right? I think it's hilarious conclusion to get to is to ask them that if the surface of the earth isn't curving, then what is it? But the reason that I'm going to continue to say my statement, right? Like falsification is independent replacement, because what always happens is before someone acknowledges the falsification, they want to ask you, well, then what is it? It actually doesn't matter. Then what is it? Then what is the next step. We haven't gotten there yet. Let's first have an honest acknowledgement of the first step, right? And in this scenario, then what is it is the follow-up step, which is flat. But I made the statement so that the opponent has to acknowledge the first step, because in the flat earth debate world, they always want to skip over the concession point and just demand a replacement.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. So
Yeah.
if you break it down into steps, so that's what you're doing. So yeah, step one, therefore, yeah, I get it 100%. So I agree with that statement. I have no problem with it. Does Noah have a problem with that statement? Did he get it?
Well, because it gets much more complex if you're going to go to, therefore it's option B or flat, et cetera. It brings in a bunch more complications, which is maybe why people want to. What I mean by complications is other implications and factors, and how does the sky work, and how does all these other components, versus just falsifying the globe itself.
At the core of their claim, it is a logical binary, but upon that assumption, right, they build upon it nonsense rubbish to the nth degree, which is precisely why Witsit brought up the point in the first place. You don't need to replace it, because they're bringing up all sorts of other stuff. So I do not need to tell you what's the replacement for diamonds falling on a planet that I've never been to.
And in fact, I don't even need to tell you that it's flat. Like I don't even have to do that. Right? That's actually the point, because the big deception, like I got like 10 debates in, and it was always happening every time. That's why I made the statement up, right? But I don't need to even tell you. If you can't figure out that if the surface isn't curving, it's flat, then maybe flat Earth's not for you, right? The reason it's so important is because I try not to replace at all. I think that part sucks. That's why when I went to Antarctica, I was so surprised. Apparently, so many people had done that, because I thought we were still going to come back as like celebrated or something, and we were like just burned at the stake,
Yeah, would you say that's something you've always done, or that you've learned to do over time?
I will say, yeah, I learned it once I started debating. Like when I first got into flat Earth, I just was like fed the replacement models, and it helped me conceptualize things. But once I actually started debating, I realized like, wait a minute, how am I going to critique that side for making claims if I'm just like also making models and stuff like that? So I just detached from making the claim.
I have an enlightening
Let me get in real quick, please.
Oh my goodness.
I know, man. Everyone wants to get in, dude. Let's make a list.
I was gonna get almost exactly on his question to me.
Well, let's let Jeremy was trying to get in before. Let's let Jeremy go, and then Noah, you can go next.
I was just gonna say that actually stopped me from getting into flat Earth at the very, very beginning of this whole thing for me. I needed that explanation. I was still in the mind state, and I didn't get it until Rob Skiba showed the sunset on the table, to where I was like, oh, all right, I got my explanation. I get back in. Since then, I've evolved, but I like when you come into this, you're like kind of still in that. I don't know. I was, at least.
About needing a replacement, you mean?
Yeah, like I couldn't get into this without having a replacement for how the sun could set.
Yeah, but
All
is
right,
that
I'm gonna
replacement.
enlighten almost exactly on the disagreement me and Witsit were having. Witsit, would you agree that 6 of 1 is logically equivalent to half a dozen?
6 of 1.
Yes, would you agree
what are
that
you
6 of
asking?
1 is logically equivalent to half a dozen?
No, I don't know. What was 6 of 1?
It's the phrasing, but he's right. Just say yes.
Just
Sure,
six
yeah.
ones, 6 ones, I guess.
Okay, so 6 of 1 to half a dozen is analogous to not having curvature is to flatness or straightness.
Yeah, it could be analogous.
They're a logically the logical equivalent. The logical equivalence is analogous between the both those things. So if
No,
you
I
are
can
going
hear
to say that 6 of 1 is logically equivalent to half a dozen, that same principle applies in not having curvature to flatness.
You think I don't understand what a binary truth is, dude?
Quite literally the absence of the other. Yeah.
You think I don't understand what a necessary implication or a binary truth is?
That's what your argument. That's what your argument leads me to believe.
Okay, well then you're not understanding my argument, and maybe almost exactly could break it down for you better than me because I've said it multiple times. It's that
Let me try to
before
repeat
you
it.
can listen, no, don't repeat it. Before you can get to the second part, you have to do the first part. And my point remains that the first part, regardless of whether or not it's a binary truth, the first part exists on its own. If it's binary truth, then that means the second part is necessarily true. That's cool. The first part still doesn't require there be a necessary
Yeah.
truth.
So you said there's no curvature, and I said yeah, so it's flat. Analogously, you said there's 6 of 1, and I came up and said yeah, half a dozen. Then you said no, not half a dozen, 6 of 1. That's analogous to what the argument just was.
His argument is the necessity part. He doesn't need to give you half a dozen. He can just deny 6 of 1, right? He doesn't need to give you the same phrase.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you're basically saying you're saying I have 6 of 1. I'm saying I'm walking up and saying, "Oh, you have half a dozen," and you're saying no.
No, I'm not saying. I'm actually not saying no. I'm just walking away from you.
That's what the argument is analogous to.
No. I'm not saying no. That would be like me saying no. It doesn't mean it's flat. I'm just walking away from you because I think you're super weird to come up to me and ask me about my eggs. So that's what it is. It's me not even engaging in that part because I don't have to because I'm gonna go check out.
Yeah, you are checking out because you know I'm right. Because I hit the nail on its head.
He just doesn't. He just can't. He can't deal with the fact he was wrong.
Guys.
I mean, it's not my problem.
I'm dealing with the fact that I just explained it to you, and you've shown that you're actually bad faith.
Witsit, you're running. You missed the whole point, bro.
From the truth.
How am I running? I just talked to him for 10 minutes about the same thing.
You just said you're walking away with your eggs.
Yeah, okay, you're trolling me.
All right. Well, okay, I'm trying to get in, guys.
Listen, I don't really care. I don't realize why. Like I can't.
Yeah, you don't
truthfully
care.
tell you what just
You make
happened, and
it
you
go on
deny it. It's like,
forever,
dude, that's
don't lie.
exactly what happened, bro. Like,
Well, Noah, what about it just being an and or like, okay, you can falsify something and then put a period on it and you're done. You can just falsify
hey,
things.
dude, Gio.
Or you
if you
let me finish.
Gio, I have a question for you.
You can just falsify it, or you can falsify and replace or make a binary replacement assertion. You can do either or, both and. What's the problem with that?
Okay, so Gio, if you had 6 eggs and you came to me and said, "Hey, no, I have 6 eggs," and I said, "Oh, so you have half a dozen?" Would you then try to essentially show that I don't have half a dozen, or that half a dozen is an extra step in front of a whole audience and like make a big long deal about it and try to gaslight and insult me the whole time while doing it? Or would you just be like, yeah, I do have, or would you just be like, yeah, I do have half a dozen?
No, time out. That's not what happened. What happened was you actually interrupted mine and his conversations 3 times to try to make the point that not in this scenario. And then as soon as he finally got out the door, despite your interruptions and you having to be told to stop interrupting, you then made it a point to say, your statement's actually wrong, and then challenged the statement and started the conversation, and then talked down to me with a condescending tone, and then said, oh, you're just going to run away because I'm about to expose you. You did all that. I didn't do any of that. I haven't talked to you in a long time. As far as I knew, we were on good terms. I didn't do anything like that.
Nah,
Okay,
nah.
all I did.
That's not what happened.
Let me get in real quick.
I did
Okay,
not.
it's recorded.
We've been not what happened when you
we've
all
been
were
debating this
talking,
for far
dude.
too long,
Yeah,
though.
dude.
So we've been going over this for far. How many more minutes are we going to do this for?
Well,
Let
it's
me
just, I
say
mean, I
something
just
real
feel
quick.
like, I mean, Noah said that Witsit double spoke, and I didn't hear Witsit double speak, so that's just the fact.
He basically said that 6 of 1 is not half a dozen.
He didn't
When
say
did
that.
I say
He said
that?
that not. Yeah, that's.
He never said that.
No, I never said that if something's
He
not
said that
curved, it's not flat.
analogously. Yeah.
Okay, brother,
He
that
said
would
not.
require me.
He said not curved. He said not curved is not flat to me. Like
That's
when
not
I
true.
said, so
That's
it's
not
flat.
true.
He basically said, oh, I don't take that extra step. And it's like, what do you mean? There's no step. They're logically equivalent. It's not a step. It's an equivalent. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. The equal sign is not a step. The equal sign is just the equivalence sign.
First of all, think about how funny it is you're saying that I denied that it means it's flat when it was my final question to Big Tech. I'm the one that asked the question. I'm the one that said, if it's not curved, what is it? Right? I actually brought the necessary implication into the fold. I did that. So to now claim that I basically deny the necessary implication is goofy. No, I understand what you've now done is try to say, well, it's equivalent. So once you say it's not curved, you are saying that it's flat. Okay, cool. My point is, he's making
That's
the
what a
claim that it's
logical
curved.
binary necessitates.
Yeah, I understand, dude. My point is that he's saying it's curved. I'm going to say, wait, you're saying it's curved? Okay, look, here, falsify that it's curved. Now we can say that would mean it's flat, but I can falsify his claim because what he's actually saying, he wasn't actually saying that it was curved. He was actually saying it's a specific globe model with specific dimensions. So if I was actually going to replace his claim, it would be to say it's flat with these dimensions, and I'm not doing that. Okay, so I just independently established the falsification. And now, specifically with curved and flat, you can do that without invoking a model. So that's definitely the best case. That's like one of the only ones you can even get this close to trying to make this weird argument. But it doesn't matter because it's just like it's a logical progression of steps. So in order for you to now rebut it, you've had to say, oh, there is no progression of steps. It's the same. No, it's still a progression of steps. If it's not curved, then it's flat. I'm saying you can just do that if it's not curved. It's not curved. You don't have to do the then part. Then denotes a secondary follow-up progression.
You can put is instead of then. You don't need then.
Can one of you guys turn
You
me
can
on the
put
TV or
not curved
something?
is flat.
Put me on the list here at some point when 5 more back and forths maybe of this.
No,
I don't really care, dude. I just think it's
like,
weird, bro. Like I think it
everyone
honestly,
thinks
I
it's
don't really
weird that
care
you're
what the whole,
making this
I don't
really petty
really
argument.
listen. I'm talking to you personally, bro. I don't really care what the whole room thinks, to be honest. But I know personally that you like the way you're interacting and shit, bro, is dishonest, man. Because I basically came to you and said you have half a dozen of this. You denied that, and then you made
No,
a
I
whole
didn't.
big deal trying to like slander my character in front of everyone. And then at the end of the day, you're now saying, "Oh, it is actually half a dozen." It's wild, bro.
I never said it wasn't half a dozen. I'm gonna say my
have
last reply.
frozen
I never said it wasn't half a dozen. And objectively, and if you actually believe what you're saying, I encourage you to go listen to it and see who was actually the one that jumped in and started being disrespectful. It was objectively you. And when you told me that you were going to expose me for double speaking, and then you started saying that
Dude, wait,
everyone here was just
I only said that after you had insulted me multiple times, bro. Like,
okay.
what are
You
you
go listen
talking
to the
about, dog?
recording. And if you're actually being honest, you will see that's not true.
No, I'm sticking straight to business, and then you started insulting me, and you insulted me like 3 or 4 times before I fucking changed my
that's not true.
tone. So I don't know what you're, yeah, dude, like, and you do this all the time. You do this to the Globers. You like pepper insults in your whole thing, and then the moment they like come back at you, not even with an insult, just with a correction, you like then like I know how you operate, bro. That's all I'm saying. Personally, me to you, I know how you're operating.
Okay, I could comment on how you operate, but I'm actually not going to.
Go ahead, comment. I don't care.
I know you want me to.
No, nobody cares.
Go ahead.
Nobody cares.
I don't
Sorry.
care, dude. Dude, no, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do the. I'm
nobody
not
jump
doing
in
the.
until this is over because I'm next. So
This
go
is
ahead
getting
with it.
like I will just say this so everyone will know because this is about the 8th time today it's happened by different individuals, right? What I'm no longer going to participate in is people thinking that because I'm in here, I have to engage with them, nor do I have to let you talk down to me, nor do I have to let you talk over me. Okay.
You talk
I'm just
down
being
to
let me
me
just move this
first. What are
on,
you
bro.
talking
I'm not even
about? I'm not
talking to
even
you
talking
anymore.
down to you. I'm talking to you
Dude,
as an equal.
Witsit, let me just move this on,
That's
dude, and this will
weird,
be over
bro.
with.
Like I'm literally trying to talk to
All
you
right.
as a brother and talk to you as an equal, and you think
Stop.
I'm
No,
talking
you're
down to you, bro?
not,
You're
dude. No, you're
projecting.
not.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
moving
I think
on.
most.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Back to
Okay.
the
Move on.
actual topic. Back to the actual topic at hand. I don't know if that was affirmative consequent or not. I could probably phrase it so that it was. However, an actual affirmative consequent one with the phraseology would be like this: if Earth is a globe, then we'll see weight change at different latitudes. We see weight change at different latitudes, therefore Earth's a globe. You know what I'm saying? That's an affirmative consequent one.
Nice, Jeremy. You've been doing your research.
Bro, I've been saying that for 5 years, dude. What
That's
are you
not
talking about?
affirming the consequence. Stop it. That's proof.
Oh, it's textbook
It's
affirming the
proof that weight
Textbook.
changes at latitude. It's not proof that Earth's rotating. I meant to
Dude,
say
my
rotating.
baby
Did I say
birdie is out there
globe
flying.
earlier?
Jeremy, I'm really proud of
is
you.
evidence.
Okay, can we let Jeremy finish? That'd be great.
Yeah, I don't know if I said a globe earlier. I meant to say a rotating sphere. Then we'll see weight change with latitude. But that is affirming the consequent. I give you another affirming the consequent with water boiling, like I did the other day. And you can see where the line disappears from affirming the consequent to actual proof. Like if you were to do it with water boiling, like let's say we didn't know heat caused water to boil, and we go in there and we're like, yo, if water boils, then heat caused it. And then you're like, we see water boiling. Wait, hold on, I messed it up. Oh, I had this the other day. Never mind. Go ahead with it.
Altitude change or pressure change. That's what you're
Okay,
saying.
yeah. Just so everyone knows, just the fundamental difference is like if the premise is true, then the conclusion is, as opposed to if the conclusion is true, then the premise is true. Okay, and like the safest bet in our realm is to present it logically sound with falsification, right? Like if their claim is true, then this, or if it's not true, then this, right? Like you want to falsify their claim. So what the difference between the fallacious form and the sound form, like the valid form, is that the fallacious form assumes the conclusion or gets the conclusion and assumes the premise is true, where the logically sound form is that the premise is true, therefore the conclusion is true.
And the way you
And
get
the
out of
falsification
that,
is the safest bet.
the way you get out of that though is by doing actual science. And then you're no longer in the realm of affirming the consequent because you've actually done it, manipulated the independent variable, and you know that this caused that. And there is no more affirming the consequent once you do actual real science, cause and effect, hypothesis, experiment, all that.
Yeah, and you have the null hypothesis. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like if I was able to properly form and affirm the consequent for water boiling, and we never did it, it'd be affirming the consequent. But then once you do it and you do it and you put the heat to it, and it's like, oh, okay, that is actually how it works.
Isn't that called a modus tollens, right? Logically speaking, like principle wise, isn't that a modus tollens? Where if
Jeremy.
A implies B and B is false, then A must also be
Modus
false.
tollens is like if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. And modus ponens is
Exactly.
if P then
Exactly.
and if modus ponens is if P then Q, P therefore Q. So ponens is the positive.
That's a lot of P's and Q's there. You think that's what
Ponens.
they meant when they said mind your P's and Q's?
Yeah, it is. Yep. Modus ponens is like the positive assertion, the logically valid positive assertion, and then tollens is the logically valid negative assertion, right? So again, modus tollens is if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, which is how QE presented Black Swan, not P. Yeah, that's how he presented the Black Swan. And then modus ponens, which is like a valid positive assertion, is if P, then Q, P, therefore Q.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Yeah.
Agree 100%.
And just to finish that up there, in the logically fallacious form is where you're assuming the conclusion, or you're taking the premise to assume the conclusion, or vice versa. You're taking the conclusion to assume the premise.
Yeah,
I mean,
all
I would
these
say
are
once
like
you,
all
I would say
these
once
are
you
like
manipulate the
very
independent
close.
variable, though. I would say once you manipulate your independent variable, though, like you're good. You're out of you're not doing anything fallacious anymore because now you know. You know what I'm saying, right?
Right, because
Well, yeah, I mean,
Can I just clarify
you should take
something,
into account.
please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Witsit, is QE's Black Swan fallacious?
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's not properly formed. It's not properly formed.
Well, let's come to a let's get this right.
Read
Why
it
is it not
out. Read it
He's a
out. I'll
no.
show you.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, if you're saying it doesn't properly adhere to modus tollens, then sure. But I just know he's always said it's modus tollens. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been so many years since I've even made that
No,
argument.
it is that modus whatever thing. However, he switches out the Q. The Globers try to do this all the time. They'll switch out the P or the Q for something else. And he does that when he says if Earth is a sphere of 29 or 39, 59 radius, then da da da. But in the end, he takes that 39, 59 and he just switches it to a globe or a sphere. He doesn't insert a
Okay,
radius in
bro.
there after.
Okay, dude. What a crazy critique. Okay, man. Well,
I'm
then
just saying
it's
you
not
can't be
the
switching your
globe.
you
Well,
can't
he
be
would
switching
say,
your P and Q up.
okay, well, let me argue for him. He would say, well, okay, I didn't because the only way it can be a globe and still adhere to the distances on Earth in the time of day, etc., is for it to be that size.
No, but it could be a sphere of 4,000 or 400 million or whatever the math worked out to that day. He didn't. He just said it's not. He said it's not a sphere. He went with not a
I
sphere
know he would
instead
say
of.
he would say it could not be a sphere of 4 million because of the distances that have been measured on Earth and because of the day and night cycle.
I'm telling you, you can't just go, dude. This is logic, bro. You can't
No,
switch your P
I
and Q
agree
up
with
in the
you, but
middle
I
of
think
it.
it's super tedious. Technically, what he said is
Oh,
true.
I
You know what I'm saying?
mean,
Like I'm saying, technically it's true
yeah,
because
I
the
hear
Earth can't be a globe of a different size because then all of a sudden the distances on Earth don't match the day and night cycle. I mean, you in theory you could come up with all kinds of explanations for those things. I guess I don't know. So anyway, so yeah, sure, he should have added the radius. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe with 3959 radius. Would that make you
you.
happier?
Yeah, I would be so happy.
Okay, but outside of that, it is logically valid, which is modus tollens. I think it's important that we do get this as a room. I have a feeling that the room doesn't fully get it. I'm gonna say it one more time. I mean, because it took me a while not to get these mixed up. Okay, so if we have modus ponens, right, which is if P then Q, P therefore Q. Okay, so that's like a positive claim. If P then Q. So if premise then conclusion. Premise therefore conclusion. Okay, then you have modus tollens, which is what the black swan is, which is to falsify something. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? Like the black swan. And then you have the fallacious form, which is if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Meaning just because the conclusion is true doesn't mean that your premise that you insert in there actually is true. And you can remember it with like the mailman thing, right? Like Sasquatch delivers my mail every Friday. Oh, look, there's mail in my mailbox on Friday. Therefore, Sasquatch exists. That's not true. All right. That conclusion does not necessitate that premise. But as long as your premise necessitates the conclusion, once you establish the premise is true, the conclusion must be true.
Yeah, there are other aspects of the argument, like the burden of proof, for example, right? Who's making the claim and who has the burden of proof? And like validity of the argument versus actual truth statements, right? That's where it gets complicated.
Depends on who.
But I agree with you 100% with it.
It depends on. It depends on the burden of proof by who makes the claim and what type of claim it is. Like if I say unicorns exist, I need to come up with unicorns. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if I say unicorns don't exist, I don't need to come up with a unicorn. That would be on anyone trying to take the opposing stance.
Correct. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I said you can't have gas pressure with a container doesn't exist. That's not on me to show you it not I can't show you it not existing. There are certain negative things you can show, but something, there's ones you can't, and then the burden of proof on another person.
Is it just me, or is Jeremy cutting out?
No, he's always roboting. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's just a delayed robot.
Jeremy always robots. Therefore, he is a robot.
Perfect.
Suppose at the core of it,
the one-eye robot.
Guys, imagine if someone called you a delayed robot. You wouldn't like that.
You're right. We should call him a retarded robot.
Call me delayed, just not robot.
Or just retarded.
Jeremy, last time I was in here, I told you, dude. We've been waiting. We've been waiting for years, Jeremy. They finally FDA approved the Neuralink allegedly.
Is he getting hooked up then?
Yeah. They approved what?
Neuralink.
Oh, I wouldn't get Neuralink, bro. I would get that, like, if they had an eyeball. See, I wouldn't even do an eyeball though, unless I lost my other eye. I'm not having them messing around in there.
Well, it's not optional. It's either Neuralink or nothing. So,
bro, they did make a cool thing for quadriplegics. It's like a retainer shaped thing, and it goes in the roof of your mouth. You know what I'm saying? And then you can control like the computer with your tongue. I thought that was a good alternative to like full on Neuralink. It's not like nearly as invasive.
oh yeah, I think it's gonna end up being like a little invisible tattoo or something on your wrist.
Yo, Witsit, I just want to make something clear. I disagree with almost everything you say. The fact that I'm agreeing with you today is just on the basis of facts. You spoke facts I agree with, and that's it. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, we can have two people who disagree on almost everything, yet on truth, I'm going to be truthful. And you spoke truth, and I agreed with it. So,
Nice.
Yeah.
So almost exactly is wrong about almost everything. That's crazy. Just kidding.
Almost.
Almost everything.
Dude, this is still on my mind, and not to bring it back, but since Noah's still here, I just want to say this briefly. Dude, I was just thinking like of an analogy of what that was before that you guys were discussing that. Just real quick, we don't have to go entirely back to it. I just want to say this real quick. If you're like taking steps, like actual physical steps of like trying to do something, you could take one step and be like, okay, falsify the globe, the curvature, and you could stop there. You could just take that one step and be like, okay, it's not that falsified curvature. Even though no curvature does have the necessary implication of the binary, that would be taking the next step. Like, so you would first have to take the step of like, okay, falsifying the curvature. And if there is a binary, like you can stop there. And that's the idea of like, you don't have to replace it. You don't have to take the next step if you don't want to. You can just falsify that and call it a day, which links into what you guys were talking about, the modus tollens, modus ponens. Like some of them are falsifying, some of them are trying to verify, etc. So you can just stop at falsifying one thing. If you then want to take the next step, you could then be like, and it logically precedes that there is a binary, etc. Then you can choose to take that next step. And a lot of people want that next step when you're talking about a lot of these things because they want to know, okay, well, if that's not true, then what is true? But for some people, they haven't really faced the thing that's not true yet. And so maybe in cognitive dissonance, in some cases, they just want to jump to being like, well, I don't want to face that thing's not true. So I'm not really going to stop, I want to jump to the necessary implication, which like when it comes to the earth, it brings in all these other complex factors, which are good to address and people want those addressed generally, but they don't necessarily, you don't have to falsify something. I still agree with that. And I didn't really hear Witsit double speak in that way. I hear what you're saying, what you were saying with that, Noah, though. Like I understand the idea that there's it's like a both and situation, but I was just thinking about it as like reminiscing or just kind of reflecting on it. In the idea of taking steps, like you can take one step and falsify something. You don't have to take that next step. But if you do take it, then you could say, oh, and there's this binary thing, therefore it must be, and you can take the next step if you choose. So Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
I
still
don't
man
think
Noah's
I
saying
don't
that when
think
you take
Witsit
that step.
disagreed with. Like he
Yeah.
actually agreed with that like statement that Noah
It
said. So
was a
he
Noah did.
agreed.
I
linguistic
will give Noah
issue.
credit. He ended up curating his argument a bit, where like the last part of it was the better version, which is he's saying to still man it. Once you take that step, you're simultaneously taking the second step. Like you can't take the first step without taking the second one because they're the same step. That's what he was trying to say at the end, right?
Yep,
But it's
Yeah,
just
you
like
which you agree with,
in logic.
right?
In
yeah, but
logic,
in terms of logic, you're gonna actually make it's actually a progression, right? So like if you're gonna falsify the curve, you're gonna falsify the curve, or you could establish the flatness. It would be the same as falsifying the curve, but you have to pick one or the other. In natural logic, you're gonna do one, and then that's where you get the then from, right? So anyway,
Yeah, an additional
with the,
step according to logic and according to you, Witsit, right? That
yeah, just
he,
like progression of thought. So
yeah, progression.
I mean,
Well,
for me personally, I'd have to agree with the falsification method. You know what I mean? Because if it's optics, then there's going to be issues with it, right?
yeah, for me, I didn't see a disagreement at all.
No, it was linguistic. Because if you
Not even
if you
that.
say no,
Not
it
even
was
that.
well, no, the actual issue and the reason he was accused of doublespeak is the linguistic misunderstanding. Because if I say the logical implication is this, but then I say I don't need to utter it, or it's not necessary, I haven't double spoken. The logical implication exists irrespective of me stating it out loud. Me stating that it's logically implied is me just highlighting that water is wet, but I don't need to state it out loud for it to be true.
yeah,
That's
or
what
even
Witsit was
acknowledging.
that's what Witsit was talking about.
Yeah,
So there isn't
and
it's not
say is like that. I'm gonna defend that saying until I die. Okay, because
Sure, everybody
it
does
came to
that.
me one it
You
came to me
get
one day it came to me one day and I thought, okay, well, it rhymes, so I made it to where it rhymes, so it's easy to remember and it's short, and
really
arguably is
with
maybe
it
the
because it rhymes. Because it
I'm
rhymes.
just
Is
that
that what you're going
I
with?
literally I created the saying, and when it popped in my head, I'm like, oh, it rhymes, so people, this is honestly what I thought, so people will be more likely to remember it, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start saying this, and it's saved me so much time because
Yeah, more like
now
reminding yourself to remember it.
and just people just I'm always asked to replace everything, and so and yeah, in a way sometimes I would get trapped into doing it because typically oftentimes I will have a replacement, so
and
that's
they
why I've
don't
actually
even
become way more disciplined than to just take the bait of replacing. So same thing goes with the follow up of falsifying the curve. At this point I'm like, it's like muscle memory to not replace it because it's like even when I have replacement, what happens in these globe debates is they always want to throw out the bait of haha, bet you can't replace it, and they present it as like this mockery in front of the audience so that they can trap you into taking the bait and then
Yeah.
helping get them away from the concession. So it's actually
What's your
important that we're
goal in a
disciplined.
debate? What's it?
It's actually just for the audience to hear both sides, specifically like a logically presented version of our side.
Yeah, but you understand that our side is also divided. So, like, do you have your own kind of
yeah, but this is
philosophy
exactly why
or?
it's
Sure. Well,
divided,
my
Doc.
ultimate,
Because
you're asking my ultimate objective? Like my ultimate objective with
Sure.
the whole
Yeah.
discussion, yeah, it's actually to show people that this place is super special and thus created.
Yeah,
So
that sounds good to me. I can agree with that
yeah,
mission
yeah,
statement.
that is the reason. That is
Yo,
literally
do
the
your
reason why I do it.
do the second law of thermodynamics one with the creation and shit. Like that's dope. That's a dope ass argument right there.
Oh yeah, yeah, that one's lethal, man. See how fast I can do it. So okay, so as like an atheist, you're typically like a naturalist, meaning that nothing kind of exists outside the natural world, and everything that exists comes from nature or derives from nature. Um, so then basically what would rule that philosophy is natural law. And so the two of maybe the most renowned natural laws is the first and second law of thermodynamics. And so the first one, and so a naturalist or an atheist has to adhere to these, right? So the first natural law or the first law of thermodynamics is that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay, so then if we're going to ask the question, which is like, how did the universe get here? Which can effectively be asked, how did all the matter and energy that exists in the universe get here? If we look at the first law, it couldn't have been created. So as a naturalist, really I only have, well, as anyone, I have two answers. It's option one is it was created and put here. Option two is it was always here. So as a naturalist, I have to just say it was always here to not violate the first law of thermodynamics. So then if I go to the second law of thermodynamics, it says that entropy will increase, systems seek equilibrium, and in the process of seeking that equilibrium, they use energy. So the amount of total usable energy in the universe is always decreasing. And in order for it to decrease, it has to have a starting point to decrease from. It cannot just infinitely decrease. So that denotes a beginning. So now if we go back to the first question, we cannot claim it was always here because we've now proven we need a beginning, which means our only other option to answer how did all the matter and energy get here is that it was created, right? And then of course, then the follow-up is just, well, what's the antecedent to creation, which is a creator? And so what a naturalist, if they're being intellectually honest, has to concede is like
the antecedent
of creation,
the creator. Yeah.
Yeah, go. I mean, you have to invoke special being to invoke.
No,
yeah, well,
no, but your premises
you would.
don't address.
Wait. Let me just finish it. So like, what we've established is we need something that's supernatural, because if natural law says that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but we've now had to invoke that the matter and energy was created, we have to invoke something not limited to the laws of nature, which by definition is supernatural, which the etymology, of course, means beyond nature or attributed to a force beyond the laws of nature. So we need something external to the universe. We need something that existed prior to the universe. We need something supernatural. So we have something effectively eternal, external, supernatural, creating all matter and energy in the universe. So that's an eternal, external, supernatural creator. So that you might as well just say God at that point.
Like what kind of evidence do you point to in our world to prove that very statement of yours? Is there like
a painting
evidence?
A painting.
A painting?
Yeah.
No, but it's already done in the
How so?
definitions of the natural law.
Wait.
You're asking what do I point
Yeah.
to show that the necessary antecedent of creation is a creator?
Yeah, and you said painting. So
yeah, painting.
If you can explain like the logic behind that.
Like you can't have a painting without a painter.
Sure, and you do have a painter. So what's the problem?
Okay, so you can't have creation without a creator. The very word creation denotes a creator. That's an act of creating.
Yeah. So what's
right.
analogous of the painter to creation? Because
it's all of It's all of existence. So it's creation itself. The painting is
what
creation.
Sense? I would say DNA, for example. Like I'm trying.
DNA is a good example. It just requires much more argument. Yeah, it's like I just gave a really simple.
No argument.
And it does. You need to break down the ordered sequential nature of the information.
It's
to make the DNA argument.
How can you have information without like an author of the information?
That is another good argument. That's another good argument that I make for creationism, but I don't go into the information world when I can just debunk them with their own natural law, right? Like, because the reason that you're debunking them is, what's the first law again? Matter and energy cannot be
created or destroyed.
Okay, so the first law invokes creation itself, not me. Their own first law. So they've done half the work for me.
Creation itself. We can get into that, but I don't want to.
Well, that's right. It's the laws that govern nature. So that means that we have to step outside of creation itself. To actually answer. Well, no. But we have to answer the question, right? Like, no, we can't literally step outside of it. But if the laws that govern the natural world say that matter and energy cannot be created, but then we look at the second law and see, oh wait, there was a beginning. So then, okay, we can't just claim that all the matter and energy was always here, because it can't decrease from like infinitely. So there was a beginning, so it couldn't always be here and having a beginning. Right? Those are contradictory intrinsically. Okay, so now we know that it wasn't always here. So if I say,
Yeah, but
okay, if
it's
matter,
not as simple as that, though.
why not?
Like there are so many other things you have to take into account for the.
You'd have to be specific, man.
Like what?
Well, the infinite aspect of, like, how do you defeat the idea that it was always there?
By looking
By
at the
which
second
law?
law.
Like the
I
first
thought he
law?
just did that.
Second law?
The second law of
The first law.
thermodynamics.
Okay,
No, the
so the
first law
second
says
law.
that as well.
They
Wait, hold on.
immediately go to, oh, it was always here. That's their immediate go to
I know,
too.
I know.
That's the important
I
one.
disagree with it 100%, and I have my own line of logic. I'm just trying to learn
Well,
other
let me explain the
people's.
second law a little bit more so you understand it, right? So, like, what even within their
please.
world, like Stephen Hawking is probably the best person that I quote here. It's not to appeal to his authority; he just states it well. And then when they hear Stephen Hawking, they know he's one of the most renowned atheists, so they don't just automatically reject it because it comes from me. And just mind you, I actually present this argument to people because I genuinely want to wake them up to creationism, not to just win a debate. So it's not like a gotcha for
Sure,
me. I
dude.
actually want to wake them up.
Let's
So,
go past all that. Just make the argument.
okay, so well, I'm just explaining why I invoke Stephen Hawking. You can do it or not do it, but I do it because Stephen Hawking also invokes Arthur Eddington in his quote. So I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically says, for a really long time, there was an argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning or if it eternally existed. We now know it had to have a beginning because the second law of thermodynamics necessitates it. And to quote Arthur Eddington, this is Hawking quoting him, and he paraphrases Eddington. It's if your theory disagrees with certain laws, you're okay because oftentimes we find out that our observations change as we progress. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, you are in big trouble. It's destined to oblivion.
Exactly.
So,
that is a quote 100%, and I agree with
yeah.
it 100%. I have no problem with that.
And that's just to solidify the point that you can't claim that all the matter and energy in the universe was always here, because that disagrees with the second law.
Well, how? How so?
Because I say the second law in
Sorry,
really
go ahead.
simple terms, okay? Because
Sure.
people try to act like it's this really mystifying thing. I totally disagree. Systems seek equilibrium, just like a soda. When you open it, I could tell Aaliyah this, right? Like you open the soda and it goes psh, right? And that's because there's high pressure in the can, there's lower pressure outside of it, so it's trying to equalize. All systems are seeking equilibrium, but in order to actually go through that process of seeking equilibrium, like seeking out the equilibrium, it uses energy to do that. And so, because all systems are seeking equilibrium in the universe, or you could say the universe collectively is seeking equilibrium, entropy is increasing, it's using energy to do that. So, because there's the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then it's decreasing from a beginning point.
That's explaining the premise. What I was alluding to is the very argument itself, like the premises, like the idea that the universe must have begun because of such and whatever it is, like the argument you're trying to make, which might be philosophical, it could be scientific, it depends. And you kind of made the argument very vaguely there, but that's what I was trying to boil down to. Like, are you
I guess I don't
using
understand your question here, right?
philosophical?
Like if the amount of
Yeah.
use, no, it's not really philosophically anything. It's just like factual. You could even fit this within just like naturalistic. If you want to call it science, I mean, you're always going to get into the what is it actually science? Are you directly independently manipulating a variable, right? So it would be a logical discussion if you want to call it philosophical, sure. But like the point is that you can't logically decrease infinitely. So you're saying that you're asking me to say that and then say like, oh, well, I know that. I'm not asking that. I don't know what you're
Yeah,
asking
like
that.
infinite. That's what I'm saying. Do you believe infinite is
No.
something that can be real in the physical world, or is that
No,
just a
of course not.
concept?
It's just an abstract concept. Of course it can't be real.
Yeah, I
I
agree
think
with
it
that.
could. I think it could be. What if there's infinite space? What if it just
Well,
goes forever? That'd be dope.
well,
Well, space is not
it would
real.
be
It's
dope.
just abstract.
and it's a privation. And 2, you can't have infinite something that's not real. And 3,
Yeah,
infinite
by
itself
definition,
is an
space,
unreal
like
description.
space, is
No, I'm
something that is
saying it could be.
defined
It could
as
be
a.
though. Like, what if you go? Hold on, Egypt, bro. Take 5.
Sure.
What if you could go left? What if you could just go left forever? Or you know what I'm saying? Just like walk in a direction. What if you could just go that way forever and it just never ended? Like it just constantly. Like, what if you're in a simulation and just constantly rendered more land for you or something crazy?
Because there is
You
no
die.
forever, there is no never ending, there is no infinite, there is no nothing. Like these are just
I know, but
concepts.
what if? But what if it
What
kept
it
going?
what
No, it
what
just
Yeah, what if?
never ended.
What if anything? What if
yeah,
if
what
didn't
if?
Because
mean thing?
that's a possibility in my mind that we could just keep going.
No.
I'm just saying,
No.
I like to keep the possibility of infinite open. I know there's nothing that's infinite right now, but that's like a neat idea. Like if we could just keep going and it just never ends.
This is what the PhD Blitz actually tried to do when I made this argument to him. He tried to claim infinite was real. And he tried to derail me into saying, "Do you not understand math?" And I said, "Sure, yeah, math is an abstract, though, so it's not real." And he tried to laugh and mock me and say, "Oh my God, this guy thinks math is not real." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's not. It's abstract. Like I can count to 2, but I had to have the
Well,
2 physical apples for it to have any meaning. Like math is just a descriptive
wow.
tool
Well,
that we created."
Yeah,
there's one.
language to
Well, their
communicate.
idea of infinity though is ridiculous because they think that there's one. They think you could have 2 different infinities, like 2 different infinite amounts of something, and they think one can be bigger than the other one. Like their idea of mathematical infinity is ridiculous. I hear you.
Yeah, and this is because
Well,
it was me versus 2 atheists with like PhDs, I guess, and it was on their show, and I crashed it because someone sent it to me. So they were picking on a bunch of people with these like setup questions against God and trapping them into making biblical claims and stuff like that. I jumped in the queue. They tried to outweight me, and then finally put me on there, and then they tried to like just tag team me with red herrings because they were
yeah,
trying to
I
get
would
so
say I
far
would
away
say
from
this
the
is
argument.
this is the philosophical aspect of attacking infinity. You cannot have infinity physically and philosophically because it cannot exist in a physical world. You can't have an infinitely long queue where you never
Problem. There's
get
another
your
problem
service.
with. There's
It
another
doesn't
problem with
exist.
infinity.
You said it very
Because
well at the beginning, right? Got
there's a distinction though between everlasting and infinity because infinity implies forwards and backwards. So that violates what you were talking about earlier, Witsit, about the beginning, which is unavoidable.
Mm.
Now you never quite concluded that to the other guy's satisfaction, but you
No,
made the
but
argument. You made the argument sufficient for me at least. But that is
in
one of the things that's embedded in how they view infinity is that it never had a beginning. So it's just an endless loop, snake eating its tail. It's retarded,
They
paradoxical.
Well, the
actually
only way that
do
you can
have.
get
They
anything
claim.
like infinite or
I don't know
over
who
ever.
they are, but like if you're claiming like the Big Bang, for example, which is the given theory of the beginning of the universe today, it does claim a beginning. So I don't
Yo,
know
but
when
isn't
you
it so
say
funny though?
they.
Isn't that so? Yeah, yeah. You think that,
Yeah,
but
but infinite doesn't.
every time I talk to an actual atheist, which okay, let's be real,
They'll deny it.
95%. Yeah, yeah, 95% of naturalists and atheists and secularists, they believe in the Big Bang. But when this argument comes up, within seconds, they throw the Big Bang out without even noticing it and claim that the universe
Exactly.
was always
They
here.
must.
And it
Yeah.
just shows you that
Logically.
actually to
Yeah.
be an atheist, it requires way more faith. It requires way more shucking and jiving and like just random appeal to possibility and special pleading every time. So I
That's
love this
the issue
argument
with
because
atheism. That's like the major issue with it. It's too much blind faith, and there's way too many gods.
yeah, it's my
Well,
favorite argument to elucidate the ironic aspect of the fact that atheism requires way more faith because this will have them making up anything and everything they can imagine. I hit I forgot the guy I debated with on MDD. I debated him in person about this creationism versus atheism. And he talks super fast. I guess I do too, right? But he just talks real fast, doesn't really say anything.
like a
And
destiny kind of fast.
yeah, similar. I forgot what this guy's name is. He's like this little
He's I don't know, man. Some like foreign ethnicity. I don't remember his name. Leo. Leo's his name. Okay, and he just started. He probably by the end of it, he had made up like 30. Well, what if this is the case? So I'm like, okay, so it went from haha, you stupid creationist, you believe in these stories and books, and you believe in a sky daddy, ha ha ha. You just like appeal to these things and you have faith, and it turned into if he could come up with anything that even in theory seemed logically possible, that meant that it was true. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude, this
look,
is so stupid.
yeah. I mean, Witsit, I would say, in all honesty, this is an argument that has existed throughout existence. Basically, I mean, there's historical evidence of this very same argument, and look, the very premises and the arguments involved and all that, and it's the devil's in the details. It's in the very first premises, like things like whatever begins to exist has a cause. That is could be taken as a bold claim, but I don't see any falsification of that claim. Like whatever begins to exist must have a cause. Does anyone disagree with this premise? I'm throwing that out as premise one. I can go through the whole argument.
Well, I want to correct real fast. Like, I'm not going to claim that like this argument is just mine or anything like that. Like, what really made the argument click for me was the Hawking quote. But I will say that to the specific way the argument is presented now, unless we've kind of repeated a cycle of like this used to be known, the full understanding or a better understanding of the second law, because we don't fully understand it because people can't even properly define entropy, much less what the cause of entropy is. No one knows. But, well, you know,
I'm
materialistic
repeating an
science doesn't.
argument that's over 1,000 years old.
Oh, so you're saying the one
Literally.
you're about to you're saying the
It's
one you're
called
about to say has existed.
No, I already said it, and I gave the first premise. That is the Kalam. Have you ever heard of the Kalam
No, I thought you said that the
cosmological?
argument I said has existed forever. I was just saying like I think that it's more of like
Oh,
a
no.
20th century on thing.
Sure, but like when I was saying, like the first premise, the idea that whatever begins to exist must have a cause, is a very logical and valid premise. I mean, I'd like to hear an argument against that premise, and that's my first premise for the argument, and it's not mine actually. That is the
It's called the Kalam
Kalam.
cosmological. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, premise one is a valid premise. Does anyone disagree with it? I mean,
I don't think so. I don't even think an atheist would. What your average atheist
an
would say
atheist
back
would.
is no. One average atheist would want to disagree with it would probably just default to who says there's a beginning.
No, they would say that we have a bias to assume that there's a cause for every.
Yeah, that happens when you present premise two, not the first premise though. They don't have like if you present it as a first premise, no problem. But when you get into the details of the second, third premises, then the first premise becomes.
That's
a problem.
probably
They
true.
have to
That's probably true.
backtrack. Yeah.
Yes, if
It
I was going to
happens
guess
all
what
the
the
time.
typical atheist would do is like, yeah, most of them would just be like, okay, cool, yeah, whatever. And then a lot of them would know you're setting them up and they would say, who says it has a beginning?
Yeah, the answer is just the universe or existence has always existed, and then they will say, or people who believe in the Big Bang will say, okay, there was existence prior to the Big Bang, probability clouds or whatever.
Yeah, they'll say there were parallel universes. And how do you know that this universe isn't just a byproduct of another one?
It still
But
doesn't defeat the first premise.
I agree with you. It doesn't.
It's infinite retardation. It never ends.
Regarding the first premise, I've heard people say that because of evolutionary blah blah blah, we are set up to like have a bias that makes us see causes when they're not there. Kind of like the type 1 error or whatever.
Yeah, but for the Kalam, like all they have to say is existence has always existed, and then the first premise is completely negated.
Well, yeah, that's what I just said. It's always been here.
Well, that's ignoring the very the 6 or 7 other premises of the.
I agree. I agree with you. So that's why. So let's say that someone
it
says
doesn't boil
that.
down to premise one.
Let's say that someone says that to your first premise. Then go ahead, go forward.
Oh, so are we doing the Kalam?
Well, why not? Yeah, I mean, you brought it up, right? So, I mean, I think we've reached the conclusion of mine. I don't even get your critique. Like, to summarize mine, it's all very simple, right? The first law, I'll do it in like 30 seconds here. The first law says matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. A secularist would have to say, okay, well, that's fine because it's always been here. The second law, because entropy increases, the amount of usable energy decreases. It can't decrease without a beginning. That now takes us back to the first one, where you can't say that it's always been here. It has a beginning. So now we have the same question: where did all the matter and energy in the universe come from? Well, if it can't be created nor destroyed, I'm almost done. If it can't be created nor destroyed, that requires us to invoke a supernatural cause or a force attributed to something that's not limited to the laws of nature. So now we have an external, eternal, supernatural creator, right, that actually created all the matter and energy here. So that's just a god. So
Can I weigh in on this at some point? Okay, so essentially, something can't come from nothing because nothing has no properties, no attributes that manifest something. So we must conclude that something has always existed. People who believe in God say that God is the thing that has always existed. People who believe in atheism and the Big Bang say we don't know what always existed, but we know that something's always existed. So that they're basically coming from a point of ignorance on this, actually, that they can't figure. I mean, yeah, that's basically what it is.
Well,
Yo,
not for me.
yo.
Like for me, when I conceptualized the very first premise of the Kalam argument, I was talking about causation, which can. I gave the ultimate conclusion, but the behind the scenes logical argument is the idea of causation, right? Like you can either end up into an infinite regress fallacy, or you can believe in causation. Literally, that is the ultimate like decision of the outcome of that premise.
Yeah, Witsit. I found the clip. I found the clip you wanted, Witsit.
I bet you did not find the clip where I lied and claimed I never hit
I did.
it.
I got it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Yeah, that's great. Drop it in the chat, man. We'll just continue the conversation.
So I actually think you kind of can have something from nothing, because when you combine positive and negative numbers, it adds to zero. We are in this paradoxical state where we exist and do not exist at the same time.
Okay, math is an abstract language. It's not a real thing. We're talking about real physical reality.
Yeah, physical reality, when you go below quarks and protons and all these things, it's just quantum information. It's just vibrations or mathematical functions.
Where's nothing?
You don't hear run out this, though.
It's nowhere.
Where's the nothing? Where's the nothing in what you just said?
It's nowhere.
You said once you get below that.
Zero.
You said once you get below that stuff you just have, and then you named a bunch of things.
Yes, it's a bunch of mathematical functions that add to zero. That's how
No, zero is
not.
not nothingness, though. Zero is the absence of quantity. Quantity is a
You notice
property. Nothing doesn't have a property. Zero has a property. Nothingness doesn't have properties. So
zero is
therefore,
also just a privation, right? Just a conceptual privation anyway. Like it's like what time? I was point something out to you. You started off by saying, well, you have positive, negatives, negative numbers, you can get to zero. And then we said math is just an abstract language. We're talking about real physical reality. You said, yeah, well, in physical reality. And then you said, once you get below a certain state in the quantum scale, you have this, 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 and this. I'm like, well, those are things. That's not nothing. You said, oh, but they equal to zero. You went back to math.
Yeah, I'm showing you it equals zero. They cancel each other out.
Okay, but zero
questions of quantity, but we're not solving a quantity problem.
No, zero is math. Math is an abstract language. We're talking about physical reality.
Yes, your physical reality may not be as physical as you think it is.
Okay, can you have any evidence of that?
He's just speaking
Yes,
out his
all is
earlobe,
mine.
man. It's very
Life is but a dream.
Okay, all right. And you just basically tapped out.
I mean, you're asking me for empirical evidence for a metaphysical claim. It's kind of a retarded question to begin with.
You're making a metaphysical claim about physical, tangible, provable reality, so it is a retarded claim to begin with. I agree.
You're retarded.
Come on.
Don't you? He got you. That guy won with the zero. Yo, don't you like the idea of it? Don't you like the idea of it never ending? Like picture it. We're going, and it just keeps going forever. And we got supply chains, and we could just never get to the end because it just keeps going.
Your argument is, don't I like the idea?
Yeah, it's not an argument. I'm just saying I like to keep the possibility open. Like that sounds like fun to me.
Well, Jeremy, check this out, man. Let me hit you with a little something I'm sure you've never heard before. It actually doesn't end because you have a spirit, and there's a metaphysical existence outside of this physical one, and it does in fact exist forever. And at one point, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and there will be an eternal existence with immortal forms of everyone's bodies, and it literally never ends.
Oh shit.
You're just
I
saying
like that as
Christianity.
Destiny
Why are
too.
you
That
saying the
sounds
Bible
neat.
stuff like it's fucking your theory?
Oh my god, dude! Like what you said, like it's like I was
Every
clearly
Christian says
saying.
that shit,
Witsit,
dude.
come on, man. You don't
Dude,
want to
I was.
fall into preacher mode.
Time out. It
Don't
was
do that.
first of all, it was prefaced with the joke. I'm sure you've never heard it. To let everyone know, I was about to say something from the
Oh,
Bible.
okay, got it.
And then this goofball says, "Why are you pretending the Bible's yours?" I'm not. I just
So you're
like
admitting you're just
jokingly.
preaching religions then?
I j-
That's funny.
I
That's
joke,
funny to me then.
Sarcasm?
Lol. Lol,
dude.
Sarcasm?
you're
Q up, Q up,
religious zealot.
Do you realize?
Lol.
Q
He's
up,
a
Q up,
religious
Q up.
zealot.
Q up, Q up, Q up. Do you realize like that everyone's
Lol.
like vibe goes way
Joke's
down
on
when you
you,
come in?
lol.
I got
I have a clip of you lying, lol.
no, you don't.
Is it lying if you omit answering something that you know? Is it lying?
Oh, check it
Could
out.
be, but
What a
not
shocker here.
necessarily.
So the claim started a few hours ago that he swore up and down that when he asked me, because he was the first person I talked to, when the truth is Gio was actually the first person that asked me straight up, did I have a vape? And I said yes, and I know exactly where I was at. I was at my grandma's on Christmas in the extra room. I stepped aside, then my family got mad at me for actually stepping away from the family gathering because these people in Discord were claiming I was a Mason. I was trying to answer your questions. Gio asked me. The claim earlier was that you were the first person I talked to, and that when you asked me if I vaped, I lied and told you no, I didn't have one. Now it's turned into you say I omitted it. Okay.
Yeah. So if you guys are all hounding me about like, oh, you can blow out one breath and then not have breath, and I'm like speculating that you vape before we get the full frames of you vaping and you didn't admit it yet, I say that I think you vaped, and you don't say that you did vape. You just say that it's a dry weather, blah blah blah. So you not saying that you vaped at all after when I said you were vaping is you lying. I have a clip of that.
Okay,
So
no. First, see how it changed. No, and what actually happened was the first clip that came out before we released the full footage and saw it. Right, was me coming out of the room, and then you saw my breath, and I was like, okay, wait, you were just seeing my breath when I come out of the room. Then, whenever you went in the room and got warm, or you drank something warm, when you first came out, you could actually see your breath. So I just assumed that's what it was, because that was an actual thing that happened, just like my stream with Owen Benjamin. I'm drinking a hot tea and you see my breath the whole time, right? So that's how that all went down. Then what happened was ironically, you guys act like you went and found something when we gave it to you, right? So then we released the full 360 high definition footage, and you can see I was hitting a vape. And at that point, I felt no reason to come out and be like, hey, by the way, I was hitting a vape after I've quit, because I didn't want to talk about the vape, and that's because I had quit vaping. I specifically don't like people that like watch my streams or anything to think that I vape, because I think vaping is bad. It's not something to promote. Secondly, I had quit. I told my wife that I quit, and so I just happened to find a vape on the trip. Okay, so I didn't find any reason to bring up a vape because I knew that I did that. The only time that apparently we saw my breath at that point was right when I walked out of the building, and I knew I wasn't hitting a vape in the building. Okay, so that's what happened, bro. I don't. This is the
So
truth about this situation, dude. This is the truth about the situation. I don't have to talk about the same straw mans and little weird gotchas and lies and misrepresentations about me in Antarctica anymore. Okay. If you want to take that as some like illusory victory or something, by all means, please go talk to the 17 people that still want to hear it. Make your cool little videos that no one cares about. I don't
there's
care, bro.
18.
Okay,
yeah, Witsit,
Guap
I
one,
have a different
Guap
kind
one
of
with
line of
Guap
questioning
one with
than
zero.
Witsit did.
Guap one with zero.
I
Yeah,
won.
I'm getting
Witsit.
slipped.
Yeah, Witsit. I have a different kind of line of questioning. If you're open to that, just
I
say
mean,
the okay, and let me ask the question. If
what's it about? What's it about?
yeah, so from what you're saying, you haven't changed your mind after the trip, right? You're still
I have
fully
not
open.
changed. Yeah, yep.
So where does the conviction come in? Like, what have you seen that should be changing your mind versus how did you come to the conviction to hold your same position? Like, what made
It,
you stand your ground versus what you saw?
Logic.
Physical measurements of the Earth. So, like, my answer as to what would make me change my mind and where the conviction of my current stance comes from is the same thing, which is physical measurements. So, like, if we were physically measuring the Earth to curve, then that would change my mind. And that's been my answer for 5 years, right? When people are like, "What would make you change your mind?" You'll never change your mind. I'm like, yeah, I would. I didn't want to be here, right? It's just
Measure some Earth
physical.
curve, yeah.
So there's
Exactly.
nothing you change your mind on from the very trip.
No.
Is
I
there
did.
nothing you
Yeah, of course, because at that time I was unsure about there even being a 24-hour sun. And prior to the trip being like kind of worked out, I just actually thought there wasn't one, right? Like I was pretty sure there wasn't one. And then as the trip started getting closer and closer to being real, I'm like, okay, either there is one or they're going to cancel, they're not going to actually take us there, whatever. And then when we actually got on the plane, I turned to Jared and said, obviously, we're about to see a sun, or there's no way they'd even let us on this plane unless we're about to go down, you know? And so yeah, that changed, right? Like now I know, and I don't even expect everyone else to feel like they know, right? But I know, right? I went there and saw it. So I absolutely know that for sure on that date at that location, which is like roughly 4 hours south over the ocean until you hit a huge expanse of ice that was clearly Antarctica, in my opinion. There's a 24-hour sun. The sun doesn't go down, just has a circle.
I got a
And like even
question.
on the flight there, you could start to tell the sun started to kind of come around us, and then as we continue to fly, it just continued around us. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
wait, we didn't even have to be there for
Yeah,
24 hours
honestly.
to know.
Yeah, that's an honest answer. Like for me, that's the whole thing. Like shit can happen. I mean, you can watch the sun do a bunch of shit. It still doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat, and that you hold that position. I give that respect. So, I don't know. I don't want to go beyond that, but
Well,
that
notice
was
how
my
I
they're
got a
going to
question.
cut
I got
me
a
out.
question
Real fast, let
about
me
the
say when they go.
thing.
But notice how they're going to cut me out of the documentary. Notice how they didn't really care for me to talk too much in the stream. And notice how they kind of made it so that we didn't really get to stream much, right? We weren't real eager to ask me a lot of questions. And I was noticeably treated disfavorably on the trip because it was obvious that I was the one with the platform. Darren and I had platforms and I wasn't going to flip. So, I mean, it wasn't. Yeah, I kind of got it from all angles, to be honest. At least Jaren kind of got like received by someone. What's your question, though?
So you had a compass on the plane, and you watched it, and you like basically had a dead setting south, or how did
Yeah,
that how did
yeah.
that
So
work?
I had a military grade compass, a floating compass, a couple other compasses I was gifted, and they all just stayed south the whole time. I have
So
videos of that.
does that mean the magnetic pole is nearby to? Because isn't like there a discrepancy between the magnetic and geographic South Pole? So does that
In their
mean that?
model, yeah.
They say it's in
But
the
you were
ocean.
just headed directly south the whole
That's what
time.
the
Like there
compass
was
said. Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course, I think it does line up with their model, right? Because which it would make sense, right? They're
declination.
not going to approve a trip that's not going to match up to their model. But I thought that it wouldn't show south, and then they would claim declination, correct? But the way that it worked out was, even though if you look at where they took us according to their map of Antarctica, it's just inland, so it's not actually at the South Pole. So you would think it'd be a little off south, right? But like you said, the magnetic and geographic are not aligned in their model. So the magnetic's on the other side of Antarctica, uh, set a little bit in line
So
with the
no
camp.
declination was invoked. Oh,
Not on the trip there. So in Punta Arenas, they have to make declination corrections, but actually, like into the flight headed there, it just showed south.
yeah.
Yeah, and they would
Well, the
claim that the
flight is
magnetic.
yeah. The flight is very like to know where you're actually at versus where you're pointing. Like yeah, uh,
I'll just explain
there's
their
not much
explanation.
there. Yeah,
Just
yeah, yeah.
visualize
I
this,
get what
right?
you're
Their
saying.
explanation.
Yeah.
Like, say we take Punta Arenas, we go to Antarctica, and Union Glacier is not actually directly south geographically, but in their model, the magnetic pole's on the other side of Union Glacier. So the compass would point to that
Mm.
and then make it
Mm-hmm.
directly south going to Union Glacier. So
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Do we have any other? Oh, yo, we were talking about. Oh, go ahead, Noah.
I was gonna say this is so you have like a dual pool model that you're working on now, or how is that?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm working on no. Like I haven't taken it upon myself to make a model. Like, I kind of said this to everyone too before I went. Is like if that's what people were expecting, then I'm not the man to go. So I'm not gonna do it because I'm just not gonna claim a model. But like I'm interested in them, right? I'm obviously interested in like some type of functional description of the Earth. I mean, like I've seen a couple bipolar models that are pretty compelling in ways, and there are some pretty major holes in a few. And some people apparently disagree with me on this, but I still leave like Hamby's model on the table for me. Like I still think something like that could happen because it would be a really big coincidence that you have like a flat Earth with a dome over it, and then you're going to move a light over top of it, and then on the outside, it's going to create a miniature little apparent light source that's going to go the opposite direction in a circle. It's going to take the same 24 hours, right, to do the circle, and it's just going to keep doing it. And then as you move the camera around the outside, everywhere the camera goes has its own little sun, and that sun follows the camera and makes the 24 hours on the outside. So to me, that's
So you think the North
pretty
Pole's in
pretty
the
wild.
center and you were on the edge, essentially?
If I had to pick right now, yeah. Like if I was forced to say
So you
one,
weren't
then
like
yeah.
you weren't at a second pole. There's just essentially like a second pole that is just at the edge of the Earth, I guess, as we know it.
So what I think is that the actual magnetic North Pole is in the sky around Polaris, and that the South Pole is beneath the Earth. Right. So like we're in a torus field. The actual north is above us, the actual south is below us. Our compass just points towards the center of the magnetic field because that's where all that centripetal motion is, all that pressure is like looping in around the center. And so that's what effectively the north, and that's why it tips a little bit.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's how I see it.
I've actually
Well, for
thought that
me,
like the North was for me. I thought
yeah,
that the
go ahead.
North was take 5, dude. Just take 5, bro. I've always thought the North was on top, like ground level and whatnot, and then you have the South just went way far down. You know what I'm saying? And we're just always pointing north, so it's just always pointing towards that spot.
Word. Yeah, I mean, like I'll just say it again, right? But for me, there's basically like a black hole in the center of Earth. I know that sounds crazy, right? But it's like a ferrocell image of a magnetic field. I think that's literally at the center. Like if I still had to pick what I think, that's still it. And I think that's why they'll never let you go there. And I think it's basically a portal in and out of this place. I don't think that if you're in material form, you can get in there. I don't think it's materially accessible. I think it served as like a portal in and out of this place. And then I would bring in my spiritual interpretation and say like entities can come in and out of there and have for a long time. And then yeah, there are obviously stories that there's like a mountain in the middle. I don't know. Maybe I've seen you can replicate that with if the mountain was made of the right type of material, it would just float in the middle on nothing.
Bro, if you
And
got a black hole
yeah.
demon portal, I could have infinite space. Come on.
I mean,
it's only fair.
Sure. Because I mean, but I would say the portal is not nothingness, right? The portal is just ether. So, but whatever.
You get an ether portal, I get infinite space. It's only fair.
I mean, sure you can have it, but it's just yours is invalid because space isn't real. But whatever.
No, just the space and it's like just go, just
Jeremy's a
going in one
glober.
direction. No, I'm not talking about like floating ball space. I'm talking like space balls. I'm talking about like fucking me to you. You know what I'm saying? I could just keep going in this direction like forever, basically.
Gotcha. Yeah. So actually,
Yeah,
we would
that's
agree in that
dead
sense.
reckoning. Like you can take it as dead reckoning, or you can follow a coordinate system. For example, I mean, when you say I'm gonna go in that direction forever, that very statement, you could be following like dead reckoning, or a
all
certain
right, man.
coordinate system. Like, which one is it?
Bro, is this guy in the SpaceX suit for real? That's kind of funny.
I will just say real quick, dude.
I do think ether is non-Cartesianal.
Okay, Ken Wheeler.
Well, I think he's right about that. Yeah, like it doesn't have like you can't measure it with like length, width, breadth and stuff like that. Like
Why?
those are like
Why
He
not?
just
physical.
gave a distinction between one coordinate system that uses for say angles, right?
You can't say there's
Yeah,
this
it's
much
nothing to
space in
measure.
this volume. Like why?
There's no volume in the ether. That's just my opinion.
I thought you were talking about space though. You can't we can't measure space with up down breadth length width and
Space doesn't exist. So that's like if you want to conceptually do that, sure, you can conceptually describe the concept of space, but like when you act like it's a real thing, that's where you're gonna have
oh,
issues.
it's a thing. No, it's a thing, dude. There's space in between me and you right now.
Oh,
No, there's
I
not.
can,
No,
no,
there's not.
that's a
No,
concept.
there's not.
That's a
Yeah,
concept. Just like
there's
there's
time.
no
actually
space in
It's a
between us.
concept.
no, because let me
Like
give you.
5 minutes.
Let me break it down. Right. So say you have a vacuum chamber, and you're gonna pull out as much air as you can. Right. So you would say there's space in that chamber. Like there's still some gas pressure. So mainstream would say there's a few hydrogen atoms bouncing around, like a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter or whatever. Okay, but what's in between those quote unquote atoms? Obviously, I don't believe in the atoms. Doesn't matter. I'm just asking you, like, what would be in between the atoms?
Right, you're getting me confused with a glober. Whether you have space with stuff in it or space with nearly no stuff in it is not really.
What
Like, I don't.
is
It
No,
doesn't
time out, time
matter.
out, time out, time out.
what
You're
is
saying
space?
space with nearly no stuff in it. Okay, so I'm saying what is there where there's no stuff in it? No stuff in it can exist. That's the point. So
There's
like
still space
space,
there. Like there'd still be space there. What do you mean? There's a
no,
volume there.
you're saying nothing exists.
I'm not saying
Volume of
nothing
what?
exists.
You
I'm
are,
saying in
you are.
between.
You invoked
I'm saying if
volume.
you have 2 points, Egypt, take 5, dude. Just take 5, bro. I'm saying if you have 2 points, there's space in between them. That's all. Whether there's a lot of stuff in between those 2 points or a little bit of stuff is not really relevant.
Bro, like the point I'm trying to make to you is when you're saying like a little bit of stuff, it necessarily implies that some portion of that volume is emptiness. And I'm just explaining to you that
It doesn't
emptiness,
matter.
nothingness doesn't exist. So it does matter. So you're calling it space, but it's actually ether. It's a medium. There's no empty space. So if you want to say now again, for like good faith purposes of like intensive purposes, right? Sure. Yes. Like I know what you're saying. Like, say there's ether, you could still try to measure a distance within that ether. Sure. You're okay. Like, but I'm always going to
It's
push back
space.
against it's not,
Well, bro, I'm not a glober though. Like
it's,
you act like I'm
it's
trying to say
stop.
like we're going to space balls in the sky and shit, dude.
No, you're just saying space like space is a real thing, bro. And it's not.
I mean, not a
It's a
thing in and
real,
of itself,
He's a
but
closeted
it's
glober.
there you go. There you go. Not in and of itself, but it's a description. Yeah. It's a mathematical description.
it's a place.
Because Jeremy,
Space is a
I would say
place.
your more accurate argument, you're just saying a length between two things.
That's right. Yeah.
Space.
Jeremy, you told me to take a break, and he told you, like he just spoke something that didn't make any sense. He said,
Bro, you can
ether.
barely talk right now. You're slurring your words, dude.
Ether.
Like
I'm not slurring anything. He said ether.
you're
What
wasted.
is
You're
ether?
smashed right now, bro.
No, that's you, bro.
You are
You don't
Liddy,
have to
but are you
project your.
are you one of those there's no ether guys?
No, I don't even know what the ether is. You're claiming ether.
Oh,
What is
yeah.
ether?
It's the background medium.
Background medium.
Yeah,
Background
yeah,
medium.
yeah,
What?
yeah. Like you don't have to call it ether, but
Sure,
it's a logical
whatever you want to
necessity.
call it.
So okay, so if I take a vacuum chamber, right, and I suck all as much air as I can out of it, right, and so say there's still some air or gas molecules or however you want to conceptualize that, what's in between the gas molecules? I asked QE this, and he just like dropped the ball big time. So he said space, and I said, "What? What is space?" And then he said linked with breadth. I said, that's math. That's not a real thing. So what's actually there? And then he just cussed me out and muted me or whatever. But so the question is,
there's a few ways to ask this, right? But what's there, something or nothing? Or you can say you look in the vacuum chamber and you see like light waving. What is waving? So just you can answer the first question, like what's in the vacuum chamber? If
I'm a
I suck as much
proponent.
air out of it, something or
Yeah,
nothing.
I'm a proponent of something.
Okay.
I don't think nothing can exist. Like the
Right.
term "nothing" does not exist in reality. It's again
Right. So you would agree that that's a true dichotomy, something or nothing, and
true. Yeah, I would agree with that.
nothing cannot exist.
Yes.
So something has to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. So like I call that
You're
something
calling it the
ether.
ether.
Yeah. You don't have to.
How do you do
you
that?
can't have something. You can't have something
buddy.
without space. You can't have something without space to have it in. Though, if there's no space,
No
you have
space.
nothing.
That is not
Not
true.
you,
You've
dude.
been
I'm
brainwashed.
not talking to you, bro. You're drunk. I'm talking to Witsit.
Is that how
Hey,
we're gonna have a conversation, man? Really?
I'm not having a convo with you. I'm trying to address Witsit.
Okay, so I'll go on mute.
I'm not. You're drunk, bro. Just take 5, dude.
Jeremy, you got beef with Egypt or something?
No, he's you listen to him. He's wasted.
It's a bit
I mean, I do
meandering,
think he's a
but
little
I don't know.
lit, but
Well,
I'm kind
Jeremy,
of curious, Jeremy. Would you say that like, is it something to do with like space is mediated by pressure and substance or something? Like it's
I'm
the
saying
state
if you
of
don't have space, I'm saying if you don't have space, you don't have nothing. You have nothing. You can't have
Yeah, but
anything without space to put it in.
well, who says
can
who?
you acknowledge
said
what
that. I made
Witsit's
that up.
saying though? Because it sounds like you're making the conceptual argument, and what Witsit's saying is you need to acknowledge the dichotomy though. Either there's nothing there or there's something, and you're saying that nothing doesn't exist, so something is there.
Yeah.
What's up?
Dude, okay, so
I'm not
if I
saying
have a
nothing
vacuum chamber,
exists. I'm saying there is space. Space is a thing, kinda.
thing kind of. Okay,
What?
so like, come on, bro. Like, no, it's
Well,
not a thing.
if you've got a volume and a container, I mean, the spaces of that which it's contained within. No,
Well, no,
I
you
don't
have a
understand what
mathematical.
the
You have a
issue is here.
mathematical. You have a
That's what I'm
mathematical
saying.
description. You have a mathematical description that we call space to describe whatever is in there. But what's in there is not space, because again, space is just the mathematical description of whatever actually is in there. So you can't just say space is in there. You're saying the mathematical description of the mathematical description is in there. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't get this. Do you take up a volume in the
No, like
space? I
conceptually.
don't understand this. I don't understand how, where are we
Okay,
talking
okay.
about? In what sort of
So look,
reality are we
I
referring to?
don't get what I guess I don't get what
I can help.
saying
I
right.
can help. It's the phrasing. He doesn't take up a volume. His existence is described, or what he takes up is described as a volume.
Correct. Like I'm a real physical thing.
You're applying things the wrong way around in language. That's where you have a problem with what he's saying.
Look, I'm a real physical thing. So yes, you can measure me, right? Like I'm 6'1". Like you can measure me and say that I have a volume. Okay, but I'm a real physical thing. But you can't pretend that a measurement of nothingness or just space itself is a real physical thing. Right? It's just how we conceive of volume. Like space and volume are interchangeable effectively. Volume is just a description, meaning I have the length of a 2x4. I can throw away the math altogether and pretend we're cavemen, and I don't know. Although we were not going to have 2x4s if we're cavemen, but we can pretend we're a caveman. We haven't created the language of math at all. That piece of wood is still there, right? Like it doesn't need to be
Yeah,
described to exist.
would you say the same to time, for example?
Yes.
Because that's how I perceive it. Because to me, space, time, these are both of the same fucking tree. It's the same concept. It's a concept, nothing more.
Well,
Conceptually,
correct.
I believe in space and time, and I use space and time in everyday life.
But doesn't
But it's
okay?
a
I'm
concept.
imagining something like a balloon, right? So there's a certain amount of pressure that the balloon applies, and then as you put the medium into the balloon, it puts back it pushes back against the balloon, and then it starts taking up volume or space. So, I guess that's the way I was conceiving of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
Space
we
is a
can use
proportional
that.
relationship between the material and its sort of energetic state, essentially. And this is why like the Earth is the size that it is because there's a certain amount of
Energetic
energy and there's a
state.
certain sort of there's a quality or a characteristic to water, and it's mediated by that sort of so the space that we inhabit is a mediation between the energy and the material interacting with one another, creating the space.
Yeah,
That makes
there's no
sense?
energy or materialism to space,
Yeah,
unless you
I
can
think
show it to me.
that's kind of the point. Yeah, like the energy and the matter are real physical things. The space actually isn't. Like, yeah, for like again, good faith intents and purposes, it's a very useful concept. In fact, it's such a useful concept that it becomes difficult to even have discussions about existence without using them, which is why Henri Poincaré or whatever, he said, "It is not the universe that imposes space and time on us, but rather it is we who impose space and time on it." And what he's saying is because we lack the ability to describe it without those concepts, but those
Yeah, that's
concepts
how we
aren't real.
communicate. That's how we that's the only way to communicate. I mean, that's the only way to make sense of it. Is to call it
Sounds more like
space
he's a
and give
quantum
it
physicist,
time
honestly.
Well, Henri Poincaré is the one that came up
or
with 4D
whatever.
space geometry and was stolen from Einstein. I mean, he did, but to be fair, his was an etheric model. But yeah, I'm not saying I like stamp everything the guy ever said. He said that quote very well, right? Like that makes the point, which is that, dude, it's not a real thing. We impose that on existence because we just need our need to describe it. It's the same reason why they came up with all these quantum models so they could count it. Because like we can't, for example, even with the electron, right? Like the electron, we couldn't really have created circuit boards and stuff the way we did if we weren't able to quantify things and throw them into
But that's
equations so
not
that we could
quantum.
replicate.
It's because they're a bunch of money changing. They can't help themselves. They want to quantify everything so they
You
can
got to be,
steal
yeah,
from you.
exactly. And the problem is you can't quantify the immaterial. So it's a useful description. It isn't an accurate description of reality.
Bro, without space, there's nowhere to put anything. Like you have to have, like your body. If there's no space, there's nowhere to put your body.
Shut up, Globy.
Wait, why not?
Where are you gonna
Because
be? Where's your body gonna be
No,
if there's no
okay,
space?
no, without the body, there's there's nothing to put in the space. Your argument doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but don't bring up the space again. Like you're saying, where are you going to put it? Okay, this goes back to my first question, which is if I have a vacuum chamber, I suck the air out. What's inside the vacuum chamber? Something or nothing?
I would say stuff's in there. The stuff's still in
Oh,
there.
okay,
So
something.
what though?
There's
But
always
where
something. So my body's just in that something. What do you mean?
in the space?
No, it's not space because space is nothing.
No, because it's within the artificial boundary that was created by man. In this case, a glass vacuum chamber or whatever.
Yeah, and
I wouldn't say
inside that
space is
boundary,
nothing.
The
It's
boundaries
kind of
that you're
something.
calling space are
okay,
arbitrary and
kind of something.
artificial.
Okay, this is where we need to hone in. Okay, kind of something. Okay, can you define space?
That the volume in which all things exist.
So it's math.
Can you
No,
define
it's the volume. It's the physical reality, the volume of which in which all things exist.
You just conflated physical reality and volume.
Yes, because there's volume in physical reality. That's a real thing. We can have
Okay,
volumes.
you agree
No,
volume is
that's a
math.
mathematical concept.
Yeah, you agree volume is just math. Right?
volume? A
If
thing.
volume's not a
Volume is
real thing,
descriptive
why did
of
I not
things.
move into a 1-bedroom apartment and save like 2 G's a month for my family to live
Because
in?
your wife is huge.
That's not
Because
how it
look,
works.
dude, your apartment or your house would exist whether or not you described and measured it.
Yeah, it would if you had a volume to put. It has to have a volume to be in, though. Without the volume to be in, it's not going to exist because there would be nowhere for it to exist.
So wait, you're saying that if we rewound the clock before someone came up with math or came up with volume, then you wouldn't have a house. It would just cease to exist. It would just poof.
No, the space would still be real. I would still need. Say I'm in a field, right? And I'm like, ooh, I want to fucking build a house somewhere.
Okay.
Not knowing any math or anything. We're cavemen. I'm like, yo,
Yeah,
we're stepping
Jarmy,
out of the cave.
can I ask you? Can
No,
I ask you a question?
no.
Okay.
I'm in the middle of an example, giving an example to Witsit, responding to his thing. Why is this this is not a good time. We're in a field. We just stepped out the cave. I'm about to build a log cabin. First log cabin on Earth. We don't know shit about math or volume or none of that shit.
Okay.
I need an area I need a space to build this house into. If I don't have a space to build the house in, there is no house. You can't have a house without the space.
Okay, what you
Yeah,
actually
but
have is a piece of land and a bunch of air, and you're going to build it there because you can build a house within the medium of air.
yeah, Jeremy, you're conflating the concept of nothingness versus just displacing whatever you think you're saying is not there. So if air is there, then you're just displacing the air, right? You're not displacing nothing.
Correct.
I never said I was displacing nothing. I'm just saying without a space, there is no house.
Yeah, but a space is a boundary that you impose. So like the space
No, no,
that's
no.
this is
It's
my
it's the
space. You cannot enter it. I'm going to put fences around it. That's you imposing that upon existence, a portion of
I think
existence.
Jeremy's just trying to point out that there is an XYZ value to reality or something, isn't it?
Well, I
Not
get
all of
what
it. I
Jeremy's.
mean,
I get what
There is
Jeremy's
a,
trying to
there,
say.
yeah,
I'm
but not
conscious, right?
intrinsically. XYZ
My
is not
argument,
intrinsic.
listen, here's my
XYZ is
argument.
derived.
Here's my argument. Space is kind of a thing.
Okay, yeah. So
Kinda.
look, I
That's a
understand what you're
good
saying. Like,
argument. I love that.
it's
I agree
like
with that.
physical reality has a Cartesian component, but the actual Cartesian coordinate system itself is just a concept we came up with. Like, it exists without or without the actual like math we used, without the construct. But what is it that exists? And the answer is, in my opinion, the ether. Right. Okay. So like if I and actually typically also air, and you can just say something. The point is, what's outside the material world, right? It seems
It's
to be what you're
immaterial.
implying is space, and I'm saying no, not space, because space is just an empty word. Space means emptiness. That's why if you Google the definition of space, it's going to just tell you math. That's all it's going to tell you, and then they'll say, well, no, look, there's a few hydrogen atoms in the space. It's like, okay, so it's in the space. What is the space? And they'll just say math
Defeating,
again. Yeah.
defeating the
Well, I
very
think what
definition of space. For me, life is more than the physical world. I go beyond physical. I do believe in the immaterial. I do believe in consciousness, for example. I am conscious. I do believe in my existence, and I don't chalk that up to physical space. Like my consciousness doesn't live or have to occupy a certain volume, but it exists. Something that exists can exist outside the conception of the word space.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
would
the
go. I could go
immaterial.
with that. I could go with that.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying, all the physical shit, you got to have space for. Otherwise, you're not gonna have no physical shit.
sure, that's
yeah,
how
but
we communicate it. But in essence, what it is nothing more than a concept for us to communicate. That very existence of that.
No, it's a real area.
It's not a real thing. No,
It's a
it's
real
not real.
place. It's a person, place, or thing.
Jeremy, you're
It's not.
using both versions of the term though, right? We want to argue from like a scientific physical standpoint, which is either something or nothingness. And then what you're doing is using the conceptual argument and trying to bring that into reality.
Correct.
I'm saying
Yeah,
space. Okay, it's not a physical. It's not a physical thing, but it's the thing in which it's the antecedent for physicalness, for physicality.
It's not a real thing.
We're saying where is
It's the
that? It's not a
antecedent.
thing.
it's not.
Yeah,
It's
you
not.
guys got
It's
to come up with a agreed upon cohesive definition of reality. I have my own, but it includes non-physical things.
Exactly.
Well,
That's
Jeremy,
see,
what
there we
you
go.
said,
Galleys on my side.
you're saying space is physical.
Not necessarily, because you say that space is like the volume of reality.
Exactly.
So
You're saying
space is the
It's
volume of reality, but it's also like an area of not thing, like with the house that you're
no, hold
bringing
on.
up.
I didn't say that. I said it's the volume. Space is the volume in which all physical things exist in.
Yeah,
yeah, but
Yeah.
exactly.
you're
So,
putting the cart before the
Jeremy,
horse, man. You're
all
defining
physical
things
and
backwards.
non-physical things. Then
Sounds like ether. It's like the base element.
Yeah, I mean, it
Wow.
sounds like Jeremy low-key knows he's kind of trolling when he said it's kind of a real thing. Right, yeah.
so
Well, I'm just saying it's not like a
That's my.
physical thing, but it's not a physical thing, but it's like it's there.
Oh,
It's
so
there.
it's
They're
not a
there.
real thing, but it's a real thing.
my
It's a
definition of
place.
space is the distance between 2 points. That's my definition of space.
Which is math. That's just math. So
Script,
Right.
it's not intrinsic.
it's math.
Is it linear? So like an area is not space, a volume is not space. It's just a
The
distance,
volume.
linear
Yeah, so
distance, or
isn't space not a volume of potential existence?
is it?
What?
Is that a question?
I don't know. It just
Potential
seems quite
You
like
thought you
easy
guys
to
have to
understand.
speak English. What's wrong with this thing?
Like a volume of potential existence, and for
What's a
material to what's that?
what's a like a volume?
Hey,
Is
what
please
comes
don't
first?
interrupt.
infinite?
What comes
Egypt,
first?
please.
That's
The apple or
arbitrary.
the
That's
description
like
of the
wait,
apple?
hold on. Like when you say volume, what do you mean?
Like, does it have locality? Is locality infinite? That's what I was getting from it. But you can try again, Dan, or like
For
restate it.
me, nothing in reality can be infinite because you would end up
And you
in an
believe in
infinite
space.
regress.
That's what I said.
Well,
Taylor's on my side with the infinite space. Let's go.
All right, so my issue with like the mainstream definition of space is that there is a thing outside of the ball that they say that you call space, but then they say it's expanding into something. The thing that it's expanding into, is that not space too in their model? So they're stuck with this equivocation of that like space is the potential area to be expanded into, but also space is the thing expanding into the potential area to be expanded into. So there's two different definitions of space in like the mainstream sci-fi model. You know, they have their guys in robes, but it's absurd.
Don't they
You have
call
to
it
come with a cohesive
observable?
definition.
You
Well, I
got
would
Don't they
say
outer
call it
yes.
like
space.
observable space, like the space in which light can come back to you, and then they have like unobservable space.
No, you got outer
Basically,
space.
because it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, essentially, they say it takes light years for light to get to you from the edge of the universe, but they don't call it like the whole universe. They call it like the known universe, and they say that they can't see out past it because it's like the light hasn't got to you from it. And they're always saying that they're seeing more and more from the past.
The known
Yeah, my,
universe,
my, my problem
Schrodinger's
is
universe.
everybody's try to explain space by using the word space, like defining it. Like if
Yep.
can anybody define
I did
space?
it.
It's an
I did
empty
it. The
volume. It's an empty
the,
volume. That's all it
the
is.
volume in which
What
all
is
It's
empty?
fine.
Wait, no, we're making progress. Okay, define empty.
Well, it's not strictly empty because you can have air. Like I have a space next
Void
to me,
of
like a space on the
substance.
seat next to me. So air
You guys
can.
aren't.
It's not strictly empty. It's empty
You guys
of.
keep dancing around that though. Strictly empty. So you're saying there's a little bit of things sprinkled in there, but
Well,
we're
the
asking,
word
okay, if you're gonna say that, what's in between it?
Exactly. What's in between it?
the
Was my
word
question.
space. You can use the word space to indicate I have a space between my cabinet and my dresser. But that
Yeah, but
space
That's
is
why it's always
empty.
conditional,
It's
right?
empty
When
of
you say
it's
something is
empty of
empty,
furniture. It's empty of
yeah, when you,
that's the
furniture, but it's not
conceptual
absolute.
argument.
It's
yo,
not
it's
guys.
absolutely empty.
Hold on, Noah. Hold on, guys. We please don't
No, I'm
interrupt.
good.
Let's just go one
I'm
at a
good for
time. Go
now.
ahead. No, go ahead, Noah.
No, I already gave my example. I'm good for now.
Yeah, so he's
yeah,
saying like space
it's
between the
always
furniture, but like we're talking about if you extrapolate it further, which is like what is space itself. So in that scenario, there's still air between the furniture. Yes, we use it to communicate. So in context of that, it's like what's the area between the furniture? But like when it's actually comes down to it, it's always being described as the emptiness, right? In and of itself, it's what we use to describe the emptiness. So like if we take it to a vacuum chamber, we'll say there's still a few gas particles in there. So what's in between the gas particles? I asked QE that, and he said space. And I said, okay, what is space? Can you define it? And he said linked with breadth. And I said, wait a minute, that's math. And math
that's
is just
descriptive.
abstract. So what's actually there? And then he muted me because he doesn't have an answer because math isn't real, right? So
Well,
like
we're not arguing against QE, and he's not here, so let's not get into that.
that isn't the
Well, you
point.
guys are
It
using the same
relates to the
argument,
What's
so
your
subject at large.
conception of
It relates
space?
to the subject at large. Emptiness is conditional, right? The bottle is empty of the wine that's in it. It's conditional. It
Yes,
doesn't mean that it's
exactly.
empty of the air. You have to contextualize and
Yeah, that's
conditionalize the statement.
philosophical. It has
No,
nothing to do.
no,
Conditional or
no. That's
relative
linguistic.
emptiness.
That's linguistic.
Conditional or
It's not
relative
philosophical.
emptiness of a
It's
volume.
linguistic. If you're going to communicate, you have to
Yeah,
communicate within
philosophical.
the
I agree.
boundaries. We have
That's
to
what I'm saying
communicate
from
within
the
the
very
boundaries
get-go.
of the
Guys,
communication.
please don't
What are you
interrupt,
doing?
guys. Hold on, Elijah. Go
It's
ahead.
all right.
All right, just don't interrupt. Go ahead, Elijah, please.
Yeah, I'm saying you can't hand wave dismiss it saying it's philosophical. What I just pointed out is foundational to the communication that we're doing. We're talking with words in the English language. If you're not gonna operate by the rules of that, then you're not gonna get any points across of any real substance.
Of course, I agree with you 100%, and that's what I'm saying. I say we use this word to describe a certain thing. I'm not just going to take a step further to reify it into physical reality. When we say volume or space or emptiness, what are we describing in physical reality, in philosophy, in like
All
when you
right, so you
say,
were
oh
agreeing
sure,
with me.
we have a
Okay.
space between you and me. I mean, that space, is that what you're saying? Space is just emptiness because there
No,
is
no,
air
I think
between us.
I think I misheard you and you misheard me. No,
Yeah,
we're agreeing
No,
with
I
each
didn't
other.
miss.
yeah. Both of
My
you
whole
guys are
was
correct. I don't. This is very
Wait,
simple. This
stop.
is let's define a privation. Like a privation is something that doesn't exist in and of itself. Space is a privation, and it's the absence of anything. It's emptiness.
Yeah, it's a
So we
concept.
use space. It's space is a conceptual description of the
Stop.
absence of anything. And like an example of a privation, I've said it like 1,000 times. You probably heard it, but it's like a shadow is a good example, right? Because shadows are nothing in and of itself. It's just the absence of light.
Nyla, not
It
do
actually
that.
you're hot, Mike and Taylor. It
Please
requires
try out the
it
crazy cat.
require it, it requires light to even see it. So like yeah, there can be like an object blocking the light, and then you have a shadow. If you cut all lights off, you won't even see the shadow, right? Because a shadow is nothing in and of itself. It's dependent upon the existence of light. Same with space. To even use it as a concept, it's dependent upon the existence of something else. So in Noah's example, furniture, right? In the vacuum chamber example, gas particles. Like it's the absence of gas particles. It's the absence of air. It's the absence of atoms. It's always the absence of something else. So it's just a privation. It's just like zero, nothingness, emptiness. It doesn't actually exist. That's
No,
it.
but it's there. See, I like your shadow
Absence of
analogy, but
particles.
go ahead.
I'll say, I guess if you're going to talk about from a physics perspective, right? It'd be the as I get right.
Well, I like the shadow thing, but it's not quite analogous because the space, like you're not getting rid of the space. Like it's going to be there no matter what you do. Like that volume is always there. You can't get rid of that volume.
Yeah, but it's about what the volume is describing because the volume itself is not something physical. It's not something real.
It's an idea. You're
It's
describing an
describing
idea.
something real. So it's like what's actually there. And there, we've already established it can't be nothing. So something is there. So yes, there's always a conceptual description or volume of something. The question is, what is that something? So when you say you can't have anything without the space for it to exist within, it's like, well, you can't have anything without the fill in the blank, the something, the background medium, the whatever it is that's there, the something that's there. You can't have anything without that something that's there for it to exist within. But it
Which
cannot
is
literally
by
be space.
definition conceptual, not physical. You have to
Yeah, but
conceptualize it.
please don't clip
Everybody.
people though. Like Witsit was
No,
almost done right there.
no, he was done. I, I was just showing that whatever it is you're gonna call space, it must be conceptual. It's not physical. It can't be by definition.
This is correct. And I feel like we've
Thank
really
you.
beat this into the ground. So like
Yeah.
I feel like you're trying to
Flip
make
it
a
that it
subtle
works.
point here, which is that ether is also conceptual. And
It is.
no, it is like
You
it
already
is
conceded to that, actually.
it's a description of the something, right? So it's like it's actual, meaning like I might use the word ether to describe it. There are many reasons I do that. One of them is because that's just the word that's been used for so long to describe the inevitable acknowledgement that something's there. If you want to just stick with something, that's your decision, right? But I don't. Like you could call it the metaphysical medium, which QE would spiral and say, well, media means material, whatever, well, we're just using the words that we have. When we get into
Yeah, well, like I
describing,
said,
when we get into describing the metaphysical or the immaterial, we have the issue of the limitation of our languages because we've developed our
sure.
languages based on
No,
physical reality.
agreed 100%. So what is the
All
issue?
right, so Jeremy won, Witsit 0.
Yes. It's the something, it's the background medium, it's the primary substrate, it's the primary substance that everything comes from. Like, based on the evidence, it has a substantive quality. It has
Which
impedance.
is what is the substance fuck.
But
Substantive
it's the quality
quality.
of substance. And I just gave an example, impedance.
Like what?
It's up for this somewhere.
Uh,
Impedance of what?
yeah, like
Of what?
like
Like give
impedance
me the example.
of light. Like whenever
Of light?
we yeah,
So is
like
light
whenever we take a vacuum,
hold
when we
on,
take
hold
a
on.
vacuum.
Let me ask the question. Is light emptiness or space?
No,
Is that what you're
no.
saying?
No,
Well,
that makes no sense. So light is
He's
like
wasted, bro.
light's actually anisotropic, meaning that it goes
Sure.
faster in one direction than the other. Now, I actually don't think it physically travels from point A to point B, but like what we call faster, meaning how we measure it, which is really the rate it illuminates, but whatever.
Yeah,
So
you've been caught out on that. You would agree, right?
no, I didn't. No,
You've
I
been
didn't get
called
caught
out.
up. No, no, no.
No, you've
I
been
said
called
like,
out on that.
dude, if you're gonna
The fact
interrupt
that it
me
travels.
while
No,
bringing up
not at
bullshit
all.
straw mans from QE, you're not gonna interrupt me while you do it. Okay. So no, I didn't get caught up. It required the super dishonest tactics of QE to cut me out of context and misrepresent my point. And then, despite the fact that I took an hour to explain it to him, and then he conceded it, he made sure never to present that recording. Okay. He said, "Oh, he says there's no speed, but then he says rate, which is a speed." Ha ha ha. Okay, no, it doesn't have a speed as in it travels from point A to point B, right? But it has a rate of induction, meaning it's an excited version. It's like if you have a lake and then the lake starts vibrating. The vibration, the ripples, is the light. So the light was already there, right? It just got excited or perturbed, and then we saw the ripples. The ripples is the visible lights. So we can measure that, and it becomes visible, and then it's all of a sudden not visible anymore, and I would say that's being induced back into its primary state or into the ether. It's residing. It's no longer
So it's
moving.
not the ether itself. So
The light is the
right?
ether. Yeah.
It is the ether.
Yes, it's an excited version of the ether. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because the excited version of it, right? It seems to become excited faster in one direction than the other, which is anisotropic, which is completely not allowed in their paradigm. The other thing that it does is like, okay, when we take water, if we like quote unquote shoot a laser in water, if the water's moving, the light goes faster, quote unquote, meaning like we have to add the velocity of the medium to c. So to be able to predict really when the light will get to wherever, it's c plus v, right? And this was proven a long time ago. So c plus v. It's just like if I swim in a stream, like if I swim in a body of water that's still and say I can swim 10 miles an hour, if I go swim in a stream that's moving 10 miles an hour, then I'll actually be going a total of 20 miles an hour. It's c plus v, or my speed plus the speed of the water. Light does the same thing. When we went
Pressure
and looked at
mediation.
when we went and did Michelson Morley, we saw that there was something acting as the stream, right?
Well,
So,
I don't know about that. Like that's
well, I
something.
do.
Yeah, I know. That's where we disagree. That's fine. But
Well,
like
you
right
can you
now
can't
you're
just
calling it a
disagree. You'll have to
something.
acknowledge it. You have to acknowledge like why is there an
Not
interference
really. It's not
pattern?
like again back to burden of proof. That's your claim. You're saying it's something. Uh, I'm I don't know where's the something. You're
Well,
calling it
again,
a something.
it's a logical argument. It can't be nothing, so it has to be something. The
Uh,
other argument that's like
sure.
really detrimental
Why
to
is that
the whole
something?
FED crew. Well, see, this is the issue. This is what the FED crew always wants to do to me. They're like, well, what is the something? It's like, wait, acknowledge the something first. Okay, because they really won't. You did, but okay, like I don't care what you call the something. It just the point is that something's there. The other example is like when we look at light, it waves, right? Like it moves in a wave motion. And they will say, "Oh, it's just a wave function. It's just math." No, no, no. It's an actual type of motion, right? Like if I have a wave in the ocean, that's a real type of motion of the water. That isn't just a wave function. It isn't just math. It's an actual type of motion. A
Sure, when
wave
you're
in the
talking about
water.
water, but when you're talking about light,
Wait up.
where's
Oh,
the
oh,
actual
wait,
wave
wait,
function?
wait. No, the
Like,
point is, it
how
does
do
the
you
same thing. It does the same thing. When you actually look at
how
light, you can
in what way?
when you actually
That's what I'm
look at the
asking.
light, you can see that the way that the light moves is it waves. And we can even measure it.
Yeah, describe it to me. How does the light
It's a
wave?
transverse motion. It goes up and down. It moves like a wave.
So if I were to see light, it would be waving. That's what you're saying. In physical reality, do I need a certain kind of optical device to read this wave, or is this like
Well, when it comes to
just
actually optically
obvious?
seeing it, certain devices help, yes. But we also have devices that detect the motion, meaning like it can actually, like if you envision like a really small corridor and then you shot light in it, if
Mhm.
the walls of that corridor had like something that could measure like impact, like hypersensitive impact, what would happen is you'll get a reading on each side of the
Impact of what?
walls, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Well, that's what I'm trying to point out. If I just shoot light in there, but then each wall is getting hit at different times, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that would be because the light is waving within it.
Okay, so to you, is light a particle? Is it is it physical? That is, these are all questions, by the way. Is it uh is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it physical? Uh, what would your answer be? What is light to you?
Okay, so it's not a particle. And waves are not a thing. They're a type of motion, which is where I was going with that argument anyway, which is like
Mhm.
the fact that there's the waving phenomena within light, which I mean, diffraction shows this as well, right? The fact that there's a waving phenomena in all other scenarios in existence, anytime you have the waving motion, it requires a medium to be waving, like the ocean, the water. Like if I get the sand off of my towel and I wave it, well, I have to have the towel for it to move and make a wave. Waves aren't things; they're types of motion.
Yeah.
So
So to you,
light.
that's the
So
ether,
light is
right?
a
The ether
well,
is waving, correct?
yeah, because something has to be. So like the question would be like, okay, then like if there is no ether, whatever, what is waving?
No, that's not the question. I'm saying you're saying that waving is the ether, correct?
I'm saying that the
That is your
ether
claim.
is waving. Yes.
What is causing the ether to wave, according to you?
Well, like this is what I was like. I'm happy to answer that. It's a very easy question, but before that, can you acknowledge the point though? Because when you're saying
Sure,
like,
sure. No, I acknowledge it.
okay, like
100%.
the light is waving. So do you agree that that requires a medium?
Sure.
Right. So like
That
that means that
description, yeah.
well, and we do know light waves, right? Because diffraction shows that, for example. So
No,
like
well,
yes,
we can
diffraction shows
disagree
that.
on that, but that's not the issue, though.
Diffraction shows that light waves. This is why you have constructive and destructive interference. So this is why they say it's a particle and a wave. You can't really deny that it's waving because you have things like
Okay, so
diffraction. So
okay, that goes over my head. I might be just misunderstanding everything, and I don't have the knowledge to answer you on that. But to me, it sounds like just on the face of it, like face value by definition, that would be a contradiction. Like something that is a wave cannot be a particle, right?
I
It
know,
cannot be
I agree. That's
both.
stupid. I don't believe in a particle. The particle
Sure,
came up because Einstein needed it for relativity. This is why
sure,
it's
but
so absurd. So many flat earthers try to argue for it. It's so
yeah,
stupid.
but
There's
do
no
you
evidence
agree
at
that
all.
yeah, but do you agree that is the common conception
Yeah,
of
it's
this
a
phenomenon,
yeah, but
right?
it's
That's
stupid.
how
It's a
they
contradiction.
describe it. Yeah,
Yeah, but
and
it's
it
not.
is a contradiction. Thank you.
Dualities don't
I,
exist. Yeah, but this is the thing.
I
The light is neither a wave or a particle because waves aren't things, and it's just not a particle. There's no evidence for it. They definitely couldn't both
yeah, and
be
it's
true.
definitely not both, right?
Right, right.
Because
So
that
like
would be a
the
contradiction.
so if like waves aren't actually a thing, it's just a type of motion, well, then it requires something to be moving, and that means it needs a medium. So for you to have waving, you need something to be waving, and that
Sure.
means you need a medium. So when if I suck out all the air, as much air
Yep.
as I can get out of a vacuum chamber, and I can still have light, then the question is, wait, what's waving in there? What's in there? That something we described earlier is waving.
Yeah.
So now we know that there's not only something, but that something
No.
is a medium.
No. No. We that could be a whole different argument, but I'm glad that we agree on so many things. Honestly, like the premises. Look, we got to something uh, agreeable and we have premises that we agree on, and I love that. Beyond that, it's questionable and it's fine to question. Look, sure, you can have your position. That I'm not going to call it out to be crazy or anything, but I'm just not going to agree with it. Sure.
Yo, he's tripping over the finish line.
Yeah, well, you got to articulate.
No,
You got to
sorry.
articulate the contention for it to hold any weight.
He also has to read the literature and actually get in.
Well, my
You
contention
can't, there's only
was
so much you
about
can
the
do from a
ether,
first principle.
but that's what Witsit backtracked on. Like, whatever is there, we got to call it ether. It's not really a
You don't have to call it anything. You just need to acknowledge that it's something and that it operates as a medium.
I don't need to acknowledge that it's something. Why?
Well, you did earlier. You
didn't.
acknowledged that.
Never.
You acknowledged that there
No,
has
I
to be
never did.
something there because nothing can exist. So.
Yeah, nothing can exist. It doesn't mean that a concept is real.
Dude.
doesn't follow.
Okay, buddy. I said throw the word ether out for a second. It's just that something's there, right? Okay, so if nothing can't exist, then there has to be something there.
Okay, so
I
why am I
choose to
saying
call
there's
that
something
something.
there in the first place? Why is
Because
there a something
oh, you
in
are
the
drunk,
first
dude.
place?
Okay, I'll say it one more time. We have a vacuum chamber. We're gonna suck the air out of it. Okay, and so we just have a few gas particles in there. Whatever. What's in between the gas particles? Something or nothing?
Nothing. No,
You just said nothing. Nothing can exist, dude.
yeah, it can't
So Witsit,
exist.
if we have the vacuum chamber, right, and the lights in it, right, and then you shut the light off, so now there's still no the non-visible light is still in there. Like you can't suck that out, right?
You can't suck it out. That's right, because the invisible light is the ether, just like the visible light is the ether. The visible light is just an excited version of the ether. Like there's no place on Earth that doesn't have light. This is where also when I was in FED, I got really mocked and everyone was laughing at me. What an idiot. Ha, ha, ha. What happens when I turn the lights off in my room? Ha, ha, ha. And I said, what about non-visible light? And then the room got dead silent. And then Oakley said, touche. But then they just skipped over it, of course, because there's nowhere like the darkest place of the ocean, the darkest cave, whatever, right? There's still light there, just not visible. And so there's background energy, background light, like at every square inch of existence. And so then my interpretation of this is that light that's everywhere is the same something that's everywhere. It's the same medium that's everywhere. And to me, instead of saying things like something is there that acts like a medium that is the same as light that's everywhere, I just say it's ether because the concept is not new. It's existed for a long time.
So
Yeah, I'm
Witsit,
not
you
gonna
would
make
say
that claim to
hold
say
on,
that
Egypt.
there's something.
Egypt, hold on a second, bro. So you would say that non-visible light occupies all of space.
No, I wouldn't say that. You would say that.
That's it. Yeah, you would say that. Yeah, no,
I would not say that. I would never say
something you say.
It's an abomination.
You just said it.
I did not.
It's not in so many words, but I mean.
Yeah, sure. Yep. Jeremy 2, Austin 0.
Got him.
Yeah. I don't even know why I debate anymore.
See, I have a disconnect. What's it? Because you already admitted that space is a concept, but yet you don't have a problem in reifying it into physical reality by calling it a name.
Well, no, I'm saying, what? No, I don't have to reify anything.
That's what you're doing.
No. We logically can prove things. You agree?
Sure. So
okay, and you agree that we can logically prove things. You agree we can logically prove things that actually exist, even if we can't see it or touch it.
Yeah, you went off the idea that you can't have nothing to the conclusion that we have ether. Since we can't have nothing, therefore we have ether.
I said because light is waving, it requires a medium. So it's the same argument. I use this on FED because they use this argument. The necessary antecedent. Okay, well, that's a tough battle for yourself, and you'll have to figure that out. But
that's fine.
yeah. Okay, so because you'd have to explain diffraction, for example. But like the argument that gas pressure, like the necessary antecedent to gas pressure, is physical container, right? Because gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container, and so since we have gas pressure here on Earth, we know that there is a container. Now, we don't have to know what that container is. What is it made of? Where is it? How high is it? How thick is it? I don't have to bottle it up. People always say, can you bottle ether up and hand it to me? Ha ha ha. Can you bottle up the container and hand it to me? Ha ha
Hey, but
ha. No.
you can though. Just give them an empty bottle.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
but
I don't.
is that container gravity?
No, what? No, the point, dude. The point is that even
I'm
though
asking you a
you're not,
question.
you're
Is
not
it
engaging.
no?
You're not engaging in good
I'm
faith.
challenging your very
No, you're just
claim
not.
that you made.
It's nothing vague at all. All right, you're not engaging in good
Well,
faith, which is that even though we can't physically access, it's not physically accessible. The container we can logically establish via antecedent relationship. It must exist, and I don't need to know. I don't need to give it a name. I don't have to call it the firmament. I don't need to bottle it up. I don't need to touch it. I don't need to measure it. I don't need to make any further claims. I don't need to describe it. I don't have to do any of that.
Can gravity be a container in your conception that you just
What? No. What is
literally?
gravity?
Y'all can't even contain it. You don't even know what it is.
Well,
What's causing it to
I
affect? What's causing its effect on the atomic level?
come on, dude.
What difference does it make?
The fact that you're asking anybody about gravity is kind of ridiculous. What is it?
Exactly. What is fucking ether? That it's the
So you're in the
very
same
same thing.
predicament.
Oh, he's a
Exactly.
flat
Not
earther.
me.
He's a
I
flat
didn't
earther.
claim
He's a flat
ether.
earther.
I didn't
He's a
claim
flat
ether.
earther. He's a flat earther. He doesn't believe in gravity. He's just trying to pretend that ether and gravity is the same because he's listened to these people that strawman my position due to ignorance, and they say that it's the same as relativity, which is very ironic and shows an immense amount of historical ignorance because ether was the arch nemesis of relativity and gravity, as is claimed today. But anyway, I mean, the point is pretty simple, man. Like, you interrupted it, but the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. It doesn't need to be physically accessible. I don't need to name it. I can call it something. I don't need to call it the firmament. I don't need to bottle it up. I don't need to give it to you. I don't need to tell you how big it is. I don't need to go touch it. I don't do any of that. I'm establishing
You
it
don't
through
need to, but
logic.
you call
I'm
it ether.
establishing it through logic. See, we're talking about the container. I can establish it through logic and antecedent relationship that it must be there. Okay. It's the same thing with ether because of the waving nature of light. Waving requires a medium to move in a waving nature. Therefore, the fact that light is moving in a waving motion, right, requires a medium be there. So if you don't want to call it ether, I don't care, but you have to logically acknowledge a medium. It's the same thing as if you don't want to call it the firmament, you don't have to, but you have to logically acknowledge a container.
Witsit, I got one for you. I got a necessary antecedent for a physical container is space.
Oh my God.
Boom. 3-0.
Dude, why don't you just go get your annual pass at Kennedy Space Center, bro? What's funny is I
3-0.
actually did that. I actually did do that.
I remember that.
Witsit,
That was pretty
The
awesome,
irony.
yeah.
Witsit, when you get a chance, will you please explain explain the speed of light in regards to the ether again?
Yeah. So, okay, there is no speed of light in terms of travel from point A to point B, which is how people typically conceive of speed, and that's how it's described in mainstream, right? Like, it's like as if when we look at the sun, we're getting hit in our eyes with little physical paintballs, and they
I'm
travel
sorry,
from the
man.
sun.
My phone cut out. Siri activated, and I heard point A to point B. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. So light doesn't have a speed, as in travel from point A to point B, and that's what most people think of when they hear speed, and that's how the mainstream describes it. Like when we look at the sun, there's a million little light paintballs, bombarding our eyes, and it traveled from the Earth to our eye at a certain speed, right? Or we get a speeding ticket. So light does not have a speed in the sense of travel from point A to point B. But it's like we said earlier, light is everywhere. It's just the ether or the background medium if you really don't like the word, right? So Like the background medium is everywhere. And that is like what happens is it gets excited. And the analogy would be like throwing a rock in or a pebble in a pond and then it ripples. And that ripple would be the visible light. So it's like the medium gets shaken up, it gets vibrated, disturbed. Perturbation is the technical term. When it does that, it becomes visible. And it does this, and then it gets induced back into its original state, which means that it goes away or whatever. There's a rate at which it does that. So the rate of induction, right, is what is misidentified as a speed in terms of travel. And that rate is typically c. Okay, that's how fast that it will illuminate, then
Speed
go
of
back.
light.
Yeah, it'll illuminate and then go back to not being visible. It'll the rate of induction, what they call the speed of light. Now, in reality, c is actually not constant. It's actually variant. It changes. It changes based on direction. It changes based on altitude. It changes based on many things. They've actually achieved 3c with coaxial cables, with fiber optic coaxial cables. So there is no constancy to it, but it is generally c. So you're gonna have to do something like measure it at a specific direction and it'll be a little bit faster, and then measure it at a higher altitude, it'll be a little bit faster. And what's being faster is just the rate at which it induces back into the medium. So basically it's just the rate at which the water rippled and then went back to being still, and that's the quote unquote speed of light.
That's not traveling, right?
That's right.
That's being induced. It's not
That's right.
traveling, right?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
I don't know what that means. It's being induced, not traveling. What's the difference?
The difference is that it was already there. So it didn't travel from point A to point B, it was already there. So in the mainstream conception, if I turn on a laser and it looks like it travels across the room, they claim it literally travels from one side of the room to the other. But in reality, it's just like the lake. It's like, this is basically how stupid it is to ask me how long did it take the light to get to the other side of the room, would be like whenever you see a wave, right, in water, and then coming up to me and saying, hey, how long did it take the water to get to the other side of the lake? I'll be like, what? The water was already at the other side of the lake.
But does the laser start in the middle?
The laser doesn't technically start anywhere, right? It was just everywhere. So
Well, does the wave then change and make a trip? I don't know what you want to call it.
Let me say this, like let me
So the
clarify.
wave itself.
I can get where this part's confusing. So like with the laser, you have to have it start in the middle. Like technically it starts where the laser is, right? Yes, like in the middle of the room. Like where it starts, what's starting is the excitation. It's like throwing the rock into the water. Like the laser is just exciting the background medium, causing it to illuminate. That's all it's
Right,
doing.
it's a manifestation induced by certain conditions. Kind of like how, I mean, it's a very crude comparison, so don't take it one for one, but kind of like how a blacksmith can take a thin piece of iron, hit it to the point where it heats up, and then use that to start a fire.
Well, I'm just trying to draw it to this ripple of water analogy, and also I'm just joining. So I heard the middle of the experiment thing you were talking about with maybe some material, water, and different altitudes, and so I was trying to. And then when you talk about the inducing, the starting point, the excitation point, yeah, it's kind of like, well, that would be the middle, but you're only rippling in one direction, but the ripples are starting from the edge also, or something.
Well, yeah, because it's like, and this is what's confounding quantum. That's why they come up with stuff like entanglement and spontaneous action at a distance, and they don't understand how it could possibly happen. How could I
Has
do something
nothing to
right
do.
here? How could I do something right here and then it happened all the way over there? And the reason is because it was already over there, and you're messing with the same thing, right? It's connected. By the way, even Newton knew this and said this. This was what Newton's critique of gravity was, which is
How do you
there is
reach
no
that
way.
conclusion?
There
How
is
do you make that claim? Like, how is it
Make
even
what claim?
possible to make such a conclusion that it happens over there, therefore it happens over here?
Well, they're
I
working
didn't
on it.
say
It's
wait,
from a
wait, wait.
correct.
I didn't
It's from a
say
Exactly what he
correct
said.
therefore, dude. I
understanding.
didn't say therefore it happens over there. You're laughing when you said a comment that was retarded. Do you not
Yeah,
see the
I'd like to.
problem with that?
I would like
Correct
to
me.
build on
Witsit,
it
can you
more
finish
genuinely.
or
Correct me.
hold on, guys?
I'm
Hold on
wrong.
1 second,
Correct
guys.
me, please.
Can we let Witsit finish the Newton quote? Because I feel like that was going to be good, and Egypt
Yeah, so
interrupted him.
so it was actually Newton's main beef with his own idea, and that's why he was not a proponent of gravity. And he said that this couldn't work because you couldn't have innate brute matter act on another innate brute matter through the vastness of a vacuum, right? Because in order for it to do that, because he didn't have a time variable in his equation, so it was assumed to be instant, meaning like the gravity worked on this piece of matter and that matter instantly as if they were connected, but there was nothing in between them. He's like, I couldn't do that in over vast distances without some type of intermediary, without some type of medium with mutual contact. And he said, to think so is so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. And whether or not this medium
Are you
is
talking about
material,
action at a distance?
whether or not this medium is material or immaterial, I've left to the consideration of the readers. Meaning he couldn't really figure out if it was material, immaterial. I would say it's immaterial, right? It's like it's ether, whatever. But he was just saying that if gravity's affecting that object all the way over there and this object at the same time, that isn't even theoretically possible unless there's some type of medium that's touching both of them simultaneously.
Well, I feel you on that. I feel. Can we bring it to the ladies? And I mean genuinely and with all openness. But how is it like the traveling part of our traditional sense of the light traveling, the energy? In your scenario, in this alternate possible scenario, the simultaneous type scenario, can you paint me a better picture of where the energy actually is? Like where it kind of
bear attacks that I've been following recently, all the people that are in the community that are, we're all avid outdoorsmen, we always want to know exactly which round was used against the bear because that's a whole huge piece of information about what happened.
Ways the stars do. Like at 5 degrees south of the equator, there's a whole.
At the end of the Lord of the Rings, they went to where the gods live.
Well, that's where Amelia Earhart disappeared. You know that?
Right.
She just disappeared. Where'd she go? She thought she was going to show up on the other side of Indonesia. Now, I'm not saying that's like huge proof because who knows? It's a long time ago.
I think she was eaten by headhunters.
Yeah, and there's so I'm not saying it's like super strong proof. So if you see this image I'm posting in the chat, it shows 2 rotating fields with a magnet and 2 electrical poles. So you have like 2 star rotations. You could have 2 24-hour suns 6 months apart. No Pac-Manning. No Pac-Man. Those little flakes are not Pac-Manning. They're just rotating in circles.
That's a cool little thing.
Yeah, they're rotating in circles. But if you were a human being and they call it I've heard that called the electric Coriolis effect, the name of that video. But if you were to put a straight line in the middle of those 2 poles, where the flakes are all kind of meeting, if you were to put 2 lines there or a straight line, if you were a physical human and you were going to, kind of like in this image here, here, if I post this kind of shows like what the sun path would do on a dual pole planar layout. You'd have to have 2 poles, 2 star rotations, 24-hour sun when the sun is on the one side, and then 6 months later, you have the straight line at the equator. So you wouldn't really need a Pac-Man necessarily for the sun or stars, but you would have to have a place where the sky basically splits. You know what I mean? It starts to split. You'd have to have that, and...
Well, I was talking about if you sailed on a boat.
Right.
Like,
and physically, if you were on a boat, you would have to hit a barrier. I'm not suggesting that you teleport like a Pac-Man. I'm not going to, I don't think, that's a whole different view of reality that, I'm not really going there. I mean, if that's the case, prove it to me kind of thing.
Right.
But there would have to be a barrier. Now on an AE map, if you go directly west from Ecuador, you would hit the ice wall, so on this dual pole, could there be Antarctica as a continent and there's an ice wall that you would hit? But that totally goes against the globe, which says that if you went straight at the equator, you pop around the other side. But the thing as well is that keep in mind that if you went at all north of the equator, you would start circling around the North Pole. If you went at all south of the equator, you'd start circling around the South Pole. So you wouldn't really know the difference necessarily if you just started turning and went right or left, basically, North or South Pole to rotate around one of the two poles. The only difference if you went dead straight. You know what I mean? You're not going to end up over in Indonesia. The globe is the only thing that does that.
On the globe, if you start at the equator and you go 2 degrees north, like if you just, instead of going totally flat, you go just gradually north of the equator when you take off. You'll go halfway around the planet on the northern side of the equator and the other halfway around on the southern side of the equator before you come back to where you start. You won't stay above the equator if you go in a perfectly straight line. Just like if you draw a line around a basketball, I'm saying if you just, instead of drawing it around the flat equator of the basketball, if you just tilted that whole circle one way, half of it would be over the north, around the northern side, and half of it would be around the southern side. But
right. I got what you mean. Like an off kilter great circle route.
Yeah.
Right. That's true. That is, yep. That would be problematic for, yeah, I see what you mean with this. By the way, this little animation shows kind of the idea. If you watch the whole thing, it goes kind of slow, and then obviously it's not like to scale and it's not the sun's kind of jumping around. But
I got you.
if you watch it go through the months, you'll see once it gets June, July, once it gets to September, you'll see how it would transition and start like a figure eight. Once it gets closer and closer to the equator, kind of like you're saying, like it would be on the north side of the equator. And then after the equinox, it would actually start going around the south. So it kind of shows that figure eight pattern throughout the year of what it would have to be on this type of layout. It's like a figure eight through the year, basically.
I watched it all the way through there. It went all the way to December.
Yeah, it kind of hops the equator. I mean, this, there's a lot of ways that this sort of matches what a globe is. You have your northern hemisphere and your circles around the north, which is what the globe has, and then on the south you have your southern with your latitude lines that all come out from the south. But there's still some things that need to be solved with this, so it's not just like in the bag solved. But I mean, the sky is a dual pole, so, and you don't really even need a 24-hour sun in Antarctica to see that. The stars already do it in the south, so the stars already do that, and the sun tracks the same pathway as the stars do. Like at 5 degrees south of the equator, there's a whole track of stars there, and when the sun's at 5 degrees, the sun travels roughly the same position as where those stars are. So the stars doing that huge rotation is already happening, so you don't really even need the sun. Difference that the sun does is it kind of becomes even more of an issue for the AE map, even though the southern stars already are for the single pole Gleason's thing. But so the sun does kind of help show that it's not just merry-go-rounding around the north all the time.
That's cool, that picture you got with the red lines that you I think you posted it there. Yeah, it's got the big long red lines in the north and the south with the circles around them. It looks like one of them magnetic things that people show when you take like iron filings and you lay it on a bar magnet and they make this two circles around it. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about or not. If you lay a bar magnet down and you sprinkle iron filings on it, and it makes that.
Absolutely. That's what's so compelling about this. And I mean, it's not surprising if this is what our sky is. It's an electric field. That's what a magnetic field looks like. The issue is that's a beautiful and amazing. Like our sky is a massive toroidal magnetic field. I'll post this. I made this little collage one day. I just popped a few images together and I put the little, one idea of a dual pole kind of idea. And then like an apple shows that, fruit, and the ferrocell showing the magnetic field. Anyways, but and then it shows the stars doing that and that one. So I just kind of did a little collage. So yeah, it's kind of awesome if that's what it is. Like in terms of a dual pole, toroidal field, magnetic field, we can replicate that, on small scale with ferrocells. If that's what the sky is, hallelujah, that's great. But how does it really map to the ground? And how does that dual pole thing work over a planar surface? And I can't say that I've got all that solved yet. I mean, there's these ideas and so on, but like you're talking about the teleport thing, which I don't think would have to happen, but you would have to have like a barrier at the least which means they'd have to be blocking us from doing that. You know, if you and I bought ourselves a yacht and just went on the equator straight, that means that we wouldn't be able to do that if this is what it is, you know? So we'd have to be stopped, or there would have to be some way that we'd have to curve up to the right or curve down to the left, you know? So that would be a big thing that'd have to be hiding. So that would be, you know, something that would need to be solved with this.
Right. It's crazy how many things have that same appearance, that same with the two thing, like the apple there cut in half.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
like it's crazy that so many things have that same appearance. Gatebreaker posted he took it down apparently, but he posted an owl and its face looked like that. It had, you know, two big gigantic spirals with its eyes in the center and a big line going down between them. It was the face of
Yeah.
an owl.
Yeah, I don't know why if he deleted it. If you want to repost it, I was going to reference that. Yeah, dude, there's so many things that have that pattern in nature. Like, yeah, there it is, the owl. But even our own face, you know, we have our two eyes. You got your nose down the middle, the lobes of the brain. You have obviously your kind of right side of your body, left side of your body. There's all, you know, an apple, this cross slicing of an apple, magnetic fields, toroidal fields. You know, like hurricane patterns, like wind patterns could make that too, like in terms of a
Yeah, but they
toroid.
spin one way going up and spin the other way going down on the other side of the equator. If you know what I mean, like basically the same pattern, just not at the same time.
Yep. And like wind vortexes do that. Like if you and in water too, like if you take like a wooden spoon or like a paddle and you drag it through water, you'll get that clockwise, counterclockwise, sort of Coriolis type effects. You know, you'll get these two vortexes, you know, like air as well. Like if you just swish your hand through air really quickly, you'll get the clockwise
Get
and
those
counterclockwise.
vortexes, yeah,
Yeah,
comes off
just like
the
the
wings of airplanes and stuff like that.
right. The Bernoulli effect. Yeah, and like the fact that it kind of looks like it's going basically straight at the equator, but then you get that effect, like two gears, you know, as well. So yeah, it's pretty universal pattern in nature.
And size don't seem to matter. Like, you know, it goes everything from enormous down to microscopic. That same shape. It's funny.
Yeah. Yep. I think sound waves do that too.
That's where that owl looks freaky looking. I've always thought owls look freaky looking. Saw one late at night not too long ago outside on a fence. Scared me to death when I walked up on it and it was standing there looking at me. I didn't get real close to it when I seen it, but it's still spooky looking late at night to see a big old face looking at you.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely things to solve about this kind of dual pole situation, though, and it is kind of, you know, the Gleason's map was kind of accessible, easy for people to kind of look at, and you know, there was a certain kind of way that, you know, people considered it, I think, but the dual pole is a bit more complex. Plus, it's like if it's a dual pole like this, that would mean that they have hidden the Earth completely from us, like. You can't even go well. I mean, there are these few maps, which are these projections. I mean, if that's really it, then I guess it is on Wikipedia. I guess, you know, the Lambert equal area azimuthal. Like if it is something close to that, then I guess it is out there. But I guess I'm just saying it's like we were given the globe. There's this flat Earth pizza disc model, you know, and I'm just saying if it's neither of those, you know, and then some of these old maps that are around seem to be that kind of AE Gleason's. A lot of them, you know, so that would mean like those were even either planted or fake or whatever else, or those were just put out there incorrectly. And then where are any of the real maps if it's this dual pole, you know, like what, you know, have they all been scrubbed? Every single one, other than these projections, you know? So that's another trippy thing. Because I think a lot of people thought the Gleason's was, you know, just because there's like some historical precedence for it, you know, there's some different maps throughout at least that were shown or that are accessible, you know, so yeah, it's like even more of a complex situation to really get to the bottom of. It's kind of exciting. It makes it more interesting in a way, you know, than Just that there's more mystery to it all still. Or just to like really get to the bottom of what really is going on. Like, okay, it wasn't the Gleason's thing that was sold to everybody. It wasn't the globe that was sold to everybody. Well, the Gleason's was sold to the kind of flat earther thing as the main alternative. You know, it was kind of what was accessible to people. So if it's just neither of those, it's like, wow, they really either have scrubbed everything or kept it really kind of hidden from people.
Hey Gio, earlier you talked about Amelia Earhart. What do you think they're gonna disclose when they release all the files on her? Did you see that?
No, is there going to be some releasing? Well,
Yeah,
I don't.
Trump.
That's a trip.
Yeah, Trump said that he asked the department or whatever to release everything they have on her. You didn't see that?
No.
I'll find the thing for you. It's it's here. Let me see. He talked about releasing everything about Comey, and then everything about Amelia Earhart. Hold on, here it is right here. I'll screenshot it. I'll post it in the side chat. I'm really curious, like what are they gonna, what exactly are they gonna release? There it is, right there. You want to read that? You're gonna declassify and release everything about her. That's just weird that she even has anything classified. Like what? She's just an explorer. You know what I mean? Like why would there be anything classified about someone who likes to travel everywhere? That in its like self is like, that's weird. That has me curious. Why would the government have classified information about her whereabouts when she traveled? Like,
Yeah.
what would be the point?
I don't know like a ton about like all the details of her story, but there's those islands. I don't remember them off the top of my head now, the name of them, but there's those islands that are like directly west, you know, on the equator basically, and apparently like you can't travel like they have like a whole nature preserve there, and it's like I've heard that's like you can go there as the public to like visit it as like a tourist spot, but you can't like just freely travel like through that whole zone. Now with the dual pole layout, that is where you would not be able to loop around. Like if you have a straight equator on a planar Earth, you know, straight lines don't loop around the way it does, the way an equator would on a ball. So, you know, that if it's the equator's a straight line, the sky is not really an issue because the sky can loop around whatever. But as a human person traveling, you know, unless someone's going to invoke like a teleporting or a Pac-Man thing. But apparently, like there's those islands there where she like disappeared. So it is kind of a trip that like she was trying to get over to Indonesia, and then something happened. And on the dual pole, you would not be able to get over to Indonesia from there. So some people have been linking that to the idea of the dual pole thing. I don't know whether she is or isn't, you know, connected to anything, you know, whether that's the case or not exactly, like whether it's linked to that or whether there's something else going on with her. But it's interesting. I mean, I don't really trust like anything released by Trump and crew or whatever, you know, the government stuff. So whether that'll be a psyop information or real, or I mean, I don't even really have any validation that she even existed, like, you know, but it's a story. But nonetheless, it's interesting if they're gonna somehow kind of release info about her or about that whole thing.
Yeah. When I read that the other day, that was I was like, it made me think, like, why would they classify anything? She's just traveling. It's weird. And I saw a couple people were talking about it. I'm sure you guys talked about it since, but remember we're talking about the FBI being there in January 6th, and I forgot who it was, but he was just like completely shilling it up. Like, no, there wasn't. Give me the evidence. Give me the proof. I even posted a video showing one of them breaking the window and then trying to like blame some patriot that was out there, like telling him, don't do that. But now it comes out that there's over 200 sources, they're calling them, but they were FBI personnel or people that are involved. I don't know, however they want to label it, but I just don't remember who that was, and I wanted him to eat crow because he was so adamant about it just being a conspiracy theory. He's like, "There's no proof, there's no evidence." I'm like, "Dude, yes, there is." And then
Right
You
now,
can't
you're
just
calling it a
disagree. You'll have to
something.
acknowledge it. You'll have to acknowledge, like, why is there an
Not
interference
really. It's not
pattern?
like, again, back to burden of proof. That's your claim. You're saying it's something. Uh, I'm I don't know where's the something? You're
Well,
calling it
again,
a something.
it's a logical argument. It can't be nothing, so it has to be something. The
Uh,
other argument that's like
sure.
really detrimental
What
to
is
the
that
whole
something?
FED crew. See, this is the issue. This is what the FED crew always wants to do to me. They're like, well, what is the something? It's like, wait, acknowledge the something first. Okay, because they really won't. You did, but okay, like I don't care what you call the something. It just the point is that something's there. The other example is like when we look at light, it waves, right? Like it moves in a wave motion. And they will say, "Oh, it's just a wave function, it's just math." No, no, no. It's an actual type of motion, right? Like if I have a wave in the ocean, that's a real type of motion of the water. That isn't just a wave function, is isn't just math, it's an actual type of motion. A
Sure, when
wave
you're
in the
talking about
water.
water, but when you're talking about light,
Wait up.
where's
Oh,
the
oh,
actual
wait,
wave
wait,
function?
wait. No, the
Like,
point is
how do you
it
how
does
do
the
you
same
how do you
thing. It does the same thing. When you actually look at
how
light, you can
in what way?
when you actually
That's what I'm
look at the
asking.
light, you can see that the way that the light moves is it waves. And we can even measure it.
Yeah, describe it to me. How does the light
It's a
wave?
transverse motion. It goes up and down. It moves like a wave.
So if I were to see light, it would be waving. That's what you're saying. In physical reality, uh, do I need a certain kind of uh, optical device to read this wave, or is this like
Well, when it comes to
just
actually optically
obvious?
seeing it, certain devices help, yes. But we also have devices that detect the motion, meaning like it can actually like if you envision like a really small corridor and then you shot light in it, if
Mhm.
the walls of that corridor had like something that could measure like impact, like hypersensitive impact. What would happen is you'll get a reading on each side of the
Impact of what?
walls, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Well, that's what I'm trying to point out. If I just shoot light in there, but then each wall is getting hit at different times, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that would be because the light is waving within it.
Okay, so to you, is light a particle? Is it is it physical? That is, these are all questions, by the way. Is it uh is it a particle? Is it a wave? Is it physical? Uh, what would your answer be? What is light to you?
Okay, so it's not a particle. And waves are not a thing. They're a type of motion, which is where I was going with that argument anyway, which is like
Mhm.
the fact that there's the waving phenomena within light, which I mean, diffraction shows this as well, right? The fact that there's a waving phenomena in all other scenarios in existence, anytime you have the waving motion, it requires a medium to be waving, like the ocean
the water. Like if I get the sand off of my towel and I wave it, well, I have to have the towel for it to move and make a wave. Waves aren't things; they're types of motion.
Yeah.
So
So to you,
light.
that's the
So
ether,
light is
right?
a
The ether
well,
is waving,
well,
correct?
well, yeah, because something has to be. So like the question would be like, okay, then like if there is no ether, whatever, what is waving?
No, that's not the question. I'm saying you're saying that waving is the ether, correct?
I'm saying that the
As you're
ether
saying.
is waving. Yes.
What is causing the ether to wave, according to you?
Well, like this is what I was like. I'm happy to answer that. It's a very easy question, but before that, can you acknowledge the point though? Because when you're saying
Sure,
like,
sure. No, I acknowledge it.
okay, like
100%.
the light is waving. So do you agree that that requires a medium?
Sure.
Right. So like
That
that means that
description, yeah.
well, and we do know light waves, right? Because diffraction shows that, for
No,
example. So like
well,
yes,
we can
diffraction shows that.
disagree on that, but that's not the issue, though.
Diffraction shows that light waves. This is why you have constructive and destructive interference. So this is why they say it's a particle and a wave. You can't really deny that it's waving because you have things like
Okay, but
diffraction. So
okay, that goes over my head. I might be just misunderstanding everything, and I don't have the knowledge to answer you on that. But to me, it sounds like just on the face of it, like face value by definition, that would be a contradiction. Like something that is a wave cannot be a particle, right?
I know,
Cannot be
I agree. That's
both.
stupid. I don't believe in a particle. The particle came
Sure,
up because Einstein needed it for relativity. This is why
sure,
it's
but
so absurd. So many flat earthers try to argue for it. It's so
yeah,
stupid.
but
There's
do
no
you
evidence
agree
at
that
all.
yeah, but do you agree that is the common conception
Yeah,
of
it's
this
a
phenomenon,
yeah, but
right?
it's
That's
stupid.
how
It's a
they
contradiction.
describe it. Yeah,
Yeah, but
and
it's
it
not.
is a contradiction. Thank you.
Dualities don't
I,
exist. Yeah, but this is the thing.
I
The light is neither a wave or a particle because waves aren't things, and it's just not a particle. There's no evidence for it. They definitely couldn't both
yeah, and
be
it's
true.
definitely not both, right?
Right, right.
Because
So
that
like
would be a
the
contradiction.
so if like waves aren't actually a thing, it's just a type of motion, well, then it requires something to be moving, and that means it needs a medium. So for you to have waving, you need something to be waving, and that
Sure.
means you need a medium. So when if I suck out all the air, as much
Yeah.
air as I can get out of a vacuum chamber, and I can still have light, and the question is, wait, what's waving in there? What's in there? That something we described earlier is waving.
Yeah.
So now we know that there's not only something, but that something
No.
is a medium.
No. No. We that could be a whole different argument, but I'm glad that we agree on so many things, honestly. Like the premises, look, we got to something uh, agreeable, and we have premises that we agree on, and I love that. Beyond that, it's questionable, and it's fine to question. Look, sure, you can have your position that I'm not going to call it out to be crazy or anything, but um, I'm just not going to agree with it. Sure.
Yo,
Okay.
he's tripping over the finish line.
Yeah, well, you got to
Sure.
articulate.
No
You got to
Yeah,
offense.
but
articulate the contention for it to hold any weight.
he also has to read the literature and actually get in it.
Well, my
You can't,
contention
there's only
was
so much you
about
can
the
do from a
ether,
first principle.
but that's what Witsit backtracked on. Like whatever is there, we gotta call it ether. Is not really a
You don't have
definition
to
of
call it
existence.
anything. You just need to acknowledge that it's something and that it operates as a
There,
medium.
I don't need to acknowledge that it's something.
Well,
Why
you
would
did earlier.
I
You
didn't.
acknowledged that. You
Never.
acknowledged that there
No,
has
I
to be
never did.
something there because nothing can exist. So.
Yet nothing can exist. It doesn't mean that a concept is real.
Dude.
Doesn't follow.
Okay, buddy. I said throw the word ether out for a second. It's just that
Yeah.
something's there. All right. Okay. So if nothing can exist, then there has to be something there.
Okay,
Okay.
so
I
why am I
choose to
saying
call
there's
that
something
something
there in the first place? Why is
because
there a
oh,
something
you
in
are
the first
drunk, dude.
place?
Okay. I'll say it one more time. We have a vacuum chamber. We're going to suck the air out of it. Okay.
Hmm.
And so we just have a few gas particles in there, whatever. What's in between the gas particles? Something or nothing?
Nothing. No,
You just said nothing. Nothing can exist, dude.
Yeah, it can't
So Witsit,
exist.
if we have the vacuum chamber, right, and the light's in it, right, and then you shut the light off, so now there's still the non-visible light is still in there. Like you can't suck that out, right?
You can't suck it out. That's right, because the invisible light is the ether, just like the visible light is the ether. The visible light is just an excited version of the ether. Like there's no place on Earth that doesn't have light. This is where also when I was in FED, I got really mocked and everyone was laughing at me. What an idiot. Ha, ha, ha. What happens when I turn the lights off in my room? Ha, ha, ha. And I said, what about non-visible light? And then the room got dead silent. And then Oakley said, touche. But then they just skipped over it, of course, because there's nowhere like the darkest place of the ocean, the darkest cave, whatever, right? There's still light there, just not visible. And so there's background energy, background light, like at every square inch of existence. And so then my interpretation of this is that light that's everywhere is the same something that's everywhere. It's the same medium that's everywhere. And to me, instead of saying things like something is there that acts like a medium that is the same as light that's everywhere, I just say it's ether because the concept is not new. It's existed for a long time.
So
I'm not
you
gonna
would
make
say
that claim
back.
to
Hold
say
on,
that
Egypt.
there's something.
Egypt. Hold on a second, bro. So you would say that non-visible light occupies all of space.
No, I wouldn't say that. You would
Yeah,
say
no,
that.
that's it. Yeah, no, you would say that. Yeah, no,
I
that
would
sounds like
not say
something you'd
that.
say.
I
It
would
sounds
never
like
say
something you'd say.
that. It's
You
abomination.
just said it. You just said it.
I did not.
It's not in so many words, but I mean.
Yeah, sure. Yep. Jeremy 2, Austin 0.
Got him.
Yeah. I don't even know why I debate anymore.
See, I have a disconnect. What's it? Because you already admitted that space is a concept.
Correct.
But yet, you don't have a problem in reifying it into physical reality by calling it a name.
Well, no, I'm just saying. What? No, I don't have to reify anything.
That's what you're doing.
No. We logically can prove things. Do you agree?
Sure. So
Okay, and you agree that we can logically prove things? You agree we can logically prove things that actually exist, even if we can't see it or touch it?
Yeah, you went off the idea that you can't have nothing to the conclusion that we have ether. Since we
Okay, let me
can't
give
have
you.
nothing, therefore we have ether. That
No,
is
I said no. Actually, I
literally
said because
what you concluded.
because light is waving, it requires a medium. So it's the same argument. I use this on FED because
I
they
don't
use this
agree with
argument.
this
The necessary
premise that light
antecedent.
is waving.
Okay, well, that's a tough battle for yourself, and you'll have to figure that out. But
No, that's fine. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so
I'll
because
voice it though.
you'd have to explain diffraction, for example. But like the argument that gas pressure, like the necessary antecedent to gas pressure, is physical container, right? Because gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container, and so since we have gas pressure here on Earth, we know that there is a container. Now we don't have to know what that container is, what is it made of, where is it, how high is it, how thick is it. I don't have to bottle it up. People always say, can you bottle ether up and hand it to me? Ha ha ha. Can you bottle up the container and hand it to me? Ha ha
Hey, but
ha.
you can.
No.
You can though. Just give him an empty bottle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but
I don't.
is that container gravity?
No, what? No, the point, dude. The point is that even
I'm
though
asking you a
you're not,
question.
you're
Is
not
it
engaging,
no,
in good
I'm
faith.
challenging your very
No, you're just
claim
not.
that you made.
It's nothing vague at all, right? You're not engaging in good
Well,
faith, which is that even though we can't physically it's not physically accessible, the container, we can logically establish via antecedent relationship, it must exist. And I don't need to know, I don't need to give it a name. I don't have to call it the firmament. I don't need to bottle it up. I don't need to touch it. I don't need to measure it. I don't need to make any further claims. I don't need to describe it. I don't have to do any of that.
Can gravity be a container in your conception that you just
What? No, what is
literally
gravity?
Y'all can't
Oh
even
man.
contain it. You don't even know what it is.
Well,
What's causing it to
Psyop.
affect? What's causing its effect on the atomic level?
Come on, dude.
What difference does it make?
It does.
The fact that you're asking anybody about gravity is kind of ridiculous. What is it?
Exactly. What is fucking ether? That it's the
So you're in the
very
same
same thing.
predicament.
Oh, he's a
Exactly.
flat
Not
earther. He's a
me. I
flat
didn't
earther.
claim
He's a flat
ether.
earther.
I didn't
He's a
claim
flat
ether.
earther. He's a flat earther. He doesn't believe in gravity. He's just trying to pretend that ether and gravity is the same because he's listened to these people that strawman my position due to ignorance, and they say that it's the same as relativity, which is very ironic and shows an immense amount of historical ignorance because ether was the arch nemesis of relativity and gravity, as is claimed today. But anyway, I mean, the point is pretty simple, man. Like, you interrupted it, but the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. It doesn't need to be physically accessible. I don't need to name it. I can call it something. I don't need to call it the firmament. I don't need to bottle it up. I don't need to give it to you. I don't need to tell you how big it is. I don't need to go touch it. I don't do any of that. I'm establishing it
You don't
through
need to, but
logic.
you call
I'm
it ether.
establishing it through logic. See, we're talking about the container. I can establish it through logic and antecedent relationship that it must be there. Okay. It's the same thing with ether because of the waving nature of light. Waving requires a medium to move in a waving nature. Therefore, the fact that light is moving in a waving motion, right, re- requires a medium be there. So if you don't want to call it ether, I don't care, but you have to logically acknowledge a medium. It's the same thing as if you don't want to call it the firmament, you don't have to, but you have to logically acknowledge a container.
Witsit, I got one for you. I got a necessary antecedent for a physical container is space.
Oh my God.
Boom. 3-0.
Dude, why don't you just go get your annual pass at Kennedy Space Center, bro? It's funny is I
3-0.
actually did that. I actually did do that.
I remember that.
Witsit,
That was pretty
The
awesome,
irony.
man.
Witsit, when you get a chance, will you please explain explain the speed of light in regards to the ether again?
Yeah. So, okay, so there is no speed of light in terms of travel from point A to point B, which is how people typically conceive of speed, and that's how it's described in mainstream, right? Like it's like as if when we look at the sun, we're getting hit in our eyes with little physical paintballs, and they
I'm
travel
sorry,
from the
man.
sun.
My phone cut out. Siri activated, and I
Okay.
heard point A to point B. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. So light doesn't have a speed as in travel from point A to point B. And that's what most people think of when they hear speed. And that's how the mainstream describes it. Like when we look at the sun, there's a million little light paintballs, bombarding our eyes, and it traveled from the earth to our eye at a certain speed, right? Or we get a speeding ticket. So light does not have a speed in the sense of travel from point A to point B. But it's like we said earlier, light is everywhere. It's just the ether or the background medium if you really don't like the word, right? So like the background medium is everywhere. And that is like what happens is it gets excited. And the analogy would be like throwing a rock in or a pebble in a pond, and then it ripples. And that ripple would be the visible light. So it's like the medium gets shaken up, it gets vibrated, disturbed. Perturbation is the technical term. When it does that, it becomes visible. And it does this, and then it gets induced back into its original state, which means that it goes away or whatever. There's a rate at which it does that. So the rate of induction, right, is what we is misidentified as a speed in terms of travel. And that rate is typically c. Okay, that's how fast that it will illuminate, then
Speed
go
of
back.
light.
Yeah. It'll illuminate and then go back to not being visible. It'll the rate of induction, what they call the speed of light. Now, in reality, c is actually not constant.
It's actually variant. It changes. It changes based on direction. It changes based on altitude. It changes based on many things. They've actually achieved 3C with coaxial cables, with fiber optic coaxial cables. So there is no constancy to it, but it is generally C. So you're gonna have to do something like measure it at a specific direction, and it'll be a little bit faster. And then measure it at a higher altitude, it'll be a little bit faster. And what's being faster is just the rate at which it induces back into the medium. So basically, it's just the rate at which the water rippled and then went back to being still. And that's the quote unquote speed of light.
That's not traveling, right?
That's right.
That's being induced. It's not
That's right.
traveling, right?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
I don't know what that means. It's being induced, not traveling. What's the difference?
The difference is that it was already there. So it didn't travel from point A to point B, it was already there. So in the mainstream conception, if I turn on a laser and it looks like it travels across the room, they claim it literally travels from one side of the room to the other. But in reality, it's just like the lake. It's like this is basically how stupid it is to ask me how long did it take the light to get to the other side of the room would be like whenever you see a wave, right, in water, and then coming up to me and saying, "Hey, how long did it take the water to get to the other side of the lake?" I'll be like, "What? The water was already at the other side of the lake."
But does the laser start in the middle?
The laser doesn't technically start anywhere, right? It was just everywhere. So
Well, does the wave then uh change and make a trip? I don't know what you want to
so
call it.
so so
Like
let,
could
let me
be
say this,
like
let me
so the
clarify.
wave itself.
I can get where this part's confusing. So like
Sure.
with the laser, you asked if it started in the middle. Like technically it starts where the laser is, right?
Middle of what?
What starts, yes, like in the middle of the room. Like where it starts, what's starting is the excitation. It's like throwing the rock into the water. Like the laser is just exciting the background medium, causing it to illuminate. That's all it's
Right,
It's a
doing.
but
it's a manifestation induced by certain conditions. Kind of like how, I mean, it's a very crude comparison, so don't take it one for one. But kind of like how a blacksmith can take a thin piece of iron, hit it to the point where it heats up, and then use that to start a fire.
well, I'm just trying to draw it to this ripple of water analogy, and also I'm just joining. So I heard the middle of the experiment thing you were talking about with maybe some material, water, and different altitudes, and so I was trying to. And then when you talk about the inducing, the starting point, or the excitation point,
Yeah.
um, yeah, it's kind of like, well, that would be the middle, but you're only rippling in one direction, but the ripples are starting from the edge also, or something.
Well, yeah,
Um,
because it's like, and this is what's confounding quantum. That's why they come up with stuff like entanglement and spontaneous action at a distance. And I don't understand how it could possibly happen. How could I
Has
do something
nothing to
right
do with
here? It how could I do something right here and then it happened all the way over there? And the reason is because it was already over there, and you're messing with the same thing, right? It's connected. By the way,
I got.
even Newton knew this and said this. This was what Newton's critique of gravity was, which is
How do you
there is
reach
no
that
way.
conclusion?
There is
How do you make that claim? Like, how is it
make
even
what claim?
possible to make such a conclusion that it happens over there, therefore it happens over here?
Well, they're
I
working
didn't
on
say
it.
there. Wait, wait, wait.
That's
I didn't say
exactly what you said.
therefore, dude. I didn't say therefore it happens over there. You're laughing when you said a comment that was retarded. Do you not
Yeah,
see the
I'd like to.
problem with that?
I would like
Correct
to
me.
build on it
Can you
more
finish
genuinely.
your?
Correct me.
Hold on, guys.
I'm
Hold on
wrong.
one second,
Correct
guys.
me, please.
Can we let Witsit finish the Newton quote? Because I feel like that was going to be good. And Egypt
Yeah, so
interrupted him.
so so it was actually Newton's main beef with his own idea, and that's why he was not a proponent of gravity. And he said that this couldn't work because you couldn't have innate brute matter act on another innate brute matter through the vastness of a vacuum, right? Because in order for it to do that, because he didn't have a time variable in his equation, so it was assumed to be instant, meaning like the gravity worked on this piece of matter and that matter instantly, as if they were connected, but there was nothing in between them. He's like, I couldn't do that in over vast distances without some type of intermediary, without some type of medium with mutual contact. And he said, to think so is so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. And whether or not this medium
Are you
is
talking about
material,
action at a distance?
whether or not this medium is material or immaterial, I've left to the consideration of the readers. Meaning he couldn't really figure out if it was material, immaterial. I would say it's immaterial, right? It's like it's ether, whatever. But he was just saying that if gravity's affecting that object all the way over there and this object at the same time, that isn't even theoretically possible unless there's some type of medium that's touching both of them simultaneously.
Well, I feel you on that. I feel. Can we bring it to the laser? And I mean genuinely and with all openness. But how is it like the traveling part of our traditional sense of the light traveling, the energy? In your scenario, in this alternate possible scenario, the simultaneous type scenario, can you paint me a better picture of where the energy actually is, like where it kind of all you're saying it's like an instant type of thing, and there's no is an instant a better analogy than the traveling?
Well, this is the issue, right? It's not technically instant in the sense that it has a rate of induction or excitation, right? Meaning the energy that you're introducing into the system is the laser, which that's what a laser is, right? It's actually like an
Right.
electrical excitation. So like when you do that, it's going to excite the background medium and that causes it to illuminate. And lasers are just much more coherent, and then like your light bulb is
Okay.
incoherent, whatever. So the point is like that the energy input is right there at the laser. It excites it. So when we use the word speed, there is a delay, right? There's
Oh,
a rate. Yeah, but it's just not speed as in there isn't some physical light
I got it. I got it.
ball
You're,
traveling. Yeah.
you're with all the same timings and everything, except it's not like we don't want to see it as throwing photons. We want to see it as just an energy.
Vibrating a lake. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got you. Okay.
Mhm.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, everybody? Yo, Witsit, you've
That's
seen the of nature's obvious laws and processes in vegetation by Newton. His
No.
it's his second theory about gravity that most people don't really mention because it's pretty alchemical.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Which I'd be
post it for you.
surprised if I haven't seen it at all, but I don't remember that name. No.
He talks about the ether basically falling towards Earth.
Yeah, so I have seen it. Yeah.
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 It's his hypothesis of light, etc. Let me see if I can find the actual quote.
Yeah, so I saw someone write a college paper or thesis about it.
Is that what pushes light down?
We don't know. It's just a alternative theory.
No, but it is interesting. It's been basically omitted because for him to put that out right around the same time as like the famous gravity idea, really kind of dispels the story they tell about him, right? Which is they saw an apple and came to an epiphany and came up with gravity, and gravity is mass attracts mass, and he didn't think that at all. That's why he said the quote about there has to be ether, basically. There has to be some medium. And then he made a whole nother theory about ether. And he made multiple comments and writings about ether. In fact, he was more focused on what would the nature of ether be than almost anything else, other than like he was obsessed with like alchemical components and like spiritual components. He wrote
It's
about
a, you
that
know,
maybe more than anything.
I work in a school, right? One of the science teachers, I was talking to him a little bit, and he's like, "Oh, here, take this as a little piece of wood." He's like, "That's a piece off Newton's tree." I was like, "The tree, the apple tree." He was like, "Yeah, it was a little piece of wood off it."
Oh, yeah.
They got a
Is that a
tree there.
thing? Do
Yeah,
they
they have
claim a
the
certain
tree.
tree?
They claim it's yeah. I mean, yeah, I know, but still though,
Where's it at?
somewhere in like he said his wife lives in England or some shit, so he goes to like Europe a lot. I didn't ask him.
Gotcha.
He's got like a whole
Well,
estate with a house and shit. Like it's like a visiting. You go visit it.
gotcha. Okay, I didn't know that. I had no idea. At one point, I thought that he didn't even actually exist because I'm like, dude, the stuff attributed to him is insane. Like they claim he came up with the
He's
color
a genius.
wheel, yeah,
He's a
and
genius.
calculus and gravity all before 22.
Laws of motion. Laws of motion.
Yeah,
Laws of fluid. It's crazy the shit he came up with.
Here, I'll read this quote. This is crazy. It says, in the higher reaches, the volatile niter acquired the virtues of the stars and planets, whereupon it returned to Earth and acted as a universal principle of generation. Newton here enlarges on this idea by making an ethereal cognate to the volatile niter that is the principle of not only of generation but of gravitation. As ether returns to the earth, it is driven downwards at an incredible rate, and in its descent the ether carries down other bodies. Upon reaching the earth, the ether gradually becomes condensed and interwoven with the bodies it meets there, acting as a tender ferment, or active agency within matter. Interestingly, Newton suggests that ether may be entangled with a spirit that is itself the body of light. I mean, he says, here Newton argues that God's power is constrained only by the laws of logic.
It sounds very similar to
what does it say, Beast, about constraint? What?
Oh, it says here Newton argues that God's power is constrained only by the laws of logic. He can do anything we could imagine, provided that this does not imply a logical contradiction. I'll post it right here.
Yeah, because he's not retarded. I mean, think about if the sustainer of all things. Think about if the sustainer of all things contradicted himself. What on earth is going to happen? We're screwed. Anyway, that sounds very similar to what I posted earlier. Because it's the Tesla one. It says the gravitation. Tesla affirmed the etheric gravitation theory. Gravitation was evidence that a groundwork etheric pressure was at work, permeating mass and producing fixed relationships of attraction with respect to the Earth proper. Sounds very similar to what you read from Newton.
It's just a funny inside joke there.
I would say logic is intrinsically a characteristic of the creator. So like to refer to it as like some type of external limitation is just goofy, right? Like it comes forth from him.
Yo, careful what you say, Witsit. You might spark an argument that has been going on for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, easy on that, Austin. Do you think that a flawless being can have a flaw or something?
Yeah, whoa.
Humble yourself. Humble yourselves. Put yourself in your reference frame and don't think you can put yourself into others.
Well, as soon as you say that he can't, someone will say, "Oh, you're saying that God can't do something."
Yeah, exactly.
You can't do what God can do, so humble yourself and don't imagine you're in his frame.
The point is that it's not about what he can or cannot do. If he's intrinsically perfect, right? It's just that isn't his nature.
Who
So
are we
I
to
don't know.
say what perfect is, Witsit?
I'm not really saying what it is. I'm just saying whatever it is, the creator is that.
By definition.
Catholic, Christian, Buddhist, fucking Mongolian, whatever.
Perfect becomes opinionated, it becomes subjective to whatever the limits of this top being's power could be. I mean, that's
from like a materialist perspective, when you think that thoughts are like protons, electrons, and neutrons, sure. You think that like thoughts have mass.
Well, I mean, they exist in mass. That's pretty much it.
I want to do something just for Jeremy. Jeremy, you're still here?
I don't know. I heard Jeremy was 2-0 already.
He is up 2-0.
I 3-0'd him. I 3-0'd him. I don't want to go and bring him down this God argument because that'll be 4.
Oh, do it, Witsit. Do it.
No, I
All
can't.
right,
Everyone's sleeping here. I'm listening now.
All right, I'm going to do something just for Jeremy, okay? All right. It says, have this mind. No, let's read this one. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. Wait a minute. What a second. And then it says, but made himself of no reputation and took upon him the form of a servant that was made in the likeness of men. Wait a minute. How does that work? Let me read it one more time. It says, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. Whoa, that's crazy. All right, let me come down here. Let me look at the Greek real fast.
Okay, what's the Greek say? I'm trolling Jeremy because he had to sit through a lot of Bible talk yesterday. All right, who existing in the form of God? Oh, just Theo. So just a deity. Okay, so being in a divine form. Okay, did not consider equality with the supreme divinity something to be grasped.
He said, "I
Wait a
don't even
minute.
know what Witsit is saying."
I know I'm trolling. So wait. The KJV says, what does the KJV say again? It says, who being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. But then the actual Greek seems to say the exact opposite. Who existing
Well,
in the form of God did not consider equality with God something to be grasped.
with
Witsit,
the,
Wow.
King James version is the best. What are you
how does
Yo,
talking?
grass get twisted into robbed? What the frick?
it's great. It's because they have they're translating it under the interpretation that Jesus is God and like equal to the Father. So the verse that
Projection
says
retarded. Oh, because he's
the
man,
verse
and so they try to
the verse
man tie it. Okay.
well, is this they're trying to say Jesus is God and equal to God the Father, but here it's saying like being equal with the Father, even in his divine form, meaning because the next verse says he then emptied himself out and came down in the likeness of men. So this is before he even came to earth as a man. This is when he was in heaven, right? In his divine form. It says so in his divine form, he did not even consider being equal something to be grasped or longed or taken, right? So it actually says that in his most divine form, before he came to earth as a man in heaven, he never even considered, never even thought about it, never even considered being equal with the Father as something to be taken or grasped or longed for, something to be
You know
taken.
why they chose rob? You know why they chose robbery?
That's because it's him.
Because
Well,
if
did they
you read
want to
it,
twist
if
the
you read
message?
it,
Because it sounds completely opposite thing.
well,
That's
no,
what
because
they did. They twisted them.
it's easy to be misinterpreted in the modern English. I think they had a perception of where the English was going to go. Because
That's
in the old school, I don't think it would be too incorrect. Because it's saying not to be grasped. Grasped and robbery are very similar types of words, right?
No, but it's not
To be
about that. It's not
taken,
about
to
that
be
word
taken by
difference.
force. Yeah, yeah.
It's not
But
about
it's like,
robbery is to be taken by force, right? So the word robbery is not the part that's super wrong. It's the sequence of the words. It's how they
um,
say, it's how they say, who being in the form of God thought it not robbery to be equal with God. When what it actually says is who being in the divine form considered being equal with God, did not even consider being equal with God something to rob.
exactly.
yeah,
So
It's a subtlety in language.
So basically, it
both
debunks the
instances
Trinity
are
in every
correct.
conceivable way. It debunks the co-equal doctrine in every conceivable way. Because what it says is, for one, how could he even long after it or consider it or rob it? It's to rob someone of something you do not have. That's what the Greek literally means. How could he rob the Father of something he did not have, which was equality with him, if he was already equal to him? And
Exactly.
why did he never even consider doing it if he already had it? So it makes no
Exactly.
sense. It debunks the
No,
whole entire idea.
no. Both instances and iterations, the way you gave it and the way it's written, are correct with the understanding of what's being said. It's Yahweh himself in a coat of flesh. So Yahweh doesn't consider it robbery to be equal with himself, or doesn't even consider it, because if you're you, why would you consider it be robbery to be you? You're already you. You're not even considering or thinking about it.
Wait, no, no,
You're
no, no. This
doing
is
You.
you're
before.
doing
Wait, time out. This
nonsense.
is before the flesh. This is before the flesh because
Absolutely.
the very next verse says, but made himself of no reputation and took upon him the form of a servant who was made in the likeness of men. Right? So this is
Absolutely.
actually before he takes on the flesh. So this is in heaven. So, and the point is that it's denoting a distinction between the two, and it's saying that being equal with the Father is not something the Son ever considered taking or even longing after. So
Because the
it
Son
is
is the
just
Father
a
in
blatant
form.
refutation.
It's because the Son
What?
is the Father in form.
And actually, if we finish what it says here, right? It says, well, who did he do this on behalf of, right? Because it says, but made himself of no reputation and took upon him the form of a servant and was made in the likeness of men. And then it says, and being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. And then it says, wherefore God also hath highly exalted him and given him a name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of things in heaven and things in earth and things under the earth. Okay. And that every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Okay. I don't know.
Yep. Every knee will bow, every tongue will confess the Yahshua the Messiah to the satisfaction of Yahweh, which is that Yahshua is Yahweh. That's Yahweh himself in form. Like that's
That's
the whole
contradictory.
thing of the scripture. No, first Timothy
You're just
3:16.
affirming your assumptions on top of what he said, completely ignoring what he said. It's
No,
nonsense.
the
Stop doing it. No,
no,
stop,
it has to be.
stop,
It has to
stop,
work.
stop.
It has to
Don't
work
remix
in
another man's words,
continuity
man.
with
Make your
everything
own
else.
point.
Oh, I didn't realize who I was in
Every
here. I'm not trying to actually start the debate. I've never actually, like, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, this is a direct refutation. I think it's actually why it's in here of the claim that they are the same and that they are equal to each other, because it literally says equality with the Father is something the Son did not even consider trying to take. So it actually it addresses every part of it. It says, like, before he was in the fleshly state, before he humbled himself out, that he wasn't equal with the Father, and that he never even considered trying to be equal with the Father. Right? Like, that's what it says.
He's
And the
not equal.
KJV mistranslates it.
It doesn't say he's not equal. It's that he didn't consider equality with him. That doesn't
To
imply
be
that he's not equal. It just
wait,
implies
no, no. Wait,
consideration
it
of
says he
equality
did it.
isn't thought of.
He said he didn't consider equality with him something
Exactly.
that should be grasped for, which denotes he doesn't have it. And actually, the
No,
technical, like,
no, it
no,
does not.
the actual Greek means to take something from someone else that you don't have.
Exactly. He already
What?
had it. He already had it. Like
No,
that's what I'm saying.
it's to
The
take something from someone else that you don't have.
has to fit with the continuity of everything else that is said about him. And that's why I bring up 1 Timothy 3:16, where it says the mystery of righteousness, Yahweh was manifest in the flesh, seen of angels, preaching to the Gentiles, received up into glory. Yahweh was manifest in the flesh. Like that's what it is. So this one being spoken of who humbled himself and came in the form of man is Yahweh himself.
No, it's not.
Okay, disagree. Agree to disagree.
Well, the scripture that would give the premise and the lens to view what you're reading through would be a scripture that would testify to who the Son is. And if we have a scripture that testifies to the Son being Yahweh, the mystery of righteousness being Yahweh was manifest through the flesh, in the flesh, and we know that the Son is the one regarded in the flesh that we identify as the Messiah, then we have a lens to view anything said about that one that's in the flesh. So if we have a lens saying that that's the Father in the flesh, then when we're talking about the Son, not considering it even being equality or even something to be grasped at, then we can understand because Yahweh is Yahweh. He doesn't grasp at being Yahweh. He is Yahweh.
No,
Makes no sense.
that's not what it said. What? It doesn't say that.
That's called affirming the consequence. Literally.
No, it's called seeking truth.
Which is like, I didn't mean to start it, but I started
Yeah,
it. This
yeah. I was just trying to troll. Well, I intentionally did bring up the, like, super contentious topic about the Bible to Jeremy just to troll him, but I didn't, like, literally mean to start the debate with.
Yeah, because
just
now
bounce off
Jeremy's
Jeremy's
done.
head and hit everybody else behind him, dude. He's just like, I don't even know what you're saying right now.
Jeremy's not
Well,
even here
there's some
anymore.
people who are saying hell is actually the stomach acid, and that there's a
Oh boy.
sacred fluid that it goes to hell or it goes to the stomach acid if you live a life of sin. And then it goes to heaven or the brain if you live a holy life.
Actually went to hell.
Okay, so let me correct this. 1 Timothy 3:16 does not say Yahweh. It says he. It doesn't say Yahweh. It doesn't have the tetragrammaton there at all. It says by common confession, the mystery of godliness or righteousness is great. He appeared in the flesh, which is what Yeshua did, like we just read. Like it says that he emptied himself out humbly as a servant and came on the behalf of the Father. So he appeared in flesh and was vindicated by the Spirit, was seen by angels, was proclaimed among the nations, was believed in throughout the world, was taken up in glory.
If you do a actual Greek looking into the oldest renditions of 1 Timothy 3:16, you'll find out that the tetragrammaton was originally there. It got changed to Theos, shortened to Theo and whatnot, which can refer to he, but it was changed over time. And when you first do the
Drop the
research,
link.
you're going to find a whole lot of people trying to claim that it doesn't say God to affirm what they're trying to say, that the Son is separate from the Father. But if you do a true research on the Greek, you are going to find that historically that was always God, which was Theos, which was always changed from what Yahweh was changed into, and the first renditions had the Paleo Hebrew like right next to it or whatnot, because they wanted to preserve the holy name. But yeah, that's what you're gonna find in a search in the Greek for.
So what is it? Where can I find this earliest document that says Yahweh?
I've posted it on here before, several times in other conversations. Always takes a moment to find it, because like I said, there's so many links to trying to prove that 1 Timothy
It doesn't
3:15
matter.
never
Just
had
go
a,
get it.
and there's historical
We go through
references
this
of
every
tribes
single night, bro.
wrote
Like
about
it's
how it was being smudged out and people were changing it.
Okay, well that's all good, man. Because it looks like what we see right here is the opposite. Like that they were separate was smudged out, and then all of mainstream Christianity pushed the narrative, the idea that you're pushing right now, and the KJV intentionally mistranslated the verse we just went over, right, and actually made it sound like he's saying, "Oh, he considered it not robbery to be equal with God," when the actual Greek says he considered being equal with God something to not attempt to rob or to take. So it's like it translated it directly backwards to push the co-equal Trinity doctrine. The KJV translated it backwards from what the Greek
Yeah,
actually says. It literally turned it around.
exactly. I'm not preaching or teaching from a Trinity concept in the lens of this. I'm strictly speaking that was Yahweh himself in a form, it taking upon himself a coat of flesh and walking amongst men. From that lens, viewing that
If that were
scripture,
true, then so would
not
Adam have
consider it.
been the form of Yahweh, another form
Yes,
of Yahweh. You're
yes.
incoherent and illogical, and the consequence of your words mean that we're all the same. Means that nothing matters, and
we're all just renditions of God. Like we're all just God divided up. I
And
mean,
you know
just
what?
it,
And you
it's
know what? Why?
Gnosticism. It's
just be
Why
true
is
to you.
that
They
Gnosticism
don't
such
waste
a
my
negative?
time.
in the guise of
Why?
Christianity. Nonsense.
Why is that such a negative thing to you? That
I'm
he
just
placed
saying, just tell
himself
people what
within
you
you.
believe in so you don't go through a bunch of wasting like okay.
If you
Okay, so
want to
Nothing
clearly
to
just
you've
do.
go,
talked to
It's got
Taylor
nothing to
before.
do
Wait,
with
wait, wait,
whether
I
it's
did look,
negative
okay,
to
okay, okay.
me.
I did
It's
not
got
mean
to
to do
do.
this. I didn't. Okay, look, clearly you guys have had discussions before. Taylor jumped the gun there, and Taylor doesn't sound super happy.
Every night.
Let's just get past. Okay, I didn't know that was the case. I was literally just trying to troll Jeremy, dude. That's all I was trying to do. So
Yeah, Jeremy trolled you because he's not even in the chat anymore.
I know, dude. And earlier, what happened was someone jumped in randomly during us talking about Charlie Kirk, and they were like, "Hey, man, I heard you're a Unitarian." And I'm like, "Oh no, I'm not doing this right now." And then he said, "Oh no, 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 it's all good. It's all good. Can I email you, and maybe we can set up a debate? I'm pretty sure about my opinion." I said, "Yeah, sure. Just look at Philippians 2:5-6 and look at the original Greek first before you commit to a debate, and I'm happy to do a debate." So that's the only reason it was even kind of on my mind because it
Hey, what's it?
always does kind of spark something, and
Did you see?
I wasn't.
Did you see Sean's last interview?
I did not.
He did like a 3-hour interview with this guy. pretty decent. I think towards the last half, not the very last part, but the part before the last part, he actually speaks about this topic. The guy himself is a Unitarian, and they kind of actually get past some of this confusion of the different ideas. So it might be worth watching if you want.
Okay, yeah.
I know, but
I'll
I
check
don't
it out.
think he was a Unitarian. He was against like the Catholic Church and stuff. I am of the minority who actually thinks that his thing was a setup and like they killed him. So I'm one of the few in here. I think he's
Oh
dead.
wait,
Like I
Charlie
I know
Kirk.
it's
Oh
like y'all
yeah,
can
he
hate
may
me
be
for
dead.
that, but
He may be
yeah.
dead. He may be dead. No, I'm on the fence because I want to believe that this sounds bad, I guess, in a way, but I want to believe that he's really dead because when I watch him, like, dude, I was saying this earlier, like he comes across very genuine. So if he truly didn't believe anything he said, like he is a full blown psychopath. Although there are some like some meme gifs that have gone around with him where he like smiles and makes this really creepy looking face where I'm like, I can see maybe he could be crazy, but he seems genuine. And then like he like totally debunked the Catholic Church. You know, like he was like super studied in scripture. Like when people asked him about the Bible, he was not like a fraud in the sense that he was like very studied in the scripture and he could remember many verses off the top of his head, right? Like does everyone else ever listen to him enough to notice that? Like anytime the Bible comes up or he's asked to defend his faith, he doesn't just say like this real cliche kind of like Christian talking points. Like he gets into the scripture and defends it. And that was kind of the part that made me want to believe that he really died and that basically he was set up. You know,
Yeah,
and like even though
I had the
but
same conflicts with it because I heard what happened. And I had the same attitude before I ever saw and like the videos and stuff. But then I saw the videos. I was like, but my reasoning and my experience tells me that something doesn't make any sense here. I just
Yeah, but a
for
lot of
sure for
them
sure something doesn't make
instantly,
sense.
yeah, instantly watching that first clip, I was like, I should feel different inside watching someone now that I know who the guy is. Because at first I was like, who are they talking about? Because I put a name to it. Because one of the guys was saying, like one of the rappers that I follow, he did a thing an hour before I saw the video. I was like, oh, okay, who's this again? And then I put the face to a name, and then the guy that a colleague of mine shows me the video, and I'm like, that's weird. And then I'm listening to my own internal reaction. I'm going, why am I not more upset about this? So
I
anyway,
don't know. I actually felt
this
something.
is me just extrapolating. This is me
Yeah.
extrapolating like
I'm
how
not
how,
gonna bear
how I'm making my conclusions. But me,
I'm
like
not gonna accuse him of bearing false witness in this whole like stunt. Like he's another Christian. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, this dude's lying to everybody. Like I just honestly, it's not even just that. I've actually watched a lot of the videos and like I don't know. You can see the bullet. It looks like his security guard's like straight up shooting him.
Maybe. I think he may have got shot from much higher up from the right, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm open to all kinds of different things. I think that the truth is that way more keeps coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up like putting it together. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't. But I will say, I did feel something. Like I remember, actually, Galatrax is the one that told me. I'm like, whoa! I was in an Uber. I looked it up. I was actually on a call, and I was like kind of in disbelief. I went and watched it. I'm like, dang, I did not really want to see that. And like a few minutes later, I just like reoccurring throughout the rest of the day. Like I felt sad. I felt genuinely sad. But I mean, it's because I've come across a decent amount of his clips and I've heard him defend the Bible so much and stuff that I was pretty familiar with him. Like it wasn't like somebody like that I would have forgot about or anything, right? So like I don't know. It did hit me. It definitely hit me. And then I was thinking like, dude, if this is like a super evil, dark, like suck your energy type of thing, like it's working on me, because like I'm sad. I was sad about it. And then I saw a clip of his daughter running up to him when he was uh on like some news station or something. And in between the takes, his daughter sprinted up and jumped on him on the couch and gave him a hug. And like bro, it's super sad. Super sad the idea that that little girl
doesn't have her dad, which is Erica Kirk acted was super suspect.
Yeah, I mean, women, I mean, like, honestly, I think that it's like a state of shock might make you act weird. I agree, but like, honestly, how can you like judge how anybody's acting in that state?
Yeah,
But
she
look,
only
I don't know. I
benefit.
think based on her reaction, it is interesting and weird. And I'm like, I'm not that attached to it like everybody else is, but I just think he really died. Like I was also like affected by that video.
She
I think he's
only
dead. I
benefits
think he
if it's
died.
real.
But
If
I
it's
think he's
here's
real,
dead.
she
Yeah.
only
I want to
benefits.
say if he died, in my opinion, if he died, she like knew it was going to happen. So
well,
I
I
don't
Yeah.
think it
know.
just
I mean,
You
remember
know,
they were
women
at the casket
sometimes.
though. Remember they were at the casket, right? She's over the casket. Imagine someone taking out their cell phone and seeing this grieving widow crying over a casket and being like, "Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, take a picture to
Fine.
post it online."
Dude, it's
like
like
a
her
video.
last time with him.
And the video. No, I'm saying other people. Like imagine you're at a funeral, right?
Because
You have this
people are
grieving
retarded.
widow.
But it's a little
But you
different,
are
right?
not
It
To
is
be
the
fair, it's
highly
a little different. Like they
publicized.
lived in the spotlight. They can easily interpret it. Like if you still man that they're both legit, it's like okay, at least a positive of this, and something that would actually probably expedite some of the grieving process for her is look at the impact my husband had on the world, right? And like even in that scenario, you would think like this is he was such a great man or whatever that this is going to do so much good the creator's going to use this for so much good, right? So like I can see that. I'm just trying to say, dude, when she gave her present, when she walked out and she did this undertaker pose and held her arms out and then fireworks shot up behind her, I mean you got to be kidding me, dude. Who would agree to something like because if someone did that after I died, I would be super pissed. Like what are you doing? You're like making a mockery of him.
Dude, I'd want him to celebrate though, because honestly, I tell my family, look, don't mourn if I die. Be happy, bro. It's like, especially if it's for righteousness' sake, because then yours is the kingdom of heaven. Like, seriously, why be sad your whole life? And like, if I'm sitting here calling these two Christians a bunch of liars, supposing they are Christians, I'm sitting here literally bearing false witness on them and saying they're acting and this is fake and they're supposed to be my brothers and sisters in Christ, and I'm over here calling them a bunch of liars.
Yeah,
Like, I
we're
don't
also
know.
told to well, wait,
Right.
time out.
It'd be
I don't know
weird to
anyone
do
in,
that.
no one in here. Yeah, but no one in here is saying that or I haven't heard saying that they know for a fact that they're faking it. But like, we're also told to expose evil. In
That's
the
true. That
scenario,
is true.
in the scenario that they're deceiving people, they're actually using the Bible deceptively to trick people. And to be fair, right, a lot of the truths of the Bible are not being said. Like if you listen to the stuff that's being said, it's very watered down mainstream Christianity, churchianity or whatever. But I will also say that I still think that's a net positive, right? Like if it's a step in the door for people, that's good. But to see like Trump hugging her and smiling and biting his bottom lip and then her holding up the devil horns and then holding his necklace out and holding up the three sixes while she poses for the picture holding his necklace and her doing this weird creepy whisper thing and she's being
I
trolled
didn't see
like
that.
yeah.
I'll check it
She
out though.
she's being
Like,
like run around as like this like perfect example of like this trad wife, like this Christian conservative wife, but she was just walking around stage half naked in pageants, worked for Trump. Trump suggested she go there. She saw Trump or she saw Charlie on a pilgrimage to Israel, supposedly told her mom, I gotta get to know that guy. Then Trump suggested that Turning Point hire her. She went for an interview, and then there's two stories. One is that Charlie said, I can't hire you because I want to date you. The other story is that she told him, you can't be my boss because I want you to be my boyfriend. They've both given conflicting stories about when they first met. There's like four different stories that they've said between the two of them about how they first met. And it sounds like if Charlie was
oh,
legitimate, then it's like Erica was a honeypot. It's kind of what the evidence suggests, right? Like I have
maybe.
no inclination to
Mhm.
just trust that girl. And at this point, I would actually have to see how she goes forward to be convinced that she's legit. Because in my opinion, she has not been super respectful of him. And if you listen to what he says,
he would not want her to be the president of Turning Point. He specifically did not want that. And so if they're on a podcast together and he's talking about modern women in the West have been tricked, about how they need to go focus on their career, and what really makes them happy is being able to have children and be a mom and not be super stressed in a career. And like women shouldn't be deterred from that. And that's what makes them happy. And then she jumps in and says, yeah, modern women have it so backwards. You can work on your career after your children, right? And if you're blessed to have a man that can provide, you should take care of your children, et cetera, et cetera. And then he dies, and it would be one of the most traumatizing moments for your children ever when they need you more than ever. I mean, they donated 5 to $6 million to her. She was already a millionaire when she met him. He just gave her millions and millions of dollars after he died, of course. And then she's going to take over one of the world's biggest organizations as CEO that takes tons of responsibility. So now you're gonna not be at the house with your children at all. Now you're gonna all of a sudden they're gonna go from having a full-time stay-at-home mom
I'm happy
to
Ben
losing their
Shapiro's not
dad.
it though.
What?
I'm just happy Ben Shapiro didn't take over Turning Point. But yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm just saying,
But
like,
what
all
about
no,
the double
like, do
horns
you
though?
think
Isn't that
The
also
question
I
is,
love you?
do you think that
Oh,
Charlie
sorry.
Kirk would be happy that his kids went from having a full-time stay-at-home mom to suffering the trauma of losing their dad violently in front of the world, and then their mom just leave the house and start working? What do you think
I
Charlie would
have
want
no
her to do?
clue.
Well,
I mean, but
Hopefully
how's she
Charlie
gonna
says he
like
wants
she
her
other
to.
should
like
stay with
how
the
would she
children.
provide herself? You think she's set for the rest of her life though? Like, but yeah, I
Oh yeah,
agree.
oh yeah, oh yeah. And even
Okay,
if
well, I
she
don't
would be
know.
given,
Like,
she would be given tons of shares of the company, even if she didn't have to like actually stand in as the CEO, right? Like, but yeah, I mean, they just got donated 6 mil, and then he had something like 20 mil. She was a millionaire before that, and the company's worth 500 mil, and he owned it, and so he owns most of the shares. I mean, I think it's like a nonprofit. It might be public though. So anyway, she should be set forever. So
Yeah, what you're
yeah.
saying is that it's
Yeah,
a choice that she's making to then involve herself versus an obligation that she would have.
And didn't she have her own business as well, like having
She had a
owning
clothing
that?
line, yeah, before they met, right? So, and I'm just saying, like, say she's legit, whatever. I'm just saying, if you go listen to Charlie, it's very obvious that he would have asked her to stay at home with the kids. So,
Aren't the
She had more
children
than a
still really
clothing
young
line,
as
bro.
well?
She had like a whole thing where she was being accused of trafficking children for some
yeah,
mission that was in other countries. These are goddamn lizard people.
Man,
Like, don't
yeah. So,
forget
so
that.
she did, but
These
she
are
didn't make
not.
her money with that, though.
Yeah,
but
I know, but these are
I
not
can't find
people, though.
anything
You
to
know, like they.
legitimize
These are
that
not like.
claim.
These aren't normal people like you and I. These are goddamn cold-blooded lizard people.
Either
Even if they're not
either
real
that or
lizards.
Satan is very crafty. Like
I
Yeah,
can't
even
find
because
if they're
anything
not
isn't
that.
real
that devil
lizards,
horns?
they're lizard. They're cold-blooded lizard
Okay,
people.
dude,
Like,
so you already said that. I
yeah,
can't
Yeah,
find
well,
anything
we
to
have to also
legitimize.
account for
Oh
Satan
my
being
somebody.
God.
extremely crafty.
You
Okay.
guys, can you guys go
Okay,
one at a time,
who is that
please?
guy trying to talk? You're
Oh,
really low, but go ahead.
I can't find anything that legitimizes that claim that she was banned from Romania and for trafficking people though.
No,
I heard some.
she wasn't banned or like accused. She was involved with the like Save the Children organization in Romania, I think. I think that's what my research ended at. So she wasn't actually banned. Um, there was a big issue with child trafficking in Romania, and there were supposedly accusations that some of the children they helped came up missing, but there was no like she was accused, she was kicked from the country, she was banned. Like that part of it is not true.
That's
Okay.
good. And what about
So
the
she worked
devil
for
horns
Save the
that she?
Children, which was practically one of the things that were children's. Okay, I mean, yeah, I mean that could go either way. That she didn't know that,
And I will say
or
there's other sketchy stuff, right? So there's even like information that came from her that she says something that they moved to Arizona temporarily back in the day, and she says she posts that they moved to Arizona because her mom's working with Homeland Security. Um, his dad was like an architect for Trump, and then her dad like helped found the Israeli branch of like some surveillance tech company or something like that.
Maybe she was a
So
honeypot. I don't know. But me and Dan would
that's
have
not
conflicting
surprising.
stories where we met because he chased me around in high school. I didn't even see him. He was like, "Who is that girl?" Like that's a real story. Like you can ask him. He's right here. And then my story would be like his friends invited him to my party, and like so, yeah. I don't know. Apparently, I was walking fast, and he walks fast, so he was attracted to that. So he was like, "Who is that?"
Oh, well, this is a little
But
different,
yeah,
dude.
like I mean,
One
I
of the
don't know. I wouldn't
stories
say
is
that's
that this is different though. One of the
discriminatory. I see
stories
what you're saying.
is a little different. One of the stories is that she went to Turning Point to be interviewed, and then he hired her or refused to hire her because he wanted to date her. The other story is that they were eating at a restaurant, and that's when they first met, and they started talking there. So like those are like both memorable things. Like in the case that he recognized you in high school, but you didn't. Like yeah, I get that. Like she recognized him on the pilgrimage, but he didn't recognize her. But this is like they're both acknowledging that they interacted directly. I don't know. I guess it's possible, but Candace Owens is the same way. Like when Candace and her husband tell the story about them meeting, they have different stories, they contradict, and different stories when they're sitting in the same room. They both tell a story together that's different. And then they supposedly got engaged 18 days later. And I don't know. I will say this. I do not just throw accusations out. So, like, I'm not making any claims here. I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying, like, if you were to ask me what I think, if Charlie Kirk actually got assassinated, Eric Kirk either A was in the know, B was like something as egregious as a honeypot, or C has like at the least like let the newfound like fame, worldwide fame and money kind of get to her, and she is really kind of like honing in on that at the moment or something. Like that's just my opinion, and I can have my own opinion. And my own opinion is that it is absolutely inappropriate for her to leave her kids and leave the house when they need her more than ever. And they've grown up with her in the home 24/7 up to this point. So now they're going to lose their mom in the house right after losing their dad forever, right? Like that's wild to
Yeah,
me.
yeah, she should be with them. Hopefully, they have some life insurance. But what are your thoughts about the devil horns? Some people are saying that's just "I love you" in sign language, American Sign Language, for maybe the
Yeah,
people who are.
yeah.
What
People
are your
are
thoughts?
saying that. That's definitely the official excuse. I guess like there is some truth to that. But also, like, I mean, it is also a Masonic hand symbol, like with the thumb out. They're basically saying, like, the thumb out is I love you, the thumb in is the devil horns. But I've seen people do the thumb out a lot. And I don't know, but like, you can find the thumb out in the Masonic handbooks, right? So who really knows? Either way, it was weird. Like, it was weird. And it was like right after Trump, like, nodded at her. And then she turned and did it. And then he hugs her and she's like smiling. She's like looking all sad. And he's like smiling, biting his lip. It just, I don't know, man. It was all very weird to me. I mean, there were some good moments. There were some good moments, but there were some weird moments. And here's another thing that really rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know if you guys have seen it, right? First, she did a stream from his office and she's like touching his chair and she says a bunch of like kind of weird stuff. It's like scripted. Um, but whatever. You could just say like, well, she's getting on camera. She's gonna obviously kind of have some talking points, whatever. She does the speech and she keeps patting her eyes as if she's crying, but she's not actually crying. Like she's not actually crying. She has this dark makeup on. Nothing gets on the handkerchief. There's no actual tears ever seen. She just keeps patting her eyes as if she's crying. So it just looks like she's acting. And can someone explain to
Dude, I don't
me
know if
why
I could
his
cry
wife
in
would
front
be
of like a
acting?
whole country.
Why would you pretend
I
you're
don't know.
crying though?
I'm trying to put myself in like their shoes, but I don't know her from like I don't know her at all. So I can't even
Yeah,
defend
the
her.
question
But
would
I
be,
do
let's say,
think Charlie
sorry,
was like legitimate. I think he was like sure. I think he was
yeah, and that's why I think they silenced him, right? And the question is, if they silenced him, did they inform his wife to get her involved, right, or keep her innocent? Because yeah,
No,
I think he
maybe.
was just getting people to think for themselves, and he was taking on abortion. But yeah, thank you.
Well, so the reason I think Charlie might have really been legit is because I've listened to a lot of him. So I will say, like, if people haven't really listened to him, I mean, dude, it's real easy just to come and be like, you wouldn't be that big, you wouldn't be that famous unless you're in the. Because there are people that would say, I've been on Infowars, I'm a Masonic shill, you know, and I like obviously that's a lie. So I think that's incredibly stupid. And then I hear those same people say it about so many other people, and I'm like, okay, so is it possible that they're just doing the same thing they're doing with me with all these other people, right? And then like I know a producer from InfoWars and she's just like a truther, a flat earther. She's like tells me inside scoops about that place that's like just very real life. And then I like meet some of the people and I'm like, okay, these are just normal people. Same thing with Sam Tripoli. People swear up and down Sam Tripoli. He's been on Joe Rogan 5 times. He's in the system. I met Sam Tripoli. He's just a guy, dude. He's just a guy. They just do a podcast in an old abandoned church, right? Like I didn't. It was just he's just a dude. So I don't know. Like I think that when people work really hard and they get some type of success, that's possible without selling your soul. I think you hit a
Yeah, like
certain
King
point
David, I
where
mean, he was the king,
exactly.
but he was like we know, you know, who he was from the scriptures. There's a lot of his writings about his like personal relationship with God and his personal life. So I mean, yeah, I think people obviously can get famous if especially if they're preaching righteousness. Like the Lord will make your voice heard if He wants your voice heard. And yeah, I don't know that you
And
just
this is
got
the
like
thing.
be like wary for you to just accuse everyone, especially like I'm more wary when I accuse like Christians and stuff that
Yeah,
I
and
see the
so
fruit of them and the fruit of them is authentic and true.
I would say like this is another reason that I'm like hesitant to just say I know that Charlie Kirk's assassination was fake is because the idea that would be done to me is like super sad. So like this idea that if I come back streaming, which I thought I was stepping away and then decided I wasn't, blah blah blah, and I've like all kinds of stuff has happened in the last like 9 months for me or whatever. If I decide to come back and I come up with a plan and I'm gonna like use AI to create all this content. I'm going to automatically upload to all these things and try to come up with creative ways to try to go viral and get the words out and whatever. If I do all this stuff and work super hard around the clock trying to like build my channel to get truth out there, if I have some type of success and I end up, if I was ever assassinated or killed or something, the idea that tons of people in this room would immediately just be saying they know it's fake, they know I sold out, like that's super sad. You know how sad that is? So, like, I don't I mean, I
Yeah.
whatever, I'd be fine at the moment, right? Because I'm a believer, it's fine, but, like, that would be sad. It'd be sad for my family to see that, it would be sad just in general. So, like, I try not to do that, bro, because I just don't think that's a good idea. I think that, like, questioning
Okay.
things is good. I think that
Mm.
voicing, skepticism is good, or even coming to an opinion where you're like, "No, I don't buy it. I don't think it's real," whatever, but, like, I think,
Just
like,
looking
talking bad on him and stuff and, like, acting like you know that he's like a. Because I was basically told I'll stop ranting, but I was saying what happened when I went to Antarctica is I was told that I was, like, a Masonic agent that was just enlisted in a psyop to deceive the whole world. Do you know how evil
Okay.
that is? That's crazy. So to accuse someone of that, I think is kinda crazy. So I think we should
I
not do
just
that.
want to hang on. I
and
just
there
want to
is
bring something.
disinformation agents.
Sorry,
Hang
Tyler.
on,
Yeah,
superiors,
Sorry,
man.
Tyler, to cut you off there. I'm sorry about that. Just want to say this. Are you aware that the film called Snake Eyes depicted that very event, or it was copied?
Yeah, yeah,
Did you hear about that? It was brought to my
yeah,
attention yesterday. I've
Charlie
never seen the
Kirkland
film.
Charlie Kirkland,
Excuse me.
1998. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Gets
right.
shot in the
So
neck. Yeah.
yeah, that's not. Isn't I've never seen the film, so I thought that was a bit suspicious.
Super suspicious.
Coincidental.
Super suspicious. Charlie would have been like 4 years old at the time, so it would have meant that he was born into the Illuminati. It was planned. His whole life was planned the whole time, and that's pretty crazy, but not impossible. And then there's also the
Right.
Illuminati cards. I don't know if you've heard of that. The Illuminati
Yeah,
card. Yeah.
yeah,
So
yeah.
there's some creepy stuff for sure, or some weird coincidence. Like that would have to just be a coincidence, right? And then there's
What
Yeah.
is the Illuminati card? What
the,
is that?
the Illuminati card that says enough is enough on it. I made a post on X about it, but it says enough is enough, and it has like what I thought looked like Trump. Someone's saying it's from another movie scene. I don't know, but it kind of looks like resembles Trump screaming. It says enough is enough, and then the most recent or like the last short posted on Charlie's YouTube was titled "Enough is Enough," and it was a video of Trump talking about the stabbing on the bus, And then the description of the Illuminati card is our snipers can drop you anywhere at any time.
Yeah.
The
Do
what
you?
on the card was that?
The little description underneath the
Oh.
It's
title.
posted right there. Yeah, yeah.
Do you think that Israel is responsible for this?
Oh, if he really died, then I think absolutely, yeah. Like he turned on Israel and they took him out.
Do you think that there's any? Do you think that there's a possibility there's a concerted effort to demonize Israel right now?
If it's fake, then there is absolutely one, right? Like that's the major difference here. Like if it was real, then it seems like they're really still trying to protect Israel. And if it's fake, it would mean necessarily that there was a huge plot to have everyone turn on Israel, and that they then wrote the script. So Charlie started kind of pivoting on Israel and started publicly questioning and criticizing them, and then got taken out, and that they tried to guide everyone in to thinking Israel took him out, which would be crazy. I mean, that would be crazy if all of a sudden their psyops are intentionally trying to get us against Israel. But it would kind of make sense over the last, like, I don't know, the last like year, 2 years, they've all of a sudden lifted the censorship a lot on Israel, and now everybody's talking about it. Everyone knows about them. Everyone, even people on the far left, hate Israel. And I mean, who knows? That's a good question. That's why figuring out what happened is actually going to help us a lot, because we're going to now know either they want us to turn on Israel, which means we should probably be pretty cautious, or they're just still desperately trying to cover up any criticism of Israel. So.
Then
Have
why
you
would they
seen the
put
South
plants?
Park episode addressing that? Brand new episodes.
No.
Basically, so Jesus is like a living character in their world. No one really cares about him, but he like walks among them, right? He lives in the town of South Park. So the principal goes Christian. So woke principal turns into Christian principal, and he brings Jesus, literally the Jesus figure, into the school himself to like be the new counselor for all the kids. And for some reason, uh, everyone hates Jews in the show now, and Cartman feels like his identity has been stolen from him, because that used to be like his thing that everyone would be like, hey, you can't say that. And now he's like, everyone's saying it, and I don't stick out anymore.
Oh, yeah, I have seen a clip of that. And then there's a kid that makes a podcast where he's talking trash about the Jews.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Yeah.
Cartman's like, that's my gig. Everyone's stealing my gig. How do I get attention on me now? Cause he's he's an attention whore, but now, yeah, it lost its power because now everyone feels the same way in the town of South Park.
Yeah.
Right. In
that's
the
true.
next 2 minutes, I'm going to post a documentary. It's short. It's about 50 minutes long, 55 minutes. It's called the October 7th was an inside job by John Hankey. I did post it in here before. I'll post it again for anyone who's interested. October 7th was an inside job by John Hankey. Now, John Hankey did the expose on JFK's assassination.
Yeah, but the evidence on his face is for sure that Israel definitely at the least had prior knowledge and let the October 7th attack happen for sure. But
Yeah.
Why would he say he's worried they're gonna kill him?
Oh, Charlie Kirk. He was talking about October 7th, but
If he was really trying to fake his death, like, I don't know. I guess it can go either way, but there's other people like who I believe really did go against the government, like Phil Schneider and other crazy people. They call crazy. Like I think they
and they kill
literally
him.
kill these people. The
Yeah.
people who actually go, the real whistleblowers get off.
Yeah, that's true. I think that there's a lot of truth to the fact that believers are kind of protected though. So like when you get killed, like Yah's letting it happen for sure. And so like you can see like, okay, well look at the impact that he's making. And he used his death for that. Um yeah, I mean this for those who don't know, right? Harrison Smith made a tweet a few weeks ago and said that he has a connection that knows Charlie, and said that he is afraid that Israel's going to kill him if he continues to speak out or if he turns on them. That if he turns on Israel, that they're going to take him out. And then there's been a few other people that have said that he was getting really nervous about it. There's also another clip where Charlie says, "Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have security then Israel is the place to go. So he basically saying he had an Israeli security detail because he thought they had the best security in the world.
And yeah, while we do make our assessments, we should always keep in mind that just because what the military is doing, that doesn't necessarily reflect amongst the population. Like imagine us, right? Or you're American, and then the government, which you didn't actually agree to, decided to do X, Y, Z. That doesn't necessarily reflect upon you, right? So we shouldn't just maybe blame even the citizens.
For sure. Although there is no doubt that there is a decent percentage. Like they did a survey of people that live in Israel, and how many of them asked if they think that Israel should completely take over ownership of Palestine, and like 75% said yes. And I do know it is like it's almost like an inside secret, an open secret, right? That people that live in Israel, a lot of them, they believe that it's prophetic that they're going to take over greater Israel. And so they're going to, I'll say this, probably a disturbingly large percentage of the citizens adhere to ethnic supremacy ideology.
Yeah,
But for
like
sure, it's not
50%.
all of them, but it's like a disturbingly large percentage. But like obviously you can't. Yeah, you obviously can't. Like imagine if they did that to us. This is why the Middle East hates America. Well, they specifically hate our government, right? Because we went over there and dude, think
Yes.
about what we did in the Iraq War. We killed over 1 million civilians. Why would they not hate America's government? So yeah, I get you. I do think though that like, I mean, it's hard to know. I've seen some interviews that are like, "What the hell?" and then they will say, "Dude, everyone here knows that," or "Everyone here thinks that," or obviously they're not literally everyone does, but I don't know. And I will say this: the Bible says that Israel will be the first one to be judged. So in the scenario that is the real Holy Land, and that there is a decent portion of people that come from the tribe there, um, it says that they're going to continue to rebel against the Creator, and that He's going to bring all the nations against them, which is interesting because we kind of see that happening, and they will physically invade, and He will allow major destruction, and something like 2/3 of them will die, and then there will be a remnant that hear His call and flee and are protected. Uh, so that's pretty crazy too, right? Like it says that like 2/3 of them will die.
And when they flee, maybe they go to outer space.
No, they just go to the mountains.
It's almost as if that's what they're using as a playbook to try and make happen.
But who is they, right? Because why would Israel do that? Because they'd be screwed.
Right?
You're saying like not Israel, right? You're saying like powers that be that are turning
Yeah.
people on Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's as if they're using the Abrahamic religions to push this whole thing to. I mean, it's the whole thing with the red heifers, right? Like, they're trying to force this thing to happen.
Yeah. Or it was just prophesied and it could happen, right? Like, because say that the prophecy's real, say if for anyone that doesn't believe in it, just say hypothetically it's real and that it's really going to happen. Well, you could always then say, "Oh, they're just trying to make it happen," right? It'd be hard to really ever know which was which, right? I don't, because I thought of that too. Like, what if this is all counterfeit, and then really it all happens for real or something, right? I don't know.
Well, yeah, the only reason why I would say they would be forcing it to happen, like why it would be counterfeit, is because, like, seeking out four perfect red heifers isn't on the average typical person's mind. Like, that idea came from somewhere, right?
Yeah,
It's
but it's
not
not
going
the
to just be.
Christian prophecy, right? Just to make the distinction clear, that's
Right,
the
yeah, I get
Jewish.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
right. I get it. That's why I said, Abrahamic. Like, and I get that
Yeah.
Christianity falls within that, but does veer from that.
Oh, there's no doubt the Jews are trying to make the prophecy happen. I mean, they don't even hide that. They openly state that. In fact, they say that
that's
the
yeah,
world has
that's
to be in a really bad state for the Messiah to come, so they try to expedite evil. There's like a sect of
Dude, they're
Judaism that
not trying
believes that.
to make that happen. That's like
Antichrist
counter
too.
propaganda.
I'm
How's
just
it
gonna say
propaganda? That's what the Jewish rabbis say. Wait, can you go find like any real religious Jew that doesn't want the Messiah to come?
Yeah, but
it's
most
true.
Jews are
There
not
is
like
real
that, where they
Jews there too.
want evil.
No,
Like
I
Middle
said a
Eastern
small
Jews.
sect of Judaism.
But I was just gonna say, if Charlie Kirk, before we move off of him, if he really like, he is in a very important position. He is like the leader of Turning Point, which is like the Republican student organization of the colleges. This will be the future Republican leaders. The Republicans are who supports Israel. So if he actually got the future Republicans to turn against Israel, and he just like he was like they're like he was with them for a long time. A lot of people were. They didn't even know like that they were like so evil. I mean, I didn't either. I just kind of went along. I didn't look into it or whatever. But if he like being in the position he's in, if he did turn against them, I see why they would kill him because he's in such an important position for the future of them. And then also, did y'all hear that like they recently caught like a bomb or something like it was like a camera or something like that was on one of the presidential cars that Israel had planted there, and they actually caught that. Like they were trying to like spy on the president or something like that. Did y'all hear that?
I did not hear that, but I wouldn't
It
be
was on a
surprised.
podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, have you guys ever heard the interview on Patrick Bet David's podcast where there's a former CIA officer and he's asking him all kinds of questions and he says, "So out of all the intel agencies, who would you say was like the best?" And he said, "Oh, for sure Mossad." Okay, and then a few minutes later, he says, "Okay, out of all the intel agencies, who would you say you trusted the least? Like out of all of our allies, intel agencies, who would you say that you trusted the least?" He said, "Oh, for sure, also Mossad." He said, "Really? Why?" And he said, he told a story about. He's like, "I'll just tell you a story." They would always send some representatives from Mossad to come over and visit, like the CIA headquarters, and they would always bring a gift and the CIA would always X-ray whatever was brought in there, and every single time that they brought a gift, they bugged it, and we would tell them that we caught them and not to do it again, but they would just keep doing it every time. Every time they'd bring gifts, and they'd always have bugs. Just I guess hoping that one would eventually slip through, and eventually they actually had to ban them from the building. So it doesn't surprise me at all if they bugged the president's car because that's what they do. But I will just say, I do think Taylor's right. Like this is the part I'm trying to make sense of. Charlie Kirk
Yeah.
has notoriously been super pro-Israel, and to the point that there's like the Groyper War that Nick Fuentes led way back in the day when he was still super censored. The whole point was that he mobilized Groypers in every area that Turning Point went through, and they would go up to the mic and they'd bombard Charlie Kirk with questions about like things that Israel had done, like the USS Liberty, or one guy famously was like, "Where like have you ever like have you heard that Jews are really good at dancing, or are really good at whatever, like yeah, break dancing or something?" And he's like, "Yeah, I swear, trust me, Google dancing Israelis." So they would like troll him and ask him questions and tough questions about Israel, and he would always try to defend them, and he'd get angry. So this is like years in the making, where he would always go to bat for Israel, and then all of a sudden, the last few weeks, he started to turn on them, right? And he turned down a trip to Israel, and he was voicing that he didn't like Netanyahu, and he told supposedly Tucker and Kenneth he didn't like Netanyahu, and he was saying Epstein clearly worked for Mossad and that we demand the full Epstein list. And then he jumped on Patrick Bet David. He said, like, by definition, what they're doing is an ethnic cleansing. Um, like, he was not happy with what Israel was doing. He was calling them out. Then he recently, like just a few days before he was assassinated, had Ben Shapiro come on, and you could tell Shapiro was super surprised. He started asking him questions about Israel and saying like, "Oh yeah, well, so is it safe to say we maybe shouldn't believe everything the media says when it comes to Israel? Because I know I, for one, have been conditioned over the last few years not to just believe whatever the media says." So there was, and then he was talking to Beck and Kelly, and they were talking about it, Israel, and then he housed the debate between Dave Smith and like a pro-Israel guy, where Dave Smith's just like burying Israel. That's that Jewish guy that like hates Israel, right? Anyway, so the point is like,
way out of character, he randomly started turning on them. And just like she said, not only did he have a huge influence on the young generation of conservatives, which is where Israel is really scared they're losing support and they need it. They need the conservatives to support them or they're screwed. It's like, no, not only that, but the one person they had that was influencing the youth that was pro-Israel, if he turned, they then had nobody. So it's not even just like they would have lost some influence. It was like the only guy they had that the youth listened to at all that still defended Israel. So they had every motivation in the world to take him out. And if it was faked, this was immaculate playwriting. It was planned over 20, 25 years in advance, at least. And they now want to cause us to turn on Israel. That's
Dude, or
pretty
what if
crazy.
they don't want us to call? What if they don't want us to turn on Israel? So they're faking, like they're putting fake propaganda out there that he didn't die. Like, dude, the government, the disinfo agents, they are so intelligent with psychology. I believe that they could have things planted and people out there planting fake conspiracies to throw people off, like to get us off that idea that they really took them out. Just saying, just a food for thought. Just think, think about every option.
Yeah, maybe so, but like with any high-profile assassination, there's always going to be a group of people that are going to auto hoax it. Like I've heard 3 different people in here today say that like before they even saw the video, they knew it was fake. They just immediately auto hoax everything. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, those could both be true, but I'm just saying like people will think that anyway. Because there's so many layers to this, right? Because it's like they obviously give us the mainstream story. The official story has nothing to do with Israel, and it actually looks like they're trying pretty hard to sell us the official story. Because I forgot the name of the guy that was appointed to the FBI, the Indian dude. Um, Anyone know his name?
Cash Patel.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Patel, he like recently posted on X, and he was like, "Here are all the things we're looking into," and he lists off like all the conspiracies that have gone viral on like TikTok. So this is like I said this earlier, it's like a new era where we're now watching the supposed opposition administration that's outside of the system that's gonna, finally fight for freedom, which we know was all just BS, but where they're like actively placating to the conspiratorial side of things, which shows you that they've ran logistics and that most people under the age of like 30 or so are 40 are like conspiratorial now and don't trust the government at all. And there he listed off all these things. We're looking into multiple shooters. We're looking into he actually got shot from the right. We're looking into the plane that left 15 minutes after and turned its transponder off. These are all things that people found out on the internet and then made a video about. And that shows that they're really trying to convince us that we can trust what they say with their investigation. And their official claim is still that Tyler Robinson guy was the shooter and that they found his text messages. Guys, like, why would they even be looking into all those things if those text messages were actually legit? Right? So I don't know. I'm all over the place with it. I'll stop ranting, but there's like just so much to it. I guess the last thing I'll say, it's like your options here are either they they had the patsy in the crowd claim that was at the 9/11 and the Boston bombing immediately say, "I shot him, kill me," just to give the guy enough time to get away. And then they immediately pulled him up on child porn charges. Now he's like in jail, so he can't be interviewed or anything. And then they have the guy they set up on the roof and they either told the story so ridiculous that anybody can see through it, which is that he mounted a scope and then shot it without zeroing it in, and then he took apart a hunting rifle with a screwdriver and then put it in his backpack or his pants and jumped down and then waited a few hours and left the screwdriver on the roof, but then decided to put it back together somehow without a screwdriver before he disposed of it wrapped in a towel on a piece of property that was owned by a company that ties back to Palantir. And then, conveniently, when he's freaking out of the most high-profile political assassination in the 21st century, he decides to write out a ChatGPT style, perfectly formatted, play-by-play confession to his like tranny lover, uh, and blah blah blah. Right? Then he supposedly confessed to his dad, and his dad called him in, and so he confessed and turned himself in, and then they immediately said he's not cooperating, he's denying it, and he lawyered up. So which one is it? So the story's so stupid that one argument could be made that they made the story with so many holes and flaws, they want you to see through it and question it. Because if you do that, then what happens is we start debating about stuff like the caliber and is that the real shooter and that guy's a patsy, and we just kind of operate under the assumption that the assassination was real and the feds are covering it up. And then the other option is like, well, it was all fake, right? And they actually want you to believe that official story, even though it's just ridiculous. And they're doing the best they can, but like now, just people have the internet and we're questioning everything, and we're too good at kind of poking holes, and they're adjusting as quick as they can as we point out the flaws, which actually does kind of seem like what they're doing in a way. So anyway,
Dude, it was
that
an
was,
open event. Like, if it was AI generated, like people say, oh, it's an AI glitch. Dude, it was an open student event. Like, students can go to it. Imagine like how many students would have to be in on it, plus any ones that decided to come by their own volition if it was like AI generated. So it would have to be something where it was like somebody was there and something happened. It wasn't like just AI generated at the least.
I know someone that knows someone that was there.
And they saw it?
No, they were on the campus. They didn't actually see it, no. But that they just said that they can verify the event was real. It was known it was going on, and that they like walked by the event when people were piling in and all that.
I mean,
so that would be wild.
It's theoretically possible that they could have had like the first 20 or 30 rows would all be actors, and then the only real people would be further out. But then they'd have to like make sure that no real people like slip down and get close, you know. And like I don't know that they had like, I don't think they had like ticketing and hardcore security, you know. But I'm just saying it's possible that there could have been like a closer group of people, like the first 10, 20, 30 rows or whatever, that would have all been actors. But I'm not saying that's what it is.
Actors?
I'm just saying theoretically.
Has anyone heard that the guy, I think like the bald guy who tried to take credit for it as soon as it happened, the first suspect that was detained, he's been photographed at like 3 other similar big events like this.
Yeah,
he
was
called
in
in the planes at 9/11. Good.
Oh, did he call him in? I thought he was like a witness of 9/11. And I thought he called in the bombing. There was some other bombing in Utah. Then I guess he was also connected to the Boston bombing as well. I think I read.
Yeah, supposedly he made a call reporting the plane, and then because he witnessed it, and then he called and made a fake bomb threat during the Boston bombing, and then was at this. He's also interviewed on a radio station where he explains like he was being sent out to all these different. He's like some like Republican libertarian, and obviously someone's funding him to go to all these different events supposedly. So I don't know.
George Zinn, I think is his name, like Zinn.
Yep.
But
And then
the
he was pulled
fact
up on
that,
child porn, so no one can talk to him.
yeah, and the fact that all of that is the case and came to light so quickly makes me wonder, is that like grassroots organic? We found this out, or like, was that something? Is that a shiny object they're laying at our feet for us to go, ooh, I found something shiny. Look at this. I'm gonna pick it up.
By the way, I don't think just with the shooting thing, I don't think necessarily you would need all kinds of CGI or AI stuff, because they can wire him up with a little pneumatic blood squib thing and make it look fairly real. You know, granted, a lot of people are going to turn away. Then there's the question: is why aren't there as many, video footages as one would think there would be? But I'm saying it is possible that they would even just let it be the blood squib and the fake blood and all that, and then just let that be what rolls out, and just. I know that's kind of a steep thing like a steep incline is what I mean. I'm trying to just use that as a frame of turn of phrase. Like that's kind of a steep thing to kind of believe, though, that they could make
I went to
make
a
that all
Turning Point
perfect.
event before.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were like.
No, I was
finishing.
just fumbling my words. Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. I went to an event before at my school. And it was it was a prominent figure, but it wasn't Charlie Kirk. It was another one. And like, honestly, now that I think about it, like nobody was recording. I'm just saying, just based on personal experience. Like I saw people like listening, but I didn't see people like with just their phones out. But
Yeah, I was gonna
maybe
say the
that's
same thing
people
because
probably
because they're so long, right? Like so like people stand in line to speak and the people sit there for like 2 hours plus. So like you would maybe record at random times, but you're definitely gonna go to the event and then just record the full 2 hours. Because you just like wouldn't even experience it.
It is weird though. There's a picture someone posted where it's like the whole crowd, and it's like almost no one has their phone out. And it's the little. It was on X, and it was like, "Do you see something weird here?" It almost looked like a crowd from the '90s. You know what I mean? When we didn't have phones like this, so it does seem a little strange. Now, how many crisis actors could they really fill in there? You know, like could they really fill in like 70% of the people were all actors from Crisis Actor Island, and then the only real people were just milling around the outsides, you know, too far away to catch any footage.
And then none of those
I don't
people
know.
would come out. I mean, I guess they probably would have something like that set up to where, I don't know, they've threatened your family or something because I don't know. You would think like if they did that with how big it is, like they know they could be famous forever to come out and blow the lid off of it.
Well, I
Yeah.
actually have a slight answer to that, and it's pretty simple because there are certain people that hate certain things and people so much to the point where they may not even be getting paid for it. They just hated Charlie Kirk, or they hated guns, or whatever the reason is. It's not very difficult. You can actually look up online for crisis actor positions, and then it's. I would say that yeah, there was definitely some crisis actors in that type of event.
But
But
wouldn't that just be so risky though? Like if you just like half-heartedly just hired whoever would take the money because they're leftists, like
No,
wouldn't one?
Remember the
That
boomer
would
who
be
pretended like he was the one who did the shooting,
Yeah,
and then
he
they
was
found out he
obviously
actually.
sent there. That guy, regardless of what
No,
happened, was
but here's the
obviously
thing.
sent.
He pretended like he was the one that did the shooting, and then they found that he actually had child pornography on him. So they arrested him.
it
Allegedly,
is
yeah.
it is risky to hire too many people like that way because that type of people that would be hired like that obviously aren't very principled people that don't have loyalty to themselves or anything in this world. So they'd have a lot to gain by they, to blowing the lid off of it. Even if they would support it in general, then they're like, a lot of them would probably think to themselves, how much I could probably milk some more out of this. They
Yeah,
paid
or
me
when they
for
like, if it was
participating.
fake, they'd be pissed, right? They'd be like, "Wait, look how much like praise this guy is getting. Like, screw that. I'm gonna tell you guys how this was all fake or something." They would have to enforce it with like, "We'll kill your family" or something, right? Like, for sure. They have
Yeah,
to
but
pay
we
him
don't
lots
really
of
know
money and
like
stuff.
we don't know how many people they may have that are part of their thing. I mean, you can go into wild theories that they're all shape-shifting reptiles or something wild, but I mean,
Or
outside
MK
of that,
Ultra,
like
some like Earth.
yeah, like who yeah, I mean, exactly. There's like theories that all the kidnappings that happen and all the child trafficking, like we don't really know how many people they may have like on some other island or whatever that they're either have mind controlled or just that are part of their network. I mean, I know those are some big implications and kind of leaps to consider to what degree they have that, but um, I mean, could there be a whole breakaway civilization that these people are from? I don't know. The mind could go in a million directions, but
Personally, I would think if they faked it, like they would fake it in front of a bunch of real people because it just makes the event so much more real, right? Like you would have maybe a few people in place that would know it's going down, like all those security officers and stuff like that. A lot of them would kind of know, like, okay, we're about to start. It does look like Charlie kind of signals something, but maybe he's not. I don't know. But that
oh, the signal
personally, that's how I
definitely.
would do it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Dude, I absolutely think there's something to the signaling. I mean, it's just through my eyes. I'm not trying to like assert it and debate it and prove it to anyone else. This event is so intense that like I'm not even necessarily settled on what all went down yet either, as many of us are not like, decided as it were, or even, distilling it down. But it's so wild at this point. Everyone's gonna have their different viewpoints. I just like respect and honor everyone's journey and viewpoint with it. So I'm not trying to like assert it in that way, but I absolutely think to my eye, when I've watched a lot of the footage, like basically the guy's asking the question, trans shooters. He asked that question. He's like, to me, that part sounds scripted. Like the speaker that's talking to him, to me sounds scripted. And he's kind of rushed and he's like, do you know how many trans shooters there's been? And then Kirk picks up the mic and says, too many. And then everyone cheers and he puts the mic back down. And then there's a little moment of cheering. And then the kid goes, okay, I'll give it to you. Yeah, 5 is too many. And then right then, Kirk goes up, itches his face. He touches his face. The thing is, I know what I'm about to say. Somebody could rebut it and say, no, there's just normal. People touch their faces. I hear that, and that's fine. It's all coincidence kind of thing. That's fine. I'm not even trying to suppress that idea if someone thinks that, because I'm just saying it through my eyes, the way I've seen it. that Kirk goes up and touches his face. The Frank Turek in the white hat does turn his head. To me, it looks like a recognition that Frank Turek is making. Turek is making when he sees that, and then he does the hat symbol, and then the guy in the black turns his head and looks, and right when Frank Turek does the hat signal, the guy in the black turns his head and looks at Frank Turek. So there's like a 1, 2, 3, and then it's right after that obviously the gun violence quote that he says, and then to me it looks like he braces. Again, that could be debated. I know people could say no, but he's just like the way he kind of clenches as if he's practiced. He knows the pneumatic thing's going to pop off. He knows it's coming. And then right when that happens, the guy in the black, the security guard, to me doesn't make a very authentic reaction. He makes a little jump, but he just like it's like he knew it was coming. To me, I think from my look at the body language and all that, and then he quickly scuttles over to pull him off the chair, because whatever, if there is a pneumatic squib and a fake blood, and from all that perspective, they wouldn't want him dangling up there for very long. Like if he's going to do that acting thing of putting the hands up and bending over, you'd want to get him off that chair as soon as possible. You wouldn't really want him to fall, in a weird way, or just have him dangling there or whatever. And it's like that guy is like there to catch him. And it's almost like he pushes him off the chair. And I mean, I know someone could say, oh, that's a very quick reaction. He just, he saw that he got hit real quick, but it just, to me, seems scripted and actor style, just to my eye. Again, I'm not trying to prove it to anyone else here. I'm not trying to like assert it in that way. I'm just saying to my eye, and then they pull him down. So anyways, I'm just saying the signaling thing to me, and in thinking, if they're going to fake it, they would need some kind of signaling system. Like Kirk would need to say, we're on, we're good. He would need some way to say we're good. And he can't necessarily say it into an earpiece or anything. Like he would have to have some way to say, we're good. I'm going to do the acting. The pneumatic thing's going to pop off here. And then Frank Turek does the signal, and then over to the guy in the black and all that. So, yeah,
that entails that the U.S. government was involved then, right? Because that's a lot more orchestrated than if it was from another nation.
So if they faked it, then absolutely the U.S. government was involved. He's talking about them faking it. I will just say, what the official explanation for that is, though, right, Gio? The official explanation for the hand signals is they're not denied to be hand signals. They are admitted that the guy in the white hat and that the guy in the brown shirt or the black shirt that like stretches his arm out and then like just rubs his hand in like he's doing like a baseball signal on third base or something. They say that the security regularly uses hand signals like that at events, and they found videos of them doing it at other events and stuff like that.
Well, I haven't heard that because Frank Turek did a whole, and I have a whole story to tell about my reading of his body language and his stuff, because he did a whole he did an interview on Megyn Kelly, and then there's another hour-long thing he did on his channel. Like he's been, to me, like the crisis actor nature of Erica Kirk is like mirrored in the Frank Turek character. But nonetheless, again, that's just my detection and read of his body language. But he says in that thing, he's like, at one point he's like, oh, people think I was signaling something with my hat. He's like, no, I was just touching my hat. So, I mean, at least from that.
You're right. You're right. I have heard that. And I mean, I like he's like standing up on stage or something. He's like standing up on a stage and he talks about or maybe he talks about it twice, but he says he's heard the conspiracies that he was signaling something, and then just says he wasn't doing that at all. But
yeah,
I think that he's not the official security. He's like the pasture position, and then the other guy that sticks his arm out and then rubs his hand down his arm, he's like security. And I want to say, I think on InfoWars earlier they showed a clip of another event, but I might be mistaken. It may have just been Alex Jones saying that argument and then them playing the typical clip. I don't know. I was doing something else. I know for sure that's what Alex Jones said today, right? He said that argument is stupid because security details do signals all the time. I've had security. I've seen them do hand signals. You can look at other events and you can see here that they do hand signals. And so I don't know if they showed one, but
Well,
Either way,
I've
it's
seen
whatever.
that.
Background to
I mean,
this.
that security guy, I've seen him. The one in the black shirt. He's definitely in the other Kirk. When he goes to colleges, so he's always kind of right beside him. But I don't know if I've seen anything that he's given those same signals and
That
other.
would be the thing to do, maybe. I guess the problem here, right, is our footage is limited to really what people have or what like Turning Point has published. So like the live stream, and then if they kept it up, and then whatever they published. Because say a bunch of students filmed on their phone when they came to their college, they're not like all uploading their footage of random events. Plus, no one even cares to see it. We would never find it. See what I'm saying? So like a lot of the footage we're dissecting is like college students' phone camera. So like we're not even I don't even know how we would verify whether or not they use
That's the tough
signals
part.
and
I have a
other.
hard. That's where I have a hard time. But when it comes to all the cell phone footage that should be there but isn't there, when it comes to these hand signals that are going to be used, police, military, and also baseball pitchers and catchers, they use these same kind of signals. So it's not uncommon.
Oh no, the
Yeah, I
military
mean,
specifically uses signals
Well, yeah,
like
it's not.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
but
I
I
mean,
mean, they
specifically, like I'll
oh,
just
go
say
ahead.
they claim that the hat one is the one for we're a go or whatever, like get in play or get ready to take the shot, and that the other signal is fire at will. I don't know how true that is. They have some manual showing different military hand signs. I don't really know.
I saw
Yeah,
that too.
about
There's I saw like a thing that showed all those sniper hand signals, and somebody had circled those two.
Yeah.
Um,
about the guy who was talking to Charlie Kirk, the guy at the microphone who was questioning him and stuff or talking to him. A couple days after the event, he did like an hour long interview with that Andrew Callahan guy. He's the guy on the YouTube channel called Channel 5 News. It's a YouTube channel name. He's the same guy who did that like really humanizing interview with Joe Biden's son recently. That was like his last
Oh yeah,
viral thing.
where he like makes the sales pitch for crack basically at one point.
Exactly. That same journalist, if you will, interviewed the guy who was on the microphone talking to Charlie when it happened just a couple days after the event. Somehow, I don't know, somehow he got that guy to talk to him before anyone else. And I would describe that entire interview like similar to the term humble brag. The whole thing was like a respectful mocking. You know what I mean? Uh, the whole interview was basically just about the conversation they were having when he got shot, and he got like a whole hour to defend how trans shooters are not statistically like more likely to be violent than any other type of demographic shooting and doing these assassinations and shit. And he was just explaining how Charlie's so wrong and he was so right, and how he has a YouTube channel and all of his community asked him to go put Charlie in his place, basically, and he felt it was his duty to attend this event to go tell him basically to defend trans rights and for everyone to respect trans people and that they're not violent.
Yeah, that stuff like that. Just like man, it makes me wish Charlie was legit and that the shooting was legit. And I don't know, man. It's like I guess that would work in either scenario, right? They would obviously amp up that side because they want division, right? It's not like they want everyone on the same page here. They definitely want the people. Because I mean, I guess you guys saw all the videos of people on the left, quote unquote, like cheering it on. And look, we're in a pretty dark place where I would like to venture to say when MLK was shot, although we know that he was a Freemason and he was a total psyop, that like most people, and maybe he's not the best example because probably a decent amount of racism back then, but just in general, like when JFK shot, I would like to think that pretty much everyone, whether you were Republican or Democrat, were like saddened by that. And we're in like a totally new era where
You got whether you think it's real or fake, people that think it's real were like celebrating his assassination like within hours, which is crazy. And that obviously is gonna
Yeah,
like
that is the
infuriate people.
yeah, that's a big difference to the old America, I suppose.
I mean, I've questioned though, are all of those legit, or it just whenever I've like done some searches on it, it reminds me a little bit of all the AI generated like during COVID, where it was like, you know, you could type in any number and cases, and it would like it was almost like there were these
Yeah.
AI generated articles. When I've looked at that phenomenon, I haven't gone that deep on it though, but I kind of had a little bit of that vibe. Like I just got a touch of that though. I haven't like done enough of it, but it almost seemed like just the massive number of articles of all this guy got fired. You know, they're getting fired for doing it. And it makes me wonder if like that's part of the psyop, a little bit of that, like if you know, there's a huge event and if you say the wrong thing, you lose your livelihood.
Totally
If you say
true.
the right thing,
Totally
you're
true.
fine. You know, and
Yeah.
granted, yeah, celebrating someone's death is awful and just, you know, I mean, you know, well, if it's a fake death, but if it's a real death, either way, doing that is distasteful, you know, on any level. But I just wonder if that was like hyped, like maybe there were some real ones, but were there even some fake ones, or and there's
And
a
they even
potential.
used Jimmy Kimmel, right? Like Jimmy Kimmel like supposedly got fired and ended up being like for 3 days, but it was because he said the wrong thing about it. Right. Like he was kind of like making light of it in a way and said, you know, Republicans are doing everything they can to pretend that this shooter was anything except for MAGA. And then he got let go. And he later said that he said that because his parents were, even though he got let go because like the text messages show that he obviously wasn't. But anyway, my point is like they used the famous like late night guy to like really push through that idea you're talking about, that like if you say the wrong thing about this, then you're gonna get fired. So
Yeah.
They
Seemed like
brought Discord into the conversation about this event a lot. They brought it up a lot too. Like, yeah,
yeah,
the shooter, he was indoctrinated by people on Discord. It's, it's so funny how the current administration and just like all these big cultural events seem to be catering towards giving a lot of attention to like online conspiracy theorists, as if like we're the biggest demographic out there that they have to like play towards. It's like, what? I thought we were a minority.
I don't think
Maybe
we are
not.
anymore. That's what I'm saying. I think
Yeah.
that things have changed. I think they ran logistics and like under 30, under 40, like that the majority position is that they go to TikTok and Instagram and X and watch reels to get their news. And no one believes the official story at all. And I think they know that.
Conspiracy is mainstream now, and it's
Yeah.
weird because
So
they seem to have a plan on how to handle that.
yeah. Yeah. And so then, of course, if that's the case, then there are truther traps. There are people that are like on the payroll, right? Like if back in the day, Mockingbird was that journalist and people on the news and the mainstream stations were CIA agents. Well, then today's version of that would be TikTok and Instagram and X influencers, right? Would be feds. And then they'll push the truther traps and the conspiracies, and then they've obviously got tons of accounts that are anonymous but have built up big followings that were fake, and they're pushing out these fake videos and these fake claims, right? I mean, they would be stupid not to do that. So yeah, it's like a new world. It's a new world. And that's why I thought it was so crazy. If no one's seen it, they should go read the Cash Patel post about the FBI investigation and read what all they say. We're considering tons of options, and they list all kinds of things. It's all conspiratorial things that if you had have even suggested we should consider like 15 years ago, you would have been like mocked and ridiculed and ostracized, you know, for even bringing it up as like a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now it's considered legitimate enough that the FBI is seriously considering and looking into all of the conspiracies.
I didn't hear him audibly say that. I had read that he calls him that. So it's just a coincidence that Trump and this Charlie Kirk, who's like this huge Republican, they've even talked about him being president. He's obviously like in with Trump in a lot of ways. Like his father was like the architect for Trump Tower, and then the Trump connection to Erica Kirk and the beauty pageants and all that. And then it just happens to be that, you know, another kid up on the roof as this big event. It's just
Yeah. Did
sort
you
of like
see how Trump reacted when they
lastly,
asked
it's
him?
like in It's like in that movie Back to the Future where he's like, "This all seems so familiar."
You remember when? Did you see where they asked Trump about it? They're like, uh, obviously your friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated. How you holding up after the last day and a half? And he says, pretty good, I think. So they're building the new ballroom over here. They've been trying to do that for like 150 years. Like he just acts totally unfazed, doesn't care at all.
Interesting. I had heard that, but I haven't like seen the footage of it.
Yo, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And then if you combine that with the memorial thing where he's just like chilling, sitting there smiling, and he hugs Erica Kirk and then like bites his lower lip like he's trying to hook up with her. Like he's like looking out at his friend, like, bro, I'm taking this home.
And then he does signal her when she does, like you were mentioning that too. He does a little, he like signals her twice to do the, you know, the horn signal or the, what is that? Baphomet is ultimately why they do that. Is that kind of a Baphomet thing?
Yeah, that's what they say. And then he smiles once she does it.
Yeah. It's almost, he's like his cue, like actors, you know, like, oh, you know, do your line. And then she didn't really get it because she was doing the fake, like crying into his shoulder. So she was like, she didn't really trigger by it. And then he did it again and she's like, ah, and then she puts her hands up and did it.
It's almost like Duper's delight when she does it. Like he looks out at the crowd like he can't hide how much he enjoys it. And that's why it makes me think like conspiratorial, like some people say Trump's the Antichrist or whatever, but like just that he's obviously like in some very dark occultic, like satanic type of things, right? So imagine his perspective if he knows either it was a sacrificial real assassination or it was all faked. They got all this energy, all this fear, all of this trauma. They have this huge memorial, this huge like stadium packed, right? Everyone's kind of watching the show and like really buying into it. And then he nods and she to signals her, she throws it up in front of everyone, and he just can't hide how much he's getting off on that. Like how
If
dark is that?
if Loosh is the real thing, this was definitely a major league Loosh harvesting event.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And nothing's
Yeah, I don't know.
making sense to any of us. None of us can come up with like the best explanation for it in a holistic way. So I suppose it's either if it is part of if there is like a plan to all of this, it's either so simple we're overlooking it, or it's far more complicated than any of us have fathomed. But it's
Like
definitely
some
not on
other
the level
factor.
that we're talking about right now. Because at the level we're talking about, like nothing adds up when you try to put it in one cohesive narrative.
I know. No, I actually hear you, dude. I'm not settled on it. I have definitely like a lot of my own like thoughts and evidences and the way that dude, at the beginning, like when it first happened, I didn't even, well, I mean, I could tell my whole story with it, but at the beginning, I didn't, I guess like I didn't really consider that it could have been faked and staged until later. Well, I generally don't auto hoax things. So I generally just kind of stay neutral and then just try to look into evidence, you know, with it. And the hit looked fairly authentic, like potentially real. I mean, when it happened, I talked to my mom like that day or the next day, and I literally said to her, I was like, I might have just seen a guy like get shot in the neck. Like I was like, I don't know about you, but have you ever seen anyone like get killed like that? Like literally shot? I mean, I've never been in the military. I've never shot anyone like or seen. I mean, in movies, but I've never like looked up like snuff films online to like watch someone dying or getting, you know, shot like that. So, I mean, I generally accepted it could have been real. Like I just didn't auto hoax it, and it looked pretty real to where there wasn't like any instant fakery. My position has changed on it as deeper I've looked into it, but that seems to be the way like with a lot of people in this, like just even in here discussing it. We've probably talked about it, what, 50 hours by now or more. Like it comes up at least once a day, it seems, and everyone going through it. And it seems like there's this sentiment of like, you know, some people are saying like they didn't really get me. I can't say I fully like to where I'm like, oh, they got me, but other people have been saying that like they got me. Oh my God. Like I think like Noah was saying that where originally he totally thought it was legit, and then now he thinks it's a complete, you know, faked event or whatever. And he's like, they got me. Oh my God. And then he was joking saying like, he's like, this is a turning point for me. He's like, I'm gonna 100% auto host from here on out or whatever. He was like joking, but Yeah, so it's kind of interesting how it seemed to hit everyone as potentially maybe real off the bat. And I mean, I think there's only in my mind a very, very small fraction in my mind that he was shot. Just because I haven't settled it yet, I can't say. And yeah, I mean that's the question: will we ever be able to? But at this point, it's a very, very tiny fraction in my mind that he actually was shot. From where I've come to
One
it at this point.
one crazy angle that I haven't heard anyone bring. This just came to me. One crazy angle that I haven't heard anyone come at it from because it's so unintuitive is that it was arranged, but Charlie was in on it and he actually did get shot, like a willing sacrifice.
Oh, well,
I
I
mean,
haven't heard anyone really say that actually. Like actually agreed to be killed. That's an intense one.
yeah, like for a cause,
I thought about
like
that.
a
Yeah, I thought about that too, man.
like a cult member who's like,
Yeah.
this will be my legacy. September 10th is my day for the rest of time. And or not even have those type of thoughts don't even need to be involved. Just the core idea there that, people can be convinced like kamikaze fighters, right? Like they
Well,
kill
like you make a
themselves for a
deal. You
cause.
make a deal, right? Like you're like, hey man, you're gonna be on the world stage, but here's the deal. You're gonna be a huge figure. People are gonna think you're like president caliber. You're gonna be like the number one, blah 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 blah, right? You're gonna be super famous, you're gonna crush it. But your role in the play is like you get taken out at 31 or whatever. Like he even agreed to it like a long time ago, where his parents agreed to it or something like that, you know? I don't
Yeah,
know.
That
I was
one's
thinking
tough.
more like that. I was thinking maybe like how did he get into the position he held? Like you got to wonder if people reach the heights they do on like the cultural stage, of like fame organically or if they're like groomed and propped up into these positions.
Yeah, dude,
And
and I didn't
good.
really know that much about who he was. If you want to keep going, I'll just be real brief. I didn't know that much of who he was, but I mean, I knew some. I saw some YouTube clips on my YouTube Shorts would pop up here and there, but I don't really follow like that level of politics, I guess, in that way. Um, but but like after this all happened, like he was flown on Air Force Two. Erica Kirk's walking off the plane with JD Vance's wife. Like I mean, I know, like what you were saying earlier, like potentially, like real people can get into positions. I mean, dude, I'm in that Netflix documentary, the Beyond the Curve thing, and I'm not involved with any of them. Like, Jaron literally put a video on his channel that said he's going to do this laser test at a canal. I looked up where it was. It was only like a 2.5 hour drive from where I was at. So I just decided to go. It wasn't. He didn't announce that there was going to be some filmers there until like a day or two before it. He did another video. He's like, "Oh, by the way, there's going to be like a film crew there." They contacted me. He's like, "I'm not really sure what the film's going to end up being, but they're going to be there." And I remember sitting like and thinking like, should I go or not? Like before I went because I was like, I don't want to be on film really. Anyways, I'm just saying I'm technically in that movie, and I realized someone else could say, "Oh, I'm part of a whole thing," but I'm not. Like so. I'm just saying like I understand your idea with that Witsit. That real people can actually just be involved to some level, but being like friends with the president and the vice president and you know what I mean, and being flown on Air Force Two when you die, and then having this huge event where the president shows up, to me it's kind of past that in my mind of him
No,
being.
I totally agree. Like he was he got the green light from someone higher up, right? But this is how I think about it. It's like kind of the more that I do kind of meet some people and stuff, I have a different vision of it, right? Like when I hear people, I don't think people always think about the implications of what they say sometimes in these circles. And they say it as though like the implication would be that there's a huge network of people in on the fact that the whole world is a stage. And that's just not ever really been my experience. Like when I talk to some people, I'm like, you sold out basically, or people that I wouldn't want to know. The vibe is more like they sold their soul, I guess, but it's because they kind of like they know that there are people that do sketchy things that are giving them their breaks or putting them in position or cutting those checks. Like they know they're receiving checks from people they shouldn't. And then they're told not to say certain things or whatever. And there's like, I don't care. Like, I won't talk about certain things. I'll have a couple opinions, whatever. Like, I think that's how it goes with rappers. I think that's how it goes with certain athletes. Like, I don't think that they're not considered important like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're just like useful idiots. Like, so they know some stuff, but they definitely don't know like anything when it comes to like the top levels of how much the world's a stage. So I think that that applies to the vast majority of people, and they get each individual to sell out in their own way, and that really they kind of find someone that does have talent organically or that did work pretty hard to make a name for themselves, and then they basically intervene and they're like, well, you're basically gonna fizzle out here, or if you really want to keep going and have your dreams fulfilled, you're gonna play by our rules. And they don't sit them down with a gun and say like, here's the deal, buddy. Like either you're going to sell your soul to Satan right now, or you're like, that may happen. I don't dispute that happens at all, but I just think it's much more discreet than that. And
Well,
also, I think that's the most logical thing. That's the most realistic thing. That's the most attainable thing. That's the most viable way that you would do this. That's the less risky way that you would do this. Because if you don't do that, you run the risk that at any point in time, just one of the many people that you let in on stuff would just say, you know what? They would kill me anyway. They may sacrifice me anyway. I'm miserable. I don't care. I'm just gonna say it and let them kill me. And I don't know. That's just kind of my take. Now I'm not saying Charlie. Charlie's a little extreme. Like you said, he was like, I mean, dude, he was at the top. And when you see what they rolled out afterwards, right? Like you said, like the jet he got on, which is just for like soldiers and stuff, it's like really weird. He may be an exception, but yeah, dude, I was saying, like when I hear people talk with so much conviction, they like there are people in the flat Earth community that they know in their mind, they know for a 100% fact that I'm like a Masonic actor that sold
So
his
you admit
soul.
it.
It's just kind of crazy, right? You can see my perspective if I'm on that side of it, and then I've heard them say that about like Harrison Smith and Owen Schroyer. From my experience, those are just real people, bro. Now, I'm not
But
saying I can't be fooled or anything. I'm just saying, like,
Covering
I
up for your
don't think
bros.
yeah. I
but
don't
isn't it
think
like a
at
spectrum?
all they're in on a conspiracy. Like, I think they just work at Infowars, bro. They think they just get to say whatever they want. That's just my opinion, right?
Dude, I'm
So
actually not even convinced Alex Jones is an agent, actually, an operative. Believe it or not, as many people think that he is. I'm not necessarily convinced that he even is an actual operative. But because that's what we're talking about. Like, is someone like an actual agent or operative? But like, aren't we kind of talking about a spectrum? Because you have like, let's say the regular old civilians that are not involved in anything. Okay, those are just the people. And then you have another category of people that are either like in music or Hollywood or where they have certain talents or they get brought into the fold somehow where they're not like in the highest level, but like you're talking about some of these people that, rappers and stuff that are maybe told they can't say something or they'll lose their deal if they do this, but they're not probably wanting to reveal too much. They're not going to like sit them down because once you do that, then they're potentially going to leak that information and then it could get out. So yeah, I would imagine they would minimize that and just try to control them in other ways through money and just through fame or, if they have to like frame them in some crime or something maybe. But, that's kind of all at that level where it's like regular civilian people, but they're being in some way brought into the fold of the, kind of highest level, quote unquote, of like maybe the actual like secret society, Freemason, Illuminati, whatever, the controller level. So, I mean, would you agree that there may be like, let's say those three levels. And so like, if they're at the highest level that they're completely in on it, then you get the NASA, well, the highest people at NASA that are making the fake globe pictures, the astronauts somewhere in there, like obviously layers of the globe deception, and then layers of all kinds of other banking, politics, big pharma, the media. You would have like the ones that are actually in on it,
yeah.
which is kind of freaky to think like who they are and like what is their mindset and like what's going on. Then maybe they're in a bloodline and they're possessed by demons. Who knows? And then you have like the civilian level kind of thing, and then the middle. So yeah, I just wondered if you kind of agree that's the case, because then
Yeah,
each
I
of
think
these
I think so.
individuals is going to fall into one category or another.
I think that then there's a group that's above all of that, and they're just in the bloodlines. They're entirely anonymous. I
Probably, yeah.
think that
Right,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
I think
And
that
maybe
like
another one that's not even human potentially.
for sure, and maybe even that has something to do with the bloodlines. Who knows? But like I think that even like really famous musicians and stuff, they're involved in like dark magic, quote unquote, or like occultic practices. Like I think that they do know. Like I think Ye knows they sacrificed his mom, and they didn't sit him down and say, "I'm gonna kill your mom." But he knew. He kind of knew in a roundabout way. They implied it, or they make you have firsthand knowledge of a murder, or you wake up and then they tell you that there was a 12-year-old in your bed last night. Whatever they do, like they're. I think it is still dark. Like as you get higher up in that spectrum, right? Like they know some stuff. They just know that they're part of something dark to get to that third level kind that you described, like I think that that section is probably a much smaller number. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's a really small number. I'm just saying like it's like a handful of people in each field. It's like the Jay-Z's, the P. Diddy's. It's
Let me get on this.
it's like a handful of people. That's what I think. It's like Charlie Kirk may be there, maybe, but like I will say, until he got shot, I would not have guessed he was.
Well,
And
that's
if
the
Charlie's
question.
entirely fake, he was a super good actor, in my opinion, because I've consumed a decent amount of his content. He seemed to truly believe the stuff he said, super organic, and it's a long form content. And he's talked about so many subjects that I mean, he would have been a pretty phenomenal actor, which I'm
Is
not
that
saying is impossible, but
is that necessarily
Yo,
hard to do though? Oh, fun. Do you want to get in? Is that hard to do though to like play a whole role? I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, but
no, maybe not. Maybe
there
not,
are
because
I
people
like
that
I
are
got
can't.
just
you.
good
I'm
at
not a
acting.
sociopath. I don't know, right? Like I'm not like no, it's probably not hard. Like I know people even in my personal life that seem almost psychopathic, and like you see the real them and stuff, and you're like, oh, whoa, I didn't realize this was like no, absolutely, there are people that can just be super fake and like disassociative. It's all you have to
Yeah,
do is
I'm
go
just
to
saying if he's
disassociate.
it's basically acting when you think about it. When someone acts, they're faking. They're playing a fake role. And someone who's really good at it, like I think Jennifer Lawrence is probably on the higher end of good actresses in terms of how convincing she is to a degree. Maybe she's not the best ever, but she's pretty darn good. And then there's other ones, everyone will watch a movie like, oh, that guy's a bad actor. You can just tell when they're not good at faking it. Other people are good at faking it, even to where it brings you to tears. So and really can move your emotions. So yeah, he would have to be on the potentially the higher side of that. Like he's definitely not terrible at it if he's just completely running scripts and just basically playing a whole role and told what to memorize. Like he maybe had to memorize Bible verses. He had to memorize all these different positions. I mean, he did play an influential position, and then even now more so. Go ahead, Fundy.
Here's a far out idea for you. Addressing the whole like how far can we minimize the people in the know on the highest level? Because we look at the success rate and the coordination that we assume must be involved if it's just the work of you know rich elites pulling all of this off, and it's like, man, are they really that good, or are they teamed up with a demonic sort of entity that has tons of weird influence, like magical influence? Or another substitute to that is the idea of a world simulation, right? Like similar to like the digital twin, right? Where they basically just have this whopper
for themselves. And then they basically intervene and they're like, well, you're basically going to fizzle out here. Or if you really want to keep going and have your dreams fulfilled, you're going to play by our rules. And they don't sit them down with a gun and say like, here's the deal, buddy. Like either you're going to sell your soul to Satan right now, or you're like that may happen. I don't dispute that happens at all, but I just think it's much more discreet than that. And
Well,
also, I think that's the most logical thing, that's the most realistic thing, that's the most attainable thing, that's the most viable way that you would do this, that's the less risky way that you would do this, because if you don't do that, you run the risk that at any point in time, just one of the many people that you let in on stuff would just say, "You know what? They would kill me anyway, they may sacrifice me anyway, I'm miserable, I don't care, I'm just gonna say it and let them kill me." And I don't know, that's just kinda my take. Now I'm not saying Charlie's a little extreme, like you said, he was like I mean, dude, he was at the top, and when you see what they rolled out afterwards, right? Like you said, like the jet he got on, which is just for like soldiers and stuff, it's like really weird. He may be an exception, but yeah, dude, I was saying like when I hear people talk with so much conviction, they like there are people in the flat Earth community that they know in their mind, they know for a 100% fact that I'm like a Masonic actor that sold
So
his
you admit
soul.
it.
It's just kind of crazy, right? You can see my perspective if I'm on that side of it, and then I've heard them say that about like Harrison Smith and Owen Schroyer. From my experience, those are just real people, bro. Now, I'm not
But
saying I can't be fooled or anything. I'm just saying like
Covering
I
up for your
don't think
bros.
I yeah. I
but
don't
isn't it
think
like a
at all
spectrum?
they're in on a conspiracy. Like I think they just work at Infowars, bro. They think they just get to say whatever they want. That's just my opinion, right?
Dude, I'm
So.
actually not even convinced Alex Jones is an agent, actually, an operative. Believe it or not, as many people think that he is. I'm not necessarily convinced that he even is an actual operative. But because that's what we're talking about. Like, is someone like an actual agent or operative? But like, aren't we kind of talking about a spectrum? Because you have like, let's say the regular old civilians that are not.
The internet has made it really difficult for them to control the narrative, because we can watch, we can gather like this and we can watch different people that have different views and opinions. Like we don't have to watch a program anymore on television. Like we're not subject to what they require us to like and to watch and to consume. So
Yeah, imagine like Charlie Kirk back in the day. Like you wouldn't have any of these alternative angles recorded off their phone. You would just sit down the news, they tell you what happened, they maybe would show you something, maybe, and they would just tell you the update every day. You would just tune in, like, "Yeah, let's go here. Have they found out who the shooter is?" Or like you wouldn't know anything. And yet you've had the internet just like tear apart like every official claim and like comb through everything known about anything to do with both of them, Erica and Charlie, and TPS. It's not even. It's like a new world. So we would have to be a reset for this to have happened before. And I mean, I will say either way, unless we're dealing with some like truly non-human entities, which I think we are ultimately, but I mean, like in terms of the people kind of like
hmm.
pulling the strings, I don't know. Have they experienced this before? Have they experienced a dynamic where the public so quickly can kind of like sift through the lies? Because yeah, I think people give them too much credit sometimes, right? I think oftentimes they kind of are running around with their heads cut off. There does seem to be like some type of metaphysical pulling of the strings that's going on, but I think like a lot of the characters carrying it out, they're kind of like retarded in a way. I think a lot of them are inbred. I don't know. I just don't like to look. I just don't like to give them more credit than maybe they deserve. I mean, if you've been like inbreeding for that long, like you may be kind of stupid. And yeah, you may be raised with lots of pieces of information that's hidden from the general public, so it's advantageous, like fundamentally. But um, like I think if say some people in this room were given all the information of some of the people born to the bloodlines, they would be like they would crush way harder. I guess is all I'm saying. I have a feeling that they may be kind of retarded, a lot of them. And I think that the true enemy, like we wrestle against not flesh and blood type of thing. I think, yeah, there's some like entities that have been here for a long time that probably are, yeah, probably a few steps ahead of us. But outside of that, I think the people that actually carry this stuff out are just kind of
Stupid, yeah.
low.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on a
So I like to
soul
make fun of
level,
them.
yeah, they would also have to be like some of the most unevolved like beings on this earth, you know? Because think about all the evil stuff they're doing. Like, even the worst person any of us know in our lives, would they even do some of the stuff these guys do? You know, like the vaccines and so I'm just saying they would have to be like at the lowest level of integrity possible. Even though they could have like an evil genius vibe going on, but if they're of that low of integrity, because people will even call like, they'll say, oh, that guy's a scumbag or that guy's whatever, but yeah, at that level, it's not like anything to look up to in any way, and they're not like all powerful either. Even though that's kind of a question though, could they be connected to something metaphysically that actually is pretty dark, and then the actual ones carrying it out, or because yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like to what level like evil genius, but it's
Well,
just
I
like
think for sure
if you
that's the
have
case
integrity,
because
you're going to be much more amazing if you have integrity. Yeah.
some of the stuff you see, it's like, I mean, the timelines, the consistency, kind of like the discipline, it's for sure something beyond man, right? But I think that even that, I like to make fun of them, right? Like disembodied spirits or something like. Simultaneously, they're born into like limitless power and control. So over like everything is transactional.
Yep,
So
I agree with
that's
that.
all that they understand. Yeah. So just about like if you can if you can conceive of everything being transactional, like if you're gonna go date someone, you don't really view them as a human. You view them as like, oh, well, what's their job, or what are they gonna do? What can I get from them? Right? What benefit do they bring me? That's all that you conceive of. That's kind of like the way that they live. So that should give you. I mean, now you're wondering like, how can people do stuff so dark? Well, like that's very simple, right? They don't even understand a world outside of that.
Austin, do you think any of that, of what you were just saying, might be associated with MK Ultra?
I do, yes, I
Oh
do. I
yeah.
think that that's one of the main processes in MK Ultra is to cause disassociation. Once I heard Nathan Reynolds explain that they could basically they had him as a trained assassin. He was like a 7-year-old sneaking into like mansions with really wealthy people, and because no one suspected him because he's just a kid, he's sneaking up and stealing safes and carrying out hits, and that he would then just snap over and kind of like be a different person.
Yep,
I'm
I'm linking
like,
the
oh yeah,
video
of
now.
course they could.
Let's so once you've created, I guess I'm coining this term right now, a designer person, a person of your design, like they say, like designer drugs, right? These specific cocktails. Once you've made a designer person, you don't actually need to give them orders. All you need to do is give them opportunities for them to do what they're going to choose to do. You just need to like basically make it possible for them to go seek after what you've designed them to want.
Well, and that may play
So
in. I wanted to comment because when Witsit said like the transactional, that is a very good word to use. You said it twice. The first time you said it, I was like, oh, I was thinking to myself, like, remember that, like, just remember to bring it up, and just that it just resonated because that is the case. Like, there does seem to be this transactional component. Now, I could go deeper into like the idea of like how the disassociation is connected to that, because there's like a transaction. They're like, in some cases, like dealing with their deep inner suffering, and then the fracture that's there. But yeah, the way that you said that transactional. So linking into what you're saying, Fundy, like if it's transactional to the level to where I mean, of course, like in the military, they kind of are almost training people to be transactional. Like you just, you know, push, they tell the soldier what to do and the
oh
soldier
yeah,
does it. They do it. And why does the soldier do it? Because that's basically his job. That's his country. It's his whatever. It's like a transactional thing. Like, oh, like they in the civilian level of it, they pay you to be a soldier and you're going to do what you're told to do. But on a level of some of this deeper, trauma-based mind control type level stuff, if they can fracture the person to some extent to where that person is always in a transactional thing, then basically what they're told to do, they'll do, potentially. So let's say Charlie Kirk as an example, if he was raised from a small child to be one of these or whatever, he may not even know his true self to some extent. And then I could get into is there a demonic layer there that's going on with, but nonetheless, if it's just so transactional to where they have these people just it's almost in a movie when there's sometimes when they do that, they mind control and it's what do you want me to do, master? That kind of vibe, just that gazy eyed, what do you want me to do? Okay, do this, do that. Anyway, there could be some level of that involved.
No, they
in
literally don't know who they are, right? So okay, I'm extrapolating out my experiences with individuals that are maybe just more of an organically formed version of this, but they actually don't know who they are, right? And they may have this rare moment of introspection where they'll tell you that. They'll even it's actually super sad, right? But they don't really know who they are, and then they have an idealized version of themselves in their mind to kind of cope with what they do, and then they kind of rewrite it, and then that's why they'll also even idealize other people, and then that's why then once they realize oh, these people are humans, right? They have flaws or whatever. They're oh wait, this doesn't work for my idealized disassociative self. So yeah, it's all very sad.
Being cut off by the mast optically and then thought it was going over a curve. And then Eratosthenes decided to put some sticks in the ground, as if humans never did that. We've been building sundials and all the clocks for forever. But just this guy finally figured out the angles are linked to a globe if you assume a faraway sun. Anyways, it's crazy. But I'm just saying with the whole globe thing itself and how long whoever these entities are have been doing this, even though it is in a sense maybe at a peak level right now perhaps with all this, but then there's also the potential that there's a larger revealing or even uncovering that's going on. If we are reset culture, just from that perspective, if we're all in some kind of
we are
delusion or deception of who we even are, or just we've all been knocked and drugged out basically, who are we, to just using those analogies, then when we could be actually the idea of waking up, literally waking out of this larger system. So yeah, there's the potential for some kind of an exposing and a revealing in the same way, if you have the splinter in your body and it hurts and hurts, it's never really going to be, you got to get the splinter out kind of thing. So we may be in that phase, but if there can be, there's just a lot of potential for positive transformation, and maybe even for this huge dark demonic cult that's going on, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, maybe we're in the phase of them being dissolved and actually removed from their position. I'm not saying violent revolution, but we may be actually in an era. I mean, the fact that the truth about the shape of the earth came out really just about 10 years ago, we're a decade in. So, what is the larger design for our, as it were, the creation, creator, etc., kind of have in store? And if we're in this healing process, then there actually could be a lot of good in the mix coming, even though we're kind of still in the middle of the storm in a way.
Such a young age when they went through it in these scenarios that they definitely weren't old enough to properly sit in any type of emotions and cope with them and work through them and integrate them. So they're just left unresolved. And then they just trigger that unresolved trauma response with some type of memory, something that triggers the memory.
Yeah, it takes being triggered to a whole nother level. People always say you're triggered, which basically means you're debating or something's happening, and that means that your ego's flared up. They're trying to say, or you're triggered because you're reacting or getting angry or just whatever. And people use it to troll people. But yeah, this takes being triggered to a whole nother level. Yeah, and you hear about people have anger issues and they just pop off and become violently aggressive. Of course, if that's linked to some violent trauma, but yeah, it just takes the idea of being triggered to a whole nother level to where instead of just, oh, you get triggered and you get angry, or you get triggered about something and then you want to drink or you want to do drugs or whatever. But yeah, at the level at that level, you're talking about, yeah, it's it's just a much deeper, more in the case where they're doing this kind of MK Ultra level stuff, it's they're planting the trigger that they want the person to actually react to. So
yep, it's really interesting and horrible.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting because it's the human psyche on one level and what we
Yeah.
are as humans.
But I just hate when they abuse children. That's like the biggest thing that gets me so worked up. I wish and pray that this all gets exposed soon because I don't know how much more like torture is necessary. I mean, they're already like putting the noose around our necks with financial strain and, you know, moral strain and everything else, and everybody's like talking about having a civil war, which is what they want because of Charlie Kirk, and I think he's a martyr, regardless if he was killed or not. Um, and so I'm just really worried for the future, honestly.
No, it
And
is
we can have a
intense. And
comment.
yeah, I do too. I was going to say, I try to say something positive. I mean, it is really intense, but there's also, I think, a lot of revealing and healing and transformation in the mix as well. Because who knows how long this has been going on too? You know, like is this just more of a like if this has been going on for decades or even 100 years or hundreds of years, depending on what worldview, what you may consider is going on. I mean, if we're like a reset culture, if you're going to go that route, like, you know, who knows how long this has been going on is basically. So it could be more recent, only like, you know, somewhat recently, but that's the question is how long it's been going on. I mean, to even lie about the globe is I mean,
That's a
that's
tremendous
extremely
lie.
tremendous. Yeah. And what they would have had to get society into position to even do this. So that makes you think like just to what really is going on. And because if the globe is not really this organic thing where this Greek philosopher Aristotle just happened to see a boat going over, you know, being cut off by the mast optically, and then thought it was going over a curve. And then Eratosthenes decided to put some sticks in the ground, as if humans never did that. We've been building sundials and all the, you know, clocks for forever. But just this guy finally figured out the angles are linked to a globe if you assume a faraway sun. Anyways, it's crazy. But like, I'm just saying with the whole globe thing itself and how long like whoever these entities are have been doing this, even though it is like in a sense maybe at a peak level right now perhaps with all this, but then there's also the potential that there's like a larger revealing or even uncovering that's going on. Like if we are reset culture just from that perspective, if we're all in some kind of
We are.
delusion or deception of who we even are, or just like we've all been knocked and drugged out basically, like who are we, to like just using those analogies, then when we could be actually like the idea of waking up, like literally waking out of this larger system. So yeah, there's the potential for like some kind of an exposing and a revealing in the same way, like, you know, if you have the splinter in your body and it hurts and hurts, it's never really going to be, you got to get the splinter out kind of thing. So like we may be in that phase, but if there can be, there's just a lot of potential for positive transformation and maybe even for this huge dark demonic cult that's going on, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them. Maybe we're in the phase of them being dissolved and actually removed from their position. You know, I'm not saying violent revolution, but we may be actually in an era. I mean, the fact that the truth about the shape of the earth came out really just about 10 years ago, we're like a decade in. So, you know, what is the larger design for our, you know, as it were, the creation, creator, etc., kind of have in store? And if we're in this healing process, then there actually could be a lot of good in the mix coming, even though we're kind of still in the middle of the storm in a way.
I can see that, yeah. I don't know if you guys are into Tartaria at all. I just recently got a book. It was like the 1876, I think, World Fair, and it took place in Pennsylvania, and they had these beautiful buildings. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, by the way. But they had these beautiful buildings that they all built within 2 years with horse and buggy, apparently. And then they all just conveniently got torn down after the event. And I'm really excited to comb through the book to see what it used to look like before they destroyed everything.
Yeah, that is definitely a really whole interesting angle. What is the name of it, or what? It's a book.
Yeah, I'll link it in the text chat.
Nice. Yeah, people have a wide range of views on all of that. We had kind of a we haven't talked about that much lately, but I think about a week ago we had like a multiple hour session on that kind of old world.
Yeah, I have an antique book of the history. Of the Centennial Expedition 1876 steel engravings. It's coming on Monday.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, let us know what you think of it. You had to actually order it, like it's not on like a PDF kind of thing.
I mean, it might be. I can look actually. I just wanted to have like it in my possession because I know they're doing a mass removal of information online.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to archive as much as I can. Let's see.
That's kind of the larger question. Like, are we in a stage where it's just going to get worse and worse and worse in 1984, and whoever is doing all this is just going to, you know what I mean? Or is there actually a larger shift? And I mean, why have all of us even been aware of all this if there wasn't a larger shift happening? Is one question. You know, like, why would we even? It just seems like if it wasn't in the process of shifting, we would have just gone on. You know, the 80s, 90s. It would have been another. You know, the 2000s would have just been another like the 90s or but it's like, and they kind of are showing their cards too at things like 9/11. But
oh my God, they're showing the cards super hard right now. But I mean, the age of the internet has made it really difficult for them to control the narrative, because we can watch, we can gather like this and we can watch different people that have different views and opinions. Like we don't have to watch a program anymore on television. Like we're not subject to what they require us to like and to watch and to consume. So
Yeah, imagine like Charlie Kirk back in the day. Like you wouldn't have any of these alternative angles recorded off their phone. You would just sit down the news, they tell you what happened, they maybe would show you something, maybe, and they would just tell you the update every day. You would just tune in, like, yeah, let's go here. Have they found out who the shooter is? Or like you wouldn't know anything. And yet you've had the internet just like tear apart like every official claim and like comb through everything known about anything to do with both of them, Erica and Charlie, and TPS. It's not even, it's like a new world. So we would have to be a reset for this to have happened before. And I mean, I will say either way, unless we're dealing with some like truly non-human entities, which I think we are ultimately, but I mean, like in terms of the people kind of like pulling the strings, I don't know. Have they experienced this before? Have they experienced a dynamic where the public so quickly can kind of like sift through the lies? Because yeah, I think people give them too much credit sometimes, right? I think oftentimes they kind of are running around with their heads cut off. There does seem to be like some type of metaphysical pulling of the strings that's going on, but I think like a lot of the characters carrying it out, they're kind of like retarded in a way. I think a lot of them are inbred. I don't know. I just don't like to look. I just don't like to give them more credit than maybe they deserve.
what do you mean?
no, that's a good point. Yeah, they're
The
not
Illuminati?
necessarily like all powerful demons kind of thing. Although they might be connected to something pretty dark.
Yeah, just
But
like the families in general, right? I think that like I mean, if you've been like inbreeding for that long, like you may be kind of stupid. And yeah, you may be raised with lots of pieces of information that's hidden from the general public, so it's advantageous like fundamentally, but um like I think if say some people in this room were given all the information of some of the people born to the bloodlines, they would be like they would crush way harder, I guess is all I'm saying. I have a feeling that they may be kind of retarded, a lot of them. And I think that the true enemy, like we wrestle against not flesh and blood type of thing. I think, yeah, there's some like entities that have been here for a long time that probably are, yeah, probably a few steps ahead of us. But outside of that, I think the people that actually carry this stuff out are just kind of
Stupid, yes.
low.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
yeah, and on a
So I like to
soul
make fun of
level,
them.
yeah. They would also have to be like some of the most unevolved like beings on this earth, you know, because think about all the evil stuff they're doing. Like even the worst person any of us know in our lives, would they even do some of the stuff these guys do, you know, like the vaccines and, you know, so I'm just saying they would have to be like at the lowest level of integrity possible, you know, even though they could have like an evil genius vibe going on, but if they're of that low of integrity, because you know people will even call like, oh, they'll say, oh, that guy's a scumbag or that guy's whatever, but yeah, at that level, it's not like anything to look up to in any way, and they're not like all powerful either, even though that's kind of a question though. Could they be connected to something metaphysically that actually is, you know, pretty dark, you know, to and then the actual ones carrying it out, or because yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like to what level like evil genius, but it's
Well,
just
I
like
think for sure
if
that's
you
the
have
case
integrity,
because
you're going to be much more amazing if you have integrity. Yeah.
some of the stuff you see, it's like, I mean, the timelines, the consistency, kind of like the discipline. It's for sure something beyond man, right? But I think that even that, I like to make fun of them, right? Like disembodied spirits or something like. If there was some like bucking of like the natural order. I mean, yeah, it sounds crazy, right? But every ancient civilization said entities came from the sky and took women and made babies. Who knows? But and they were worship as gods or whatever. But like, I'd be like, well, look, dude, you have 6 toes, dude. You look kind of stupid, and you got all these rows of teeth, and like you're goofy, bro. And then they're gonna die, and they weren't really supposed to exist per se, so they just kind of aimlessly wander around. So I think that they may have a lot of historical context and kind of be smarter than us in a way. I still think that like they're lame, and like I think in a way they envy just like good-hearted people, and I think that's definitely goes with the bloodlines. I think I've told you my whole take, but I think that some people were born to the bloodlines. They believe that basically their family history is the history that they're taught. That's the true history that's hidden, and they've kind of been in charge of things for a long time. But I think that they just like look at normal people and like envy us. And imagine being raised in that kind of environment that we were describing earlier. Like you would just be super jealous of like
Normalcy.
anyone normal. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's actually really intense. Is that why? Because they also seem to hate us too. Like they're willing just to vaccinate us, and they have this like all of the dark thing too. So now outside of the like idea of like that's more of a demonic nature, but that component of envying us, do you think that would even be linked to why they would actually want to hurt us in a way? Like that thing where people want to hurt others that have what they feel like they don't have and what they
Yeah, for
want.
sure.
Yeah, like that's what like narcissistic people do. But like I don't know, I've thought about this. I think it's maybe like a mix where there may be times that they kind of envy us and feel bad. It would be like a movie plot where someone's like in the evil family, but they're like they secretly look around and like open the gate or something. Like I think that they at times they're pulling for us, and then at other times like they disassociate and they just like want to destroy us because they're jealous. And how's it fair that think about this, like eh, people look at them like, how is it fair? Some people are born to these super rich, wealthy families that own like billions of acres, and they look at us like, how is it fair that they could just live a normal life and I have to be like traumatized from 3 up, right? Same thing with like people look at angels like, oh, how is it fair they get to be in like a heavenly immortal state and they don't really have the choice to not know what's real, and then we have to sit here and figure it out with all of like the world's religions and blah blah blah. Both sides would look at the other side like envious. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's like a conundrum. But anyway, I think that they largely uh like want to be us and kind of in a way pull for us and even try to imitate us. Like this is kind of just this is purely speculation, bro. But because if you think about it, it seems like that's what they do. I mean, yeah, maybe they're trying to imitate us because they're trying to fit in, though, right? Like they may just be trying to fit in. But like if you listen to some of the songs, it's like no one knows what it's like to be the bad man, like behind blue eyes. And that kind of goes into this RH negative. Some of the bloodlines that track back typically will have blue eyes, and I think that they wish they could be us, and I don't think that it's necessarily like they always want to hurt us. I think they just have no empathy, and it's just a transactional thing. I think that's all it is. And like it's compartmentalized. They're told what they're supposed to do. They have their role in their family. They're told to carry certain things out. And everything is transactional. They view it like, okay, here's the best way to put it. Like a narcissist, like say you're with a narcissist and they habitually cheat on you, or you're with a narcissist in business and they can habitually like finesse you or steal from you. They think that you deserve it because they're like, how are you? You're stupid. Like you're naive or gullible to fall for these tricks or to fall, like this is how it works. So why would you not be looking out for it? Like, so they consider you
Exactly.
stupid, so you kind of deserve it. They don't even perceive it or conceive of it as like a personal thing. They're just like, you're incompetent. It's a transactional world and you're not like cutthroat enough to survive. So I think that what they do to us, quote unquote, and how they maybe really feel about us may not even be attached. Does that make sense? Like I don't like I think there's like layers to that. I think that like the transactional component of it is almost just like a competition and they feel like, wow, you guys are just like incompetent. If you've ever experienced like narcissism, then you understand what I'm saying. Like this is kind of how they view it. They're like, wait, how do you not see what I'm doing? How do you not see what I'm lying? And then eventually it'll click and you'll see it and you'll maybe put everything together and you'll be like, oh my God. But they just view it like, wow, you kind of deserve it because you didn't figure it out. That's what I think the families think, and they look at us kind of like livestock. That they're in a way they like. You should be thankful because we help take care of society. If we handed it over to you, you guys would destroy it.
You know, I was also thinking about this earlier. Well, they want us to not have a lot of babies because they're like, logically speaking, if we have too many people on the planet or whatever we are living on, then we're going to be overrun. We're not going to have resources, etc. So logically speaking, we don't want to have too many humans, right? And so it's just kind of like, in a way, this is really cynical, but in a way, it's a good. I don't even know if I want to say this, but like, in a way, I guess it's a good thing that they think this way because they're like, they they believe that if we just are prosperous and happy all the time, then there's no turmoil and we're just going to keep producing and producing and producing. And then eventually there's just going to be nothing left.
Yeah, and I wonder if they even believe that. I mean, I think that we're entering into a new state. They've obviously tried to create like a society where we don't reproduce a lot, but like
100%.
where we're now entering like a surveillance state. I mean, I don't really think it's going to be an issue for them, right? Like, I mean, with what Trump is setting up, I don't even think people realize like it's
Oh, yeah.
not good. It's not good. So like 10 years, I mean, you could in theory like almost double the world's population. They're gonna know where everyone's at. You know what I mean? Like there's
I
plenty
don't
of
even think it's,
land.
I don't think it's about like knowing where everybody's at. It's more like not wanting to have too many people taking resources away from the people that have everything. You know what I mean? Like they want more. They want it. They keep us cold the population essentially, like how we do with deer.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, for sure. And at the least it's like they don't want a ton more to look after. 'Cause I think that's how they view it, right? Like that. Like we're incompetent and they have to look after us and they're like, okay, well, they're only good for like slave labor and to do the jobs that we don't want to do and to kind
Yeah.
of gather the resources for us. And it's like, well, now we can maybe use robots and some AI. We can cut a lot of this out, and we don't want to
Yeah.
have to yeah, like take care of too many of them.
I feel that way, honestly. I just think that it's really a shame of how like everybody's job is being taken away and they're automating everything. And I think they're making these 15-minute cities so that we can be even in a smaller society, and so we can be all in one place. Yes. So they
I
can
don't
kill
want
you
a robot
easier.
to look.
Yeah.
I don't want a robot to look after me in a few years. I'd rather a
Wait, what?
human do it. I said I wouldn't want a robot to be looking after me in a few years when I get old. I mean, I am old, but only a few years to go, so I don't want to have robots doing the work of a human, what a human can do.
Well, you don't want to get a Tesla robot in your house, bro?
Want to get a sponge bath by a robot?
Yeah, man. They'll make female ones by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. What, in a couple of years?
Yeah,
That'd be that.
they already
It'll be that.
exist, bro. Sex bots already
Wow.
exist. Yeah, don't do it. It takes your soul. I heard.
But they're already building drone armies. Like they're building drones that are autonomous, quote unquote, that will go around with guns on their backs or rockets under their wings. I mean, I say wings, but I mean rotors. And they'll kill whatever they're told to kill. So the whole point is they don't need people. If you ever read Asimov's The Foundation, very late in the
Yeah.
story, there's a planet that they visit where basically it's a few thousand, literally a few thousand extremely wealthy individuals who live underground and are surrounded with drones. And they treat everyone else around them, everyone, like absolute pawns. They're the most sadistic people that you can possibly imagine. And the main characters come here and they're like, "Oh my god, we're going to die." And the individuals on that planet run the entire scheme by having giant armies of robots that do their bidding. Like I don't know, it's amazingly prescient to me because if you think about what we're seeing right now and you look at the I don't know. I don't know what chat I just walked into. I'm just
Everybody's chill. Go ahead.
yeah. I feel like the whole globalist scheme is to eliminate all human autonomy to get you so you have no job. You're utterly dependent on everything that they do, and then to create an army that's all-seeing and unstoppable and utterly replaceable, so they can come out and wipe everyone out whenever they want. And whenever they want is what's convenient to them. I think they'll keep people around so they can have some chattel to rape or do whatever they want with, and the rest of us are going to die. That's what I think they're doing with AI. And I'm sorry, that's just a weird random tangent. I came in, I heard this conversation, and I'm just like, this is my feeling on it. That's where it's going if we let them.
Well, that is dark. Wait, that they're like raising us to like farm us as to what a human is so that they can then replace us, like get the AI to be as good as humans basically and just replace the actual humans with some kind of AI robot army kind of thing.
They need their adrenochrome and their rape victims. That's all. Sorry, total black pill.
Yeah.
What, am I in the wrong chat?
No, you're good. People are distracted.
Well,
probably.
maybe it's
Might
not the
also be delay.
people.
Here's at the left.
What was someone saying?
Maybe it's not the
Oh.
people. What do you mean it's not the people?
It's not the
I missed
people.
it.
It's reality
Oh,
itself.
it was NBA. Okay.
I'm saying reality itself is becoming more hostile as capitalism increases because systems are becoming autonomous. And as they become more and more autonomous, they're going to replace humans.
Yeah, we should probably set the price of goods and redistribute the wealth.
I'd love that. That would be great.
Well, you got two aspects. You got that Terminator type one where the AI take over, or you've got that other movie, like the other ones like Star Trek, where there's no money, there's no nothing, there's just everything's available to you. So you got two different types of scenarios.
Oh, well, I think it's going to be like a mixture of this, right? Because I think that the reason they won't fully eliminate the people, it isn't as simplex as like adrenochrome and rape victims. I think that they require human innovation. And even to roll out the AI themselves, if you were to track like each major technological advancement built within that infrastructure, it was just like the average, well, not average actually, like probably advanced, like the gifted MIT kid they brought out, pulled out of, high school or whatever, or college. And like the creativity and the innovation built within the human mind, and I think actually like evil can't create, it can only imitate. So like when it comes to
art and like even just technological advancement, they need a decent. Now, what they may do is really roll out eugenics, meaning like the lower end of that spectrum, which is what I think the vaccine kind of was a step towards, right? Like the people that are more gullible, don't have discernment, have lower IQs, etc. They don't need those people anymore. I think they would still like to keep around a good amount of like higher end people because even if that turns into even for the purpose of like polishing their technocracy, it's something that they cannot replicate. I don't think that they're short-sighted enough to think that, oh, where AI and technology is right now, we can just call it quits and we can get rid of humans. I think that they know they're like it's the initial step or stages of implementing that, and they'll want to continue to curate it, polish it, kind of expedite innovation. And so they actually need like the organic creativity of like the higher end, the brighter people.
Well, if they're going to try to get rid of lower IQ people, I'm going to rebel.
I don't know if it's as simple as IQ. I just use that word. IQ is a rabbit hole, but like the vaccine's a good example, right? Like I know
The-
people all along the spectrum of the quote unquote IQ that did and or didn't take the vaccine.
it sounds like patronage. Like you have a few select individuals who are deemed to be worthy of preservation for whatever reason. They entertain, they dance around, and I think that's true. But I think that also is part and parcel of the techno feudalism that I'm talking about here. Like I think like down the path of AI and generally speaking replacement uh, of humans by machines lies ruin. That's all I'm saying. I think at the end of the day, instead of knights, they've got machines, right? And then they have a few humans who are convenient to them, who are resources that they can tap as they need. But all of that is kept in check ultimately by, as you said, a combination of the compliance because you go along to get along, and then the like that's the carrot, right? And then there's the stick, which is if you don't do that, then there's a strong possibility that over your quote unquote castle, you might find that there are 3 drones that have Hellfire missiles attached to them, and then they can just blow you up whenever they want. And there's no justice because the justice is in the hands of the knights, and the knights in this case are all machines.
No, I get it. Like I think we've all probably considered and seen where the technocracy's going. Um, I do think this though. What I think is that people are resoundingly resilient. I don't dispute that a lot of people today really aren't. I also don't dispute that kind of like a really advanced AI technocracy or technocratic army is like a substantial threat that we can't even really conceive of. But I do think that the people will just respond, right? Like they will react. There will obviously be group of break off civilizations. I think the question would then become how how efficiently can they truly monitor every square inch of Earth? Are they able to truly do that every square inch? I mean, they've already built the Skynet, right? They could. I mean, drones, they can only cover so much. I don't know. And then do the people kind of figure out how to, cloak themselves from whatever their surveillance is or take out whatever it is? I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, I know people would have said for years, like, "Oh, you could never. You think your stupid guns are going to do something to the military? Like, you could never stop them. They have tanks, blah blah blah." And the military ran logistics and said, "Yeah, actually, like the American civilization would dominate the U.S. military because they just had tactical advantage, like home field advantage, and they even tested it in the Middle East, it didn't work at all." I guess I'm saying again, robots are much different. There's no doubt that AI and robots are much different, much more efficient. It's a new threat, but I really am not willing to kind of put my chips on some like surefire bet that humans couldn't, fight back or react or adapt. I do think that this is the conundrum I think they have, right? Where you said like, yeah, the people that are kind of compliant, you have the carrot and you have the stick. People that are kind of compliant, they'll use them for like, like useful, like not necessarily idiots, whatever they want to use them for. I wouldn't say just entertainment. My point was specifically innovation. They need the brighter end of the spectrum of people for innovation. I don't think evil can create, can only imitate. They know that AI itself can't improve itself infinitely. Like actually humans are going to be needed to build on the technology. This is their conundrum, right? So they want to say they cull the herd or whatever because you have kind of the stupider people that lack discernment went and got the vaccine. That was the example. So they're like, well, like kind of the lower end, they're gonna self-implement eugenics. They're gonna go get the vaccine in school. Well, they actually want to only keep the brighter, more creative, discerning people. So they have a bit of an issue here, right? Whereas, like, if you fully implement the technocracy, you really the only use humans are to you, other than kind of the much darker, morbid things that you mentioned, is innovation and creativity. And that's the higher end. That's the group that has discernment or whatever. So they may create some type of like mock royal class or something that appeases that group of people.